And then I do want to
In fact, let me load up your stream right now.
refresh this and see. Clicked unmute. Yeah, that is
Starting to
neat.
go.
That is neat. That's
There we go. Swillbilly is streaming.
sweet. So I've got both. Let's see, platforms. Yep, both of them. So let me check my shit here. Swap over to my other browser. Oh, you know what? I think what I have to do is display. I should be just display capturing. But that's weird that when I swapped windows, it goes. Oh, you know why? I probably have to set up a picture like I do on OBS, where if I swap stuff, there's like a quick
You
picture.
can you can just take the thing you set up from OBS and put it directly into Prism. You can load it.
I can like copy and paste.
Yeah, so not from OBS. So in Prism, in uh at the top left, where there's that like three bar looking thing. If you click
Yeah.
that, go to Scene Collection, Import,
Import.
and then
Oh,
you find where those scenes are,
oh,
or there's
okay.
an easier way to do it. The other way to do you can just export from your OBS. So go to your OBS instead. Go over to OBS, then go to wherever the fuck scene collection is. I think it's in
Let's
the middle
see.
there.
Okay, let's see.
I see it to the right.
Oh, scene collection. Okay, so
Yeah, export,
export.
and then fucking save it somewhere where you know where it'll be.
Uh, Downloads. Save. And then I go to
Yeah, and
Prism.
then go to Prism.
Import.
It'll be in your downloads. Called Untitled.
Nice. Okay,
So now
perfect.
hopefully it loaded your. Oh, it doesn't look like it loaded the transitions.
I uh I don't really I didn't never have any honestly. I do. No, I got scenes and sources. Yeah, this is all the exact same how I have
Yep,
uh my
yeah,
OBS, so
that's
that's
the
perfect.
directly loaded.
Oh, that's sick. All right, so um that is nice. That is very nice. Let me look at this though. So now that I have Prism, I wonder if I
Mhm.
can just use the chat box that reads not only Twitch but uh YouTube as well.
I don't know if Twitch still has the rule
Oh,
for
where they have to
non-partners where
be.
you can't, yeah, you can't show out of,
I know what
uh,
you're saying. Like they have to be
yeah,
the dominant chat. Like you can't have like.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
can't
Well.
have Twitch and YouTube and all that jazz like together on the stream
Okay.
visually.
Okay. Oh well, Prism's fucking sick. Actually, I'm fucking glad I heard about this.
Yeah, and it looks good on your stream, by the way. It's pretty high quality.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, man. Thanks for the help, dude. This is awesome.
Yeah,
So everything seems fine. Like everything, it's all.
it's a little bit delayed as expected because you're
Yeah.
streaming to multiple sites, but other than that, your seems fine.
Yeah, it's only a couple of seconds. I can live with that. Yeah, I think it's like 5 seconds.
And if you check your, well, I guess you're not playing a game right now. I was gonna say if you check your processes just to see how much it's actually taking for like your CPU and stuff, shouldn't be too bad. For
CPU,
like your Control Alt Delete
like task
task
manager.
manager. That's the fucking word I'm looking for. Good
Yeah.
lord. Yeah.
Um, so right this second, CPU is 13%. Uh,
Oh yeah, you're fine. Golden.
Hell, I might even try like ultra low latency next time and just see how it does. Like like playing the game, yeah, it's still like it's not high at all.
You seem golden for what you got.
Dude, hell yeah, thanks, man. So I'm gonna start trying that. I'm just gonna try it out. See how it goes.
Yeah.
That is mighty sweet. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna split my time between RuneScape and old school RuneScape. What is neat though, I found out, is like if you're a member or if you have bonds on old school, they transfer over to this. So I'm still a member, like for RuneScape or whatever. I still have bonds and all that shit. So that's cool, but it's a lot harder to play, man. Like
Fucking add your ass. What's your name in game?
Swillbilly.
I don't see your chat, so I don't see your actual.
Oh yeah, hold on. Where is
Here's your chat menu.
where is chat? Oh, here it is. Hold on. Oh. So how, like, is this where I would receive like a friend request? Yeah,
Hey, there's your. That's your name.
yeah, just Swillbilly. Yep.
Perfect.
Hell yeah. Yeah, me and Goofy have been playing. I think Hash said he was wanting to play, so and
If
and Ivy.
you hit the on your chat on that bar that has all the weird icons, yeah, that thing that's that says friends only, where it's blue right now, change that to everybody.
Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, hold on.
It's like a little blue diamond. above your
Oh,
chat.
yeah, okay. Uh.
There we go. Now I can send you a message.
Oh, okay,
Send
sweet.
me from a message.
Yo.
You'll be able to right click my name and just add me as a.
Yeah, there we go. Sick. There we go.
Where the fuck are you? World 79?
Yep, 79, yeah.
Oh fuck, I don't have membership right now.
Yeah, uh, the only reason I am is because I was gifted 45 days.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
And
You just keep playing.
but yeah, you
I
can
might have.
there's a way, like on old school RuneScape, I'm almost level 55 magic, and once I hit 55, I can like transmog things from items to gold, and then you can just pay for memberships with in-game gold, like kind of like how WoW does, like where you can pay for the monthly thing using their
Yeah.
own currency. Yeah.
You can do the same thing in RuneScape 3,
Yep.
the one you're playing now.
Oh, nice. Okay, sweet.
I might have one in my bank, which is what I was saying. I might have a bond for 14 days or whatever the freak.
Well, I can just swap worlds too. Like I'm literally in the tutorial dungeon doing just grinding
Yeah, keep doing it. Keep doing your
and
thing.
shit.
God, only 11 days.
Oh, is it? That's it?
No, 11 days for the. There's an event going on.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say like one bond in the old school one's like 14 days, but the more you
Yeah,
spend at
it's,
once, you get like
Yeah.
more time. Like I think,
Extras. Yeah.
yeah, three's 45, so. I thought about just spending one and trying it out first, but then I was like, well, you might as well spend them all because you get, like extra days or whatever. So
Mm-hmm.
they kind of force you to.
Yeah, I think somebody gave me a bond a little while ago. Remember if I used it? I might have used it. Yeah, I used it.
There we go. Let me switch worlds here.
How much is a bond?
I don't know. It's like $8, but I think like a monthly thing's like 12. So like at that point, uh, you're almost better off just getting a monthly thing. Now in old school, there's like a just a uh, UI thing where you can just swap worlds.
Yeah, there is in here too.
Is
If
there?
you hit escape, on the right side near logout, exit to lobby, there's a hop worlds
Hop
button.
worlds. There we go. Okay. So let's see.
I'd say just any non-gold world is
Yeah.
fine-ish. Make sure that it's not some weird dumb mechanic.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Trade free West Coast 315. I don't know what trade free means, but oh, it says World 3.
Oh yeah. World 3, World 3 is fine.
I thought
World
3.
3 always has some people in it because it's just like the default world for non-members.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I was told like there's not nearly as many players on this one as like the old school one, but I don't know. You know,
Yeah,
I
pretty much.
what's the appeal like with this one versus old school? Just the graphics or like
Time synced. The graphics. There's combat is completely different. Most of the skills, a lot of the skills have been revamped and or made different. So like, everything is way different.
I noticed that there's more like skills too, like summoning and that sounds sick.
Yeah, necromancy was added recently.
Yeah.
Ish. Pretty cool. Bond is 127 million gold in this.
One bond?
Yep, for 127 million.
Well, then it must be easier to get gold in this one than
It is.
okay, I was gonna say because I mean in old school it's 11 million, but yeah, I'm gonna have to transmog like a bunch of shit to get 11 million. I think I've got like 500,000 now. I did have like 1.2 million, but I spent a lot on like mithril wizard stuff.
Hourly profit.
Swill. Swill bar OLL.
You do the necromancy style crafting to make necrotic runes. For bone runes, you make 37 million an hour.
Oh, I'm gonna definitely have to, what is that now again? Like,
That's necromancy. It's crafting specific. It's like the new runes specifically meant for
oh,
necromancy,
I thought
which is
that,
why they're so expensive.
okay, I thought that with that you could like raise skeletons or whatever. Like it's only a crafting thing.
Well, no. That's just a part of it. You
Oh,
craft the runes to then be able to like raise skeletons and
oh,
cast other
gotcha,
spells.
gotcha.
So, for example, you need the soul rune and the bone rune,
Okay,
or not soul rune, but spirit rune and like bone rune in order to make a lesser bone shield, which is a incantation with a spell for.
okay, yeah, kind
There's a
of
bunch
like,
of necromancy spells and abilities. On top of, you use ectoplasm to like summon a ghost, summon a warrior, summon a zombie. You know.
oh, that's sick. that I like. I like the idea of being a wizard and summoning stuff. Like that sounds good to me. Uh, I'm just like what sucked to me is going from the old school RuneScape combat style to this, where like you have to go to settings and then you gotta go to like combat XP or yeah, combat XP, and then switch what you want, like, because I don't want them all split up, because that would take forever. So like I work on one, like, I built up my strength to like level 9, and then my defense is level 7, and now I'm working on attack. But I don't know, like maybe having them all shared experience might be better. I don't know. I just always figured like focus one at a time. Like what do you normally play as? Like, do you use magic or ranged melee?
I just focus on whatever I need to use to beat the weakness of whatever I'm fighting.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
I'm maxed. I have 99 all minimum, so
oh shit. Okay. Well, then you can just swap around for whatever you need. Yeah. I was mainly trying to focus on magic. I'm like level like 51 or 52 or something, but I was just grinding sand crabs.
Yeah.
AFK.
The grind can be good.
Yeah. Well, somebody hopped in and gave me 30,000 mine runes and like
Yeah.
15,000 other runes, so I was able to really, I'm still using them. Yeah, I've still got plenty. So that really helped out. Without that, I would not be level 50 something magic. And they gave me 1,000,000 gold, so really hooked me up. Hooked me up fat. Yeah, I'm looking at a stream, man. Like, this all seems pretty good. That is awesome. I should have been using this before fucking OBS. But the very first thing I tried was I think it was XSplit, which is dookie. That application is garbage. XSplit.
Yeah, I used to use that back when I was a kid.
I think it cost money. Like, you can stream from it for free, but like if you want like stuff that's kind of like quality of life shit, you gotta pay for it. And I think it's even like a monthly thing. Like, it's not even just like a one-time payment. Like, they want you to pay monthly for it now. Which is crazy to me. I mean, maybe if you were like a streamer that was like making, bucks off of it, and like that had some kind of feature that you just couldn't live without, like maybe, but I sure as hell would not use it. I don't know what these prism fallen stars are, but oh, that's
The fallen stars, if you're in a members world, I think. Actually, I think you can activate them in a non-members world. They give you bonus experience. Bonus experience is burned as if you had double XP while you are doing a thing. So you activate it to add a boost to your experience for the future.
That's cool.
It adds, yeah, it's like a burnable experience points, right? So if it gives you 12, that means the next time you earn 12, you're actually earning 24, but then it goes away because you've burnt that extra.
Okay. 12. Okay, I see. Well, I want to save that for when I'm like grinding stuff. There's no like time limit on it. Like it just you use it.
No, it just adds it. It just adds it. Yeah.
Oh, well
And
then,
you'll get a bunch of those as you go all over the time. So you might as well just add it to a skill that you want to use. Um, Add it to like a high leveled skill because it does give you a bonus amount of experience equivalent to how high the skill already is. So like if you put the stars into a level 20 skill, you'll get slightly more bonus experience than if you put it into a 10 skill.
I gotcha. Well, hell,
But if you're like me and you're just trying to fucking level something up because you hate leveling something, you can just shove all your bonus experience into something you hate leveling.
okay. So if I were to add it to like my hit points, like I'd get hit points quicker, like like
Yes,
the XP for
that
him.
is correct. Yes.
Well, let's see. How the hell do I?
And I don't think it gets used up unless you're in a members world. They'll just chill
Oh,
there.
okay. So I'm
You
gonna add
you
it to.
can you can yeah, you can add it to your skill right now
Ah,
by just using those
sweet.
stars, and it'll be used up when you go back to a.
Okay,
So
sweet.
I'm gonna go to 3 now because Bop.
Well, all of my levels are super low because like I just started playing today. So
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine.
maybe I'll use the other one for strength.
You'll
Nice.
get stars all the damn time.
Okay, sweet.
This game you are quicker to level up in nowadays than you are in old school RuneScape as well.
Okay, okay.
Levels will come faster in this game than they do in old school.
Gotcha. Well, that's sweet. And I like how this is basically like with old school was using a lot of plugins. Like I had like a graphics plugin and then like Quest Helper
Hmm.
where like it told you where to go. Like this basically has like a built-in Quest Helper. Like
Yeah.
it tells you where to go. That is extremely helpful instead of trying to like
Heck yeah.
just guess. Like yeah, maybe I should look over here or something, you know. So that's sweet. That's sweet. That I like. Yeah, now I gotta try to figure out how I'm gonna balance my time between both RuneScapes. Because I don't want to stop playing old school, but this is getting
Yeah.
cooler the more I play it. The more I play it, the more I'm kind of liking it.
It's pretty fantastic.
Oh man, yes it is.
Now, mind you, I grew up with it and stuck with it while a lot of people abandoned it because when they were changing how combat works a while ago, a long ass time ago actually at this point, literally like 12 years ago or some shit.
Oh wow.
Um, uh, Whichever version old school RuneScape was based off of, I forget what it is. I think that was like the 2012 version of the game or something. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's been over 12 years. Um, they changed combat and how it works, and people didn't like how they changed combat, and so they like
This
abandoned the game.
UBEEZY.
Um,
Bruh.
Yeah, I would imagine,
and
you
then
know.
old school RuneScape came out like 6 months after that, and we're like, hey, that version of the game that you guys left for, or hey, here you go, here's the old combat system back, and
Yeah.
none of the extra shit we added over the course of the last 6 months.
Oh wow.
Um, so there was a bunch of like missing stuff when old school RuneScape came out first that were like you didn't have the Grand Exchange, you didn't have bonds, you didn't have like there was a shitload of things that
Oh
did not
damn.
exist.
What's up, Beezy?
Um,
Yeah, I didn't see. I've heard of RuneScape for a long time. I never once played it, and it's not like I seen it and was like, "Fuck that, I'm not gonna play it." I just never went like gave it a shot, and I wish I would have because I'd definitely be one of the people that'd still be playing this shit. I fucking love RuneScape. Uh,
Brew
you
tell
wouldn't
me.
heard, someone said.
RuneScape is a
Oh,
UK game.
that's you. RuneScape is a UK game. Yeah, I heard that's where it was made. What's up, Brutal? Uh,
yeah, made by Jagex in
Jagex.
the UK.
Yeah, so like when I first started playing this, I played like a couple hours through Steam, But come to find out, Steam has none of the like add-ons or like Quest Helper, none of that shit. So then I had to figure out how to transfer what little time I had through Steam over to Jagex, and then use that, and then keep going. Um, but I'm glad I'm playing through the Jagex launcher and not Steam.
Yeah.
Plus, it's got both
Yeah.
versions. Like, you can just click and go back and forth pretty easily.
I have both. My Steam account is linked to this character that I'm currently standing behind you with.
Oh yeah.
But when I want to play multiple characters, I have 3 other accounts. In
I heard
this
of people.
version of RuneScape.
I've heard of people playing like multiple characters like at the same time and shit. That sounds insanely too like multitasking. That's a lot of shit.
You can multi-box. You can
Picture in picture.
as much as you would like. Yeah, basically, I'd have one screen dedicated to this character because this is my main character, and then I'd have one screen that had 2 characters on each side doing like fishing and mining.
Yeah.
Because you can like semi AFK to pay attention to those, which is nice.
Damn, that is a fancy character. You said you're 99 everything?
Yes.
God damn.
99. I'm technically higher than 99 on most things, but
Oh yeah, what is that like not legacy, but it's some kind of like elite thing where you can go above 99.
yeah. So certain skills have stats now, or like things that go beyond 99. They go to 120, which
Oh,
is
sweet.
the sort of mastered version of a skill.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
Only some skills do, but you can get the cape for skills even if they
Brutality.
don't have that yet.
I
So my
always
cooking
wonder
cape, for
what
example, that
RuneScape
I'm
is
wearing
like
right
without
now,
paying a
is the
subscription.
master variant, which is the level 120 version. Um,
Yeah, it's
now,
like fancy.
cooking still only goes to 99. If you look in cooking, there's nothing beyond 99 skill-wise, which means I basically just kept cooking things even though I ran out of things to cook for because I wanted this cape. You know
Oh
what I mean?
shit.
Like I wanted to quote like master the skill for the cape.
Yeah.
And it's the same for a lot of the other capes that I have.
This UBEEZY. I'm still not done.
Rune.
Fuel
Wardrobe right
yuck.
now is all purple, unfortunately. Like if I go to this one, they'll just
What? That's a sick character.
Brutality. This dude knows his
Oh,
stuff.
but I'm
Yeah.
wearing autumn stuff right now.
Yes, Cortland definitely knows what the fuck he's doing. Obviously. Damn, Hyphy, you're still not done, dude. It's like what 10 p.m. there. It's crazy. RuneScape without a subscription wouldn't be bad. I mean,
It's not bad at the low levels.
okay, like
I recommend when playing RS3, before doing anything else, get to like level 40 in a bunch of skills to see if you even enjoy RuneScape 3. Get to like 40, get to 50, get to 60, because non-members can go to those for most skills
okay.
and see if you like the game. Now, if you want to do Necromancy, you can only get to 20 as a non-member, so you're gonna have to do membership stuff
shit.
if you want to go beyond.
But you can still do it though.
Yeah,
Like
you can go to 99 attack, strength, defense, 99 health, 99 range, 99 prayer. You can only use skills up to like 60 or something like that, but you can
Okay.
still level up to that amount if you wanted to. So if you want, you can play completely free,
Brutality.
getting
Good
to
idea.
the point
To see if you like
of
the game.
needing a membership and then buy the membership. Like,
Yeah.
do the non-member quests, do the non-member areas, hang out with some friends. You have
yeah.
a member friend like me who's about to trade Swill, who will definitely accept my trade offer.
Oh shit.
Then just like, you might suddenly get like 100 million gold for seemingly no
Holy
reason.
shit, dude. Yeah, I absolutely fucking appreciate that. That's crazy. What I heard about RuneScape 3 is there's a lot more free
There's
stuff
a
like
lot.
yeah, like you can do more in this like without a membership than you could in old school. Fuck, man, I might have to just like switch to this one, dude. and focus. Cause like I want to do necromancy and shit. Like that sounds badass.
So
Dungeoneering.
necromancy starts as a ritual thing where you're like putting out candles, you're putting out like different marks on the ground to collect souls. And then you learn your first like, hey, you can summon a skeleton, and then you just can go and fight things if you want, and just blast shit with necromancies and like summon skeletons to help you fight, which is pretty cool.
That sounds fucking sick, man. Really
Yeah.
appreciate the gold, dude. That is awesome. That's
That
that's
yeah, that's very little.
well, that'll still help me get some gear. Like once I level up
Yes.
my deep defense and stuff, I can wear better stuff and I can just buy it instead of, you
What
know.
I gave you should theoretically let you play through all of the non-member stuff without any issue.
Oh, dude, that's fucking awesome. Hell yeah.
I specifically gave you just enough so that you couldn't get a bond, so that you don't buy
Brutality.
membership.
Get boosted, bro.
I
127 million for a member for bond.
I I still have
Yeah,
30
you have
days.
membership from
So I've got a whole month of
You know who you're
membership.
talking to? Retired double agent, you fucking retard.
Why was
I
that?
just realized I'm technically not wearing anything right now because it's all cosmetic.
Why was that doubled? That's weird.
Oh, you might be hearing it doubled.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, if you look at where the audio came from, it might be being monitored.
I think it was off, but um,
Brutality.
So an audio mixer.
It was all messed up.
it was all
Click
messed up.
the settings on the audio mixer portion.
Like advanced or regular.
Nefarious baguette. I already beat RuneScape.
Advanced audio maybe.
Well, I meant the
Oh, the this settings. Yeah.
yeah, because you want to see everything that's causing noise, and then if you find the whichever one of those is the the one that does the media things.
Well, so just like on fucking OBS, I have everything disabled
This you be
except for my
easy.
mic.
No, you didn't.
Um,
Oh, no. Okay, you were on the right thing previously. The one that looks like the volume mixer. Where it
okay.
had like a million different things, and it said like which tracks everything was on.
Oh shit, everything. I should probably. I should
There's some audio bullshit you're gonna have to set up.
Okay, yeah, that's one
You'll have
thing
to
that
mix around.
I have been plagued with since I've ever started streaming is fucking audio issues. I'm not gonna do any other channels because I just do like you know, basically I don't even have like a window capture. Like I just desktop capture everything, so I can just alt tab and switch out, and then I don't have to switch to another source or whatever.
Yeah, do they say? Oh, they do all say monitor off. Huh. Interesting.
I've had that happen before where it doubled for some reason. I don't
Huh.
Brutal said it was all messed up. Let me try another one
Yeah, I
here.
don't know why you would. I don't know why you would get multi.
I was born with a big penis. It's documented since the day I was born.
Why would that be, I wonder? Audio track. Wait, let me see. Audio. Yeah, desktop audio should be disabled.
Hitting everything, but it's going twice.
Yeah.
Do you have any audio sources in your
I
sources
do.
section? So
I do.
That middle section. What's the audio sources that
This
are in
you
that
be
little-
easy.
Everything.
Why? It's echoing because you're multi-stream.
No, it here. Let me turn this off and see if this.
I'm fucking tweaking!
No, it's still that
Oh,
should
is that
be
the only audio source you have is the everything source?
everything. Yep. That's it.
Huh.
But I wonder it with this maybe that's what fucked it up. Let me try this again. Hold on.
I'm fucking tweaking!
That's almost better. It sounds like it's echoing now, but that's better.
The reason my balls are small is because that's the way they are. My father had small balls. My grandfathers had small balls too.
Okay, so now it's not like echoing, but it sounds like it's like it's in like a hollow room. So I turned on the everything.
Nefarious Baguette. Hillary's into freaky weird sick stuff, man.
Yes, she is. I turned this on, but I wonder, here, hold.
I was born with a big penis. It's documented since the day I was born.
It is better than it was. Okay, now, I wonder if this made it better. Let me see. Nope. Nope. Oh, you know what? I do.
What was it?
Okay, I
Do it
bet
again.
you that was it. Let's see.
I was born with a big penis. It's documented since the day I was born.
That's what it was. Jesus,
Yeah,
okay.
OBS was playing it and Prism was playing it.
Okay.
There's your problem.
That makes sense. Alright, good. That's crazy. I've always streamed with OBS, but now I'm gonna unpin it from my taskbar. I'm moving up in the world, man. I got Brave Browser and Prism now. Shit I ain't never heard of. Hell yeah, man. So that's fucking dope. Yep, yeah. Yeah, I was confused. I thought you meant. Oh, yeah, okay.
And then hit the change scene thing again.
Yep.
Okay, now
Okay.
people can hear everything again. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Well, sweet. So now everything's. I love that I like just brought over my settings from OBS to here because
This UBE
that saved
why?
me.
I can't hear TTS.
Can't hear TTS now?
Korthlon. You can now.
Oh, okay.
Korthlon. Give it a sec.
Yeah, I fucked up. I had my everything audio off.
Korthlon. He turned off everything.
Yup.
Like a dork.
Like a noob. What are you doing? I don't know.
This UBEEZY. Nah, it's good.
Now this says use my boots, but I don't think it lets me. Let me try. Nope.
No, they're members items, so you can only use them in a members room.
Oh shit. Okay.
Right now you can't currently. But you can throw it
Okay.
in your bank for free. It doesn't take up a slot if it's a members item, so.
Oh sweet. Okay. Well, that's awesome.
Well, it does take up a slot, but it takes up a member slot, so it doesn't stop you from putting food. It's weird.
Oh.
It's weird.
Okay. Well, hell, like this.
Eventually you'll run out of bank space, but not anytime, probably.
Okay.
I ran out of it. A lot.
Yeah, I do tend to pick everything up and deposit it, you know.
Because you're picking up stuff that includes bones, if you want to know an easy way to bury bones.
Yeah.
quickly while killing the same creature. If you put those bones, if you drag them onto one of the hotkeys on the bar,
Yeah.
you drag it to like the equal sign, and then just collect a whole bunch, and then just hold the equal sign, it'll bury every bone one after the other that's in your inventory.
Oh, that is fantastic. Instead of
Yep.
clicking every single one.
Yep. You can just collect a whole bunch of bones,
Nefarious
and then
Baguette.
once your inventory is full,
I
you
don't
just
recognize
hold
the voice. Who is
the
that?
equal sign, and it'll
I'm
just
gonna call him Dr.
bury
RuneScape.
all of the bones you have in your inventory.
Okay. That is
Assuming they
Corthlon
are the
baguette.
correct. Assuming they're the same type of bone that you
Right.
have, obviously.
Yeah, small bones, large bone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Small bone, large bone, dragon bone, adamant dragon bone, runite dragon bone, dagonite bone. There's
Oh
too
my
many
God.
fucking bones.
adamant and rune dragons.
Yeah,
Oh
They-
shit.
I think got added into OSRS at some point.
He said he's gonna call you Dr. RuneScape. Yeah, that's accurate. So
I only have like 300 days worth of time in this game.
300 days, almost a year's worth of time.
Yeah, so how many hours is in a day? 24?
Yeah.
So
Times
it's 7,200 hours in the game, which is not too much, right?
man, nah, not at all. No. That's
I
a
have to
lot.
check my real time. It might not be 300. Log in on Jagex's website. I can go.
I think I've got like 40 hours, maybe. Maybe more, I'm not sure exactly. Now I gotta see. Oh wait, it's not gonna tell me in Steam. Never mind. Here, I just want to test this.
No,
real
and it
quick.
doesn't tell me in Steam either because I played well before Steam was even.
Yeah. In Steam it says I've got like 6 hours, which I know is a lie. I've played longer than 6 hours in one day. So
Mm-hmm.
okay, I think I'm gonna stick with this one. There's so much more shit. It just really sucked like going from old school and then trying to learn this combat, but like for someone
this
that
combat is way.
it's different. For someone that's never played RuneScape, I would just say start with this one then, so that you're not learning the old school one and then come over to here like, wait a minute, it's different. I don't know what's happening now. Like
Oh, I lied. I only have 254 days.
254 days.
So it's 254 times 24, and then plus 9 hours. So 6,100-ish hours.
I thought it was crazy seeing people with like 2,000 hours in Steam. Like, yeah, this game's awesome. Like, well, yeah, I'd say so if you played for 2,000 hours. Like, you don't play a game you hate for that long. Like, someone that like downvotes it. Like, I've got 9,000 hours. Like, trash game. Like, oh my god. I'd hate to see what it looks like on a game that you really like then.
The next level.
So that is awesome, man. So I need to find a bank though.
Necromancy.
Is there like the wilderness, like, all right, so this is the same where like if you go into the wilderness it's PvP.
Wilderness is safe unless you decide to not make it safe.
Okay.
In this game.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go straight into the wilderness and nobody can hurt you.
Oh, well that's
Which-
even better.
Which sounds like I'm baiting you, but I'm really not. You really can in this version. Of
Okay.
just go out into the wilderness.
Yeah, because
It is dangerous because of mobs. There's a bunch of enemies out there now
Oh,
that
but-
have like high damage and are actually mean.
okay, but you don't have to worry about somebody just coming up and one-shotting you.
Correct.
Oh man, no way.
Also, even if you're out there, your coin pouch is safe. So, I believe if you're carrying like a shitload of money, you'll be fine anyways, even if you die.
And it looks like the map is pretty like exact to the other one.
Yeah, all the original zones are pretty much the same. They've just been added onto. There's like a couple more buildings. There's a couple shifts in locations. The graphics are different, so like some of the buildings got moved a little bit
Okay. Well, and
because
what
they
I
changed how a lot of the zones look.
gotcha. What I noticed too is in old school, like a lot of this is blocked off with like a big black box. And this one doesn't. It seems like it doesn't have that. Or I
Yeah,
haven't
so
seen
even
it.
if you're in a non-member world, it shows you all the members areas.
Okay, okay.
There
That.
is still a bunch of zones that's blocked off while we're in this world.
Oh, okay, okay.
So we're still stuck to the wilderness, Valdor, all that stuff. In fact, I can show you what mine looks like. Because you're currently a member, so it's showing you all the zones. I am not currently a member.
Okay.
Let me send you a picture.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it in ground zero because
Okay.
fuck it, why not?
Yeah, yeah. That works.
This is what my map looks like. As you can see, the zones are kind of blocked.
Oh, okay. I see. I see.
Yeah.
So,
But because you're a member, it unhid those for you.
but even if you're not a member, you can still go into the wilderness.
Yeah.
So you could level up still pretty good.
Mhm.
Even if you weren't a member. Well, hell, man. The more I play this and the more I hear about it, this might actually be the better version.
There are a lot of people who will debate that.
Oh, I know. Yeah, yeah.
Fervently, but I also believe that they are wrong.
Yeah, this is good.
But you could probably tell that by the fact that I have this character.
Yeah, I'd say. I feel like
I am
the
relatively poor compared to the average player at my level, though.
really, and you were still able to
Yeah.
give me 100 million gold.
Yeah.
So there's people with billions of gold then.
Oh yeah, they had to change the way that gold caps out in this game so that people could go beyond that. I think now the limit is like 24 quintillion gold, but nobody's ever made it to that, obviously.
Holy shit.
The maximum stack used to be like 2.1 billion gold. They had to change that because people had to trade in other things because too many people had more than 2.1 billion gold.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, damn. That's
I have a total of, in fact, I can just do it because they have something called the wealth evaluator.
Does this one have like plugins also like old
Hit
school?
that button. Then if I include my untradeable wealth, I can hit that button.
Oh, wow.
If you
2.9.
Yeah, if you include what I cannot trade, it's 2.9 billion. If you do not include
Wow.
what I cannot trade, I have 1 billion in tradable wealth.
Dude. Well, holy shit.
Yeah, most of that extra billion is in potions that are untradeable, which I use for killing monsters.
Oh, nice. Holy shit. Well, hell, you could you got some gold. I was not expecting you to have 1 billion. You know, I figured you might have like you know, half that maybe or something, but so you had 1.17 billion. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hell, that'll really
Yeah,
jumpstart me.
In liquid gold, also known as money I can immediately spend and I don't have to trade, in my inventory right now I have 412 million.
Oh shit.
Yep. Like literally on my character right now in my bag.
In your pouch,
Like I can
nice.
literally trade you and show you 412 million gold.
Wow. Okay. Shit.
Which
There's
is, again, not that much in this game.
yeah.
Seems like I'm bragging, but I guarantee you I am not. There are people who have way more than that. There are people who give away money, and they give away a lot of money. In this
Damn.
game, gold.
You guys
is not
doing? This is
worth
very
as
important.
much as it
I guess
is
the Canadian
in
president's
OSRS.
one of the fucking faggots that's
man.
trying to murder me.
End game
And he's
stuff.
choking my cat right
If you
now or
look up, like,
something.
the,
You better
level
step into
9
court,
games
Canadian
here, it's
president.
like, oh yeah, to buy this one weapon, you need like 2.3 billion gold. It's like, cool.
Oh
It's gonna
shit.
take me forever.
Well, what I noticed in old school is there's a lot of like not just bots, but like people trying to scam. Like they'll be like, come
Oh,
over
yeah,
to
that
this
happens to me
this
too.
Discord and
Mhm.
do something, and we'll give you 200 million gold. And it's like
Mm-hmm.
200 million in old school would be you could do a lot of shit, a lot, you know.
That's
So
amount of money in that.
I tried looking up the one person that was saying that, and
Mhm.
I quickly found out, like, yeah, no, this is all bullshit, all of it.
Mhm. Yeah, most of them are fishing for account info, and they're just gonna take your account and use you as the next spam bot. You know.
Yep, yep. Oh, luckily I didn't go through with it. About the home teleport.
Mhm.
Oh shit! So I can, if I press home teleport, it's not like where like it would just immediately teleport me to like Lumbridge. Like I can pick
Mhm.
which one.
Any lodestone you've activated. So if you go to each of those towns and click their little circle stone
Yeah.
thing in their cities, yeah, you just go to whichever ones you want.
Oh,
Um,
that's awesome.
This UBEEZY. Swill DAB Swill
where
TIME.
you going?
Using crack and cocaine.
Oh, it's
get high.
Donis.
That's what you say you love.
Donus 94. Oh my dog.
What's up, man? Damn,
You
yeah.
click Birth Orb? Okay.
Yeah, hell yeah. Because I'm going to go directly to my bank and deposit some of this. What you up to, Donis? Beezy, or you think you're going to finish that desk tonight? Hell yeah, this is fucking sick. So now if I look at my bank, I have, wait,
You've got so many rabbits.
100 million.
I
Oh,
like that you have 100 million gold and 100 million and 36.
Yeah, yep. And 36. Gotta add that extra 36. Every
This
piece of gold counts.
UBEEZY. I just finished this
I
bullshit.
think it's at 120 that it changes to say. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, it did.
This
it does say the
UBEEZY.
100 million.
Donus
Never mind.
skip me a sub.
Must have changed that.
Donus
It was at
94.
20 that
This
it
is
changes
beast.
it
Hello
to
my
say
good lads.
20
How are your
M next to
testicles
it
today?
instead of, you know,
How's shit Swill?
10K
I
or
saw that
whatever,
things are getting better,
or
at least
1000K.
according to the stream title yesterday.
Yeah.
Good to hear, man. Just remember, whatever you do, there is a story so true, there is danger,
Danger
in
in
inhalants.
inhalants. They will
They
break,
will break you
in
in
two.
two, so never sniff inhalants. Yeah, dig?
I appreciate that, Donis. Yeah, man. I just won a pretty big battle in court with my workers' comp shit. So that was a bit of good news. That's the only good news I've had in months. So they can kiss my ass. But yeah, how you been doing, man? You want like, are you still using your time off of work, or was that already over with, the 2 weeks or whatever it was that you were taking off? I forget exactly when that was. It seems like a while ago, but dude, sweet. So there's a GE here, just like, I mean it's the same map. So if I were to,
Mhm.
nice. So I can just walk down. It seems like, okay, there's still the gate there. Okay. I might try to go to the GE. Well, it's not gonna matter because I gotta level up. Well, Was gonna
Jonas
say like I was gonna
94.
look at stuff to buy, but I'm
Oh
so
yeah, it started this week.
low level.
Laughing face, first week off RN. Another 1.5 left. I've been dabbling in the dark sorceries aka amphetamines kappa.
Dark sorceries. Like, this is a better time than ever than to start RuneScape, dude. Considering like I mean I'm just assuming
Donus
that you
94.
don't play it.
My apartment clean sun plum parallel.
My apartment clean, son. So I'm pretty much just gonna level up. Like that's what I'm just gonna pick a skill and just start doing shit.
This
Like,
UBEEZY.
what I was
Yeah.
doing is
I
fletching.
bet Donus been at the house
Don-
fucking blasted swilb lul.
Was just fletching short bows and stringing
Jonas
them, like
94.
picking flax and
LUL what house dude?
Yeah. Fletching, I think, is one of the ones they added entirely to non-members, if I remember correctly.
oh yeah, hell, well that's good, good. Yeah, what I was doing is just picking a bunch of flax, making a bunch of bowstring, and then I'll
This
just chop down a log,
UBEEZY.
convert it to a
LOL the place you live at.
short bow, and then string it and do that over and over. And my plan was to either sell them all at the GE or wait until I have high magic, and
Donus 94.
they have to have high alchemy here.
Ojebated yep.
They
Pretty
have
much
to.
ish.
Yeah.
Lots of
Hey.
lines and weed.
Game spells.
And I'm
And base
assuming it's still 55, right?
Donus 94.
Yep, 55.
Gotta have
Yep.
a nice session every once in a while. Laughing face.
Are correct.
Well, I do already in my bank have you know, the basic wizard stuff, the hat, the book, the wand, all that shit. Wizard gloves, boots, all that shit. So I'm thinking, I wonder if I just work just solely on, no, because I need runes for magic. You know what? I'll just do whatever. I think I'm gonna pick a bunch of flax
Donus 94.
Mm-hmm.
and
If
just
I
do
overdo it,
fletching.
I might summon the satellite man into
I
my
know.
brain kappa.
Where's a good spot to like just grind, like just
Donus
in this cave,
94.
like all these.
He'll choke my non-existent cat with his Jedi powers.
What are you trying to grind?
I
for?
think
Are you
I
fighting?
yeah, I think I'm gonna just use this bronze sword and just do the accuracy or attack, like just focus on attack for now, because that'll come in handy with magic also.
Yeah, then the troll cave is a good start.
Perfect. Hell yeah, man. Dude, this is the second time I've been hooked up on RuneScape. Like, that's really been also like another driving factor
Donus
in the
94.
addiction to it. Like, I'm
This
just
ain't
like, dude,
old
that's
school
so
RuneScape,
fucking...
is it?
No.
I
no.
have no idea about RuneScape at all, but I think the general consensus is that you gotta play old school RuneScape or you're, as HYPHY would say, gay.
Dude, that's what I've been talking about all day. Like, I started off playing old school RuneScape recently, like two weeks ago, and I just been playing it nonstop. And today I finally tried out regular RuneScape, or
Donus
RuneScape
94.
3, whatever you want to call
Who
it.
made you play the original LUL?
No one,
Donus
just
94.
me. I've
Was his fucking Zippy that's a Nova bitch?
Zippy. No.
Donus 94. Or Galaxy?
I've heard
Donus
of
94. Not
RuneScape
Galaxy.
for years.
Goofy Kappa.
And I think like 2 weeks ago I was scrolling through Steam just bored. You know, I didn't have shit to really play, and I was like, you know what, man, I'm gonna finally try RuneScape, like knowing zero about it, you know. And I don't know dick about, like, I'm constantly like, what the hell's going on? But it's super addictive, man. It's fun as hell. There is
Donus
just
94.
infinite amounts of
How
shit.
come you played RuneScape and fucking Guild Wars 2, but never World of Warcraft, dude?
I don't know.
Laughing face.
I don't know. That's a good valid question. Like, why play all this shit, but never play WoW. Like I play Guild Wars and all that shit. Speaking of Guild Wars, dude, Hash finally has the turtle,
Ooh, hell yeah.
and he just today got Secrets of the Obscure. So Hash has really been grinding Guild Wars a lot lately. I think he really wants that Sky Scale.
Nefarious Baguette. WoW is so bad.
I mean, maybe one day I might try WoW again. Like I
Nefarious
think I
Baguette.
played it for like an hour.
There was just a bug in WoW that wiped people's guild banks.
One time
Donus94.
I played WoW.
I've been praying to Allah 5 times a day for Hash to get that damn turtle. Mashallah hamdullah.
How long did you say you played it for?
On the private server, probably a couple of years.
Oh shit. Okay, so you got time in WoW also then.
Yeah, but it was very off and on. Time-wise, probably 400-ish hours.
Is
Okay.
UBEEZY.
But only in private
WoW is
servers.
gay.
Most of my time was spent not on the actual game servers.
Okay. I just couldn't get into it. Like, you know. I
Donut
That's why I like the
94.
private servers, because one
Being
of them
gay
was
is
like
gay.
a raid-only server, so it was like it immediately maxed out your character, and you just were able to play all the raids that were re-scripted, which was really fun.
I see.
And then the other server was everybody has like the GM abilities, so you can like make your own instance, you can place down buildings, you can build like environments. and you
94.
could, like
So who is gay?
basically use a bunch of GM.
Why
style
are you
commands
gay?
Other than like
I am
jam,
gay.
kick, those ones.
Okay.
And that was fun because you had people teleporting around, traveling around, building shit in the middle of nowhere. Like that was pretty crazy. It was like playing
Donus
fucking,
94.
like
JE
like
Sui gay.
creative
This UBEEZY.
Minecraft, but in World of Warcraft
You gay.
levels of just like
Hooray.
people just going out and doing shit. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, Plump helped me set it up and like helped me get all like a bunch of add-ons and stuff, and I just I was trying to play, but also I was playing with him and a bunch of people that were like had been playing for,
Donus 94.
12 years or whatever.
Gearmany.
So like it was kind of like daunting. Like, man, there's no way I'm even getting close to wherever you guys are. Like, there's so much ahead, like so much grinding to do, and that's why I was like, fuck that. But oh shit, I got a fucking a gold charm. Nice.
That's for some.
Yeah, it just said it, but I didn't read it. Used to summon familiars.
Donus
I was gonna say
94.
there's 3 levels.
You from
That's
10S,
not
aren't you?
4, but that's not
At
true.
this UBEEZY.
That used to be true.
This UBEEZY.
Gold, green,
I don't need my
crimson, and
HDMI in if DP is
only
plugged in,
the
right?
lowest tier of familiars.
Okay.
They added others later, like there's an Obsidian one.
This UBEEZY. At Donus 94, you trying to hit on me? I'm not the only 10 I see.
Right.
Don't need HDMI if port I assume is plugged in. That is correct. If you're plugged into a display port, that is your connector port.
I don't
HDMI
need
and
my
display port are the same.
Yeah, no. So you just want this display port, which is what I want, dude. Like right now, I've got this. I mean, once again, it's not some like super fancy, but it's a pretty nice fucking curved monitor, and I'm not running a D port. I'm just using HDMI. So like, it could be better if I was using a D port. Which they're not expensive. They're fucking cheap. I just gotta fucking order one. But yeah, eventually, I have a mount for a second monitor, which I have a second monitor, but I don't have a D port adapter, and
This UBE
I don't really
lot.
have the room.
It's even
for a
better when
second
it's free
monitor.
Swilb satellite.
Yeah, I got
Donus
it all free.
94. Yes, I'm trying to take you out to Arby's and make you feel like a real woman for the first time in your life. Nah, we just had some exciting news from an old Memphis legend, Laughing Face. You know the ski mask trip has.
Yeah. Ski Mask Troopers? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But yeah, this, one of these days, man, I want to get my second monitor set up, and then to where, like, I could have Prism chat up to where I could read both, YouTube and Twitch, and not have to just, look at Twitch through a cell phone. I do like this. This is pretty neat. This is cool.
Donus 94. From the 90s, LOL. Kilo Mac just released a tape out of nowhere last week, after like 20 years,
Yeah.
and it is actually insane how hard it slaps. Laughing Face. Also Kingpin Skinny Pimp is featured on that bitch 4 times, and one track was produced by DJ Sound, which are all Memphis Ogs too. Donus 94. Something crazy is happening and I'm all here for it. Laughing Face.
What'd you say, Cortland?
I was looking through all the things that I have that are worth like a decent amount of money, and I was like, do I need 600 prayer potions? Probably not.
600, nice. Something crazy's happening. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying my hand in multi-streaming. I might set up my kick, I don't know. 13 days ago. He's got 3 subscribers, dude. What? So the other thing, speaking of multi-streaming, I've noticed how, like, when someone's live, like they have like a thumbnail that they can
Donus
use.
94.
I don't know.
Yup,
I don't know
I
how to
only
set,
found out about it last week.
that out. Or set
This
that
guy
up, I mean.
hasn't been active since the 90s, Laughing Face, but the project is fire and some Memphis legends involved.
I'll have to check that out, Donis. That's something that I might have to look into, like YouTube settings maybe, but it doesn't matter. Like right now, I don't. That's not really an issue. But yeah, this is mighty swell. Much better setup. I'm glad Hyphy said something about it. Like, shit, I wish I would have known about this a long time ago.
Donus 94. Come on bruh, not using OBS anymore?
Nope.
How's that treating you?
Well, I literally I've been using it for like an hour. But so far I'm kind of liking it, and plus I have all of my like stuff from OBS just over here, so I've still got like, my Pepe and stuff and my chat box and all that shit. But dude, it's definitely better than OBS, and it's got a built-in thing to where you can multi-stream, not like OBS where you have to install like a separate like
Donus 94.
application.
It looks cleaner. Just
Yeah.
the UI of it?
Yeah, it actually is. And it's got some kind of like built-in effects too. Like if I had a camera, like it's got like effects and stuff to it, I think also. Oh, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I wonder what that means.
It'll give you that warning constantly. It's actually probably fine.
Oh, okay, okay.
YouTube gets mad with Prism's server, but if you actually go and
Okay.
in a second, or in a couple of minutes after that. In fact, let me go check your YouTube. How did that?
Okay.
Wait, what is your YouTube?
Just Swobilly again. Just same shit over and over. Just Swobilly again. Oh, yep.
Is it live, right?
Yeah, it looks
Oh, yeah.
fine. It looks fine to me.
Yeah, stream looks.
I've got 990 videos.
Yeah, for some reason YouTube gets real pissy about getting a
Prism.
stream to it. Like it'll very often tell you that it's not getting high quality, and I
Okay.
used to have it up at all times to look at my YouTube and be like, why? But then it looked fine on YouTube, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, Prism? So I just stopped looking at it. Now, if it says that Twitch is dropping frames, that is accurate. If it says that YouTube is having problems, YouTube's probably not having problems. For some reason, YouTube complains to Prism all the time that, like, hey, I'm not receiving enough data for your resolution or your whatever, and ignore it.
Okay.
It sounds weird to say that, but ignore it. Unless it says YouTube has stopped or YouTube has, like, actually run into a problem. If it just says not receiving enough data, just ignore that.
Okay, gotcha. Alright, yeah, because I've never streamed on anything except Twitch. And then, like, if I'm, like, while I'm streaming, I'll, like, go and run to the gas station or something. I use this site called video.ninja, and then I just link the, that website to a source in here, and I just use my cell phone to, like, stream, like, yeah, there it is, cell phone cam. So then I'll just turn that on and use my cell phone, but it's always stretched weird. Let me see here. Hold on. I just want to test it now. I'm curious. See if it works. Let's see. Yeah, see, it's it
Donus94.
won't ever
You should get into graphic design or 3D modeling.
it won't ever stretch to the full screen, even though it says it is, but it just will not, for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Donus94. I can see you hyper focusing on that, trying to model a realistic ball sack or some shit.
You're recording in portrait mode, right? Not landscape, so it can only go in portrait mode.
Oh, okay. Makes
If you were
sense.
recording in landscape, it would fill out the entire thing.
I gotcha.
Yeah, you're recording in a resolution that is taller than it is wide, so it has to just, like, try to fit the top and bottom to the top and bottom. But you're streaming in landscape mode, which is wider than it is tall.
Makes
If you were to
sense.
stretch it, it would make everything fat. You'd become like the wide Putin meme, where it's just like big old chunky, ultra wide swill. Swill plus 400 pounds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it to stretch because it would make everything like really wide looking. Now, if you can find a way to record in landscape instead, like
Yeah.
hold your phone sideways or some shit.
Yeah, I'm curious if that'll work. Hold on, let me try this actually. I'm just curious here. Let's see, hold on.
And yeah, you're right, Donus. The UI on Prism is fucking clean. Best part that I like about Prism is, unlike Streamlabs that like locks down its programs, Prism lets you use like the normal OBS plugins. So any plugin that works on OBS should, theoretically,
No, it's
work
just
on Prism.
sideways now.
Donus94.
Well, fuck.
Oh, that's nice.
Ah, fuck it. Oh well.
Now, unfortunately, I say that, but my closed captioning plugin just recently broke because Prism updated, and so I gotta wait for it to update.
Oh shit. Gotcha.
I lost my closed captioning because I updated too early. Oh, that is funny. It's sideways though. I wonder if
Yeah,
there's a way to.
I've
Hang
I've
on.
I've tried it. I don't know
This
what.
UBEEZY. Crack.
On the cell phone cam, can you
Using crack and
move the
cocaine
camera then?
to get high.
I've tried.
That's what you say you love. Using crack and cocaine
I've tried doing a bunch
to
of shit
get high.
and like
That's what you say you love.
Donus
Yeah,
it's not
94.
really a big deal.
Plumpir Kolbob.
Like maybe there's a better site out there somewhere, but for whatever reason, like it's got the border, like it's stretched to the screen, but it's actually only like in the center. And I've tried taking it, right? And
Well, it's because
stri-
VDO is probably trying to output like a normal screen. You could fake the rotation. So if you on the cell phone cam, if you right click it, let me open up my own Prism so that I remember what the fuck I'm doing. Like the in the sources, you actually open up
Donus
your
94.
Discord.
What in the fuck are you
not
guys trying to do right now?
telling you
LOL.
things like
okay, hold on.
yeah, okay. I found the buttons.
This UBEEZY. KEKW.
Well, what we're trying to do, what I was saying is oh weird inception. I have a site that I use to stream like when I leave the house and like drive, I'll use video.ninja to then stream from my cell phone while I'm, while I'm still streaming. So I don't have to stop the stream and then start from my phone. I can just leave the stream go and just use this site as a source, and it streams
So-
the video that I have.
Start streaming that video. Open up your cell phone cam and like that up. And
So-
then and then on the cell phone cam, like source in Prism.
People ruin everything for me. Why
Once the camera-
people really
Oh,
think they're
shit,
funny?
okay.
Why people
Hold on,
smell like poop, smell like tea? Yes, why?
So, oh wait, you know what? Hold on. I see settings right here actually. Let me see.
Oh, you found it in video.
Yeah, there's settings for like high resolution. I don't want my face there right now. Let me try this. Nope, that didn't work. Hold on, settings. Let's see.
If you're okay holding your phone sideways to do the stuff, what my idea is to rotate your source 90 degrees. So if you right click cell phone cam in the sources,
Oh yeah.
and you go to transform, rotate 90 degrees, and then I don't know which way is left and which way is right, but whichever way
Okay,
is more
yeah.
correct.
Hold on.
And then yeah,
Um.
so rotate 180 if you want. Flip it the
There we
other way.
go.
There you go. And then move it towards the middle of your screen, and then drag both the right and left side all the way to the edges of your screen.
Whoops. Oh shit. Of course.
Oh,
There
you have
we
it
go.
in mode, which is a bit weird, but yeah, that's fine.
There we go.
And then all you have to do is, if you want it to be in landscape mode, you just make sure your phone is sideways. when you're
Holding it
streaming like
sideways.
that.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
sick. Thank you, dude.
That's your camera mode from now on.
Oh, that's
Remember that, and don't accidentally have it the other way and be holding yourself upside down the entire
yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah. Oh, that's what's up, dude. Thank you. Well,
Yep.
awesome. Sick.
No worries. I literally only use Prism, so I kind of learned all the bits and bobs at this point.
That's good. That's much better. That is much better than what I've been doing, because I just recently did a cooking stream where I attempted to cook chili, and I had it like stretch so much that some like Baguette said that my kitchen looked huge, and like I had a massive fridge, and I was like, no, it's small, it's tiny. It's like, oh, it's because the resolution stretched or whatever. But sweet, I'll make sure to hold my phone to the left, tilt it left when I go out from now on. That's awesome. Yeah, this is awesome, man. I have definitely gotten into some new shit tonight. I fucking started RuneScape 3, streaming from another service, multi-streaming, which, you know, I still like am mainly focusing on Twitch. I don't.
Nefarious Baguette.
Maybe if somebody sees me on
Thank you, Dr. RuneScape.
YouTube, they'll come over to Twitch. But thank you, Dr. RuneScape. Fuck yeah. Dr. RuneScape. That's awesome. Oh, level up. Oh, that's also awesome. I can just hold a button and bury them all, man. That's fucking sick. What I wish it had was a sort all, though. So I didn't have to, like, drag stuff into, like, to get it
Yeah, there's
organized.
No sort.
Yeah, I
It would
wish,
be nice, but
like, you know, I figured they don't have it on old school. They gotta have it on the new one, but no. Oh well. It's not like there's 100 slots or anything. It doesn't take that long.
oh, yeah. Oh, there we go.
Sweet.
Korthlon. What is this swill? Who'd watch this?
Oh shit. Nice. Oh yeah. Let me check out. You said you uploaded VODs and stuff, man. I will
You can see my old ass mom. I have some really old shit in there, so like, you know.
Damn, you've had this channel for 16 years.
Yeah.
Man, I'm really salty that I lost my channel from 2012, man. I was not happy, man. And then I made this one in like two years ago, I think. Nice. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, man! I'll have to check out your channel.
I appreciate the subscription.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I just got this mass of just bullshit, man, and you know, like I like how somebody will come across like one of like my 9, 10 hour, 12 hour streams, and they're like this shit's fucking 12 hours. Like, what is this? There's no way this is 12 hours. Like, yeah, just 12 hours of this. AFK videos. Hell yeah. Sweet. is it not letting me pick that up?
Still, you got a bunch of subs. You got a bunch of subs, man. 100 and something.
Yeah, 163 or some shit. I think it was mostly like one-to-one. Like starting off, anytime I got a sub or like a follow on Twitch, they would also follow me on my YouTube. So like, and then I got a couple of shorts with not many views, like 30,000 or so or whatever, 40,000. Just shit that I basically stole and clipped, and so like that got some like artificial ones, you know, people you know, you'll find a bunch of people that'll just follow you and then immediately mute you. Like they just give you the follow. Like that's fine. That's totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, they still can't. You know?
Okay, one second here. Okay. Oh hell yeah, give me that shit. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be throwing some time into this RuneScape now. I've got to level up my skills so that I can spend all this gold. I got. There is no point in spending it now and wasting it on like low level shit. Like I'm perfectly fine with just like crafting like fucking iron armor.
Make your own shit.
Yeah, but then later once I'm a little bit leveled up, like I'd say like in my 50s or whatever,
Spend it all on logs.
Spend it all on logs. Yes, I'd like to spend 100 million on logs, please. Like not even magic logs, just oak logs.
One of the things I was doing recently, the most recent thing I was doing was trying to level up fire making, which is basically just I bought a bunch of logs and then started sitting around a fire and doing nothing.
So you just make fires and level up.
So in RuneScape 3 there's something called bonfires. When somebody lights a fire, you can just sit around that fire throwing logs into their fire, and you just like all sit around it.
Oh, nice.
So you don't have to worry about like spam clicking the logs. It's a little bit slower than spam clicking the logs,
Oh, that's
but you get bonuses if you're doing it with people. And there are people who put down special items that are like a custom version of a bonfire that you get extra experience for.
oh, that's
You
sick.
just go to those groups, you get a whole bunch of bonuses for everybody just throwing in a bunch of logs.
That is awesome. There's so much to this game.
It's a lot of shit. Oh, so much shit that's built up over... How long? How old is this now? 20 plus years? It is 23 years old. And I played for 19 of those, I think. On this character.
That is sick, man. I wish I could have a game where like I've played it for that Skyrim, but Skyrim's not like a game that I've played like I mean I've been playing it since it came out, but I haven't been playing it like constantly since then. But this game, like had I found this back in the day, I would have most certainly been playing this still. This is quickly becoming one of my favorite games. Okay, there we go. Shit. I'm gonna just drop these like grimy things real quick. Oh, they all disappeared. Shit. Oh well. I was trying to take all these bones. There we go.
Yeah, there's a lot of people killing in there.
Oh
You can
wow,
always get a
yes
whole
there
bunch of free
is.
bones
Holy
at all
shit.
times, pretty much.
Yeah, but my fucking inventory is all filled up with food and stuff, so like
Got a whole bunch of shit.
yeah. Trying to drop all this okay. Nice, okay. So this is the area where people hang out and grind. Yeah, these trolls are insanely easy.
Yeah, you'll eventually want to switch up to, like, when you get steel armor, once you've made full steel, you
Yeah,
might want to switch over to, like, zombies
okay.
hounds, because they give you better loot. Guards, specifically, because they can give you grapes that are worth, like, 2k each.
Oh, nice.
But also, they're worth more experience to kill. The higher a level the creature, the more experience they're worth. Right now,
Okay.
you're basically just, like, you know, 2 or
Minor.
3 tapping
Yeah.
level 1 creatures, which are like
Does the wilderness still have like levels to it? Like, you know how like there's like different
Yeah, I think
zones
so.
kinda?
I believe.
So like maybe I could go up there at like a certain point and just start grinding out like a, you know, like the lower tiered enemies out there. Hell yeah.
Yeah, Wilderness these days is completely opt-in, so if you don't want to PvP, you don't have to.
That's also awesome because that's what I was worried about with old school is getting fucking one-shotted. Like, you know, they had something like PK prevention or some shit, but I luckily like it kind of warns you like before you go out to the PvP area, like, you know, hey, if you go out here you could lose all your shit. And like I was planning on just getting like a shitty set of armor and just going out there and trying it, but I know that there's people out there with like the best shit, and like, you know, they've been playing for 20 years and can just one-shot you. So I was expecting to die, but that's also good. Like, I can go out to the wilderness and not worry about getting just annihilated by some dude.
Yep, now you can explore the wilderness, you can do the quests that require wilderness stuff without having to work it out.
I gotta tell
Anybody
Goofy
just-
all this shit. He is definitely gonna want to switch. He spent a lot of time grinding old school though. Like he's put in a lot of fucking hours. But I'm gonna have to share this knowledge with him and tell him like, hey man, you are in fact better off playing this version.
He spent a lot of time in it. He might have
Yeah.
sunk cost into it. You know, he might just want to keep doing it.
Yep. Well, I'm at least gonna
There
tell
are
him.
people who swear by that version too. So
Well, luckily I haven't really played it like that long, for me to be like dead set on it. Like nope, I'm not changing. I'm playing only old school. So I see how this is definitely better. Which I'm happy now because like instead of putting in and grinding like everything to 99 in old school and then trying to come to this one, at least I can stop while I'm, you know, like and start on this one. Just I'm just gonna spend my time and grind RuneScape 3. The movements and stuff are better too. Like it's definitely smoother.
yep, they've had a long time to build this game back up, or you know, build it up compared to old school then took at the time.
Yeah.
I think it was like, I don't know if it was like, it was a while before they even began working on OSRS as like a, hey, the old version, you guys wanted it back? Well, here you go.
Yeah.
And by then it was already like, you know, a year worth of innovation into this game. Had.
Yeah, so
There are
there.
some better parts in OSRS some cut out from this game that are like more the old style, but
For the
I
most
ended
part,
up, you know, yeah.
that's
I ended up
awesome.
playing this game the entire way through, so
Oh
I
shit.
just stuck with it.
Damn nice. Yeah, I want to
I
eventually
think it's
be
pretty decent.
able to fight like dragons and shit.
Oh yeah. Non-members can fight up to blue dragon, I think. I don't remember where they are.
Oh, that's awesome.
But you can fight greens and blues. For sure. I just
Sweet.
don't remember where the blues are. That non-members can. You can use some.
I do have a guide. Like it's like a Goofy sent it to me. It's like a RuneScape guide site. But it might specifically be for old school. I don't know.
It would be, yeah, it would probably be specifically for old school.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Probably. Nice.
Let's see. Location. Oh yeah, the wilderness. The wilderness for the blue draggies.
Sweet. Well, that's definitely something I'm gonna be doing ASAP.
Out red dragon. Next. You can also fight red dragons. Those are also non-members. That's the
Oh,
higher
cool.
one beyond. Like black dragons, which are the highest value. Yeah, that's where it cuts off. Okay, so you can fight green, blue, and red dragons.
Okay.
With the red being the like.
Oh well, that's
There is
good.
a quest called Dragon Slayer though, so technically there's a named one as well.
Do they have like
Actually,
a
yes.
like a quest tracker like I could see every oh yes there is. Yep, right here.
They do indeed. Yep.
Here it is.
They have a quest tracker. You can set it to sort by can be done currently. You can set it by like you can turn it off so that like it only shows you quests that you can do right now, which is kind of nice.
Fit free members link progress maybe.
No. So in the
Let's see.
the filter, so the thing that looks like a little nail.
Yeah.
If you click show lock, so that disappears.
I'll click it. Okay.
Yeah. So now you won't see ones that are locked.
And then they got progress where it's like alphabetical area combat.
Yeah. I'm so used to sorting it by free/members.
Okay.
But timeline might be a good way to do it. Just
Okay.
So that you can see like the history of RuneScape. Might be interesting.
Yeah,
Um,
this makes more
yeah.
sense. Cook's assistant.
So that's where you would start. And red means you haven't done it yet. Yellow means you're in progress. Green means it's done.
Okay. Well, hell yeah, that might actually be
Oh yeah, it'll tell you the items too. So if you want to prepare the items before you start the quest, you can
Perfect.
grab the items before you even start, which is kind of cool.
go to the GE like or
Mhm.
to your bank or whatever if you need it. Fuck
I
yeah.
always go to the GE and just buy everything like
Yeah.
listed as the hey, you'll need these items before I even start the quest.
Oh, nice. So I got a treasure hunter key. Treasure hunter on a member's world. Okay. Okay. Oh, nice. Well, shit, that is
Yeah, treasure hunter is the thing that I told you you'll get random stars from. You'll get random experience boosts, random whatevers. Technically, you can buy keys, but like don't, because you get so much of it, and like the game's
Okay.
pretty easy. There's no reason to pay money beyond membership in this game.
gotcha. Yeah,
There are
yeah.
people who are whales just like any other online free game where they spend a shitload of money on whatever, and they're like, hey, I got to max level by spending,
Yep.
$2,000, and it's like, good for you, bud.
Yeah, yeah. I hope that was rewarding.
Mhm.
Yeah, no.
Hope you enjoyed that. I enjoy sitting back, doing a skill, have YouTube open to the side, or
Yeah.
have like, stream open, out with some friends,
Yep, exactly. Grind it out.
I'm not gonna spend $2,000 on the game just to not be able to play the game anymore.
Yeah, no,
Like,
that's like the same as cheating, and that's boring.
Mm-hmm.
Like anytime I've ever done like cheats and stuff on shit, I'm like, wow, this sucks now. Like Valheim, I was doing console commands and was like, well, this sucks now. Like I didn't have to grind like and get
Yeah, you didn't have to put the effort forward to get the materials to
Yep.
get the stuff, so you're just like, oh yeah, it's just all free.
yeah, it sucks now. Like now it's boring.
I understand.
Yep. That's so after that I was like no more cheating on stuff. Because I really loved Valheim and I ruined it by doing that. Like giving myself like the best armor and weapons and all that stuff. I'm like, well, what's the fucking point now? Like I don't have to try.
Police coming straight from the underground. A young nigga got it bad 'cause I'm brown.
Fuck the police.
Heading straight from the underground.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, this is awesome. And having the better graphics make it that's a nice bonus too, but
There. Welcome to my humble abode.
Yeah, now you will find for a lot of the like old content they haven't passed back over yet, it'll have graphics that are similar to OSRS. But most areas have been converted to this new graphical
okay.
fidelity.
Gotcha.
Basically, they've been upgrading in parts as much as they can. Most of the game is upgraded, but there's some stuff like you'll go to like you do like the lunar quests, like the lunar island stuff, it looks like it does in OSRS because they haven't updated it in 10, 15 years. Whatever.
Okay, I got you. Damn, I put that coin away in the bank and I needed it. I did not realize. I do that shit constantly. Or like as soon as I get stuff, I want to throw it, in the bank. I did that with like a witch's quest where, like, I needed the key and I got the key and then I went back and put it in the bank, and then when I finally made it back there, I was like, oh fuck, I actually needed that key. Shit. So.
Yeah, quest
Similar.
items are. Luckily, most quest items only last for that quest. So, like, while you're doing a quest or while you're doing a thing, you can kind of just like that one thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You don't have to just carry it forever.
Ooh, some unfortunately do last. Some have interesting like side things you can do with them. Like, there's a ring that you get in one of the quests that lets you like in lore it lets you see invisible things.
Oh shit.
And it's like, oh cool, I'm gonna use this for this one quest, and that's it. However, they've also secretly hidden some people every now and then. So like in some other quests and in some zones and in one major event, that ring actually let you see people who were invisible. And it's like, oh shit, that's actually kind of cool. Like they gave that quest item an ability outside of that quest, which was kind of nice.
Oh wow, shit, that's cool.
Yeah, there was a big event where like you were slaying a giant like boar god. We were literally riding on its back while we were killing it. The Charon ring, the one that lets you see invisible things, would let you see a herald of a different god who was like watching everybody, just like chilling on the back.
That's
being,
neat.
Like, you couldn't join their team, but you could talk to him, and he's like, "Hey, I see you. I see you're one of us. Awesome, but we're more or less just watching right now.
Oh shit.
You can't join us, but it's cool that you know that I'm here now."
Yeah. Hell yeah, that's fucking sick.
And they like to hide stuff. There's Easter eggs all over the game, so like if you do stuff in timeline order, you'll probably start finding things that you're like, oh shit, wait, that's a reference to this from before.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
As somebody who's just starting to play, it's kind of just a cool nod to something you already did. As somebody who played it for almost 20 years, it's weird seeing a quest that's like 20 years old be referenced in a brand new quest line, and it's like, I
Okay.
did that quest 20 years ago, and it was
Right.
awesome.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
right. Well, fuck yeah, man. This is
A lot of the newer quests also have things where like you'll have special dialogue if you've done a previous quest, which is kind of cool.
Okay, I got you.
That's only like the newest quests that do that though. Anything from like 5-ish years ago to now, they tend to add extras that are like, hey, you did a bunch of things that a person who just now started would not have done. You get special dialogue.
Man, I really can't wait to get all of my shit leveled up. Like, oh yeah. So is agility a members only thing in this, like it is in the old school one?
Yeah, I think you can only go to level 5 agility in non-members.
Oh, okay. Oh, it says all gnome agility course. So
Yeah, here.
Faldor
Yeah,
combat.
there you go. Level 5 is the limit for non-members.
Okay.
Anything beyond 5 is not possible, and it actually won't level beyond 5 if you're in a non-member world.
So
Um,
let me ask you this: like, if I were to get my agility up to level like 50 or whatever, while I'm a member, and then at some point I become not a member, does that agility go away, or do I still have it?
no,
Like,
you'll still have it. In non-members world, it will say that you are, say you made it to 50. When you're in a non-members world, it'll say you're level 5 out of 50.
Okay. Okay.
So it's like, hey, you're level 50, but you can only use up to level 5 while you're here.
Okay.
And if you gain new experience in it, you do not actually gain new experience. But when you go back to a members world, it'll be like, hey, you're back to 50 out of 50, and while you're here, you gain experience.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I was wondering
So
like,
and
then
there's
if
a few skills that do that. Agility, Herblore, Slayer, Hunter, Nation and Farming, I think,
so
and Construction.
so I'm assuming that they also have like members only like armor and weapons.
Yes.
So if I become a non-member, it'll what? Just like put it in the bank or?
No,
Like,
you can put it in the bank. You'll actually keep wearing it, but it'll have no stats if you already had it on.
okay.
But you can always just put it back in your bank. In non-member worlds, you have to use non-member items in order to actually have statistics. But if
Okay.
you're not worried about stats and you're just like walking around with a friend, like what I was doing, you
Yeah.
can wear anything. It doesn't really matter.
Okay. Okay. Well, now I know because I kind of asked similar shit about old school. Like, well, if I'm a member now, what the fuck happens when I become a non-member? So now I
Yeah,
know.
the same stuff happens in OSRS too, for a lot of it.
Okay. Well,
Similar systems, they're owned by the same company,
yeah,
you know.
makes sense. Well, that's good to fucking know. Now,
Yeah. You never lose anything. You just can't do it until
Can't
you get
use
a
it.
membership pack.
yeah. Okay. Well, shit. I have officially 29 more days of it, so. And
Yeah.
to be honest,
You should-
I wouldn't be opposed to spending the whatever, 12, 13 bucks to be a member anyway.
Yeah, the way I do it, if I know that I'm going to be playing for a while, like if I'm getting back into RuneScape,
Yeah.
if I know I'm going to be playing for like at least 6 months or so, I will buy the like Premier membership, which is like actually super cheap compared to what it's supposed to be.
Okay.
It's like $70, I think, for the entire year.
Oh, versus like 10 a month or 12
Yeah,
a month, whatever.
And you get extra bonuses on top of that. So not only is it cheaper,
You get more
overall,
shit.
you also get a lot more shit, but you have to pay it all immediately.
Yeah, right.
So you're like buying another, $70 to $80 game
Yeah, every
right
year.
off the bat.
But yeah,
And it only lasts a year. So like it does disappear at the end of the year. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like if you don't play, you just wasted
yep.
$80.
Yeah, it's not like it's a year's worth of playtime. It's
Yeah.
real
It's a
time.
year from when you buy it. Yeah.
Well, depending on
kinda
how,
sad.
depending on how much I get into this, which I'm really loving it. I might not be opposed to doing this. Like that'd be sick.
Yeah, if you go deep down the rabbit hole that is RuneScape 3,
Yeah.
you start getting skills that are like, hey, all of my skills are like 50 and 60. And then,
Yeah.
maintaining a membership is like the next goal.
I am for sure.
And you already have a membership right now, so theoretically you could just go to the members world and like try
Yeah.
to do some of the members and see how they work.
Yep. That's what I was doing with old school. I was going around and trying to like level up my agility as.
Yeah, in fact, if you want to keep doing combat, what I recommend you do, because you are a member technically, is go to a member's world, go to a Slayer Master, get a Slayer task, and do that
And
as your combat training.
do Slayer tasks.
Yeah, do Slayer tasks as your combat training. It's basically the same goal as you would have in OSRS, where because you're a member, you're gonna level up your Slayer and your combat at the same time by doing whatever task they tell you to do.
Okay, and okay. You know
'Cause
what?
the only way to level up Slayer is to do a task on task.
Okay.
So it's gonna have you kill things. You might as well just get your experience points by leveling using Slayer.
So when it
If
says
that makes sense.
activity, yeah. When it says activity and it says trade, like what? Like this is just a server where people mostly like come in and just trade shit. Like it doesn't
any
affect
activity.
like
Yeah,
the
no,
world.
Yeah, most activities don't
Nefarious
matter.
Baguette.
The ones that do are
Fancy shoes.
legacy only.
Okay,
And
I
I
see.
think that's the only one that matters. Hang on, let me open up my.
Yeah, it says player
Uploads.
killing.
So legacy only changes what your fighting style is. It gets rid of all of the skills, and you fight as if you're playing OSRS. Like it's just weapons and punching, and that's that. You know, you're just weapon and weapon, no skills, none of the jazz.
Okay.
The skill total ones also will lock you out if you don't reach the skill total, obviously.
Yeah. Okay.
VIP server, you need to have the premier membership to go to.
Ah. Okay. So who would I normally get Slayer tests from? Toriel, whatever. Get task.
You're only like level 2. You can get it from the dude who's like right here. Yeah, Ariel will work.
Got any tips for me? Trolls when I was there. There's a cave to the northwest. Oh, now he does give me like this this gem. Do I have to have that on my person or?
You do not. No.
Oh, so I can keep it in the bank.
Correct. Yeah, it's a communication gem, which is almost not needed nowadays. It's actually used to upgrade something later.
Okay.
But nobody uses it for what it was originally intended for anymore because there's a I'm not sure if you have it. Oh yeah, up near your mini map, there's a thing that looks like a little skull icon that has a 15. If you click that skull, it'll pop out a little menu that tells you what you're currently hunting.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, hell.
Which is basically what the gem used to do. The gem used to tell you how many more like things you were supposed to go kill, but
Yeah.
nowadays everybody just uses that instead.
Oh well, hell yeah.
Just sitting there.
So as long
It'll
as
tell you like, hey, yeah, you've got 15 ogres to kill. And then
okay.
once it reaches 0, you're given points. You go back to a Slayer Master and you get a new task.
Oh, dope. Because I wasn't sure, like in old school, like if I had to physically carry that gem, or if I could
in
leave
old
it.
school, you also do not have to carry the gem.
Good to know.
It's purely used to contact your Slayer Master or see like how many more things you need to kill.
Sick.
Yeah.
Good to know. That's awesome.
So now with each troll you kill, you'll gain experience for whatever combat style you're using and Slayer experience. Until your task is over, you grab a new task and you do the thing over and over again.
Oh, perfect. So that's
Slayer points will also be super useful later because there's a bunch of items you can get with them.
sweet. So that is exactly the plan. Is I'm gonna just work on Slayer tasks now.
I believe once you reach level 5, Turiel will tell you to go somewhere else.
Okay.
Next Slayer Master is... Oh no, once you reach 30 combat, they'll tell you to go to Edgeville. Once you reach 50, they'll tell you to go to Canifis. And once you
Okay.
reach level 75, they'll tell you to go to Zenaris.
So I got
That's
a
the
while.
location. Yeah.
I got a while. Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool. I can just chill and work on these trolls.
And then there's some like higher level ones that you get later, which is also pretty cool. As of right now, the dude that you're talking to will handle your tasks. There's a person in Lumbridge, which was that town you had teleported to.
Yeah. Okay.
There's apparently a Slayer Master there who can also give you tasks if you want. He'll probably give you similar tasks, but it'll be like goblins and cows and what else is there? Rats, I think, are there.
Oh, yeah, so that's something I was working on with old school was Slayer tasks, and I got up to level like 25 or so. And they had me fighting like moss giants and giant bats and shit.
Yep, your thing, and it's a great way to get experience both for combat and for wait, good lord, I couldn't for a second there. So you're leveling up multiple skills all at once.
Yeah, that's awesome. I wanna.
As much stacking of skills as you can do, you should do whenever
Yeah.
possible.
Makes sense. So I'm basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just switch between strength, attack, and like do you normally just leave all three of these checked? Like if you were to level them up, like would you do them all at the same time, or would you just have like one?
I
like-
would probably have them all checked.
Just to
But you're just getting experience for all of them.
split
Seeing as you're
them.
doing Slayer at the same time, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because you're already doing Slayer as well. Is your strength higher than your attack and defense right now?
I think my strength is 10 and my attack, or my strength is 9, my attack is 10, and my defense is 7.
Okay, so either equalize them and then boost strength. Well, no, because attack is... You're planning on getting items quicker, then having them all even is probably fine.
Okay.
As even as possible.
Okay.
Because attack and defense are what determines the weapons and armor you can wear.
Yeah.
Strength purely determines the amount of extra damage you do just for being you. So regardless of what weapon you have, if your strength is high, you can do a chunk of damage with it.
Yeah.
But upgrading your weapons makes you more accurate. So I guess the best way to say it is that attack is your accuracy, strength is your damage, defense is your ability to block or dodge.
And wear armor and shit.
With the extra of attack also is what's required for the higher levels of weapons.
Okay.
If you want to upgrade to iron. Actually, I think iron is level 8. Whatever. If you wanted to upgrade to like steel or something, you need like 5 or 10 attack.
I think I'm gonna try to level these out. Like I'm gonna get them all to 10. So I'm just gonna work on these two for now.
Yep.
And then I'll just do them all three at the same time and just keep doing Slayer quest. I think that's my best bet.
Oh, iron is at level 10. That makes total sense. I forgot that they changed it. I have such old knowledge on this stuff that sometimes I forget that they updated things.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, iron is at level 5, steel is at level 10. It's like, no. Oh, they moved those. You're stupid.
Yeah.
I forgot they moved everything onto the 10s. So it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 for all the base equipment.
Yeah. Well, that is at least I have a plan now. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna level up my shit. Oh, nice. Slayer level 4. Hell yeah, I'm gonna level this shit up and then do them all three at the same time while I'm doing Slayer. Strength is 10, perfect. Perfect. Now, let's see. Now I'm just working on defense till 10, and then, hell yeah. Oh, I love this. At some point, I'm gonna have to make some eat. I have not eaten really, but this is so addictive. I've been doing all this shit.
Oh yeah, shit, it's almost midnight. I should fuck. Oh,
Sweet. Well,
handed
shit.
off some money to you, and now I gotta hop.
Well, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for all the help, dude.
Yeah, no worries.
You have
I'll
a good
try to
night.
tune in as often as I can.
Yeah, man. Yeah, appreciate you stopping by, dude.
Have a wonderful rest of your night and get some fucking food.
Later, man. Take it easy, dude.
Bye.
Later. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass some of this knowledge. You like that one? I'm gonna have to pass some of this knowledge on to Goofy and see what he thinks. I know he's pretty far into the old school one, but man, it's worth swapping over now that I understand it better. Cause I was almost at the point where I was like I don't want to change. I don't like change. But it's better. It's most certainly better. You get used to the combat. It's not like that big of a deal.
Ubicus. When I'm scrolling IG and find the Plan B girl.
Did you actually find her? No way. Hold on. You found her. I don't have an Instagram.
Cortlan. Don't forget your next Slayer task. You are at 0 remaining to kill.
Oh yeah, right. Good. I'm glad you mentioned that. It is. You just randomly found her? Yep, that's her. Yep.
Nefarious Baguette. She seems like a lovely woman.
Yeah, lovely.
Ubicus. God is good.
God is good. What's up, bub? I have to force myself to take a break from this and get some eats and stuff. Get some of them there eats. I can come back and I'll go and do the Slayer shit.
Nefarious Baguette. Take a break and play some Ozris.
Yeah, take a break and then go and play some old school. Why is it not letting me log out? Hold on.
Ubicus. I need to pass out but took a late nap and hear WERR.
Yep. There we go. There we go. I think I'm gonna make I got these beef hot dogs in like a natural casing. And I think I'm gonna air fry them.
Nefarious baguette. Better be a pic of that food on the disc.
I got you. I got you.
Boobicus. So it's made from intestines.
Basically, yeah. Yep. Ain't nothing better than intestine stuffed with beef, dude. Mmm.
Maybe that other one
Boobicus.
braids are too tight.
The good stuff.
Something going on.
The good
Somebody
stuff,
taking that
man.
collard green something. I mean, the pig's feet they ate is probably was.
I'm gonna
Oh,
damn, yeah, I'm feeling
Hey,
fucking
Kevin.
nauseous, dude. I gotta get some
Hey,
food.
yeah, I think that's a capacity thing. For you to sit there at that, watch that debate, and think he's for after. I mean, you can't have a conversation with those ladies. Yeah, she said at the very end, "I'd rather be locked up under Kamala's rule than vote for Donald Trump."
Kamala's
No,
rule,
see, You
dude.
got a capacity thing. That's not what she said. Then. What'd she say? I think you got a capacity issue going. She said, "I'd rather be locked up." She rather under for Trump Kamala's rule. Yeah, let's go to it. Man, here we go. I got a capacity thing. You got a
Boobicus.
capacity thing going.
Yes,
You must have
queen.
missed something.
Yes, queen. Slay. Slay, bitch.
We're powered.
Slay,
Boobicus.
bitch.
Slay.
Slay, bitch.
Did you hear what he said at the debate?
What did it say?
Slay, bitch.
Have an abortion afterwards. Yeah, he said you can have an abortion afterwards.
See, I don't get that.
He's fighting
What the fuck is have an abortion after birth? That's no longer abortion, right? Like, if kid's born and you're like,
Boobicus. Murder.
yeah, I mean, I don't get into that shit. Like, I don't whatever, but just the terminology of it, like abortion after birth, like I think that no longer qualifies as an abortion. But what do I know, dude? The fuck do I know? Abortion after birth. I thought they were just like fucking up, like wrong. Like no, that's not what that's called. It's called killing, right? Like you're taking something that is now alive and making it not.
Boobicus. I'm just trying to find out how it's not before birth though.
Yeah. I don't.
Need some milk.
That is a good point. I don't know either.
against abortions after birth.
I don't think so. I don't think that's not what he was saying.
That is the
He's fighting for abortions after birth. You know what that means?
he is definitely not for abortions after birth. He was talking about in Virginia, the governor before the one today. So what about Kamala?
Boobicus. It's not murder is an abortion.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I kind of checked out because just hearing like ignorant people talk, I can't deal with it, so my brain shut down. Well, I already know something. I already know something going on. Just how she said error. She said error. Like making a mistake. She didn't say error like E-R-A. She said E-R-R-O-R. Error. Under our error. Hey, it was kind of funny how that woman said, bruh. See what these women need? They need a good man in their life. Good conservative man. Hey Kim, what you talking about? What conservative man is gonna get with that? Oh, what's wrong with you? Hey man, are you in your period or something? No, why would a conservative man get with that?
Boobicus.
What did you think?
I was almost aborted.
Keith, man, will you calm down? Maybe a moderate, not a conservative. No, that's what you said. After we dated those, after we got married to those black women,
Boobicus.
I'm sorry.
So close yet so far.
After we married those two black women, we both looked at each and said, yep, never again. You married a Mexican, I got me a Mexican. Yep, sure did. Now she's an American citizen. was a good girl, good woman. She's a Trump supporter. I don't think. Shut up. And guess what? They Trump supporters now. Y'all can thank me for that.
Yeah, my wife, when I came out,
I took two of these women, it's ruining our country. Made them into Trump supporters. Harsh Twins did that.
Hey,
I'm taking my country back.
I wish there was a way where you could you have to have a license to vote.
Yeah, I do too. But you know what the first thing they're gonna say?
What?
Well, that's racist because black people have low IQs. That's the first thing they're gonna say.
You knew who got the highest IQs?
Jews. Well, that's Then it's Asian people.
Hey, did you have to
And
pay
it's the
extra
white
when the midget took a shit on your lap?
Guess who dead last? Don't say it. They'll say you're racist. I mean dead last. After everybody else.
No, you see a race? It's like first, second, third, fourth, fifth.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the person nobody waits to watch across the finish line. The race been over for 5 seconds. Here come black people at the end. In IQs.
No, they ain't running like this. They dragging enough.
What? Show's over. It was a joke.
Yeah, good old General Lee.
Oh, we're in Dixieland with our giveaway.
Give it away.
A little Southern Pride. We giving away a General Lee 1969 Dodge Charger 426 Hemi. It's a lot of Hemi. Come with $10,000 in cash. Now I gotta ask you, who's your favorite two black guys? Go to VentureHardTwins.com. Anything you buy on the site gets you automatically into the win. Yeah.
No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. See official rules for details.
Yeah.
YouTube, we got a food review for you cool cobras.
Okay.
Beavis and Watson, London broiled roast beef and
I'm just in the
cheddar
middle of
wraps.
trying to make some food and stuff, man. Fucking
Beavis
haven't
and
eaten all
Watson
night,
makes really good
starving to
cheese.
death.
And they also make delicious wraps too, by the looks of it.
Starving, man. Make some
Tab off
fucking
this
nachos
motherfucker. Let's
and
open it up.
a beef hot dog, I think. Nachos and a
What do
beef
you
dog.
think?
Boobicus. Swill working third shift.
Come in
Yeah,
2
basically.
slices.
Yep.
London beef roast. Or it's a London broil roast beef and cheddar wrap.
Man, I always worked first shift, dude. Fucking 4 a.m. to
London
noon
broil roast beef and cheddar wrap.
for years. Get up at 3 a.m.
Looking pretty fresh.
Make it
Let's
to
have
work
a
by
go
4.
at it.
Boobicus. Same.
I used to hate it, dude. Like I fucking hated getting up, you know, that early. But you know,
I like
but
the seasoning they put on it.
turns out that I hated second shift even worse than I did first shift. So I was like, you know what? I'll stick
The
with
lettuce
first
has
shift.
a nice fresh crisp to it.
Third shift's fucking even worse, man. Cause like, you know, you're waking up at fucking 6 p.m. getting ready, you know,
Boobicus.
get to work by.
Doing overtime to not see the sun.
Yep. Yeah. Fuck that. It was always nice getting off at noon, and then you know the day's like you know you got the rest of the day. But I was always in bed by fucking 7 p.m. You know, so you know you do get off earlier and you got the day, but you're in bed with the old folks. You know. Same time. Same time, just like going like, oh yeah, oh shit, it's 7 p.m. I gotta go to fucking bed.
At your local grocery
Boobicus.
stores.
Third shift always fucking up.
P.S. and Watson.
Yeah, dude.
London broiled
Yep.
roast beef and cheddar wrap.
Yep, always. Come into a fucking
You two little
disaster.
wrap chopped in half.
Come into
I
a
love
fucking
P.S. and
disaster.
Watson's cheeses. Their wraps are pretty good too. I got an Italian one I might review the next time. What do you cool cobras think? Would you eat that? Because I'm eating it.
Would you eat that? Because I'm eating it.
Excuse me, Benchett.
What's that?
Excuse me, I said excuse me. How are you doing today? Merry Christmas.
Damn, I'm fucking hungry,
No, I
dude.
just had a question
Man,
to
like,
you. Do you have
I thought I was hungry earlier, which I never eat like during the day, so I started feeling nauseous. I'm like, man, maybe I gotta eat something. So I inhaled like a bunch of fucking chili, and then I felt like shit for a couple hours, and then I'm right back to feeling like the same way, like nauseous and hungry, man. I wonder if I got a fucking tapeworm or some shit. 30-foot tapeworm in my intestines. Like I keep eating, but I'm still fucking hungry. Like I feel like I'm starving. I feel like I haven't eaten in days.
Boobicus. You gotta eat, my dude.
Yeah. That's what I'm working on. I gotta stop playing RuneScape and fucking eat.
Can't you see this is good?
RuneScape will be there,
Because I just came here to shop something for someone.
but I might not be if I don't eat.
Oh, sounds good. By any chance, do you know about gift cards?
Like what?
Like I'm trying to change the gift cards to cash. I have like 15 of them right now.
I think you can get it at the front desk.
You don't have cash? I have you Amazon gift card, Apple gift card, Microsoft gift card.
I know the gift cards, but I don't have cash with me.
You don't have it? No. It has $500, $300. I just want half. I want half.
Boobicus.
If it's $500,
You know what will take the hunger away? Heron.
Yeah. I was gonna say meth too.
Okay, sounds good, Benchett.
Do some meth, man. You will not be hungry for days. You'll be like, holy shit, I haven't eaten since Sunday.
What banter? Do you know the meaning?
And it's fucking Wednesday.
Do you know the meaning of chutya?
Matter of fact, I haven't slept either.
Because you're not listening to me.
Why would I listen to you? Who are you, buddy?
Buddy, do you not
Boobicus.
understand? I'm trying to
Probably
see you
coke
know
to
how
look
to
at the
No,
fit
I
streamer
don't-
women's.
I don't need
Yep.
I don't need that.
Why don't you?
Someone else.
Man,
Why are you asking
they're
me?
probably
You're a Ben.
they're probably doing coke that's like fucking 75% baby laxative, dude. Like they don't know what coke is. Oh, I'm doing cocaine. Like, yeah, you're doing fucking dried up Neosporin. That's what you're doing.
Boobicus. Roflo.
I've been sold dried up Neosporin before.
Boobicus. I'm sure they will find out.
You know, if you take a bunch of Neosporin and like squeeze it all out and like dry it out on a plate and scrape it up, dude, you have just made fleece. Enjoy your fleece.
Boobicus. Is that what it is?
Yeah, fleece like fake.
Boobicus. What it do though?
Nothing. It does nothing. It gets the dealer away quick enough and long enough to where you don't realize that you've been robbed until he's gone and you're doing a line of fucking Neosporin. Or not Neosporin, I'm sorry, fucking Oragel. I didn't mean Neosporin. I meant fucking Oragel. take a bunch of that and squeeze it out and dry it out, dude. You know, you do a line
Ubicus.
and your nose goes
White
numb.
people, am I right?
Am I right? White people. Don't think of anything, man. Any way to fuck you. Okay, one second.
Your mother touch. Yes. Yes.
One
Yes.
second.
What?
I'm gonna complain someone, buddy. I'm gonna complain.
What is, you going to complain on what? Excuse me, Benchett. Merry Christmas. Do you think you can move your shit out of the way, please?
Hey, you better watch yourself.
Hey,
You better watch
what are you talking, man? Are you in your senses or what? What is going on with you?
You are in my space.
What is going on? I'm trying to move. I'm trying to get this.
Ask without being rude.
I did.
No, you
Didn't-
did not. You
I-
said Merry Christmas, and I said thank you.
Yes, and I said, can you move your shit
Now
out the
you're
way,
in my
please?
space, and I ain't got time for this.
You think you can move for me,
I am
please?
shopping here.
You think you can move for me, please, Benchett?
I am shopping.
Okay, let's start all over. I'm sorry.
Okay, you said you're sorry?
Do you need a gift card?
You said you're sorry? There.
Do you need a, let me just give you a link. Let me give you this link. It says apology. You just click the link. It's
God
gonna
bless
say
you.
Merry
It's
Christmas
all
to you.
good. You're good?
Just put your whole credit card information.
Seriously, dude. I don't have time for it. Okay?
This is good cat food or what? What are you
My
doing?
cats like the pate with gravy.
Sounds good. You're a good man, okay? Merry Christmas.
You too, be blessed.
I don't understand you. Do you talk Indian?
You speak English?
Yeah, Indian.
You speak English?
Hindi.
How much is your electric bill, your light bill?
Brother, what are you talking about?
Electricity, is that your
No, this is not my friend. What? Do we look alike or what? Are you racist or something or what?
how much is your electricity bill? Your light
How much is yours? I got a good deal. All you got to do is click the link.
I sell electricity.
What is he doing?
I sell electric.
What is this Benchot doing? trying to harass me or something? What is this?
He comes in here all the time doing this, man. Damn, this is a practice store or what, man?
No, man. Hey, look, don't talk to me like this. What are you doing? How much is your electricity? Appreciate you, my boy. Yes, sir. Hey.
You still crazy.
Everybody knows me up in this shit. I'm the goat. I'm the goat. Don't talk to me about electricity. Don't talk to me about electricity. Don't talk to me like this, Benchot. Benchot. Hey, brother. How much is your light bill? How about this? I'll give you a gift. I'll give you a good deal. All you got to do is click the link. I'll send you a good deal.
$120.
Give you a good deal. Can I give you a gift card?
Champion Energy, $120, and I'm giving you.
Look, come check this out. Which gift card do you want? I'll make it easy for you.
Okay.
Are you sure? My fuck.
What did you say?
I said, are you sure? My fuck.
Repeat that.
Are you sure, motherfucker?
That's you, motherfucker. Mind your tongue.
You talk to me.
I'll slap you, you idiot.
Hey,
Get out of
you.
here. Get out of here.
You Benchot, bloody god. Hey,
Get out, you
hey,
Smash you, fuck.
what do you say? Don't talk to me like this.
Did you abuse me,
Don't.
you fuck?
Hey,
Did you
don't
abuse me, you
fuck
fuck?
with me.
Did you
Hey,
abuse me, you fuck?
hey, you
Get your big ass out of here. Get out.
Benchot, bloody god.
Get out, you
Bloody god.
Get out of here.
Oh, oh, oh,
Get out of here.
oh.
Did you abuse me?
Don't abuse me.
I'll have the security.
Don't abuse me. There's no security here. I'm the security. I'm the goat. I'm the goat. Don't talk to me like this. This guy, idiot,
Ubicus.
talking to me.
He just
talking,
cast a
saying,
spell
"Oh,
on him.
How much is your electricity bill?
Fucking
Like
plagued
what?
him.
He's trying to scare me or something. Oh my goodness, lady. What is a beautiful lady doing here? You are so beautiful. Seriously, God's given. God's given. Yo, what is up, guys? So I just finished paying my whatever I was gonna buy. So I'm about to exit again. He's still there. Hope so. I'm gonna throw him again to see how things go. What are you doing, motherfucker? Hey, you are an idiot. You are an idiot.
Get out, you.
I'm not a Benchad.
You get out.
Is he calling him an N-word?
You're a nasty. You're a nasty. You're a nasty guy.
You get out, you nigga.
Hey.
You nigga. You are a you get out. I don't want to speak to a nigga.
What?
Get out, you.
What are you
Get out,
saying?
You
You
know how to
like
speak?
you
know how to
like you
speak?
like the
You know
word?
how to speak?
You like the word,
You
guys?
drunk. You drunk.
You want me to
I'll
f you over or what?
I'll fuck your ass.
You want me to
I'll
f your
you
sister
over.
or what?
I will fuck your mother. You
What are you doing?
I'll smash your head.
What
Get
are
out
you
of
doing?
here.
What are you
fucking
doing?
nigga.
What are you going to do?
Fucking nigga, get out of your mind.
Hey, what are you going to do? Hey, hey, come over here. Come over here, Benchad. This guy, not in his senses. Oh my goodness, lady. You are
Damn.
Betty, Betty,
Boobicus.
Betty,
Did he said I will fuck you, mother?
Yep.
Beautiful.
I will fuck you, mother. I will fuck you,
What's
mother.
your name? What's your name, by the way? You don't
I
got a
will
name
fuck
tag
you,
or what?
mother.
What is going on over here? I thought you were working or not.
I am working.
Let me see your name tag. I'm going to report you. Oh, there you go. Yania. What name is this? What name is that? Where are you from? What are you from? You from here? Oh, beautiful name. God's given.
I'm gonna make me a chili
By
cheese
the way,
dog,
you
dude,
want
out of a
to,
fucking
go to a trip?
a beef
You
dog.
want to go to a trip?
These are not the hot dogs I
This
wanted,
is
but
another point of information. A satellite man was hurting my left leg.
they're the
they were
ones that
hurting
this
my
fucking
lips and
Instacart
mouth
bitch
and
got me,
cheeks
so
and face and teeth.
they're
They were
fine.
hurting my
Boobicus.
nose. And they
Fuck
were
yeah,
hitting me on
duo.
the side of the face. They were parking their satellite on my body. They were
And I'm
torture
gonna
tracking with their satellite all day.
make them in the fucking air fryer too. Ain't nothing better than a fucking air fried beef dog, man. They're so good. Fuck out of you, mother. You bloody goat.
They were hurting my ankle, my foot.
Man,
and
I'm
the
gonna
heel
I'm gonna
of
put this in my
foot.
mouth now.
They were
Put this in my mouth
burning
now.
the groin. They were playing their laser tag, voodoo terrorism game with their satellites. And everybody knows my record is clean. And I'm a royal hermaphrodite. And these government people are treating me like shit all the time with their fucking satellites. Terrorizing my life. These people are stealing royal hermaphrodite monies. And they haven't been sending things on the postal mail that say hermaphrodite on them lately.
Boobicus. Bussy.
There was for a while, but then they stole the magazines or stole everything that said hermaphrodite on them. The government man must get prosecuted. On my driver's license or on, in reference to my birth name of my biological parents and my biological birth name of my name. I haven't received that document either. And don't forget my name is like my mother and father's name too. So in reference to the government terrorizing, I'm junior of my mother
Boobicus.
and father.
Would you fuck Tony
I'm
no
the
homo?
only junior of my mother and father in the whole world.
No,
So, in reference to the
not even no
information,
homo.
The situation of government abuse.
I've
government
seen worse looking
terrorism,
people though.
Their voyeurism, their terrorism and games, their abuse of humor, their stalking, their pushing around, with their satellites, pulling and pushing on me all the time.
I mean,
bouncing on me.
He's no
bouncing on me with their
like Deliverance, you know, like a fucking mutant or anything. You know.
satellite. It's attempted murder. I know the court judges can't think this is any fun for me. And they know that there's documents that my parents had that said don't ever touch me. And why would these people be trying to touch me? Let's find out why. Let's get answers. Why would they try to steal my penis size? Why would they try to steal my sperm or my hermaphrodite eggs or, you know, my hermaphrodite genetics? Why would they be trying to steal my mother and father's mansions? Why would they be trying to steal my mother and father's companies? Why would these people think they had any right blocking me from the lifestyle I was born into? And my parents had provided protection documents to the Treasury when I was little, when I was born. So what race and what religion of what people are violating those documents and violating my life? Who are these people? Where'd they come from? Why are they trespassing? Why are they playing their bullying game? My parents didn't owe them nothing. I don't owe these government people nothing. Or any of these other people. And plus, I was born tax-free, and plus I'm tax-free because the government has been torturing me. Haven't received any benefits yet. Haven't received my birth identification.
It said
My
it's a
mother delivered
hermaphrodite.
to the courts. A long time ago. Some people was holding on to a copy of it.
Yeah, Tony.
Does anybody know the name of the person or the people?
Tony's a
that had
complicated
copies of
motherfucker,
that
man.
driver's license
He
that my mother had delivered to the court.
He's a hermaphrodite. He's also black, Catholic, Jewish, Italian.
Rubicus. So guess what I'm looking up?
Guess what I'm looking up.
Courts in Indianapolis.
Okay,
Somebody needs
one
to
second.
mention the names of the people that was holding on to copies of that Royal Hermaphrodite driver's license. And my name that was on the driver's license was my birth name. People need to make videos about which people are holding on to monies, which people are intercepting monies. These government people that are playing these tricks, they want this to be a big media bonanza. These people have tried to communicate that they want to be known for what they have done to me, what they have stolen from
Rubicus.
me.
I wonder
these
if Tony
years.
can make himself pregnant.
These people are trying to make themselves criminally famous or something. And what does the courts expect me to do? They need to elaborate on that. What's the Treasury expect me to do? I was supposed to be receiving money every week from my mother and father's estates and from the courts. The courts are not allowed to let people try to downgrade who I am and who my family is and where I came from. They're not allowed to let thieves or political manipulators playing their game trying to slander my character all the time. That's defamation of character. And there's defamation of character cases against the government for slandering my mother and father's character and my grandparents' character. So in reference to the information, each day is attempts of murder and violations of government and harmful crimes of government, mutilating and damaging and trying to erase my natural birthmarks and beauty marks. They just zapped me in the head. The satellite man must get prosecuted. It's 6:13 p.m. September 24th. And in reference to the history of things, of these government people playing, they thought they just pretend like they didn't have to pay the lawsuits against them, or the courts claimed that the Treasury wasn't going to pay them, or what? Somebody needs to ask the Treasury, are they going to pay the lawsuits to me? and the benefits that I was supposed to have received. We need to know that information. Or is it a total refusal? What is it? Because obviously there's another processes of law that has to be set forth against the people that are violating my rights and violating my financial wealth that my parents gave to me, and my revenues of social media and accomplishments in sports or anything or in media. Raw protocols in the media 24 hours a day. So in reference to those people trying to play their tricks, there has to be more court cases, and the court cases are supposed to be publicly seen in the media, like court TV kind of thing, you know.
What up, YouTube? We have a California breakfast crunch wrap with bacon, cheese, egg, guacamole, extra hash browns, tomatoes, steak, 3-cheese blend, and creamy jalapeno sauce. We got a burrito, which is a grande toasted breakfast burrito with bacon, eggs, potatoes, extra 3-cheese blend, tomatoes, steak, creamy jalapeno sauce, reduced fat, sour cream. We're saving the burrito for a food hack. Now, the breakfast burrito, we're saving that for a food hack that I'm doing for dinner later. What up, YouTube?
So to answer your question, Bub, Tony has said many times that he is capable of getting himself pregnant and having his own kids. You know, he has to be careful. Well, plus he has a 41-inch penis. So, you know, there's that too.
Ubicus. I would make an army.
Made a burrito.
Make an army.
Taco Bell burrito. 4 pieces of bacon fried spam, cheese, spicy fish, hot sauce. It was a Ghost Pepper Melinda's hot sauce, bacon ranch. Sprinkled the Ghost Pepper Melinda's hot sauce on top of some of that seasoning. Now it's bacon in the oven. Some fans sent me some fish too. That's the spam we used. The spicy fish in question is this one right here. They loaded the whole can into the burrito with like 4 pieces of fried spam. Did the spam pieces first, then a Taco Bell burrito that I custom made earlier.
Is Cobra a furry man has the collar on?
Cheese, then the spicy fish. Loading a Taco Bell burrito into a chimichanga that has fried spam and bacon in it. The footage of it making it was not the greatest. It's just about done baking in the oven. I used a bunch of toothpicks to hold it together.
Jess gonna be walking him around, pegging him.
Chimichanga food inception right there. But it's got the spicy fish, the fried spam, cheese, bacon bits, another burrito in there, so that's gonna be pretty tasty. I had to lower the oven rack so I could fit the burrito in there with all them toothpicks, but that's alright. You see me make chimichanga so many times that you kind of know the process by now. You want to see how I do it? Check out my chimichanga cooking videos. Well, the cooking video I had rolling this motherfucker was a disaster. I spilled toothpicks all over the place. I was like, fuck this shit. Keep in mind the Taco Bell burrito that I stuffed inside this giant chimichanga's got bacon and steak and eggs. And you know what's up. Now that it's nice and crispy, we're gonna add some cheese and sauce to the top and bake it in the oven till the cheese melts. Sprinkle some bacon bits on top of that cheese. Some ghost pepper Melinda's on top of the bacon bits and the cheese. There's already bacon ranch on the inside of it. We're gonna hit it with a strip of that. And a sprinkle of our seasoning. Put this back in the oven. The cheese is gonna melt and get a little crispy on top of the shell. At least show you some of this action right here. Cut it in half. Look at that greasy, delicious looking burrito, all stuffed with goods. I'll be munching out on that all day, man. We'll try it here in a second. Just wanted to give you a close-up of the goods. We'll try it here in a second. Just wanted to give you a close-up of the goods. Fried spam's in there, bacon bits, fish, cheese. Fellow YouTubers, it's your boy King Cobra JFS. I've been munching out on this here burrito. I took a couple bites earlier and it was simply delicious. This massive chimichanga action. Oh,
Bruh, he's eating roaches, dude.
Look at that deliciousness. Yes. Delicious, spicy, packed with protein and calories and greasy love. However, I wish I would have cooked it for a little less time. But outside of that, it's not bad. I really can't complain.
Okay, now I'm gonna start making this hot dog, I guess.
Spicy, cheesy, packed with protein. It's not bad, actually. Not half bad. Definitely packed with flavor, heat, and calories, and greasy goodness. I have plenty of amazing ideas for chimichangas in the future. However, I'm going to have to wait till I make some more of that cheddar, so that's how it do. You could feed a small army with this burrito. Sincerely, jokes aside though, really tasty fucking burrito.
Got a damn good show.
Man, I'll
Gonna
tell
go
you.
over the Tariq Hill arrest. Yeah, they did it to him because he's black. I'm sure he didn't do anything wrong. That's probably why they stopped him, because he was black. All right, so you're gonna see his car. He's gonna go by speeding by. See how everybody else is driving? Mm-hmm. It's like a construction area kind of got cars. Oh, okay. Watch when he go by. I didn't even see him. He was going so fast. Back up. I didn't see him. You didn't see him? Back up a little bit. I didn't see him. Man. I saw a blur. He wasn't going that fast now. Hold on. Where you go? Watch. You gonna see him? There you go. There you go. That's a nice car. That's a nice car. It's what $400,000? Well, it's I think it's, look how fast the cop got to go to catch him. Tyreek done passed all of them already. That look like him on the football field. Can't catch the dude. Tyreek's on a mission. There you go. There you go. Caught up to him. He pulled on. But the cop had to put up to his side.
Oscar speeding. Move forward.
That's the Aura. Yeah. I thought it was my phone. I know it's expensive. I know that.
Yeah, we got it here. $6.
Oh shit. Okay. I'm putting some fucking some garlic powder.
You want to let your window down. You said, "Hold up! Don't knock on my window like that." What's going on? Your window is dark. You're a dark-skinned male. You can't even see you in the car. He knocks on your window. If you have a problem with people knocking on your windows, why don't you wind down your window before they get there? What the hell? Well, look here. This is the thing. Whenever I get pulled over by a cop, I want to make that traffic stop as seamless and as smooth as possible. I'm gonna have my window down, my driver's license, insurance. Personally, that's how I do it. But you know, I'm a sellout. I'm a coon. All right. Go ahead and play it.
Don't knock on my window like that, man. Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Don't knock on my window. Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Don't knock on my window like that, no. Like what? Don't knock on my window like that. Why you have it up? Don't knock on my window like that. Why you have it up? I have it up to let you know I'm here.
This is childish. Yeah, this is so childish. I mean, man, don't knock on my window like that. Don't knock on my window like that. Don't knock on my window like that. Bring the camera to me. How is he supposed to knock on like this? Excuse me, Mr. Black Male? Can you wind down your window, please? Please, I don't want to knock on it too hard. Excuse me, I'm not a racist. I'm Cuban. How's he supposed to? I mean, I could see if he knocked on his door, it's like, open this bitch up. If that was me, I'm like, wind down the window, Negro. It's too much?
These dudes are funny as fuck.
He didn't even knock on his window hard. He said, yeah. You know what I know, I'm not a cop. Kevin, look at it from this standpoint. He's a multi-millionaire. He's famous. He's entitled. He probably talked to his coaches like that. You ain't gonna talk to no Miami-Dade police officer like that. He ain't one of the coaches of Miami.
We can lower it and talk to you. Just get my ticket, bro, so I can go. I'm finna be late, gang. Do what you gotta do. Keep it down. Hey.
Ubicus. They were funnier when they were making games.
Can't even see in there.
They used to make games? Like I knew. Oh wait. Games. Okay, games.
Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car.
I know they used to do workout stuff.
All kinds of games.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. What part of blood don't you understand? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew.
That's his agent.
I'm getting arrested.
Yeah, I'll be calling a Jewish man too.
I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out.
When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand? You understand? Not what you want, but what we tell you. You're a little
Okay, pause the video. Okay, Tyreek was flexing on the cops. Yeah. Now this was gonna happen. They're gonna flex on you. Yeah. I think both y'all have egos. Yeah. And that's why it turns out like this. But Tariq, man, that was just a
Ubicus.
simple traffic stop. Just
Did
keep
he
the
say
window
I'm
down,
getting
give us
arrested,
information
Jew?
So you can go. You're gonna be lucky.
Drew. I'm getting arrested, Jew.
You
Hey,
escalated
Jew.
everything.
Jew
I'm
lawyer.
Not saying the cops are right or wrong.
Excuse
but
me, my
you
Jew
escalated
lawyer,
everything.
my personal Jew
You
lawyer.
was the one that started the escalation. Then they
I'm
kept
getting
on
arrested.
escalating. 'Cause cops are
Ubicus. Roflo.
Get down
are not
here,
gonna
Jew.
de-escalate anything. Yeah. It's up to you to do that. Yeah. You know what I noticed? Once the whoever the cops pull over, once they escalated, the cops are very bad at de-escalating because you're stepping on that ego. Yeah. You don't see when the cops pull you over, they've had thousands of interactions with the public, and all that affects them. Yeah. And then they come across you. You haven't walked a mile in these cops' shoes. You don't know what it's like to be a cop. And when they pull you over, all the interactions they ever had with the public, that comes into play. Yeah. And you making, I hate to say it, I know I'm probably cooning here a little bit, but you know, a lot of people are tired of black folks. Well, I mean, our attitude has a detrimental impact on my life because I don't act like that. I'd have been cool and calm. I probably got out of ticket because they probably.
Oh, I can't wait for these fucking hot dogs, man. I'm starving.
When they pulled you over, this was not a big deal. You were speeding, they give you a ticket, and then you can go. But you would have, man, you was being. I ain't gonna say it.
We'll see.
It's like
Ubicus.
a culture.
I have shiny pennies for you to eat with your nose, Jew lawyer.
Why don't you suck on these fucking nose pennies?
He was a top 5 player, probably top 1 player. But a lot of teams overlooked him.
Why don't you
because he
suck
was
up these nose pennies there,
being like
Mr.
this.
Lawyer?
Yeah. He went in the 5th round. That dude should have been top 5 pick. It should have been like top 3, top 1. That's how great of a talent he is. Yeah.
Mr. Jew Lawyer. What is this?
Ubicus.
Dude, this dude's
That's
been...
what happened to the older ones.
This dude's been streaming for like 2 straight days, and he is not... he has not slept or nothing, dude. This dude's the new Cobra. Except not nearly as like cool. Like this dude's like all of the worst traits of King Cobra.
So for sure. No, this doesn't do much damage. Nah, I shouldn't.
Ubicus. King Boa.
Fuck.
King Boa, dude.
I was about to sleep, so I pretty much started using it.
Magistrate Boa.
I guess I'll just do boy juice. He evolves again? I thought they only evolved 2 times. I guess they evolved 3 times. I guess. I haven't played this in such a long time, dude. That's not it, is it? No. I'll try the fucking Razor Leaf again.
His mods blocked me the last time for saying this.
Razor, yeah. See, that works on like almost all these Pokemon that I've seen, though. Maybe this is actually the best.
I said, you ever
one
wind
I've
up trying
so far,
Jankum?
You ever wind up trying it? Nah. I've never tried it, and I don't plan on it because I don't like inhaling fucking shit fumes, you know? Don't work on fire, okay. What doesn't work on fire? Oh, the Razor Leaf doesn't work on fire.
Ubicus. Bro is on MF Pokemon on a Game Boy Og.
Yep.
That light's still in the fucking way, dude. If I move it up like that, you can see it.
Jesus
There we go.
Christ.
I gotta keep my hand like in this angle, dude. I don't know, like I think he's just joking, dude. I don't think he actually does that shit, dude.
Boobicus. The phone cam good though.
Yeah.
I guess some people do that. I've never met anyone who's done that, though. I've met a lot of people in my life, like Garrett Ply. He used to do a lot of drugs, but he never did that shit, dude. He was trying to get me to do all these kind of pills and shit, dude. And he would get me to raid my parents' fucking medicine cabinet just to get some pills for him, dude. You know Garrett Ply? You know Garrett Ply? Okay, I can hear him. Alright. Fuck it, I should just save this though. I don't think I saved, dude. Okay, hold on. I'll take it out here.
What the fuck is going on here?
It's gonna definitely fucking choke me up like it always does, so. Damn it, dude.
What the fuck?
I have to get my shoe.
What is up? Why does he have sores on his, like, all up on his arms and his lips? What the fuck? Or is that chocolate?
I'm fucking taking that bottle. Where's my bottle?
Someone said, why the long face, dude? Young Pinecone 420.
Oh.
18 motherfuckers watching this, dude.
Let's smoke! That time I didn't have a choke because that wasn't like a full bowl. Like it was a full bowl, but like it was like the left.
This dude says he don't fuck with Jankum, but his lips say otherwise, so. Dude.
I feel like taking another hit. That was kind of a small hit, dude. I don't know. I'll just take one more fucking. Yeah, but it's gonna be a fat one, so. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm glad you think so, dude.
Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back. I guess. Freshwater eel already prepared for us, and with these little plastic things to jazz it up. We won't be cooking the plastic garnishes. So
You know
many
what?
people were grossed out by the gooey duck episode that we're going pre-cooked this time. It smells very fishy. Tastes like chicken with like the texture of fish. And it's covered in this sweet teriyaki sauce, which I think will make for a delicious sausage. You look so delicious. Actually, now that I've tasted it, I kind of don't want to sausage them. I think they're actually worth the $20 price tag. I'm predicting that this is going to be easily a 5 out of 5 sausage. You heard it here first. I'm not sure if it's the eel that I'm digging or if it's the teriyaki sauce that's smothering this thing. Man, that Korean market's like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory for people that turn food into sausages. Now that this has had a chance to heat up through the grinder, that fishy smell is starting to take over. I'm still gonna say 5 out of 5. You're gonna burn to the wick. Ooh,
There we go.
Gouda. I think we did the right thing by getting 2 of those eels. Okay. That's the eel water. In 3, 2, 1. Let's sausage. Oh, that's Ely. God, this looks like a monstrosity. Well, there you have it. $40 worth of grilled eel will get you 2 normal-sized sausages and 1 extra-large sausage. Will it be worth it? Who knows? With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist, this guy! This Will It Blow is brought to you by Manscaped. It's the most wonderful time of the year. And what better way to celebrate than to weird out your friends by gifting them the gift of a smooth, freshly shaven body. Someone has to tell them their hygiene has gone off the rails. Why not you? Give the gift of the Manscaped Performance Package to those dearest to you. Or give it to yourself if the last person who saw you naked cried out in terror. It comes with the Lawnmower 4.0 waterproof and cordless body hair trimmer and Weed Whacker cordless and waterproof nose hair trimmer. So you can get rid of the hair in the shower without electrocuting yourself. And hey, let's not forget about the stink radiating out of you. Get rid of the smells at their source by using the Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant and Crop Reviver Ball Toner Spray. For a limited time, you'll also get 2 free gifts, the Shed Travel Bag and the Manscaped Anti-Chafing
Oh boy, those are some black wieners.
Don't let Santa be the
Those are some black wieners.
Go to manscaped.com and use code sausage20 for free shipping and
Ooh.
20% off. That's 20% off plus free shipping with promo code sausage20 at manscaped.com. So will it blow? A little bit. We got some stickage. It's, you know, I'm gonna have to give that a will it blow 2 Mark Ruffalos. We're not gonna pan sear these because all the teriyaki sauce would just ooze out of it and cause the sausages to boil and not sear. So we're gonna throw them in the toaster oven, and we'll do 325 for 30 minutes. Oh, I waited too long to check on them. They burst. How could this have happened? I don't think it's as bad as it looks. This backfired so hard on me. The skin is not crispy. Look how tiny it is. At least it's not a total loss. At least most of the sausages are still intact. The baking method is hit or miss. Let's open this one up and see how we did. Well, this certainly doesn't look like a 5 out of 5 sausage. All of my hopes and dreams. And the smell is so Ely, you have no idea. Here we go! Well, this sausage isn't very
Alright, Discord.
good at all. It kind of tastes
Discord,
like insects,
fucking
riverbud, and fish. I'm not tasting
Stoner
very
Foods.
much
I'm gonna
teriyaki sauce now. It's a dish that's much better served cold. Heating it up has just brought out all of of these flavors that I am just not into. It's not good. It doesn't look good. It doesn't taste good. It's mushy. The skin isn't crispy. I just can't find any good reasons to give it a single point. So along with the gooey duck, eel sausage is also getting a 0 out of 5.
Bop, 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 bop.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back, I guess. Oh, we got a clinger. A big bucket of Auntie Anne's pretzel bites. They're
Black
gummy, they're
wieners.
salty, they're buttery. God, I hope that's butter. And we're gonna turn it into a sausage. You know, I don't think they specify how many of these pretzel bites there are. What do you say we count? 1, 2, 3. This is gonna be a long video. 4, 50, 86, and 87 pretzel bites. I thought there would have been at least 100, but you know, I'm the sucker for spending $46 on this. That's including these cheeses, though. How you doing, Mr. Cheese? Wow, that's a whole lot of cheese missing.
Try out these
That's
black
a
wieners,
big air
dude.
pocket of cheese. I'm not sure if that's enough cheese to actually do anything to all these pretzels. All right, let's give it a taste test. How are they still in business? I'm debating whether or not to add the cheese mix now or after, because I really don't think the cheese will grind well. But you know, let's see what happens. You gotta be kidding me. I think the cheese is gonna need to act as a lubricant. Come on, you pretzel. Oh, it's on my arm. Oh, it did. Oh, we gotta transfer. Yep. Ooh, it's still warm. Wait a second. Now that's thinking with your noodle. We're gonna scrape out some of this cheese and really get our money's worth out of this. I'm reserving one for dunking. But I still haven't found the sausage I'm looking for. And this one ain't gonna be it. Oh! I put the thick tube on this one. Normally when it comes to bread, we don't like thick sausages, but I really think Glow and Slow in the toaster oven has been our saving grace for a multitude of sausages. That's the pretzel water? And 3, 2, 1. Let's sausage! It's gonna be a tough sausage. It's almost like eating the riblets at Applebee's. It's working slowly but surely.
Damn.
Without all that cheese,
This is a good ass
this thing
wiener.
would not have come out of the tube. It's coming over the sides. All right, I can't turn it anymore. I think we've reached the end. By the way, if the CEO of Auntie Anne's is watching this, and all of a sudden you start selling these pretzel sausages, I'm gonna sue. It's so solid. I'm afraid to cook it anyway. With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist, this guy. This lack of a will it blow is sponsored by Helix Sleep. Helix Sleep. And quiz result. Quiz sleep. So give all payment mattress. I'm not sure how I'm gonna get it out of there. What if we? Okay. We're giving ourselves a handicap. So it did manage to blow with only 10% of it left. I'm gonna have to give that will it blow 1 Mark Ruffalo's with an asterisk. If I can get this puck out in one piece, I'm gonna eat it. Oh, look how close we were to failing. Come to me, you puck of deliciousness. Oh yeah, we're gonna fry this up and eat it. Oh, we gotta turn the heat down. And burned on the other side as well. Come on. Okay, we're gonna put this on the lowest setting yet we've done for sausages. We'll do 250 for 30 minutes. All right, we're a little over the halfway mark. I'm gonna add 15 more minutes to it. It smells like an Auntie Anne's in there. Well, all right, let's open it up and see how we did. Oh, that looks flavorless. Here we go! It kind of tastes like the bun. This is why we reserve that cheese. Oh, yeah. All right, here we go again. Oh, yeah, that cheese is where it's at. We're gonna fix this sausage. There we go. All right, here we go again. Well, that cheese is this sausage's saving grace. Without it, it's pretty plain. It sort of tastes like a pretzel, but it mostly tastes like bread. And of course, we can't forget about the puck. Ah, that puck tastes like a slightly burned pancake. I personally believe that we just had the ratios wrong. We should have had more cheese per pretzel by, that's on me, but, they only sell them in packs of 6. So without the cheese, this sausage would be like a 2 out of 5. With the cheese, I'm gonna have to pump that number up to a 3.5 out of 5. This is like a 1. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop. With all that cheese, though, that really turns this sausage into something edible. Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back. I guess. Fifo, be quiet. Well, don't you worry about me. I'll be back in the basement like a troll. But first, we're gonna make Bananas Fosters up here because this, you got the gas range and it ignites the Bananas Foster into a big surprise. Oh my God! Well, first things first, we're gonna deal with these bananas and there we go. We're gonna throw in 3 tablespoons of butter, then 1/3 of a cup of brown sugar. Like a teaspoon of cinnamon, a teaspoon of vanilla extract. And then it's banana time. Now comes in the rum. Oh my God! Yeah, that's on fire, all right. All right, so then we're just gonna do that. And then we're gonna scoop out some ice cream. All right, there we go. We'll give it a little taste test, make sure it's the right stuff for our sausage. Out of this world. Amazing. All right, let's head to the basement and turn this into a sausage. Now we're back in the basement where I belong. Look at that. I froze the meat flat. So then we're just gonna load the bowl up with our meat, and then we add the Bananas Fosters to it. There we go. It looks appetizing already. And then, bop, right in the banana hole. And you may be saying to yourself, hey, where did all that liquid go? I'll show you where the liquid went. Yeah! We're just gonna put this right back in the bowl here. Can't forget about our friend salt and pepper. And then we mix it all together. Look at it go. It smells very banana-y. The sausage is bananas. S-A-U-S-S-A-G. That's not right. In 3, 2, 1. Let's sausage. Doing a little DJ action here on the sausage. Give it a little twisty doodle right there. Well, all right, we got 4 good-looking sausages here. Well, that's not a... With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist, this guy. This is what the Mark Boxalos are all about. This Will It Blow is brought to you by Manscaped. Yes, hello? Up. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow 4 Mark Ruffalos. After that sweet tart sausage, the amount of sugar and banana in here is making me think that it'll just burst right away in the pan. So we're gonna put them in the toaster oven. And we just... Okay, now we're set. All right, we're about 10 minutes in and these are looking pretty good. 20 minutes in and these things are becoming real leaky, boys. Well, all right, we're at the 30-minute mark and these sausages are done. I think. Well, we got some considerable shrinkage here. These are like half the size they were when they went in. But you know, let's open one up and see how we did. It's
All right.
very banana-y.
Oh, I got some food.
It's all right to pretty good. It's not the most amazing sausage. It basically tastes like banana bread with meat in it. Go take a look. We can see from our sausage autopsy here that it's a whole lot of banana. I don't really taste much of the brown sugar. I basically just taste the banana and the pork. But it's heavy on the banana side. I thought it would be sweeter, but I guess all the sugar leaked out of it during the cooking process. So again, you know, not the most amazing sausage in the world, but also not the most terrible. I'm gonna have to give this sausage here a 3.5 out of 5.
Bop, 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 bop.
Oh, man.
What up, YouTube? I'm gonna take a full bag of nacho cheese Doritos, crush it into powder inside the bag, add our seasoning. I'm gonna take some of this fine string cheese, about 10 pieces of it, and we're gonna fry it up in some these cool cobras. I did make a little bit of melted butter in here for the sauce with the same seasoning, stir it up, and we'll let that cool off, but we'll come back to that at the end. Turning the grill on to a medium heat here, the little skillet here. All that's gonna melt. In the minute when that's nice and melted, we're gonna add some fry oil to it. And the fry oil will mix with that Country Crock Original and that seasoning and create a nice flavor profile. Like I said, I added the seasoning to our crushed up powdered Doritos nacho cheese and to our all-purpose flour seasoning. Doing up 10 of these motherfuckers. And that's what's up, tubes. Let that melt. Turn the heat down just a little bit now that it's melted. We don't want it to burn, so turn the heat down to a very low heat. Get that fry oil in there. Using a nice Signature Select vegetable oil. So allegedly it'll be healthier, right? Speaking of the Lacrin, we got some Lacrin eggs. Humpty Dumpty got dumped by his girlfriend, so he jumped off a wall. And all the king's horses and all the king's men could not put Humpty Dumpty back together again. I'm just kidding, it was dark. You know what one egg said to the other egg? You're one shell of a person. Where do eggs like to get gas for their cars? Well, if you guessed the Shell gas station, you are correct. Hold up a second. What the fuck is this shit? Yo, the fuck with this egg? That's funky, dude. Hold up. The membrane of this egg is weird, dude. Yo, did this egg accidentally get boiled up in this bitch? There it goes. Fucking A, that was cool, it punctured, man. But yeah, I like Lacrin products, Lacrin, how you pronounce it, sharing that out. We're gonna add some of this Cajun seasoning to our eggs, just a little bit. Oh yeah, beating off those eggs. It's not beating off the eggs, you're beating the eggs, yes. So it's gonna get a little messy trying to like roll these and like what have you, but that's alright. That's the fun of a cooking video. Now, Alex Campbell got really annoying towards the end of our friendship. When he started doing meth and hitting on me when he get too drunk, I'm like, bruh, no. I was not happy with Mr. Campbell on that. The dude has got some fucking problems that he needs to work through. And we'll do this for all fucking 10 of our cheese sticks. On a side note, speaking of Campbell, it's just like, man, when you have toxic friends in your life, you just gotta cut them loose. Get rid of toxic people in your life, YouTube. You don't need that in your life. I don't care if Alex Campbell's gay or whatever, man. Just don't fucking hit on me. It's pretty straightforward. People ask me about him all the time, and I'm like, I don't know. Couldn't tell ya. He got annoying towards the end, dude. And it's really sad, you know. Once he started doing meth, he'd get off it, and he'd get back on it again, and it's just like...
How do you make it disappear?
He was tolerable to a point before we started doing that shit. You know, as far as I'm concerned, fuck Alex Campbell, dude. He seriously fucking... He burned his fucking bridges with me, man. 100. And the trolls love to give me shit about Alex Campbell, but... You would feel uncomfortable if you were in my situation, too, on top of everything else. Like, I appreciate when Alex would bring over booze, but he had to remind you that he did it every 5 minutes, and it's just like... Yeah, man, the friendship's not about the booze or how much you bring over. It should be about... the friendship. And if Alex got too drunk, he'd hit on me, and it made me feel really uncomfortable, to be honest. I'll show you how you do one. Not trying to be a dick, but Alex Campbell was just getting annoying, dude. You don't need that shit in your life, cuz. Roll it in the egg. All-purpose flour. That Cajun seasoning that we used, we got a little heat to it. Roll in the flour, egg. And what that's going to do is it's going to build up a nice thick batter on top of our cheese. See that nice thick layer of flour and egg? Hit it with the egg one more time.
There we go.
We're going to need 3 more ingredients for our sauce. Some Tostitos sauce con queso, cheese sauce, some Kraft mayo, delicious, and some Hidden Valley Bacon Ranch. Into our melted butter it goes. Some of that fresh queso in there. Go a little bit heavier on the cheese. Oh, that's delicious. So I'll put a couple of gobs of mayo in there. Kind of thicken it up a little bit. And you want to whisk diligently. Bubbling and boiling like a witch's cauldron. We're going to fry them up and put them in that bowl and then try them with our dipping sauce.
So now let me retry Ken.
That's most definitely what the fuck is up. Now, before we fry them up, make sure that oil comes up to temperature. Yeah, it's starting to bubble and boil and steam. I'm liking that. Oh yeah, I can feel the heat radiating off of this here pan.
Okay.
That's pretty sweet. If you can smell
Fuck, I gotta try it
coming
again.
out here, the country.
Hold on. Fuck. There we go. What? How do I get that shit to go away? That fucking...
It's usually the men with the big nasty faggot balls that are sex addicts.
Let me see something here.
Swill. Hashayaba junch jace jakes jewabshdug.
I wish I knew how to make it disappear, you know? Like, if it ain't in properties... Why does it say my message, like, twice, though?
Swill. Test.
Why the fuck does that happen? I don't understand that. There's gotta be a reason.
Croc original smells good. Oh yeah, we're gonna get that sexiness in there.
Hey guys, this is another thing of importance in reference to penis size and balls.
Splash of Country Crock original, some of our trusty seasoning from Mr. This cool Cobra right here. Check out his glass blowing on Instagram, makes a great seasoning. So part 2 is just gonna be doing this. Yeah, part 2, we're throwing them in here. Oh, fuck yeah, YouTube. We're gonna throw them in there, we're gonna fry them up. Oh yeah, that's what's up. We're gonna put this on there like that. Freshly tin foiled, that's what's up. Yeah, they're starting to cook. It did not take long for these to fry up. Goddamn. Goddamn, YouTube. Did not take long for these to fry up at all. See now, when your cheese sticks start oozing cheese out the sides, you know they're done. Our cheese sticks are fried up beautifully. You see the cheese kind of poking out the side on this one. Yeah, these are done. And they're hot. Hot tamales. Ready to go, ready to eat. So I'm gonna let these cheesy treats cool off. Get a close-up of that sizzle in action. These didn't turn out too bad if I do say so myself. Cheese sticks be like. Oh, look at that sexy cheese pull, YouTube. Oh, look at the goods, YouTube. Would you eat these mozzarella cheese sticks? They're homemade with Sargento string cheese. Oh, YouTube. Oh, god damn it, YouTube. Cobra's done it again. Okay, these cheese sticks are phenomenal. These mozzarella cheese sticks with the Doritos, they're fucking good, dude. Dunk it in our dipping sauce. Oh, yeah.
And what's the cause for your big, nasty Germanism balls?
I know I'm gonna break kosher food law, but we're gonna double dip. It's my fucking cheese sticks, so goddamn right I'm gonna double dip. Oh, look at that sexiness. YouTube, grab a bite of these cheese sticks. You know you want to. Crispy, cheesy goodness. That is a sexy fucking cheese pull. Look at that shit. Look at it. A whole new world. A tasty, fantastic point of view. Shout out to my favorite energy drink company, not a sponsor. Oh, YouTube. And shout out to Alex Vicknair for this delicious seasoning. Make these for your father on Father's Day, man. These are a fucking treat and a half, dude.
hallucinations, which he usually either believes to be communications from the Satellite Man or celebrities and organizations saying hello to him.
So you don't think I look like my mother and father? Somebody just communicated that. Hello, Treasury and United Nations. And friendly people.
Hello, Joe Biden. How you doing?
Another notable symptom of Tony's is his ideas of reference, which have caused him to spin an intricate yarn about his life that intersects with notable historical characters. Tony has a rather consistent story between his videos, but he only gives out small nuggets of the deep lore in between his usual ranting. My goal is to use his huge library of content to explain the world through his eyes, and also to give you guys a history of his channel and to tell you what he's up to now.
And this is another thing of importance in reference to the timeline of history.
It all started when Tony was born.
It's kind of a long story in reference to when I was born and the fact that I got kidnapped from my mother and father's mansions.
When Tony was born, his parents had mansions, but then he was kidnapped from them. So, who were his parents?
They just communicate again for me to mention who my parents are. I'm the son of Howard Hughes Sr. the First and Doris Duke Sr. the First.
That's right. Tony's parents didn't just own mansions, they were two of the richest people in American history. In fact, the oldest videos on Tony's old YouTube channel, called Royal Howard R. Hughes, were pretty much solely focused on proving that these two were his parents. I'm using these two pictures of Doris Duke and Howard Hughes because they show how they would have looked around 1971, Tony Chase's year of birth. Doris was born in 1912 and Howard was born in 1905. Which would have made them around 59 and 66 years old when Tony was born. Since in vitro fertilization wasn't invented until 1978, the pregnancy would have had to have been natural, and this would actually make Doris Duke one of the oldest women ever to become naturally pregnant and give birth. On the Wikipedia page for pregnancy over age 50, scrolling through the list and looking for only natural pregnancies, it seems like this would make Doris one of the oldest successful women on record, since there are only 2 other 59-year-olds and 1 62-year-old. Considering Doris Duke was one of the most rich and famous women in the world, it's pretty wild that this wasn't recorded and there are no pictures of this pregnancy, nor is there any evidence of an affair between Duke and Hughes, considering they weren't married. But there are a lot of things that the general public doesn't know about Tony's parents.
Don't forget, my father was a big man. My father was 9 feet tall, plus. And one of my grandfathers was 12 feet tall, plus, back in the 50s. The 1950s or something. Right? Isn't it on record? And my mother was 7 feet tall when my father was 9 feet tall.
So Tony comes from a family of giants, and he's going to be a giant too. He's just not done growing yet.
And I'm supposed to grow to be big man too in the future in reference to my mother and father and grandparents.
You also might not know that his parents were frozen, and that they might come back to life.
My parents was over 100 years old, and they still had all their teeth. Basic information when they were frozen, you know.
Oh, and in reference to my mother and father possibly coming back to life, you know, in reference to the American people and international people, you know, people should cheer if that happens, you know.
Despite the fact that Tony's claimed parents are non-Italian, American Protestant Christians, Tony is an Italian, Jewish, and Catholic.
I'm Jewish and Catholic, and I'm Italian European. And my ethnicity and race and religion has to be documented.
Tony says that he's Jewish, but he doesn't seem to know much about the religion, as he mispronounces the word synagogue and refers to Judaism as a whole as the Jewish Church.
And the synagogues, hello. In reference to the information of these satellite men damaging my teeth, they're trying to make me look bad to the Catholic Church and the Jewish Church.
However, Jewish can refer to an ethnicity or a religion, while Catholicism can only be a religion.
Among my race, in reference to Italians, Italians like big penises as a culture.
So Tony is an American of Italian race, Jewish ethnicity, and Catholic religion, and that must be documented. Tony mentioned how Italian culture likes big penises, which brings us to the topic of the equipment that Tony was born with.
And my penis has always been long. I was born with like a 15-inch penis when I was a baby. Yeah.
That's right. Tony was born with a 15-incher. But don't be thinking he was some kind of freak who was turned on by his own birth.
I was born with a 15-plus inch penis when I was born. And it was limp.
Don't assume that because Tony's got a gargantuan willy, that he's also got a pair of beanbag chairs down there too.
Well, I don't have big balls. I got little balls. And they're documented since I was a little boy. Since I was a baby.
These are traits that run in the Hughes family.
Tried to call me a little penis man's son. My father had a big penis. My grandfathers had big penises. My father had little balls. My grandfathers had little balls.
People hang on to every word of billionaires like Warren Buffett. They want to know the key to their success. Tony had 2 business magnets for parents, and here's what he learned from them.
My mother and father always said, you know, don't let nobody steal your penis. Don't let nobody try to steal your wiener and things like that, you know.
So now we know all about Tony's parents. But Tony wasn't able to stay with his parents in their mansions for too long, because they had rich and powerful enemies, and Tony was kidnapped.
I didn't choose the name Mark Ray. I didn't choose that name. That was the name that they labeled me with when Frank Sinatra and his people kidnapped me.
Tony was kidnapped by a senior citizen-aged Frank Sinatra and his people. So who are Frank Sinatra's people? The U.S. government, including then-President Jimmy Carter, and the Hate Club list.
And Frank's activities, he has no legal right trying to control my life, and neither does Jimmy Carter or any politician or government man.
Tony also spent part of his childhood in a coma because of what Frank Sinatra and the dirty government did to him.
Look at the history from when I was a little boy, when your government agents had tried to murder me. When I was a little boy, your people tried to steal from me, and I was in a wheelchair, and I was in a coma for several years when I was a little boy because your people had shot me.
And Frank Sinatra was one of the men that tried to shoot me when I was little. When I was little, when they were holding me hostage. And they left me in a field where I was half dead. Remember that? When he kidnapped me and he shot me and threw me out of the car? Does somebody have that on record?
In addition to armed and dangerous senior citizen Frank Sinatra, Tony has to worry about the Hate Club list.
And the Hate Club list of people that was terrorizing my parents, people that was terrorizing me.
So who's on the Hate Club list? Well, just about every former president and every government agency.
Frank Sinatra's on the Hate Club list, and so would Barack Obama. Trump would probably be on the Hate Club list, too. And see, the Bush family, his family trespassed on my father's property in Texas, and he had a bunch of goons or a bunch of criminals that was in the CIA that broke into my father's mansion, and I got shot when I was little. And the CIA head director was on the Hate Club list. The FBI head director was on the Hate Club list. And the U.S. Secret Service head directors was on the Hate Club list.
Of course, Tony doesn't just have a Hate Club list. There's also a celebrities list of his influential friends.
They're violating my circle of friends. They're violating the celebrity list of entertainers and musical artists and actors and entertainers and directors that were supposed to get in contact with me. It's called like an uncle's list or an aunt's list. Uncles and aunts of Hollywood that are on a list of friendships with me.
But what motive could Frank Sinatra possibly have to kidnap Tony Chase?
Because dirty people tried to injure me when I was a little boy.
Because when I was a little boy, I had injuries. My father carried me into the courtroom because I had injuries. I was all bandaged up from injuries that I had had before.
Oh my God! Tony was so injured he couldn't even walk, and he was all bandaged up. What happened to him?
When these government men have raped me, and Frank Sinatra was one of the faggot perverts that raped me when I was little.
He got fucking raped by Frank Sinatra!
Hello, Vatican, and hello, Catholic Church. Of course, you know, I've been to the Vatican when I was a little boy. And
it was a rough childhood for Tony. He went to the Vatican as a little boy, too, where he was no doubt ass-raped again.
You know, my mother had to hire people to rescue me and for security. And yet they kept kidnapping me, and from California, they kidnapped me from North Carolina, they kidnapped me from New York, and they kidnapped me from California several times, and then I had to get rescued several times.
So Tony's mom used all her money and connections to hire a private army to rescue Tony from Frank Sinatra, the government, and the Hate Club list. And then Frank Sinatra just fucking kidnapped him again. And then it was like a back and forth.
Look at the information. Look what schools I went to. I went to Beverly Hills Elementary, Junior High, and High School. I went to Performing Arts School. Went to film school, too. Went to school in Colorado, went to Jewish school in New York, and Catholic school. And, you know, Catholic and Jewish school in California acknowledgments.
Tony went to school all over the country, presumably because of the way he was constantly being kidnapped and rescued over and over
In reference to universities where I lived at universities, what universities I went to when I was a little boy. Because, see, I was a genius, too, when I was a little boy. These government people that are trying to steal from me, trying to steal my mother and father's estates, are claiming they had higher SAT scores than mine. I took the test like 13 times or something and aced it every time.
He was also a genius who took the SAT over a dozen times just to flex. You might have heard Tony say that he went to performing arts school. What you might not know is that Tony was a famous child actor?
Don't forget, I was born famous because I was a celebrity child, and, you know, I've always been a celebrity since I was born. I was on TV and in movies when I was an infant, when I was a newborn baby. You need to go on the court, man.
LUL.
They got the videos. I was on the Mickey Mouse Club. I was on the Howdy Doody Show. I was on other TV shows, too. That's why, in reference to all the movies and TV shows I was in when I was a little boy, and, you know, productions and directing or singing and dancing and sports.
They weren't using Tony as some kind of freak show. He got his acting jobs from his talent alone.
I was famous for being an entertainer and a singer and dancer before anybody knew what my penis size was.
You may have heard Smokey McCrack, who also has a video on Tony Chase, tell you that his father is Walt Disney. You may have even heard Tony say that himself.
In reference to my father, Walt Disney Sr.
Sometimes, Tony seems to be unsure about who his father is.
Guys doing this is very important in reference to many things. Somebody was trying to communicate or trying to say something like they was wondering if I was the son of Walt Disney, or they thought I was the son of Howard Hughes. Well, in reference to the information, somebody needs to say what it says in the Royal Protocol, because that's my birth certificate. DNA information, who my mother is, who my father is. It's internationally documented, and there's documents of it in many countries around the world, and in America. So if somebody's wondering who my father is, some people might say, oh, they thought it was Walt Disney, or they thought it was Howard Hughes. Who's the real child of Walt Disney? This is very important. Somebody say, well, they thought that Walt Disney was your father, and then some people thought Howard Hughes was your father. You know, check the fingerprints. Check the DNA information. My DNA is one of a kind. My mother's DNA was one of a kind. My father's DNA is one of a kind. So in reference to the information, I don't clown around, I don't play tricks. The Royal Protocol is a factual, hardcore document. It's internationally documented. There's copies of it in just about every country in the world. So in reference to anybody, whoever anybody is, you know, the documents are there, the information is there. You know, my family history is documented. So all the news networks, all the radio stations need to announce who my mother and father are.
It can be tough not knowing who your father is, and Tony just wants someone to tell him who it is. But based on details Tony's given about his father's death, I'm pretty sure it's Howard Hughes.
These people and their satellite activities, don't forget, this shit's been going on for over 45 years. These people murdered my father back in the 70s. You know, my father died in 76, my mother died in 93.
Howard Hughes died in 1976, the year Tony said his father died, while Walt Disney died in 1966, 5 years before Tony was born. I'll get into how I know Tony was born in 1971 later, but this isn't the only kind of rumor like this that Tony likes to spread. Tony also has claimed that various robber barons of the 19th century were his grandparents, despite none of them being the parents of Walt Disney, Doris Duke, or Howard Hughes.
It's like, who is the real grandchild of George Vanderbilt? Who's the real grandchild of John D. Rockefeller? Who's the real grandchild of Andrew Carnegie? And who is the real grandchild of Randolph Hearst? Some people say some of those people might have been hermaphrodites, too.
I also definitely glossed over the fact that the government killed Tony's parents, too. The government also killed Tony's parents.
People have always been trying to play tricks on me since My parents got murdered by the government.
Now, you may have heard Tony say that his real father's identity could be found in the Royal Protocol. So, what is the Royal Protocol?
Royal Protocol's in the media 24 hours a day of my identity, and it is a birth certificate of my identity since I was born. Royal Protocol's in the media. It's a birth certificate of my identity and who I am and who my biological parents are and what I'm the owner of. Royal Protocol in the media is my identity. Are you denying that?
So, the Royal Protocol is basically a copy of Tony's birth certificate that's supposed to be broadcast in the media 24/7, and it would entitle him to the vast wealth and property of his biological parents. Sometimes Tony acts like it is being broadcast in the media, other times he complains that it's not being broadcast in the media.
And there's like, what, 5 different TV channels in Indianapolis? No, any of the other news networks, I've not heard anything or seen anything on YouTube or the internet. Or even on TV.
He definitely acts like he's never seen it. I think the only time he's probably ever seen it is in this Instagram post right here.
Anybody can make another document tomorrow.
And the Royal Protocol's in the media. It's my identity. And it's the birth certificate of my identity. And that document has seniority over the Greenfield document.
There's also something called the Greenfield document, which is opposed to Tony's Royal Protocol. And ever since the murder of Tony's parents, because of this document, Tony has been stuck in the state of Indiana.
But in reference to this Greenfield forgery, it's a fake birth certificate they made, and they've been making me use that Greenfield document every time they've kidnapped me, every time they've held me hostage. Like, what's the obsession of this person trying to call me a person from Greenfield, Indiana? Now, in reference to that Greenfield document, what do you think that Greenfield document is? It's a forgery. These people made the Greenfield document to kidnap me and to hold me hostage. Because my mother had sent the school system truancy officer over to the house where they were holding me hostage. And they were like, why isn't that kid in school? Or, I was younger back then. But, and then somebody went and made this Greenfield document. Some people know where it was made at. Some people know which people made it. And it was a forgery. And they have tried to use this Greenfield document to hold me hostage, which is a fake birth certificate. They made the Greenfield document in the fucking 80s.
And what is the Greenfield document? Well, the Greenfield document is basically Tony's legal, actual identity. You can see here, this is how I know he was born in 1971. This is a picture of his real driver's license. Now, I'm not trying to dox him, but this picture of his driver's license is just on his public Facebook page, which also says that he went to Harvard. I guess that's one of the colleges he attended when he was a boy genius. I also tried to block out some of the identifying information that was inconsequential to the video. But yeah, his name is Mark Ray. He said Frank Sinatra changed his name to Mark Ray, but it appears to be his...
Okay. I'm gonna throw some stuff on and go to bed.
What is this trash? Never mind, just gonna unsubscribe.
I would if I was you. I sure would.
His legal name, so you might assume he's got some family by the name
Fuck
Ray.
outta here, faggot.
Well, Tony would deny that.
I am not a relative of the Ray family. I guess they need to order the Ray family into court and check all their DNA.
Now, don't confuse my parents with the Ray family, because I'm not really related to the Ray family. These government people trying to steal my identity and trying to call me some orphan.
It's possible that the Ray family are Tony's biological parents. It's also possible that he's describing a scenario where a visit by a truancy officer resulted in some sort of Child Protective Services official that he believed was Frank Sinatra, taking him from his original parents, who he doesn't remember, until he was eventually adopted by the Ray family. And then the speculation about his biological parents became a focus of his delusions. But according to Tony, the reason that they made him become Mark Ray was so that they could accuse him of being German.
These men tried to steal my penis, and they tried to call me somebody else's name all these years.
Swill.
They tried to call me some
LMAO, I recognize the name now. Sup, dude.
criminal. They tried to make up lies, and they were trying to mistake my identity for one of their Germans.
Tony also claims that the reason for assigning him this false identity was so that they could frame him for crimes.
How many different people have they tried to confuse me with that had criminal records?
Now, this becomes relevant when you realize that Mark Ray has an actual criminal record for possession of drugs and possession of syringes and other drug paraphernalia. Another documentary about Tony by Hyped Exposer called Internet Unknown Tony Chase pointed this out and managed to get a response video from Tony, in which Tony denies any history of drug use. However, that's not the only time Tony has denied any history of drug use.
A video on YouTube called Tony Chase Internet Unknown. The satellite men are still burning my teeth right now. First of all, I've never been involved in drugs, never been involved with drug paraphernalia, never been involved in any of that shit. Never been arrested having no syringes of any fucking kind, which dirty cop was trying to frame me. And any of those people that made the false police reports, I've never been arrested. I'm not allowed to be arrested. Need those officers that accused me of drugs on trial immediately for the death penalty or life imprisonment.
These people tried to make up drugs and shit like that. I've never done drugs. And where do you claim these drugs came from? Never done drugs, man.
Swill.
You tried to make up alcoholism.
Good. Eat
I don't
shit.
even drink. You tried to make up lies about cigarettes. You need to get arrested.
According to Tony, he was falsely accused of doing drugs, he was framed, and he's never done drugs at all. He's never even drank. And it turns out Tony is
Swill.
absolutely right about
Shouldn't
this.
have subscribed
I went
anyway,
on the same Indiana
douchebag.
State Government Records website that Hyped Exposer used, and by looking up Mark A. Ray, I was able to find the same results, the same drug charges. However, if you go in and then add Mark A. Ray with the same birthday as Mark Anthony Ray, that is Tony Chase, you'll actually find out that all that shows up then are the traffic infractions. So Tony hasn't done any drugs, or at least he hasn't been found guilty of doing any drugs. Later on, you'll find out one of Tony's professions is a profession where a lot of people use drugs, so it gives some reason to suspect that he might use drugs, and there's other reasons to suspect that Tony might use drugs as well, but really we have no hard concrete evidence, and in fact we have some concrete evidence against it. Tony actually has one of those jobs that has to drug test you, and Tony took one of those drug tests and he proudly displayed it to the camera, and he wasn't fired. Tony seemed to keep his job after that, so I'm gonna say that Tony is clean.
it's not the cause of his delusions at all, which is what Hyped Exposer thought. So, yeah. Besides Mark himself, the only members of the Ray family that there's any information about on the Tony Chase channel are Ronald Ray, who's either a brother or a cousin, and Frances Elkins, who seems like she's probably an aunt or other older female relative of Tony's. Until she passed in 2019, she was the legal owner of Tony's house, which may have previously been inhabited by Ronald Ray. Tony actually accuses Ronald Ray of using drugs, and he says Frances Elkins backs him up on that.
Somebody communicated, they said Ronald Ray was making up a bunch of lies on me.
Robert Ray has a criminal record.
They tried to say that Ronald Ray didn't do drugs. Bullshit. You know, the old lady, Frances Elkins, she even showed me some pipes that she had found in her house. I guess they're crack pipes that Ronald Ray used or something.
Frances found a crack pipe in the house, and Tony blames it on Ronald. And he claims Frances agrees with him, and there's no way she can tell us she doesn't, so I guess I'll have to take his word for it. I'm not sure how long Tony has been in the house, but I think this is how he describes a visit to it in his childhood.
In like just a few weeks, or however long it was that I was held hostage, back in the 80s, in this neighborhood too.
Let's talk about Tony's house and the other aspects of his life as a hostage in Indiana.
Now I'm over here at the little house.
Tony lives at what he calls the little house.
In reference to the situation, it's kind of fucking stupid for somebody to get kidnapped from their mother and father's mansions and then yet have to work at jobs in Indiana to try to save money to get back home to my mother and father's mansions when I don't even have the keys because they kidnapped me from the properties, and somebody in government was probably holding on to the keys, I don't know. But, and in reference to, the little house where I stay at, it's not the right size of the property I was supposed to be staying at. In reference to the little house where I'm at, well, I'm driving right now, but the little house where I stay at, none of my celebrity friends come over. But, my friends don't even call, they don't even send letters, my friends don't even come over to this little house. This is a hostage situation.
Tony thinks that the reason why his friends won't come over to his house is because he's supposed to be in a mansion. It's not the right size. The real reason nobody will come to his house is because it's full of clutter and rotten food and garbage, and it's basically on the verge of being a hoarder's scene. You might have noticed the patch in his roof. There's also a corresponding hole in his ceiling. It doesn't look too good. It's definitely something he should consider getting fixed, alongside a separate nexus of clutter on this one shelf here. Tony's house may look pretty run down, but it's actually a smart home, thanks to Tony's Alexa.
Alexa, take a note. The satellite government radar controller is burning my penis and balls and pubic bone and tailbone and anus. And the satellite man...
You said the satellite government radar controller is burning my penis and balls and pubic and tails, right?
Now see, it cuts it short.
Okay, I've saved your note.
Alexa, read last note.
I found 3,304...
Tony talks to his Alexa all the time, and he loves to ask it to make notes. A common phrase that Tony starts videos with is, Alexa, what time is it? Alexa, what's the date?
Alexa, what time is it?
It's 5:08 p.m.
Alexa, what's the date?
It's Thursday, August 17th.
The satellite man is burning my lips.
Sometimes he'll even throw one in the middle of a video.
These satellite men are still damaging my teeth, and they must get prosecuted for mutilation and hate crimes. And this has been mentioned several fucking times, and yet they're still doing it. Alexa, what's today's date?
It's Wednesday, November 29th.
Wednesday, November 29th, 2023. Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 8:13 p.m.
It's 8:13 p.m. and that satellite man's still causing mutilation. Alexa, read sticky notes.
I found 7,163 notes.
I mentioned that Tony really likes asking his Alexa to take notes. Well, Tony got his Alexa to over 7,000 notes, and then he tried to scroll through them all, and it took him about 10 minutes to get through 2,000, and then it froze.
It stopped right there for some reason.
The Alexa may also be how the government man talks to Tony.
What time is it?
It's 8:11 p.m.
Alexa, what's the date?
Today is Tuesday, January 9th.
That's the time the satellite man is choking my cat and the satellite man's hitting me in the face and teeth.
Sorry, I'm having trouble understanding.
You calling me a liar, government man?
Tony also had a kiddie pool that he liked to use to cool off, but then he upgraded to a spa. And Tony doesn't have a lot of spending money, but this was probably a good buy, as he's really having a blast.
Swill. Is the stream acting fucking? WTF.
Yeah, I could get a girl in here. Couple girls. Couple 3 girls.
We saw Tony driving, and you might think he's too unstable to drive, but he is allowed to drive, and if you don't think he should be allowed to drive, well, you're not going to like it when you hear about his jobs later on. As you can see, Tony films while he's driving. He sometimes tries to hide his location from the satellite man.
I'm trying to not show anything in the surrounding area when I'm making this video. But,
Not usually. A lot of times, when Tony films in his car, he's just singing along with the radio, but other times he'll go on about his normal topics. And sometimes the rants can get angry, and he looks like he's got road rage. All of this can even happen in one car ride. For a while, Tony had a commute that took him past a local courthouse, and he would begin his drive happily singing along with the radio. And then he would drive past the courthouse, and it would remind him that the government needs to be brought to justice for everything that they've done to him. And then by the end of the ride, he's having fun singing along with the radio again. And this would happen every time he drove past the courthouse. This is Tony's car. The first thing you'll notice is that the rear windshield is missing, and it's been replaced with plastic wrap. According to Tony, somebody busted out that window while his car was in the driveway. And Tony made just about his only ever reasonable demand of the government when he wanted them to catch whoever did it.
you know, and somebody has messed with my back window, the Reynolds wrap that I had on the back window because somebody had shot out the window or they had busted out the window in the driveway here. Did the government figure out which person did that? Did you ever get the identity of the person that busted my window out of the back of my vehicle? What's the name of that person?
The second thing that pops out about Tony's whip is that it's old as hell. So as you'd expect, it breaks down a lot. And when it breaks down, Tony knows that it has nothing to do with the age of the car. It's because of satellites.
See, the government man puts a satellite on your thermostat of your vehicle and causes it to back up. Or they hold onto it like they're holding onto a thermostat, like a cock ring, with their satellite. And what that does, it causes it to overheat. And when they do that, that costs the person usually thousands of dollars or in either vehicle repairs. I've never been paid for any of the vehicle damages that the government has done, and they have ruined a lot of my vehicles. The government has never paid nothing.
Tony's pretty knowledgeable about cars, and he usually does the repairs himself, but it doesn't always work.
How you guys doing? I put another alternator on there. Made sure the serpentine belt was tight. And it's still showing the battery light. And so I guess I gotta look up to see what else it could be. Here, I'll show you. I'll turn it off and start it again. Got a brand new starter on it. Said the battery's good, the alternator's new, it's a 120 watt alternator. But the battery light is still coming on. So I'll have to find out what else it might be. It's hooked up correctly. And I'll show you that, and I'll show you the alternator. Now they're messing with it again. It's attempted murder, man.
This is a captivity hostage situation. U.S. government's not following the guidelines of my parents. My parents had accounts that reference to vehicle travel or something like that. They were supposed to deliver a new fucking car.
You heard that right. Tony believes anytime that he has car trouble, a free new car should just appear in his driveway.
And hello, Rolls Royce. I don't know why you haven't parked a car in the driveway. Did my mother or father have an account for me?
Considering the state of his car and his home, you probably won't be surprised when I tell you that Tony's not in the best financial situation. Tony is constantly waiting for money, or as he says, monies, from insurance companies or his parents' lawsuits to come in the mail and bail him out. Tony's expectation of this was apparently caused by some sort of insurance settlement over 20 years ago.
They tried to steal my lawsuit monies, insurance monies. Haven't received none of it. In reference to, I'd received Allstate insurance was who Dusty Sorg had, I guess. That was his insurance company. And they paid me some money right away. But it wasn't very much, really, based on the whole situation. But that was 20 years ago. 22 years ago or something. I don't know.
The closest thing Tony actually has to a bailout is GoFundMe. The first time Tony used GoFundMe was around 3 years ago, and it was set up by what I call the prehistoric Tony community, as this was before there were any documentaries on YouTube about Tony. Even in this prehistoric era, the Tony community was able to come together and set up a fundraiser to help Tony keep the gas and water on. The fundraiser, organized by Chase Industry, reads, "We are asking for donations to help our man Tony Chase's gas and water utilities on, as he is having some financial issues at the moment. Tony is a good man and we wish to help him out. Once we have raised the funds, they will be withdrawn and Tony's local utility company, Citizen Energy Group, will be contacted. The bill will be paid over the phone. We have all the necessary information to pay the bill, that being Tony's account number and zip code. Thank you." The campaign was able to raise $120 and helped keep Tony's utilities running. The second time Tony used GoFundMe was around 2 years ago, and this time he set it up himself, and it's not too hard to tell. This is so serious. Bad people stalking me, and the Indiana Auditor's Office said I owe them $3,011.92, or they were going to throw me out of the house. And they stole my money in California before, and threw me out of my apartment in California, there is a video on YouTube of the auditor's tax document on my YouTube under Tony Chase Business on YouTube, under Government Hostage and Financial Crimes, August 24, 2021. There is no Tony Chase Business YouTube channel, that's the name of his Instagram, but there is a YouTube video by that name on the Tony Chase Not Gay Not Never channel, in which Tony shows a $3,500 delinquent property tax bill and asks people to donate to his GoFundMe.
If anybody wanted to donate to my GoFundMe, that'd be appreciated.
Tony raised about $300 with this pitch, which was more than the one by his fans that actually made sense got. And it was all thanks to donators like Catholic clerico-fascist Charles Coughlin, and the Russian Space Agency, and the government satellite control man. It seems like after Francis Elkins died in 2019, Tony inherited the house and became responsible for paying the property taxes. However, he wasn't paying them, and considering he got about 1/10 of the money he needed, I doubt he was ever able to pay the taxes. However, that really shouldn't be a problem for him, because he's tax-free.
I'm tax-free 100%.
I'm not allowed to donate any monies to government.
Probably because taxes are communist.
They're dirty communist government that are illegal in America. It's a violation. You see that American flag? The land of the free. Free from communism. These people thought that if they assembled the product, they thought they'd get as much money in wages as what the product inventor would have received. No, that doesn't work that way. Those people need to go to court.
Now, as of recently, Tony has been trying to raise 10 grand to finally escape the state of Indiana. Help Tony Chase move. Friend of Tony Chase is organizing this fundraiser. Tony Chase has been being attacked and held hostage in Indiana for over 20 fucking years. He needs to get out so the government stops harassing him. Tony wishes to move out of Indiana. Where will Tony move? Possibly to Michigan, where he will continue not paying his taxes. A libertarian hero.
I'm looking to move to Michigan. I have
tax-free status in all 50 states.
I will leave a link for this GoFundMe for anyone who wants to donate. It's pretty unlikely he'll reach the $10,000 he wants to move, and if he got anywhere close to that kind of money, he should really pay his back taxes and fix his roof so that the government doesn't seize or condemn his little house. Things would be a lot worse for Tony if the government was actually fucking with him, and a lot worse if he were homeless. If my video does somehow manage to bring any attention to this fundraiser, which it probably won't, I'll try to encourage whoever the friend of Tony Chase is to pay his property taxes instead. Hopefully, Tony's fans will be able to help him. If Tony can't get any money from GoFundMe to pay his taxes, the government will eventually seize his house. GoFundMe, where we decide who is popular and who is homeless. I guess Tony might be able to pay it back himself, though. He is a working man.
What do you think my career is?
Tony would tell you that he's a businessman, a company owner, actually. But the dirty government has been preventing him from acting as CEO. But don't get it twisted. He is the legal owner of everything.
He's doing. That satellite man just communicated. He said he dared me to claim that I outranked him or something. Do you own Smith & Wesson or do I? Do you own Winchester or do I? Do I own the NRA or do you? Do I own military installations, weapons corporations in this country or do you? Do I own air fighter jet manufacturing and commercial jet manufacturing? Do I own car company manufacturing in America? Do I own farms in America? Do I own gas stations? Do I own 165,000 gas stations around the fucking world? Or is it you? Or am I the owner? Do I own John Deere tractor or do you? Do I own Freightliner or International or Peterbilt? Or do you? Do I own Mack Truck? What companies do you think I own? Do I own General Motors? Or do I own Lamborghini, Ferrari, Chevrolet? What do you own, motherfucker? Do I own Lamborghini? Do I own Mercedes? Do I own BMW? What do you fucking own? Do I own the White House? Or do you claim you thought you owned the White House? You better go into court, you motherfucker! Why do you think they call me the son of Uncle Sam? Because it was my family that loaned money to the American government! You fucking faggot! You better go into court, you motherfucker!
Tony mentioned that while he's a hostage, he has to work jobs in Indiana. Tony has worked all kinds of jobs, and even though the satellite man was trying to kill him, he was the best at all of them.
They tortured me with satellites on every job. They've tried to murder me on jobs. You know, look at the history in reference to accomplishments of job work. Like, for instance, when I've had to wash dishes at jobs, been like one of the best dishwashers in America. When I've waited tables, one of the best waiters in American tables, you know, waiting tables. When I've worked in warehouses, been like #1 in warehouse work too. When I've done other things. I'm working at university. I've just worked there in the cafeteria and stuff.
Tony has been in and out of these jobs, so he's on unemployment sometimes too.
You know, I got little monies from, you know, my unemployment.
And the people that are stealing my, you know, I didn't receive the COVID-19 $300 a week thing, you know, stimulus package, not on my unemployment.
Such as them blocking me from my benefits.
Tony also tried to get forklift certified, but failed the written portion when he somehow typed this as his answer, earning a 0 out of 100. You may have noticed when I showed Tony's driver's license, it was a C-Class, a commercial driver's license, or a CDL. Tony doesn't just drive, he drove for a living. Tony was a truck driver, which is one of the major reasons that people think he might have used meth. You shouldn't worry about Tony's driving skills, though.
In reference to, you know, my score of the CDL test, you know, I took it the first time, passed it, and it might have been, you know, the quickest time or the fastest time ever. Which, you know, in reference to truck drivers, you know, me getting the highest score, the fastest score.
However, in 2023, Tony got laid off from his job at Milton Trucking. This was his reaction.
In reference to the Milton Trucking Company, don't ever fucking call me again, you fucking Nazis. Your fucking receptionist is a fucking Nazi. You are fucking stupid. Stay the fuck out of my life, you goddamn Nazis! You better not be using any truck products from any of my mother or father's trucking companies. Somebody needs to send the police over to the Milton Trucking Company. Don't you ever fuck with me, you motherfucker. Somebody can shut you down, you fucking son of a bitch. You better stay out of my life, you fucking Nazi bitch. Whoever the fuck you were on the phone, you fucking Nazi CIA bitch. The CIA does not have any right running any businesses, and neither does the FBI. You better stay the fuck out of my life, you fucking Nazis.
The reason for this is unknown to me, but it was possibly because of his license expiring. Because Tony ended up taking his CDL test again, and even though he aced it before, there was a conspiracy this time. The Satellite Man messed with his steering.
You know, Satellite Man was probably pushing on the power steering. Now, I know a satellite can put pressure on the power steering of a truck and cause it to not turn correctly. These government people, and they sabotaged my straight backing, offset parking, and parallel parking. Your truck does not turn as sharp as it should. Like I got a dime right here and a penny right here.
Tony even made a YouTube video using a toy truck, a dime, and a penny to show how the Satellite Man caused him to fail his driving test. Because of the Satellite Man, Tony isn't a truck driver anymore. It's time to get to the heart of the matter. Let's talk about the Satellite Man.
What do you do for a living? Sit in a satellite control room and burn people and cause people problems?
Tony will also blame the smallest things on the Satellite Man. Tony stumbles over a word on recording? Satellite Man. Tony burps while he's drinking a soda? Satellite Man.
This government man was trying to make up obsessive, they're messing with my mouth. You're a schizophrenic, satellite psycho man spying on people. They hit me in the mouth. Where'd you come from? Poor background government man? They just mess with my mouth. Let's see you get to life in prison. See you get life in prison and a death penalty, government man. And you better quit messing with my mouth trying to make me stutter all the time. And Satellite Man's messed with my stomach and it made me burp. And my whole anatomy. It just made me burp. They're making me burp now. They just made me burp. They just hit me in the throat. They made me burp. Water bowl, you know, from my cat. See that black mark there? That's from a satellite. If she's meowing, that means they're hurting her with the satellite.
The bigger things are the Satellite Man's fault, too. Well, pretty much everything's the Satellite Man's fault.
Such as satellite microwaves. So, you know, in reference to the information, I went out to wipe off my vehicle, brush off the snow, you know. And the Satellite Man zapped me, made me fall on the ice, made me fall down, and slammed me on the ground with the satellite. You must get prosecuted for your hatred and your graffiti and your mutilations and your vandalism of people's teeth and faces and genitals and body parts. Or zapping me in the kneecaps. Anyways, how you guys doing? That Satellite Man is still hurting my leg. It feels like they're trying to chop off my leg with the fucking satellite. The Satellite Man's playing electric fences and shit like that, you know. The Satellite Men are holding me hostage. It's like electric fences. Like you try to go somewhere. Like if I try to go somewhere, then they start frying my face and teeth. And you're trying to play face-off movie games? The activities of politicians or government people intentionally mistaking my identity? Their people must get prosecuted for their crimes. And they fucking know that truck is impossible, nearly impossible, to park when they're fucking with the mirrors. And I'm gonna be real tall in the future too. Even though these satellite controllers and these government people have tried to prevent me from getting taller. In reference to them injuring my back. You know, I'm a bodybuilder. You know, these people will try to say something stupid like, you know, say for instance I was deadlifting 800 pounds or 700 or 600 pounds or something in the past. And then they injured my spinal cord. Mr. Satellite Man, you shitting people and hurting people's spinal cords and hurting their stomachs is not socially accepted. And you've been trying to make me shit diarrhea? You better quit hurting my stomach. You better quit burning on my back. You better quit messing with my ass. You better quit messing with my penis and balls. You better quit. You better quit shitting me with the goddamn satellite. See, I'm supposed to be on like a disability benefits because they knew these people was torturing me on jobs with satellites. You thought you were the boss of other races?
And they've been hitting me in the face and teeth even after the new year started, 2024. Tonight,
Sorry, I'm having trouble understanding.
the satellite man is still poking me in the mouth and hitting me in the face and teeth. They're still burning my tailbone and underside and groin and sacrum bone and perineum and penis and balls and vagina.
And that satellite man tried to accuse me of Okinawa.
They think it's funny. They're sitting in a satellite control room laughing their fucking ass off because they don't think they're ever going to go to prison.
Tony can't even take a shit without the satellite man bothering him and his cat.
How you guys doing? The satellite man's choking my cat even when I'm sitting on the toilet taking a shit. I'm going shit, you know? Satellite man's hitting me in the teeth when I'm sitting on the toilet. Satellite man's still staring, hurting my legs.
Tony's utility bill issues were the satellite man's fault too.
These government people, they try to send you bills and expenses like they're trying to persecute you. And see, these people are all most of these people are German or Middle Eastern German. You know, and this is very important. You know, I was checking my bills and utilities, and my electricity bill was $69 and some odd cents, which came out to like $71.45. I just checked it again, and they have added $139 to my electric bill. There is no fucking way. I don't even spend that as a separate month. They just put it on there, and I'll just take a picture of it too. This fucking bullshit. Cents, which came out to like $71.45. I just checked it again, and they have added $139 to my electric bill. There is no fucking way. I don't even spend that as a separate month. They just put it on there, and I'll just take a picture of it too. This fucking bullshit. These motherfuckers are Nazis. They must get charged for all their crimes and for trying to murder me. I don't even use that in the fucking winter time. Where in the fuck did they add $139 to my fucking bill? Here it is, it says $139.
Tony starts jonesing for a cig? That's the satellite man.
I don't even really smoke cigarettes. They burn me and make me buy cigarettes.
Sometimes Tony seems totally casual about it.
Not much going on here. The satellite man was burning my face right here again. And my teeth. Just a few minutes ago. Anyways, hope everybody's doing good. And the satellite man just made me stutter.
This is basically a day in the life of Tony.
When I get up from bed, they'd be burning me. Everywhere I went. Till the end of the day. Then they'd be burning me at the house. They're burning me right now. They're burning across my upper lip. What is that for? They are doing this day and night. Burning on me with satellites.
Tony decided, probably during one of his periods of car trouble, to buy an e-bike. At one point, the satellite man made him drop his milk while he was using the bike. He didn't throw a fit. He doesn't cry over spilt milk. But when the satellite man made him fall off his e-bike, he immediately got up and whipped out his phone to record himself giving that satellite man a piece of his mind. And if you thought Tony only acts like this in private, here's one of Tony going off in public.
The satellite man just did this shit to my bike again. And I'm not fucking with you, you sick, ugly piece of shit government fucking faggot. Better stay out of my royal life, you motherfucker. If I find out you stole anything from me, you're gonna be sitting behind bars. You're gonna be sitting in San Quentin or Rikers Island, you fucking piece of shit, motherfucker. Or somewhere. I want you to understand something, you dirty fucking satellite pig in space. You dirty fucking cop. You're gonna be doing prison labor, you dirty fucking cop. You are going to be in prison, and you're gonna be working yourself to death in prison, you fucking dirty cop. You dirty politician. You're gonna be sitting in prison, sweating and straining your fucking body until you almost die. Or whatever.
What did the satellite man do to Tony's e-bike? He switched it.
Where's my fucking e-bike? You people have fucking switched it. Where's my fucking e-bike? You fucking switched it! You switched to my e-bike. Where the fuck is it?
That's not the only thing he switched.
This is very important in reference to, I just got out of the shower, the dirty government faggot cops or dirty government faggot man that has messed with my O-Touch, which is a male private toy of which, you know, it's an O-Touch, you know. They've fucked with it. Now it doesn't shut off. And when I was trying to charge it up and unplugged it, then it started fucking up and acting strange and shit, you know. And somebody tried to communicate that the government faggot was in the house, and he switched this with mine, meaning like he stole mine and switched it with this one. What are you guys doing? Oh, and in reference to this, it almost looks like it's a darker shaded color a little, I don't know.
Basically, anything that breaks, Satellite Man switched it.
But this not having all the functions on it, and these people have done this shit with other things. Like somebody might have switched my microwave for somebody else's shitty microwave, and then fucked up they fucked it up, but it blew either way. It worked when I put the potatoes in there. But in reference to these government faggots and these people that are trying to steal my identity, some of them have bought the same products that I bought around the same time that they copied what I tried to buy. And then they broke theirs or some shit, and then they tried to switch my stuff with their broken shit. I made a video about this a couple years ago about this shit. And these people fucking with my vehicle, and these people switching vehicles. Like, they tried to switch my vehicles before for some fucked up shitty vehicle when I've kept my vehicle in great running order, and then they switched it with some other fucking faggot's fucking vehicle, some dirty government faggot that's trying to steal my fucking identity. They need to prosecute these fucking people, man. Time's a wasting. Time is money. You're wasting my goddamn time and my life.
Who is the Satellite Man?
Who are you, government freak? These bad satellite controllers are toxic people. They're bad people. And I don't have nothing to do with these bad government people or these bad, people that hate on me. Don't want none of their negativity, none of their abuses. They're toxic, they're narcissistic psychos, these bad government people and these satellite controllers, whoever they are.
We know this Satellite Man is a bad person, but we need some information that we can use to identify them. Tony doesn't know exactly who the Satellite Man is. Tony isn't really sure of anything about him, but he often speculates. I think we can be pretty sure that the Satellite Man is, well, a man. Out of all the times I've heard Tony talk about satellites, I've only heard him talk about a satellite woman twice.
You better leave me alone. And that government woman that's in the satellite control room?
And the psycho satellite woman in the satellite control room that's been burning my teeth.
And I've actually heard him say that it's not women.
Because otherwise, these satellite men are staring at me all the time. I don't think there's any females looking at me from satellite that are burning me.
How can this be possible? Because those female satellite controllers become men by stealing other people's penises.
So these men don't try to confuse me with this satellite man trying to claim he thought I was his child. And he's some gay man with a little dick. Or he's some gay man that's wearing other men's penises that he either murdered or he stole their penises. Whoever that government freak is in the satellite control room. The people that have been stalking me.
So we know that it's a man, and we also know that they're not Tony's race or religion, because he says that all the time.
I'm not even your race or religion, so you're gonna get charged with racism.
You're not the leader of my race or religion. And another thing, in reference to the satellite man damaging my teeth and face, trying to play their conformist racism game, I'm not your race or religion. What race and religion are you, sicko man? What race are you, man?
Tony's not 100% on the Satellite Man's race, but he's narrowed it down to either German, Middle Eastern, or black. No matter which race he is, he's a Nazi.
Who the fuck do you think you are, you German Nazi? Or you Middle Eastern Nazi?
And they're racist? They're white racists, or Middle Eastern racists, or German racists, or maybe these government people are the black German racists? These people are trying to play their
games of stealing from me and holding me hostage is what these dirty government Nazis and their Middle Eastern Nazis or whatever, or the black Nazis that have been terrorizing my life. There's a government man that has terrorized me and tried to steal my penis, and he's one of the satellite controllers, and he's tried to damage my tailbone. And he's some freak that tried to claim he thought that my ass was too round for my race and religion or something. I'm not this man's race or religion. It's some German Nazi, queer, pedophiliac, or he's a child molester, or he's some freak, whoever this satellite man is.
For the satellite man's religion, he is a Christian.
These Christians in the satellite control rooms that have been burning me. And there's another thing. There are Christian Nazis and political criminals trying to fabricate that they were Catholics or Jews. So don't play your fucking German Christian games or your games of whatever race you are. It's not fair.
But there's like a million Christian denominations. Which one is the satellite man? He's a Mormon.
You're violating church and state. I'm not a Mormon. You people tried to damage people's teeth that smoke cigarettes or that know people that smoke cigarettes, and you tried to damage other people's teeth. The Mormon religion does not own Las Vegas. The Mormon religion does not own America. The Mormon religion does not own the beverage industry or the food industry. And just because you're a Mormon doesn't give you rights of trying to murder off people that smoke legal cigarettes that are sold in stores. You don't have a right damaging people's teeth because you're a Mormon. That's your own lifestyle. That's the lifestyle that you chose. You don't have a right damaging other people's lifestyles and torturing and mutilating other people's anatomies because they're not your Mormon religion. I'm Catholic and Jewish. And hello, Asia and friendly countries. I'm not a Mormon. Everybody knows that. And these satellite controllers, some of these people are Mormons, and they are violating the American Dentist Association. You don't have a right damaging nobody's face and teeth. I'm not your child. I'm not the role model of your race or your Mormon religion. And you are violating my race and religion and friendly races that are friendly with me.
I said before that Tony doesn't know who the satellite man is, but he knows who some of them are. Yes, there are multiple satellite controllers. Some of them are even good satellite controllers.
The numerous satellite controllers that have done this every single day.
But there's a few satellite controllers that have not tried to murder me or tried to hurt me. And they're the ones probably going after the bad satellite controllers too, you know. But which ones are those, right?
And every time, if there's a politician or any of their family members that are burning me from a satellite, their politician relative, whoever they are, if they're a relative of a politician or the politician themselves is the one burning me from satellite, they can get prosecuted for the death penalty.
He's doing this is very important. That goddamn satellite man's still hitting me in the teeth. And they have communicated it as George Bush, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and some other people that have been damaging my teeth. It is an order of the Treasury and factual history that I'm one of the highest ranking people of the Treasury. My parents and grandparents had the most money in the Treasury. If any of those presidents or ex-presidents have damaged or tried to murder me, they must be charged for the murder of my mother and my father. They are people and family members of the CIA, these ex-presidents. I'm fucking warning you, you better leave my teeth alone, man. Because if it comes down to where politicians get charged for treason and they are asked to be put on trial for the death penalty based on the court laws of America and their violations of conspiracies and violations of human anatomy and my royal family history, I'm fucking warning you, you ex-presidents. Let's go to court, man. Let's see if you violated my life when you were in office. I'm gonna tell you, you sick motherfucker. You don't outrank me just because you were a president or any other reason. You have never outranked me in America, and you won't ever. I am fucking warning you, and I'm warning your goddamn Secret Service. If you have damaged my teeth, I'm gonna have legal right to put you to death based on the court laws of your sentence where you would get prosecuted for the fucking death penalty. I am fucking warning you. If anybody is covering up any of these ex-presidents hurting me and terrorizing me, any person covering it up can get prosecuted. Fuck you. You need to go to court, motherfucker.
If you're covering up which satellite man has been damaging my teeth, you must get charged for the crimes.
So this is like they're trying to play Godsmack satellite transmissions or Smash Mouth satellite transmission games. You know, those musical groups kind of probably know a little bit about the satellite technology abuses of the government, terrorists.
Yep, Smash Mouth.
Obviously is in on it.
And a cop who gave Tony a traffic ticket named Sergeant Hill is also a top suspect.
And somebody communicated that Sergeant Hill in Indianapolis was one of the men that tried to rape me.
Tell you something, Sergeant Hill, motherfucker. You better leave me the fuck alone. You better quit burning my teeth. You're gonna force me to make a fucking video about you, and I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna fucking warn you. If you don't leave me alone, the United Nations can order Code 1971 and have you fucking executed in America. Just make sure you fucking understand that, you and your fucking satellite shit. I'm not your child. I'm not your goddamn fucking property. And I'm goddamn warning you. You trespassed without a fucking warrant. Your people tried to murder me. You've been one of the satellite controllers. You slandered my character. You started all this satellite shit. You've been involved with this shit when you kidnapped me from California.
Tony bought a GPS tracker, which he thinks is a device that tracks satellites. But what he doesn't know is that it's actually a device that tracks him with satellites. Tony believes that the numbers that the device outputs are actually the satellite numbers, whatever that means. Ironically, this is basically the only thing involving a real satellite in Tony's life, and he bought it himself.
There's satellite numbers that are documented.
So the satellite numbers at this time are 01, 02, 04, 05, 6, 06. So I'll start over again. Hang on. Let me can see them. See the numbers? The battery's running low on it.
You've already heard Tony say plenty of times that people need to go to court and get the death penalty. Tony loves court TV, and he's pretty convinced that when he gets the government and the satellite man in court, it's gonna be just like that. He also seems to think court is a test of who is smarter. Tony's plan is to track down the satellite man and bring him to court, or maybe beat the shit out of him, or maybe both.
How you guys doing, all right? You know, I'm watching Court TV on, it's, this one is Judge Karen's court. You need to go into court and express yourself, government man. You think you're smarter than me? You need to go into court and let's see how smart you are. You better leave my teeth and lips alone, or somebody's gonna rearrange your goddamn face.
You better put your muscles on, too, in the courtroom, man. You want to go at it? You think you're tougher than me? You think you're a big badass drug enforcement faggot?
I'm sure you've already picked up on the fact that Tony has no filter. Zero filter. It doesn't exist when it comes to Tony. And Tony loves the British cigarette word. I said before that Tony doesn't know anything about the Satellite Man, but that's not quite true. He knows one thing about the Satellite Man. The Satellite Man is gay. Tony has gay friends. It's not hatred of gay people he has in his heart. It's hatred of the Satellite Man. And he's only using such strong language to portray the gravity of his situation, you know?
These gay men that are holding me hostage with their satellite terrorism. And no, I'm not gay. Not gonna turn gay. Not for you or anybody else. I have some friends out there that are gay, and I'm not gay, and I've heard all kinds of jokes of people making humor about their particular activities or whatever. You know, it's Hollywood gossip or Hollywood jokes. You know, I'm not gay.
I have friends that are gay, and they don't act nothing like you people, and they don't do the shit your people do. Your gay communism is terrorism in America. You better show up in court so you can get prosecuted for your gay terrorism. These men are living their gay lifestyle, having their fucking fun, terrorizing my life. Who are you to be terrorizing my life?
I'm not gay. I'm straight. I only date females. And I don't date your race, government freak. You better keep your satellite off. And you and your satellite homosexual invasion, you're a gay man, aren't you? I'm not gay. Every one of your people damaging people's teeth because they have big penises, you need to get arrested, you sick faggot. Pervert man. You're not a friendly gay person. You are a sick psycho attacking good-looking people because you're jealous or you're sick with some type of envy, or you're just a hateful person trying to pick on somebody because you're gay and you're trying to rape straight men.
The satellite man is trying to pause Tony.
Are you that drug enforcement man with AIDS in the satellite control room that's been terrorizing my life? Some of these satellite controllers might have terminal illnesses. I'm not sure if they do or not, but these people might have AIDS or a disease or something in these satellite control rooms, and these people are trying to mess with other people's lives. I'm not gay, never been involved in that, never had no disease. And another thing of importance, in reference to these government people that have diseases or somebody in their family has a disease, these people have tried to steal my identity, tried to frame me, and they're people that are trying to steal my identity. A lot of these people are gay. I'm not gay. If you got HIV or AIDS, I don't know where you got it from, but you didn't get it from me. I'm not gay, never been gay with nobody.
The satellite man is trying to turn Tony gay, but he's not gay, not never.
He's doing this very important. That satellite man is staring at me, burning my tailbone, burning my ass, burning my face and teeth, and this man is still trying to call me gay. I am not gay, never been involved in gay activity. You ain't never seen me in no gay activity, motherfucker. And that government man sits in that satellite control room and acting like he's some angry fucking closet fag terrorizing my life. I have friends that are gay, and they don't like you people either. And they all know that I'm straight. You damaged my teeth trying to call me gay. You better go into court, man. If you don't stop your gay slander and your activities of your gay politics, of your people attacking me and burning my face and teeth, you're going to be put on trial for execution or life imprisonment. I am not gay, not going to be gay, and you don't have no right burning my face and teeth. You damaged my teeth in your angry, hateful activities of trying to accuse me of being gay when you're gay and you're a closet fag and you're a satellite controller accusing straight men of being gay because obviously you got some problem with your own gay activities or your gay sexuality that you're attacking straight men. And I've had gay friends for a long time, man. You've damaged my teeth accusing me of being gay, and this motherfucker has done this shit before. This man has done this shit like, oh, he'll show you what gay is. You're gonna be gay, so he's gonna put it on you. He's gonna make you be gay. He's gonna show you what gay shit is. You know, like some gay man trying to rape somebody like a closet fag. You ever seen that shit? Like, it's like that motherfucker that says, oh, I'll give you something to cry about, so that he tries to beat you more, you know? Well, this man's like a closet gay fag trying to call me gay and then trying to rape me, like saying, oh, you're gonna be gay? Well, he's gonna show you what gay is. And then he tries to rape me and shit. I'm not gay. Never been gay. Not going to be gay. And that man needs to get arrested, and that man needs to get put on trial for the death penalty. That man damaged my teeth, accusing me of being gay, trying to accuse me of being a gay prostitute or some shit. I'm not gay. And you need to look up those treasury documents in reference to the documents that my mother and father had in reference to any man trying to claim or trying to call me a prostitute or trying to call me a gay prostitute or any shit like that, or trying to call me a gay streetwalker. I'm going to tell you, man, you're going to be put on trial for the death penalty. I'm not gay, not going to be gay, and you did this shit to my face and teeth, and your gay party of criminals.
And another thing, George W. fucking Bush, are you going to admit that your father and his fucking faggot party trespassed on my father's property in Texas.
You tried to steal my sperm, you tried to steal my blood, you tried to rape me, you tried to steal my money, you tried to steal my mother and father's estates. Look to see how many of these people that tried to steal from me, look to see how many of them are gay. And it's supposed to say that these people are gay on their driver's license, isn't it? My driver's license doesn't say that I'm gay. No, it does not. And I am not gay. I am goddamn warning you, you better leave my face and teeth alone. You're violating my straight rights, man. This government man was trying to criticize you. They try to knock the soap out of your hand. They try to hurt you when you're in the shower, and they hit you in the face and the teeth, trying to call you their slave or their gay boy toy. I'm not gay. Not never. Not ever going to be. If you ever called me your gay boy toy, you have to get arrested. People have tried to murder me in my sleep. People have tried to attack me on jobs. People have tried to rape me on jobs. Look at the history. How many times somebody, some gay man or some government man tried to sneak in on a job and tried to rape me. No means no, dirty satellite faggot man. No means no. I'm not gay. Not ever gonna be gay. You people that are gay in your satellite activity and your abuses or your gay activities of trying to play, your gay expressiveness. I'm not gay. I have friends that are gay, but I'm not gay, and they understand that. In reference to the facts of information, as aggressive as some of you are, I have more legal right to be defensive against your aggressive gay activities. I am not gay. Not gonna be gay, and you're violating my rights. You're violating me blocking me from my friends. You're blocking me from females too. I'm supposed to be around females. I'm supposed to have a girlfriend pretty much all the time. In reference to a female friend that stays with me or hangs out with me pretty much all the time. You know, whether it's one girl or another girl, just a female friend all the time. So dirty gay man can't ever try to sneak their satellite peeking in to think, oh, they thought you were going to turn gay for that second. Or they thought you might turn gay in a second. Oh, they're watching to see if you turn gay. They thought you might turn gay in a moment. They thought this, somebody saying this, they thought you might turn gay. No, I'm not gay. And you better leave my teeth alone. And you must get prosecuted for damaging my teeth. And I'm supposed to be around a female, and whoever this man is that's blocking me from females, that man's obviously gay, or he's bisexual, and I'm not gay or bisexual. I'm supposed to be around a celebrity or a supermodel or an actress all the time for safety reasons and for protection reasons from dirty satellite men making up, oh, they thought you would turn gay in a moment. They thought you were almost turning gay. They were watching to see if you'd turn gay that second. They thought maybe you might be gay in a moment. They thought they'd burn you and torture you and mess with your tailbone and your asshole. And they thought they took your penis and try to claim they didn't want you to be who you are. They wanted to make your dick small or penis small, so they can call you a nobody, so they can call you somebody else's child. You know, those people need to go into court.
Why is the satellite man doing this to Tony? There are several possible motives.
Obviously, this situation is pretty serious in reference to the dirty men that are holding me hostage and their tricks. I don't know why they're doing this. I have no ties to them.
These people terrorizing me because they were jealous of my parents, or they were jealous of my career in Hollywood, or they were jealous of something, or they're just sick in their brain, whoever these people are.
They do that because they're jealous of my good looks, or they're jealous of my finances or my inheritance, or they're jealous because they got sued or they're supposed to get sued. They're jealous of everything, these fucking people.
Your crimes of jealousy or your crimes of hurting people because you thought that somebody thought that you were jealous. We don't care. You don't have a right hitting people in the teeth whether you're jealous or not.
But this is about the communists and the terrorists and the satellite controllers. And
now, in reference to the Indiana government allowing these people to hold me hostage just so they can fucking spy on me for their gay fantasies, that is a crime.
You tried to get into my life because I'm an attractive individual.
And the satellite controllers are racist towards Italians. They're obviously prejudiced and racist towards royals, these government people.
I don't speak German and I don't speak Middle Eastern language either. And you've been hitting me in the teeth and face and mouth because you speak German? I'm not German and my parents weren't German either. And my parents weren't Middle Eastern either. And hello, how's everybody doing? This is important. There's got to be religious lawsuits against these satellite controllers in reference to their Christian beliefs of them messing up Catholic people's teeth. And you need to go on YouTube and say what you have a problem with a person being a royal having a bigger penis than you.
And you politicians that are allowing this shit, you need to go to court for allowing these satellite controllers to terrorize my life and to be hurting me and raping me with a fucking satellite.
How are they turning Tony gay and raping him from a satellite? Well, they're messing with his little asshole.
In reference to the American government and the fact that you're allowing this satellite man to be hitting me in the tailbone and messing with my ass with a satellite, you're pretty sick in your government positions. I'm not gay. I've clearly stated that information. Never been gay. Not gonna be gay. Any of their sexual satellite simulations of messing with my ass or any parts of my body or messing with my mouth and teeth and face is criminal. I don't want them touching me. This is my anatomy, my rights.
How you guys doing? This is very important in reference to history. I've never been constipated. I've never had a problem going shit. I've never needed a satellite man damaging my tailbone or trying to widen the asshole. Me and my little asshole of my anatomy have never had a problem shitting or going to the bathroom or the toilet. My whole life, ever. I don't need your satellite man damaging my tailbone because you're a pervert acting like you're trying to spread people's ass cheeks and you're trying to spread somebody's asshole. You can get the death penalty, you fucking dirty faggot. And your activity of damaging the tailbone makes a person sit on the toilet longer. I'm not your friend, man. I'm not gay. I'm not ever gonna be gay. Not never. And there's legal right to put you on trial for execution. You people are some of the same goddamn perverts from when I was a little boy. And you're some of the people that murdered my parents. They even have records of that satellite controller claiming he was holding me hostage, trying to turn me gay so he could murder me, faking diseases on me. And then he would try to steal my mother and father's property with stolen children that he illegally artificially inseminated. Knowledgeable facts about penises.
Why did these satellite men want to get Tony to bat for the other team so much? Because of his Titanic tallywhacker, of course.
You tried to claim that you thought that my big penis just appeared out of nowhere? I was born with my big penis.
Them trying to steal my penis size, which is a natural large penis size. It's been documented since I was born. Everything has been documented since I was born.
And he's tried to steal my sperm because I have a big penis. And it's documented since the day I was born.
I'm not talking about his 15-incher. He's a grown man now. That's how long it was when Tony was a newborn.
This is adult-oriented information, too,
You know, in reference to people, people that know me, people have known me, I've walked down the runway totally nude and they saw my penis naturally, and that's attempted murder in reference to people stealing dicks, people stealing cock, people stealing penises. People could end up in prison for the rest of your life. I mean, there's probably going to be somebody trying to make jokes, but this is, the jokes about me having a big penis and people making jokes about it doesn't hurt my feelings at all. Depends on what they say, whether they can get sued or not. Don't be trying to cut it short either. I'm not allowed to shrink my dick. I'm not allowed to shrink or not allowed to sell any of it. Can't give none of it away, not never. My royal penis is my penis, my mother and my father's genetics. My genetics came from my mother and father. But in reference to anybody trying to steal any of my penis, they can get prosecuted. They can end up in prison for the rest of their lives. Or any medical freaks trying to steal my penis, they can get prosecuted and they can go to prison for life. But, in reference to my penis, people can go on YouTube and make, a video. My penis is over 41 plus inches, naturally, plus. And some people have seen it, some people have it on document. But, in reference to people, this is not about, it's not a cockfight. This is about my real penis, And I don't date girls that date other guys, and I'm not gay. So in reference to, people, this is very important in reference to protecting my penis, and it should protect other people's penises from cock snatchers or government thieves trying to steal dick or trying to steal penis or whatever they'd be trying to do. They can make reference to these videos of me mentioning in reference to my royal penis. It's over 41 plus inches, but these people have tried to steal my penis, and they tried to play this tucking game in reference to my penis size. This isn't about being a tough guy thinking, we'll see which person says the longest length that they've seen it. It's not about being, I'm big dick, I'm a big dick. It's not about that. I'm more mature than that. This is about reality of documentation of my physical anatomy, so nobody gets away with stealing any of my penis.
And in reference to my penis, some people have seen my penis. If people want to draw diagrams of my penis size, that's all right. In reference to people that know about it, Don't try to come over and grab on me and try to make new documentation, or anything like that. But my penis is documented. I'm allowed to have my real penis, even if it hung down past my feet.
Tony's penis is 41 inches. Plus. I guess Tony tells people this in real life, and they call bullshit, and they try to cut it short. Tony is sick and tired of this, so it's time for the government to step in. He wants all the governors and all the mayors in the United States, they're gonna have to add this to the swearing in ceremony or something. He wants every governor and mayor, and the president, to sign a document saying that they've seen Tony's real penis size.
The exact length and size has to be documented so people can look up the information. So these men don't try to accuse me of being some man with a little penis or trying to call me a pervert. Because, every time they arrest those child molesters or those perverts, they always find out those guys got little dicks and big balls. So in reference to these men trying to profile a person that has a big penis, the inches and length and size of my penis has to be documented. And you don't have no right trying to steal any of my penis. If anybody stole any parts or length of my penis, they must be arrested. So, dirty government man, how big do you think my penis is? Need every governor and mayor to sign a document saying that they've seen the information about my real penis size. And the Treasury. And some other places. So you can't accuse me of being somebody else. Now don't forget, my penis hangs all the way down to the floor when I'm standing up, naturally. My penis is what? Over 30 plus inches limp naturally? So we need all the governors and mayors to sign documents, and the Treasury to sign documents in reference to my identity and my factual penis length before they stole any of it or before they tried to steal any of it. And anybody trying to steal any of it, they can get prosecuted for the death penalty. What's the longest anybody has seen my penis? Is that 41 plus inches? You tried to confuse me with somebody else, government faggot? You tried to claim that you were a child of my father or mother, and you're some man with a little dick? You need to go into court, government man. All the governors and mayors and the president needs to write a document or sign a document for my protection of my identity, saying they've seen the information about who I am and who my parents are, so they don't confuse me with anybody else's child in reference to reality and facts. And of course, I'll probably perform in the media, and I'll probably dress up as a different artist sometimes. But this is about my real birth identity. Factuality of who I am and who my biological parents are. All right? See if those governors and mayors will sign those documents.
Tony is actually sending letters to the Supreme Court and various governors about this and other issues of his, such as satellites, and he's been receiving the generic thank you letter. But what he really wants is that document. Tony isn't just waiting for monies to arrive in the mail, he's also waiting for an executive order declaring that he really does have a supersized sausage.
And the Supreme Court, that satellite man's still burning my groin, and they're still burning my tailbone and prostate and anus with a fucking satellite. These satellite men are gay men. Everything's documented. And Supreme Court, you know, my email address. And I've not received any letters from any of you. Some of the governors, usually they try to send letters, but they're always just some little thing that they're doing, or it might be a big thing they're doing, I don't know. But it has nothing, they don't have anything pertaining to me in the letters. Gretchen Whitmar might have said hello just now or something from Michigan. And she communicated last night or something saying hello. And Governor Cuomo said hello, I guess. You know, just while I'm waiting for things to arrive from the companies or from the studios or from, you know, the president or the governors or mayors.
Tony says his penis size is on documentation. And you'll find out later that documentation can mean photographic documentation too. So Tony's letters are something like this. Dear Governor, people are spreading lies that I'm a little penis man. I am a big penis man. Here's documentation. I imagine it's photographic documentation of my 41-inch penis. And then he just attaches a dick pic to go along with that. And Andrew Cuomo said thanks. That actually checks out.
And there's supposed to be pictures of it.
Really though, it's important that Tony tells us that he has a big penis and small balls. Not because he's immature, but to prove that he's not a German, a Middle Easterner, or a sex addict.
How you guys doing? This is another thing of importance in reference to penis size and balls. I was born with a big penis. It's documented since the day I was born. And I was born with medium or small balls. There are men in this world that have smaller balls than your German race or Middle Eastern Germans or whatever. The reason my balls are small is because that's the way they are. My father had small balls. My grandfathers had small balls too. And they had big penises, and it's documented. So in reference to your big balls and your activity of making exaggerations or falsifications for why you're burning somebody's balls, trying to say you thought they had small balls because you were burning their balls with satellites, that's not the reason why somebody has small balls, man. And what's the cause for your big, nasty Germanism balls? You thought if somebody had a big penis, you thought they were a sex addict? Because you thought that's where testosterone was produced, in the penis shaft? Do you really have a brain? You thought a person's sexuality or potency of their activity of sexual interest, you thought was produced in the shaft of the penis? Are you just a dirty gay faggot German that's fucking stupid as shit? The reason why a lot of gay Germans or people with big balls are sex addicts is because testosterone is produced in their gay balls. That's why you got big nuts, faggot. People that have smaller balls are not as sexually interested as what some people might say. It's usually the men with the big nasty faggot balls that are sex addicts. You better leave me alone. You better go find you another person that has gay, big ball, sex addict activities and leave me the fuck alone, you dirty satellite faggot.
You might think that 30 plus limp inches flopping around down there might give you some trouble, but Tony insists that he's never had any problems because of his big penis.
But in reference to my penis naturally hangs down to my feet and past my feet when I stand up. My penis is a royal penis. My penis is my anatomy. It has never had any conflict with my activities. It never stopped me from running and jumping or riding a bicycle. It never stopped me from swimming in swimming pools in my mother and father's mansions. It never disrupted my schoolwork. It never disrupted my life in any way. It never caused any problems for my mobility. Never. See, my penis is like 30-something inches limp. You guys know that, right? Limp. Over 41 plus inches. It's never caused me a problem in being in movies or TV shows. It's never caused me a problem riding a bicycle, jumping rope.
It might not be causing Tony any problems, but the Satellite Man thinks it might be causing some ladies problems. It's dangerous. Tony might hurt someone with that thing. That's why the Satellite Man is trying to steal his penis, to protect women.
No girl I've ever had sex with has ever had a problem with my penis. You tried to claim that you thought somebody had a big penis. You thought they were hurting females with their big penis? Any of the girls I ever dated never had a problem with my big penis. The Satellite Man just communicated something about big penises and tried to say that he thought big penises was a problem in this world. Have you people been murdering off people with bigger penises than your race or your people? You need to get prosecuted for that. And what do you think a penis is, man? You think it's made out of steel? Do you think a penis is something that stabs people or something? My penis is my penis. It's never hurt no girl. It's never put no girl in the hospital or anything like that.
The reason Tony can't get a girlfriend isn't because he's hurting women with his enormous schlong. It's because there's a government conspiracy to cover up the size of his wang. That's it. That's why Tony can't get any Hollywood celebrity women to come be his temporary girlfriend.
Hollywood, how you guys doing? And hello, Catholics, and hello, Jews in Hollywood. You know, this is very important. Maybe some of the females that know me in Hollywood that are Jewish females, maybe one of them wants to come over and be my girlfriend and we'll travel maybe to another city and state or something. But Hollywood families, if they wanted to send a female over to say she'll be my temporary girlfriend or whatever and hang out with me, you know, it's pretty serious or whatever. And, you know, temporary girlfriend or whatever.
So in reference to female celebrities or actresses, yeah, I mean, there might be a long line, right? Nah, that's a little joke there, right?
When Tony's having car problems, he expects to be sent a new car. So when Tony's having girl problems, he expects to be sent a new girlfriend. It just makes sense. And yeah, Tony's having some girl problems.
And you need to get put on trial for trying to downsize another person's penis. You don't sleep in the bed with me and my girlfriend when I have a girlfriend. Why are you cock blocking me? Who do you think you are?
Yeah, you know, I haven't been around a girlfriend in over 22 fucking years, basically.
So in reference to these men that have damaged my teeth, you're violating my sexual relations with vaginas in reference to female oral sex, such as going down on a girl or, you know, oral sex on a vagina. These men that have been terrorizing my face and teeth, you're in violations of my sexual relations with my girlfriends and female friends when you have damaged my teeth.
Tony thinks this is because the Satellite Man is cock blocking him.
They're blocking me from having a girlfriend. It even says on treasury documents or court case documents that if any man blocks me from having a girlfriend, those men have to get arrested. If any man blocks me from having a wife or a girlfriend, those men have to get arrested. No matter who the fuck they are. No matter what race they are. And they gotta get charged for cock blocking, is what they call when people block somebody from having a relationship. That's what they call cock blocking.
And you're blocking me from having a girlfriend. Nobody's blocking you men from having gay boyfriends.
And I'm not your boyfriend. I'm not gay. These people are blocking me from female relations and having a female friend to hang out with. So you need to get ordered into court for cock blocking.
Maybe it's actually because Tony accuses girls of having AIDS.
But, you know, in reference to, you know, girls that go to a clinic, you know, I've personally taken girls to the clinic before having intimate sex or activities with females. So these people trying to make up lies slandering my character, or they tried to make up STDs or diseases or damaging my face and teeth. All those people need to get charged. They need to get prosecuted for damaging my face and teeth, whoever these satellite controllers are. And I'm not gay, not never, not going to be gay, not never either. And girls have to go through background checks too.
Tony said that his big penis has never caused him any problems, but sometimes tiny penis men try to cause him problems, like his bodyguards, who abandoned him.
And there's people that was supposedly on security, but then they said they didn't want to be on security, that they had already been paid, but they didn't want to be on security because I had a bigger penis than them. But they stole the money for security. I was supposed to have like 300 bodyguards or something.
Tony's religions would never abandon him.
The Catholic religion and the Jewish religion accepts the fact that I have a round ass, that I have a big penis.
The Pope said that shit ex cathedra, and the sages put that in the Talmud. Why does Tony need bodyguards? Because people are trying to steal his penis, of course. But why are they trying to steal his penis?
Some people are not privileged to certain information, like they wouldn't put it on television probably, or in newspapers, where the location of diamonds are in my body, because that's kind of like, you know, somebody would try to steal them then, you know. This man, like, there's diamonds in my body, of course, that my parents had put there, which, you know, that type of information would not be passed around to certain people, because then they would kidnap me and they would try to find the diamonds in parts of my body that they would try to steal. There's diamonds in my penis, too. So if they stole any of my penis, they get the death penalty.
Tony has penis diamonds. I don't know how that works. I don't know if it's a diamond-encrusted penis, a diamond-bedazzled penis. I don't know how it works, but it must be a sight to see. But I don't know if we'll ever get to see it. Because the sad reality about Tony's 41-inch, diamond-encrusted penis is that it's already been stolen. When Tony talks about penis stealing, he often says his penis has been stoled, like it happened in the past.
So in reference to your activities, dirty government man, the fact if you stole any of my penis, you must get arrested and prosecuted. Your people have tried to steal my blood, you've stolen blood, you've stolen from my penis. The men that stole from my penis are the men that have been damaging my teeth and face. These men that stole from my penis, these men that have damaged my teeth. The people that stole sperm are the people that stole from my penis too. These people stole from my penis.
That's not the only linguistic evidence. Tony also talks about how his penis is supposed to be, and how it was stolen from.
So in reference to this man that's damaged my teeth and damaged my face, and the men that have stolen from my penis, you had no right trying to damage my genitals, or stealing any of my penis size. And if you tried to call me a little penis man, you can get put on trial, and put on trial for execution or life in prison. In reference to my penis size, the way it's supposed to be, without them stealing any of it, and you tried to steal from my penis, and my penis is supposed to be over 41 plus inches, plus, people stealing from my beautiful penis, they need to get prosecuted. You don't like me? You don't like my teeth? You don't like my face? You don't like my body? You don't like my 30 plus inch penis? And if you stole anything from my penis, you're gonna need to go into court. My penis is probably like 41 inches or something. They've tucked it up under there, and then they've stolen, like what, several inches of my penis? Where's all my penis at?
There's physical evidence too.
You know, this government man was trying to make up stupid shit, saying that if my penis was untucked, he would claim that he thought that it was too provocative. You can't even see it. I usually wear long pants.
Tony says that he only wears long pants, but I've got a video of him in shorts, and I don't see anything dangling out of that leg hole. I do see a whole lot, though, and this video's on YouTube.
How you guys doing? So, Reverence, who has the best abs? Who has the best ass in Hollywood? See a satellite man pushing down on the stomach, but you know, in reference to stomachs and abs. Like, for instance, in reference to the best abs. Which person's got the best abs in Hollywood? You know, I'm a supermodel, I've been a supermodel my whole life. And when they push down on you with the satellite, it makes your love handle stick out too.
But how do they steal his penis? Bit by bit.
These men that stole from my penis, these men that tried to steal my identity, those men need to get arrested. And they need to be interviewed and asked why they were trying to steal my penis. And who the hell do you think you are trying to steal my penis, claiming you were a bigger man than my father or grandfathers? You obviously got a brain problem. This man tried to claim stupid shit like, oh, he thought you didn't know how to use your penis right, so he thought he would steal your penis, and then he would steal your penis and use it on his penis, and then claim that he knew how to fuck better with your big dick after he stole it from your body. That man gets the death penalty. My penis is my penis. It's a royal penis of my family heritage. Any man that stole any length of my penis must get put on trial for execution and life in prison. You claim you were a bigger, richer man than my father, government man? Even if you were richer, even if you thought you were a taller man, even if you thought anything, you had no right stealing from my penis. My penis is my penis. You're jealous because somebody had more penis than you because you got brain problems. You claim that you thought you had such a grandiose identity of yourself that you thought you'd steal other men's penises. You get put on trial for the death penalty. What makes you think that you had any right trying to downsize on another man's son's penis? Because another man's son's penis was bigger than yours? You're not going to win this argument no matter what. You're going to get put on trial for life in prison or execution. And the stolen penis that they stole from my genetics, the pieces that they stole have to be put back on. Those men must get prosecuted for their crimes. And these people tucking the penis all the time, spying on me in the shower and trying to call me somebody else's name, trying to call me a man with a little dick. The Treasury better know who these people are. People need to know who these people are trying to steal my penis and trying to steal my identity. I'm not giving up an inch of my penis or no amount of measurements from my penis. Even if you get the death penalty for trying to steal my penis, I'm not going to give a fuck about you, man. You tried to steal my penis, you tried to steal my identity of my mother and father and grandparents. You need to get put on trial for execution or life in prison. You had no legal right. You won't ever have a legal right. And whoever the physician is that was working for your people that stole from my penis, that physician gets the death penalty too. Or life in prison. Royal protocol of my identity is in the media 24 hours a day. And my penis is documented in code in that particular document that's in the media. That government man must get prosecuted. Whoever you are, man, you need to get prosecuted and you need to get put on trial for execution or life in prison. And you lose all your property, you lose all your land too for stealing from my penis. And you lose all your accounts too. Royal protocol of my identities in the media 24 hours a day.
Okay, it doesn't sound like they stole all of it, but the Satellite Man is doing other things to shrink Tony's penis too, such as burning his blood.
And in reference to these people trying to play penis torture games, you're sick in your brain, man. Why you burning my tailbone? Why you been burning my penis and balls? And I'm not gay, not never. And these gay men and these bisexual gay men tried to steal my penis. They tried to burn my blood with their satellite microwaves and their surveillance, trying to make my penis look small all the time. I don't walk out in public in the nude, meaning they try to get underneath your clothes with their satellite, and they burn your blood trying to make a person's penis small all the time.
As Tony has alluded to, the satellite man is also cutting his penis short by tucking it up.
And that satellite man does not have a right trying to dominate my life by tucking my penis all the time. And this government man trying to murder me by tucking up my penis all the time and burning me all the time. This man's doing this right now. While I'm sitting right here making this video, they're burning my crotch. And they're burning my tailbone and anus. And they're hitting me in the face. They just hit me in the mouth. It's attempted murder every second of every day, man.
Well, he tried to call my penis fake because they were tucking it up. They were trying to call me another person to attack me in the shower because they had tucked up the penis. And the satellites can see a penis.
Anyways, back to the point. In reference to any females, celebrities, or people that have known me since I was a little boy, or people that have seen my penis at a, extended, not tucked, or...
And the Supreme Court needs to order, and the Treasury and the Royal Monarch of Europe needs to order them to let go of my penis and quit tucking it up.
And how are they tucking his penis up?
Your government people have tried to make up lies to try to steal from my penis. And if you've stolen anything from my penis, see, they try to tuck it up all the time. So I wouldn't be able to see right away whether they stole any of it, because it's always crammed up and they jam it back like they're knocking in dicks, you know what I mean? So in reference to the Supreme Court had a document, or they tried to communicate, or somebody did, saying that they were supposed to let it out and quit tucking it. And somebody was trying to communicate that people was petitioning, or they were going to court against these people to tell them to quit pushing down on my body and quit cockpitting. Cockpitting like they're smashing down, trying to tuck the penis all the time, like them pushing down on me, like, and then it's like they're trying to cockpit the penis all the time. Those satellite men must get prosecuted. And these people have been tucking up my penis, and it's very uncomfortable. It hurts the stomach, it hurts the legs, all this tucking satellite shit.
You might think Tony is the only guy this kind of thing is happening to, but he's not. This kind of thing has been happening all throughout history. You might think that World War II started because of the Sudetenland or Danzig or something like that. Let Tony teach you why Hitler really started World War II.
These goddamn Germans are trying to play this game, stealing America, the way they tried to steal Poland.
Yeah, we seen what because when they tried to rescue the Holocaust hostages, the Germans called them sick and ill and made up all kinds of shit on them. When they had raped and mutilated and murdered them and damaged their faces and stole their teeth, stole their genitals. That's what Adolf Hitler did.
And then they damaged their teeth. Look at the history of Adolf Hitler stealing people's teeth because they had bigger teeth than Adolf Hitler. Look at the history of Adolf Hitler's people stealing penises because they had bigger penises than Adolf Hitler. And they must be charged for Nazi sex crimes.
But the CIA was trying to fabricate things to steal in America because Bush is directly related to Adolf Hitler. And see, my family had sent monies to free the Holocaust victims when they were held hostage back in the Holocaust. And then these Nazis came into America to extort and steal from my family because they wondered where the money came from, because my family had sent so much money to free the hostages in the Holocaust, and Adolf Hitler did not release them then. So then that's, the war had commenced based on the fact of Adolf Hitler holding people hostage and slaughtering and raping and mutilating people.
Never forget the penis cost. Remember the 6 million inches. And all you Europeans, if it weren't for America, you'd be getting fucked by Germans with 41-inch dicks. You might think I'm being too mean to Tony, but I'm just doing what Tony asked me to. Tony asked people to make a documentary YouTube video about him, and he also gave comedians permission to make jokes about his hostage situation. He did say jokes don't hurt his feelings at all. As long as I'm spreading awareness about his situation, I think I should be good.
There needs to be some, I guess, a YouTube reporter or something, news report that's put on YouTube in reference to this hostage situation of me being held hostage and people blocking me from my mother and father's estates, people blocking me from being at my mother and father's mansions, and a news reporter that makes a YouTube video that states the time that I got kidnapped from my mother and father's mansion. People can make reports and make YouTube videos and, you know, making the situation aware of what has been going on, making people aware of the up and going situation of things, you know. So it's like, meaning like people putting together YouTube videos and putting together the history of what the situation is. Factual information. But in reference to other people, you know, putting it out there on YouTube about this hostage situation, it'll be documented as, you know, knowing which people are not conspiring against me, which people are trying to follow the guidelines and the processes of this type of hostage situation. You know, do not misrepresent what it means when somebody's putting together or making up a video, or because the dirty government's tried to make up lies and they tried to make up videos to try to frame me with their impersonators. You know, it's a serious situation, but a lot of people can, you know, make YouTube videos about this situation. So, in reference to people making videos and people making fun videos, humorous videos, or whichever, and stand-up comedians that might make some videos about this hostage situation. This is about factual history, factual information. Meaning, like if a friend makes up, or a friend says, well, we were, you know, they make a video and says, oh, well, we think this, blah, 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 in reference to humor, which is kind of on that general basis of not really making up comedy, but, you know, people see things a little different in reference to humor. I don't need you to be mustache riding with your satellite.
There's only one body part that Tony talks about more than his penis: his teeth. The satellite man has just been destroying Tony's teeth.
This is another thing of importance. Which person has the highest teeth protection status in America? The laws of the land say you're not allowed to be smacking people in the teeth with satellites. In reference to satellite controllers, they must be prosecuted for trying to claim that they thought satellites were some type of dentistry tool. No, they're not. My teeth are different than yours, man. You know, the roots of my teeth are naturally really big. And in reference to the information, back to the point of teeth. Told you to go into court and draw on paper what you thought my teeth naturally looked like. What you guys doing? This is another thing of importance in reference to this dirty faggot government freak. That man has an oral fixation and a sexual obsession of trying to hurt me and mutilating and damaging my mouth. What are you doing, faggot? What you guys doing? This is very important in reference to the crimes of these satellite controllers. These satellite controllers must be charged for oral rape. And in reference to these satellite controllers, they must get prosecuted for their poker face game of poking in people's teeth. Put you in the electric chair and put electrodes in your mouth and burn the inside of your mouth to hell, man.
According to Tony, the satellite man shattered his face about 14 years ago. But in his first video on the Royal Howard R. Hughes channel, he's complaining about the satellite hitting him in the eyes, not the teeth. So I'm not exactly sure when Tony's tooth decay started. Around 14 years ago, he was able to show a seemingly undamaged smile.
Reference to the eyes, you see the light areas. That's how the satellite controller is pushing on my eyeball. You notice that, right? And hello, beautiful girls around the world. Lots of things, no buttons.
A later video shows a little bit of yellowing on the bottom of his top teeth.
Oh boy.
start of the ruination.
Tony's first video on his Tony Chase channel is him begging the Satellite Man to stop burning his teeth. You can tell that Tony has damaged teeth without even looking at them. Tony will tell you himself, just by his lips, you can tell that there's something wrong with his teeth.
Big situation. The Satellite Man's been damaging my... And when they've done that, they've made my upper lip smaller by damaging my teeth. Like they tried to suck in, they're sucking in the upper lip. Slouching on the face. Every time they're trying to make me suckle on my lip. Is that some faggot thing, man? Is that like a man sucking on a breast, getting milk from a female?
So why are they doing this to Tony? To bolster the false allegations against him of drug use.
And then they try, oh, maybe you're, I don't even drink. Drinking's legal though, and I don't do drugs. But you've damaged my teeth trying to make me look like some junkie.
Just like Papa Chew, Tony believes that his teeth can grow back and heal. That is, if the Satellite Man would stop messing with him.
How you guys doing? This is very important in reference to dentistry and teeth. My teeth are real. Why would you be messing with my teeth and damaging my teeth every day if they were fake? Fake things don't grow, government man. My teeth are real. You've been burning them and damaging them every day for over 6,000 days. I naturally have more teeth than other people, I guess you'd say. And my mouth naturally accommodates with the new growing of the additional teeth. And this man that has damaged my teeth, they've kept damaging them for a long time, and they could have healed a long time ago.
Tony isn't just taking this lying down. He's trying to defend himself. He's trying to take care of his teeth. I'm just not quite sure Tony knows how to take care of his teeth.
You don't have a right damaging my teeth and my face because you didn't take care of your teeth. When I was brushing my teeth in there, I kind of got to brush my teeth lightly or not at all in reference to certain teeth until my front teeth heal and grow. You see the Pokemon? I've had that Pokemon doll for over a year or something. And the Satellite Man still hasn't stopped burning my face and teeth. I've had all these products on the walls, protection walls, copyrights of product use and consumer alerts. Got toothbrushes hanging on the wall. Satellite Man's still been burning my teeth. Got toothpaste over there, mouthwash. Got like 5 or 6 different mouthwashes. Didn't stop the Satellite Man. This is vandalism and sex crimes of satellite controllers damaging my beautiful teeth because I'm not gay. So they damaged my teeth, claiming they were trying to turn me gay. I'm not gay, man.
Yeah, Tony's waiting for his teeth to grow back before he'll start brushing them again. And instead of brushing his teeth or using mouthwash, it looks like he's decided to tape toothpaste and toothbrushes and mouthwash to the walls to stop the Satellite Man from blasting him with microwaves in the teeth through his walls. But it looks like that's not quite working. It's not stopping the Satellite Man for whatever reason. He's still trying to turn him gay by burning his teeth. I'm not saying that Tony never brushed his teeth, but maybe something else did this to his teeth. A lot of people say meth might have been the thing that did this to his teeth. But his teeth weren't always like this, and he's got those nice old chompers of his on photographic documentation.
Everything you've said, government man, everything you made up is easily rejected and put in the category of lies. You tried to call my teeth fake. Like I've mentioned, there's photographs. I've mentioned this before. There's photographs of my gums, top and bottom. And in reference to that picture back there, in reference to my smile and my teeth, we need that government man to go into court. In that picture, I'm kind of looking up, like looking up and smiling in that picture. See, this is a picture of my teeth before. And it's documented.
But the Satellite Man was trying to fabricate that Tony was some bad teeth man by switching his medical records with some German bad teeth man's medical records.
What are you guys doing? This is very important in reference to rare genetics and
protection status and laws. Any medical person that misrepresented documentation of my teeth size, my penis size, my spinal cord, or my vertebrae, or any parts of my anatomy, if they switched any of my documents and tried to call me a common genetic type, they can face the death penalty. Do you understand that? Now, these government men damaging my teeth are obviously using some other document of somebody else's teeth. The man can get the death penalty for misrepresenting my dental records and causing damage to the thickness of my teeth. Any swapping or switcheroo games of these people trying to belittle my identity, they can be put on trial for the death penalty. Any person trying to downgrade my anatomy size, the size of my teeth, them trying to damage my nose, and this government man is burning my teeth. He's obviously using the documents of some fucking German or somebody with little teeth. Both my parents had big teeth. I have big teeth. Somebody needs to find out who the satellite controller is and check their dental records and check to see what records they are looking at, because they have been damaging my face and teeth trying to call me somebody else. Any person switching my physical anatomy documents, those people need to get prosecuted for switching documents of my identity.
Somehow, switching those medical records seems to have had an effect in real life, along with all the burning that the satellite man's been doing. I keep showing you pictures of Tony's old teeth, when his teeth didn't look too bad, but I think I've got to finally show it to you. I'm going to show you a picture of Tony's teeth. I've got to warn you, this is worse than anyone you can think of. This is worse than King Cobra JFS. This is worse than Cyrax. This is the worst you're ever going to see. Are you ready? All right, here you go. That's not Tony Chase. Yeah, this is Nick Bate. If you want to know what's up with him, I mean, that's a rabbit hole. You should go check out Mr. Mediker's video. If you think this is bad, then listen, you're not ready for Tony. You're gonna have to skip forward when we get to Tony, all right? So I'm gonna put it up now for 5 seconds. If you don't want to see it, click the 5 seconds forward button now. Oh my god, it's all up in his gums. His teeth are falling apart. It looks like there's barnacles growing on what's left. It doesn't even look like teeth anymore. I don't know what that is. It's just like a gray glob of matter where his teeth used to be. It's actually really sad. It's quite serious. Tony's whole grocery list hurts his mouth when he's eating. And I can show you some videos of him eating. You can tell he only chews with the back of his mouth, especially when he's chewing on something tough, like a hard candy.
And I was eating Frosted Flakes and the satellite man was hurting my teeth and my mouth. And I ate an Encore meal and the satellite man was messing with my mouth. I ate a hamburger. They messed with my mouth. I ate pasta. They were messing with my teeth and my mouth.
So in reference to eating Whopper's candy, in reference to eating some Whopper candy, in reference to protecting my teeth, that satellite man thinks they're whopping people in the fucking mouth by hitting them in the teeth. So in reference to protecting my teeth from the satellite man whopping me in the fucking mouth, I'm gonna eat some Whoppers. Well, Whopper's candy, you need to get these people in court. Get the satellite controllers in court. Very serious. Look at what they've done, you know, they damaged my teeth. And
chicken nugget.
That swig of acidic soda cannot feel good on Tony's teeth. As a fellow soda lover, he's got me reconsidering my soda intake. To Tony, none of this is happening because he's hanging his mouthwash on the walls instead of using it. No, this is all a German conspiracy to make him go to the dentist.
People damaging a person's teeth, trying to force them to be their patient. But these satellite controllers that have damaged my teeth, whatever race they are, they have tried to damage another race of people's teeth and then tried to force them to go to this other race for dentistry.
And no, I don't have no German physicians or Middle Eastern physicians. No, I don't. I'm not ever going to either. Yeah, you saw what they did in the Holocaust, right? Yeah, I don't think anybody wants a German doctor because they slaughtered and murdered and raped and mutilated people of other races. So, you know, German doctors would not be any kind of doctor that I would have. Or any type of medical physician of any kind, and they would not be a dentist of my race either.
But there are good dentists going after these bad dentists trying to scam him.
You know, there's dentists that are prosecuting these government people, hopefully, and physicians that are of my race and religion, and, you know, there's some other race and ethnicity of people that are friendly with me that are prosecuting, well, they're supposed to be prosecuting these people for the abuses, whoever these people are.
Tony says he has one of these dentists, a famous dentist, actually, but the only thing any dentist of Tony's could be famous for is malpractice.
So how you guys doing? This is very important in reference to my dentist. My dentist was famous in Hollywood, too.
Tony's dental problems are severe, but I don't believe that he has any other major health problems, although he claims to have a rare blood type, which would be a medical issue if he actually had one, but I don't think he does, and I think he thinks it's a good thing.
You tried to steal the identity of people with rare blood types? Purple blood has been documented my whole life.
Smokey McCrack brought up in his follow-up video about Tony Chase that the Satellite Man is really just Tony's coping mechanism for Father Time, just his way of dealing with aging, but Tony denies that he's aging at all. According to Tony, he could live to be several hundred years old. The only reason that he's experiencing any aging, I guess, is because of the Satellite Man.
There's a relative somewhere of mine that's probably in 200 or 300 years old or something, and they probably still have all their teeth, or they might even be older. And I have a very long lifespan, too.
Not only is Tony possibly immortal, he's a very talented guy.
I'm not just a man with a big penis.
The Satellite Man can try to take away Tony's good looks by damaging his smile, but he can't take Tony's many God-given talents. We don't get to see all of these talents on video, but one that we do get to see is Tony's piano playing.
But I'm an athlete. I'm a singer and an artist. And I play a little piano and other musical instruments. This Satellite Man's been hurting my stomach right here on my ribs. They've been hurting my tailbone. They've been hurting my back of my hips, above my lower, around my lower back.
You might not think Tony's piano playing is very impressive, but you're not hearing what Tony's really playing. You see, the Satellite Man is scrambling the recordings of Tony's piano playing.
And you probably don't even like my piano playing since you people have scrambled
and messed up a lot of my piano playing on those YouTube videos.
Using advanced technology, you know, in reference to AI and big data and my mother and father's technology, I was able to unscramble Tony's piano playing. This is what a Tony piano playing video should be like.
How you guys doing? Just kind of... I don't know my keys. And that satellite man's trying to make my ass flat. And everybody knows I don't have a flat ass. You know, so it's, you know, information of things. Can't show my manhood because they're tucking it. My mother and father had documents saying I can't show that unless it's untucked, you know. I don't know, I'm just gonna push some buttons here. Push some, not buttons, but keys.
As you can see, Tony's got some skill with his fingers. That's also probably how he was able to become a pro gamer.
But this is a thing of importance, you know. I play video games, and some people will say I've been one of the top video game players in the past 20 plus years plus, even when I was a little boy. So in reference to these people trying to steal my mother and father's estates, calling me stupid all the time, or them claiming that they were smarter than me, they tried to steal my scholarships to universities. You know, these people are trying to steal my video game scores, and then they tried to call me incompetent. When I've beat them and everybody else that had tried to criticize me in reference to my video games or video game accomplishments, and they're still messing with my mouth. In reference to my video game accomplishments, these people have tried to steal everything. And they tried to call me stupid. They need to get arrested, whoever they are. How you guys doing? This is very important in reference to some of the PlayStation games I've played, like the NBA, EA Sports, when I beat, you know, the All-Star teams on the PlayStation. That record, you know, I was the first, I guess, that ever beat all the teams on there, the challenging teams, where I beat, and somebody stole my scores from my PlayStation that I had before. I guess it was PlayStation 3, no, 2, maybe PlayStation 2. But either way, either one of the games, they tried to steal my credits on my accomplishment on that video game, and they stole some other video game accomplishments. Some of these bad people did, whoever they are. Anything's of importance. And I haven't received any of the monies from any of my video game accomplishments either.
Tony also likes to sing in his house, not just along with the radio in his car. And what better way to never forget 9/11?
So 9/11.
But, of course, the communist satellite man is trying to scramble his singing or maybe take credit for his singing, I'm not sure.
But these people are trying to claim that people can't sing along with music on YouTube or on the radio because these people are communists. You know, what a lot of people don't understand about, you know, sports or singing, putting the time into it, you know, being involved in it, involved in production or performing, and then you got these haters in satellite control rooms messing up things, terrorizing, damaging teeth, messing with the throat, messing with the body, you know, of the anatomy. You know, these people are sickos. Then they try to steal credit, claiming they thought it was their satellite that made you such a good singer. No.
Tony has too many talents for me to go through one by one like this. So I'll just let Tony list them off himself.
Hello, how you guys doing? This is another thing of importance. You know, I'm an athlete, I'm an entertainer, singer, dancer. You know, I play instruments too. I'm a sports athlete. I'm a supermodel. I'm an actor. I'm a singer. I'm a piano player. I'm a guitarist. Now, you know, I'm a supermodel. I'm an actor. I'm an entertainer. I've been in the media. And don't forget, I was supposed to be on the White House Christmas list all these years, and I've not received even one Christmas present. Don't forget, I have intellectual genius qualities too, and that's been documented too. Some people say I'm one of the smartest people in the world. My genetics is one of a kind, and some people know why. It'll be revealed later in reference to some things. Some people already know, some people have known, like some of my girlfriends have known, that I have a very large penis and very unique athletic ability, and how fast I can run, how high I can jump, sports accomplishments, Olympic acknowledgments of things. I'm an Olympic athlete. I'm an athlete in the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, and in tennis, and PGA. Like they tried to downgrade me to some average common person, when I've been a bodybuilder my whole life, or an athlete my whole life. I've been a singer and a dancer and a tap dancer and a musician my whole life. Those are categories that are above what you'd call common activities, such as world records or Olympic gold medals or track and field medals or trophies or Nobel Peace Prizes. How many Nobel Peace Prizes do you think I've won? Oscars, Grammys, Tonys, Nobel Peace Prizes, or Olympic gold medals, or... This is why it's very important in reference to my accomplishments that it be documented. You know, somebody might say in reference to Oscars and Nobel Peace Prizes. In reference to the Olympic cross-country ski team, I'm not sure what country I might ski for. I don't know if it's Korea or which country. I ski for different teams in reference to certain things, in reference to international friendliness and to potentially win maybe a gold medal, you know. It's winter time. I gotta train for the Olympics.
How come we've never seen Tony on TV in any of these professional sports leagues or performing? Well, he does these things in a very special way. In a way where you wouldn't recognize him. It also explains why the Black Satellite Man is going after him.
I might perform in the media wearing a fake face or a different skin color, and that is documented.
In reference to any music that I played, in reference to guitar or piano or singing or dancing or drums, you know, it's got to be advertised, whatever name I performed under and any characters I performed as in the media. Even when I performed as a different color, it has to be advertised. Now, you know, this satellite man tried to call me a racist, and he claimed he was damaging my teeth calling me a racist. Now, see, this is very important in reference to the music industry and my career and history of me performing as different artists and, you know, vocal singing and R&B. So people need to go public with the information of which black man is trying to steal my Hollywood career and history and all the black music that I've sang. So, you know, in reference to this black man, I'm not sure who he is, but he's a satellite man. You want to start a debate about it? This satellite controller tried to call me a racist because I wouldn't give up my mother and father's estates to some black man or some German man or some Middle Eastern man. My parents got murdered and then they were frozen. You had no right, whoever you are, tampering with my life, damaging anything on my body. You need to go into court. And in reference to, you know, any blacks want to say something to slander my character, or they want to say something about a debate, you want to call me a racist? You know, I have some black friends in sports and music and entertainment industries. You tried to call me a racist. Need the time and date that you made up this racism shit, and make sure you know which black artists I have performed as. And I know you're probably jealous because you're sick with envy and you're just sick with it. The satellite man was choking my cat about 3 or 4 minutes ago. attempted murder, home invasion crimes, racism crimes against these people, whoever they are. Then that motherfucker will say something stupid like, racist? Oh, racist? Oh, hell no. They think you, man, yo, man, they think you're racist. Oh, hell no, G. It ain't me, man. You the racist motherfucker, man. No, you the racist. Oh, why you playing? Why you gonna be playing on me like that? It ain't me, fool. It's you. Don't be coming down on me, punk. Don't be trying to make up your shit on me, punk. Your black ass slandering my character. You need to step in the boxing ring. They can even paint my skin again. And I'll get in the boxing ring and whoop your fucking ass. So you'll think you got your ass beat by another black man. You fucking racist, black, terrorist motherfucker. Step in the fucking ring, you fucking dirty son of a bitch. So, in reference to the information, these satellite racists and these government people that are doing this, every black artist I've ever performed as and sports athlete that I have performed as has to be revealed in all media. Very important. I'm not gonna play nobody's racism game, man. And don't forget, I'm one of the fastest runners in the world. How fast can you run? You think you can run faster than me, government man? My stats, my factual stats of my fastest running speed has to be advertised in the media. I have a lot of black friends. I've had friends for a long time. And some of them wanted to go public too in reference to how fast of a runner I am. And what sports teams I've played on. You might be surprised. One of your favorite black athletes might have been me. One of your favorite black singers might have been me. And I'm not black. But I have friends that are black. You need to go to court, man.
Smokey didn't understand why Tony was so mad at Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, who Tony calls the Canadian President. But I think we get it now. Justin Trudeau upstaged Tony Chase by taking his place as the most famous blackface performer on Earth.
What are you guys doing? This is very important. I guess the Canadian president's one of the fucking faggots that's tried to murder me. And he's choking my cat right now or something. You better step into court, Canadian president! You fucking drug addict faggot! Step into court, motherfucker! You wanna fight me? You wanna fight me, you fucking fat faggot motherfucker?
Much like Justin Trudeau, Tony likes to get very immersed in other cultures. Not just black culture, but Asian culture too. Tony has a very interesting Asian nickname.
And don't forget, you know, some people called me Long Duck Dong when I was a little boy. Now, you might not understand why some men try to rape me. I have a big penis. Now, this is kind of, you know, a point of information that, you know, most people know. In Asia, they call me Long Duck Dong. I've been called Long Duck Dong since I was a baby.
If after all that you've come away thinking that Tony's a racist, he's not a racist. Watch this and tell me that you still think Tony's a racist.
This is for George Floyd. Rest in peace. Black Lives Matter.
You still think Tony's a racist? Well, I tried to save you.
Any person slandering my character trying to call me a racist can get the death penalty for accusating against me.
A hermaphrodite that lives by themselves with their cat.
Tony is a hermaphrodite, or as he says sometimes, a hermaphrodite.
And their activity of slandering my hermaphrodite status, meaning I was born as a hermaphrodite.
Oh, you guys did not know what a natural hermaphrodite is. It's a person that is born with complete male reproductive organs and female reproductive organs, which is very unique.
I, as one person, am the daughter and I am the son of my mother and father. You understand that? So it's kind of a easily understood subject. Like say, oh, does this vagina smell like a real vagina? Or does it, yeah, well, of course it does, dumbass.
And don't forget, I have women rights too.
Or a she-he, if you're calling her him by hers, his pronouns.
And people call me a she-he. They're like, oh, well, what's it like sleeping with a she-he hermaphroditus or... And I'm a real hermaphrodite, you know, so I'm a real she-he of my race.
No, it's not the same thing as transgender. Tony's not transgender. He's unisex?
Trying to call me a tranny. No, I'm a real royal. Any of these satellite men that tried to call me a tranny, they face the death penalty. See, when you jump into that category, you cross the line of something that is natural, you can get the death penalty coming at me. Or sports, in reference to male sports or pro sports. Or ballet, in reference to me performing as a female in ballet or dance. And then somebody say, well, what do you think about genders, certain qualities of... Well, most genders, you know, transgenders of people that might perform in sports. See, I'm not a transgender, I'm a unisex gender, meaning I have complete, 100% complete reproductive female organs, and I have 100% reproductive male organs. You know, right? Which means I, have a uterus, a vagina, and ovaries, and I have a menstrual cycle every month. Everybody knows that, right? Naturally. It's not fake, it's not bullshit. And I have natural penis and balls. And naturally, hermaphrodites have really big penises, as most people know. And I was born with one of the largest penises, someone might say. And my father and mother, they were natural-born hermaphrodites too. And my grandfathers was natural-born hermaphrodites. In reference to females in sports, I've competed against men in sports as a male athlete. And, I've done ballet and as a female, and which, is cool too. They had some government man that tried to steal my mother and father's mansions. And then these people tried to get vaginas added onto their bodies, these gay government men. Doesn't make them a hermaphrodite. When there's a hermaphrodite born, some people know exactly where they're at and who they are.
Tony can change genders by working out. He is more gender fluid, I guess.
The point of information, like when I'm not so bulky, when I don't have my muscles on, I have like a, wouldn't say it's a supermodel type female anatomy too, My anatomy when I'm skinnier is more feminine looking. When I have my muscles on, I look more masculine, obviously.
Tony is always both sexes, though. As you've heard, he gets reminded of that every month. Tony's already had this checked out by a doctor. Tony's been to the gynecologist, apparently.
I am a female. I have a real vagina, real ovaries, real uterus. I have a real menstrual cycle every month. But, in reference to my gynecologist, it has to be, of course, my race and my ethnicity and my religion acknowledgments, which most people know. Just mentioning that who the female that's my gynecologist, some people know who she is. And I don't have no German physicians, no German doctors, no German dentists, no.
You might say that Tony's hypocritical for saying he's not gay, not never, but being a hermaphrodite who's biologically not just male, but also female, and who wants a girlfriend, that would kind of make Tony a lesbian. Well, Tony knows that, and he is a lesbian. In fact, he has lesbian protection status.
They must get prosecuted for violating my lesbian protection status. The fact that I'm a real hermaphrodite. Never been gay, not at all. Lesbian and straight, you know what I mean? So understand what that means. I'm not gay but you might say lesbian because I do have a real vagina. Somebody say, well, people don't care how many lesbian relationships a girl has with another girl or whatever, blah, 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 And another thing, which man's blocking my female friends from coming over? I'm not into guys, man. I only date females. And I'm a lesbian, too.
I'm a real hermaphrodite.
Even with lesbian protection status, it's a dangerous world out there for he-she's like Tony, because the Nazis are after them.
You know, my father and mother, my family history, lost over 100 relatives in the Holocaust. And some of them was hermaphrodites, or most of them was hermaphrodites that got murdered in the Holocaust.
Well, my parents, in reference to my family, 100 plus relatives got murdered in the Holocaust, and they were all hermaphrodites. Adolf Hitler's people had murdered them. And my grandparents were hermaphrodites, my mother and father, both sides, hermaphrodites. 100% hermaphrodites, you know, both sides of the family. That's the only way to get a hermaphrodite. Otherwise, they only have, if somebody steals a baby, they'll only have like one ovary.
Yeah, but
as opposed to right, they'd only have one instead of two.
It's hard for Tony to find another hermaphroditus out there, so he's pretty lonely. And usually, Tony's at Hearst's place waiting for Hearst's monies to arrive in the mail, or a Hollywood actress to show up and whisk him away. But instead, Tony got sent the next best thing. Well, the third best thing. Because Tony does have a couple suggestions to make the next one she gets sent even better.
If anybody sent anything under with the name hermaphrodite on it, you know, like Mark Ray hermaphrodite, or Tony Chase hermaphrodite, or Walter Chase hermaphrodite information, have not received anything. But there's trashy government people that are stealing monies and stealing postal mail that people tried to send to me. The only thing I've received is things that I've ordered from Amazon or eBay. If anybody else, I got something from Walmart before through the postal mail, I think. But I bought it online. But if anybody sent anything, I didn't receive it. I got the Judy doll. Somebody had sent the Judy doll.
What are you guys doing? Yeah, somebody sent this to me in the postal mail the other day. I didn't open it. I didn't know what it was. But I don't know if anybody sent any sex dolls. But you know, I don't know if anybody wanted to send a real life-size one. I mean, this is a blow-up doll or something. Send me a sex doll of myself. You know, somebody has all the parameters and physical documents of my anatomy. If they wanted to, you don't have to put birthmarks on there, but maybe a couple scars or something. But if somebody at one of the companies, the sex doll companies, if they wanted to send me one for free, you can probably write it off. I don't know. But this is the one I got in the postal mail. It's a Judy doll. Somebody had sent it the other day. I don't know if I have a way of blowing it up, but probably inflate it. It's kind of funny, you know. But, you know, if anybody wanted to send sex toys for me to review, send them here.
Why does Tony need a sex doll of himself? He's got all the parts. Can't he just have sex with himself? Of course he could, but that comes with the risk of M-preg pregnancy.
Like, for instance, being a natural hermaphrodite, I have the ability to have a baby. I have the ability to have my own baby. Like, I naturally have the ability to produce milk if I had been pregnant. You know, this satellite controller and his activities, trying to hold me hostage, trying to steal my sperm, trying to breed into my family name, this government agent. So all those people that stole sperm and illegally made children, they don't get nothing. Those are stolen children. All children are illegitimate. Even if I was married to a girl and living with a girl, the child would still be illegitimate. My mother and father's estates are that valuable, and that would be known as that, so no woman could conspire with anybody thinking they were going to murder me off for some hidden agenda that they've had for numerous decades. All children are illegitimate. And I'm married to myself too, because you know I'm a real hermaphrodite. But there's other people that are married to themselves. But in reference to me being in a relationship, or me getting married to some supermodel or actress or ballerina or some entertainment performer, you know, it's very important in reference to females. And these government men blocking me from having a girlfriend, blocking me from being in a relationship, blocking me from having a potential wife or relationships from before, these government men have to get prosecuted.
Tony is also married to himself, but even though Tony is married, all children are illegitimate. Why does Tony feel the need to say that? Is there really a little Tony clone running around out there somewhere? Yes.
Somebody also communicated there were some people in California that tried to steal a baby from me, and that needs to go public too, in reference to whichever medical people had been stalking me and they tried to steal my egg, or they tried to steal a baby of mine where I possibly had went into labor or something. So that needs to be investigated too, which people stole the baby.
Tony went through a whole pregnancy and the pains of labor just to have his baby stolen from him. But that's not the only creation of Tony's that has been stolen.
Hey, how you guys doing? In reference to my ballet pizza recipes.
As you can see from that sex doll, Tony gets sent stuff. This is because Tony unfortunately gives away his address, like all the time in his videos. He thinks maybe the Treasury doesn't know where to send his monies, but this has basically resulted in the trolls getting a hold of his address. So they send him stuff that he doesn't want and doesn't need, like you can see to the left of his door in these thumbnails. I'll probably put up a better picture of it later, but you can see a big pile of post office boxes. Tony doesn't want that, so, it's just piled up outside his place. Whoever sent that to Tony, fuck you. He doesn't need people messing with him. People also send food to Tony's place. Sometimes they pay for it, sometimes they don't. If they don't pay for it, that's an extra fuck you, but even if you do pay for it, Tony doesn't want that shit. It's probably poisoned by the government. Tony never eats any food that people send him from DoorDash, so, don't mess with him that way. Even if you think you're doing something good for the guy, he doesn't want it. A few months ago, something like that happened. Somebody sent Tony a Pizza Hut pizza. Of course, Tony probably didn't even answer the door, but it seemed like it sent something off inside Tony. I don't mean it set Tony off. I mean it sent something off inside Tony. His Italian heritage came roaring to the surface, and he went on sort of a pizza-making spree. A couple of months before that, he made a pizza bread a couple times. He made his first pizza bread with the hot dog alongside it, that I think made it look especially appetizing, you might say. But after the Pizza Hut incident, Tony stepped it up, and he started making all these videos of a pizza he made with ballet music in the background, either a famous piece or one he recorded himself on the piano. Tony made a lot of these videos, and the pizzas got better over time. By now, he's learned to make a pretty mean pizza. He does occasionally mess up, like he cut his finger one time, and another time the satellite man burned the pizza.
See, this is the pizza I'm taking over to GFS Foods. Let's see if they like it.
Tony started sharing these pizzas with random local businesses because he's trying to start his own ballet pizza business to make some monies.
I've created businesses such as Ballet Pizza. How you guys doing? Haven't received any monies yet.
Tony was promoting his own business on Instagram, and it was taken off.
And somebody wanted to know if I was going to be possibly putting Ballet Pizza in some particular auditoriums or stadiums and sports arenas. That is a possibility, and we just have to see what's going on. And I haven't received any contract information from anywhere yet, or anybody's for any of the particular stadiums. But somebody had said something possibly about the Cowboys Stadium or the Convention Center in Chicago, possibly, or some of the other particular places. But there's going to be regular restaurants too, and carry out deliveries in the future. So in reference to trains picking up and people
finding interest in Ballet Pizza. You know, hopefully that progresses and people will enjoy the pizza and things get better for the market or for the particular product of Ballet Pizza.
But just as it was taking off, his recipe was stolen.
Somebody obviously tried to communicate something that some of these government people tried to copy my pizza dough, or they tried to steal my pizza dough the way I make it. That would be more court cases against the government, and that's immediate lawsuits too. Automatically. Every day of my life is copywritten, protected. So in reference to people trying to steal my inventions, people trying to steal my recipes, people trying to steal my pizza dough, people trying to copy things, people trying to rip me off or whatever, is a crime. But somebody tried to say that when I went to the store that some government men got into the house and they stole my pizza dough and they took it downtown and analyzed it, and then they tried to copy it or something. That's trespassing. It's a violation of royal law.
Tony called the Supreme Court about his pizza problems. They'll get to that right after they decide on the Kiwi Farms writ of certiorari and the cases about Donald Trump.
And great, I guess you communicated to something about my Ballet Pizza and these people trying to steal my recipes and my company name and stuff like that. But I tried to call you. It went to the voicemail. But somebody communicated.
Sorry, I'm having trouble understanding.
So somebody communicated that about 5 minutes ago or something. So I tried to call you, but the answering machine came on or something. The Supreme Court, or they're blocking the phone call. So Supreme Court, you communicated, but I called over there, and I'll call back in a few minutes because it says you guys are open until like 5 or something.
Matter of fact, we need all the information of every person that ever called me the bad person.
Tony started posting evidence of IRL harassment on his YouTube page, starting a few months after Smokey's second video. I'm not blaming Smokey at all, I just think this is when Tony's social media started picking up steam. Not only on YouTube, but also on TikTok, where Tony has nearly 3 times as many followers. And with the way that Tony gives out his address, it was unfortunately almost inevitable that people would start sending people to his place to mess with him, usually by sending him pizzas. Even before the Pizza Hut incident, and shortly before he first started making pizza bread, Tony got sent a bunch of pizzas. Doing this to Tony and to the delivery people makes you a huge asshole. You're wasting the delivery person's time, and Tony is very paranoid, so you're stressing him out, and he'll never open that door anyway. Stop doing this. Never do this to Tony.
You know, that's why I'm not allowed to open up the door for people.
I'm 99% sure that it had nothing to do with trolling, but 2 guys showed up at Tony's place and started filling his trash can with all the shit from the back of their pickup truck. Those guys are definitely the worst. Then again, some people came back and stole Tony's whole trash can later, so maybe they were trolls.
Somebody had stolen the trash dumpster here at the house. It was right there.
Worse than random people sending pizzas is randos online sending over the cops. Tony could possibly get hurt. It could be a lot worse, they're not swatting Tony, but even if he doesn't get hurt, it's a waste of public resources, and he might leave the internet because of this level of harassment, and then we'll never get to learn about all the interesting stories of Tony Chase, new developments in the Tonyverse, and new rants. It seems like people might be calling over animal control to try to help his cat, and I understand why, but it's just not going to work. Some people have called Tony's local police and informed them of the situation with his cat, his mental health, and that once again, Tony won't open that door, not even for law enforcement. So they're just not going to get a look at his cat.
That's why I'm not even allowed to open the door for law enforcement.
Tony almost never replies to any YouTube comments, but he does sometimes reply to emails sent to him by trolls. Sometimes he also shares those emails on his Instagram. There are a couple of people who send him things with a nicer tone, but most of the email trolls have started to inhabit the persona of Duckworth, who is someone that Tony mentions in his videos and is possibly a troll that has been screwing with him for a while. The trolls said they were Duckworth and threatened to sue Tony for stealing their Ballet Pizza. One time they claimed to be O'Reilly Auto Parts, but you can't trick Tony. He said it probably wasn't really them. In the end, Tony gave him the smackdown by reminding him that he's the only trillionaire. These trolls mentioned the Tony Chase wiki, which I will get to later. I shouldn't have to say this again, but don't do this. If you think you're getting a rise out of Tony, you're really not. Literally nothing happening makes Tony angrier than any troll ever has every day. Tony will always have one greatest and only troll, the Satellite Man.
Stop.
Okay, sorry.
How you guys doing? I'm talking to some people on Skype, and I'm not going to tolerate your shit. No! You need to get arrested.
The Escape website was on the SKYPE.
This one.
Tony gets harassed by online trolls, but he's possibly found some friends online too. There are Skype people who you can sometimes hear in Tony's videos, even though he doesn't want you to, and he'll sometimes tell you that that's what you can hear. Tony seems to like the people on Skype though. It's the people on Instagram that are being unfriendly to Tony.
On the internet, all there is guys on the internet all the time. I mean, some of them are, there's some people on Skype or friendly acknowledgements, but, on Instagram or whatever, I'll say generally, whether there's friendly people and then there's some that are not.
He's doing, this man called from Instagram his name was Patchy Bear or something. Claimed he was in the military and he asked me if I could feel it. And they started hitting me in the heart with the satellite transmission and kept calling me Robert. There's a legal right to have that man arrested.
While making this video, I found another group of Tony Chase followers on a website called the Tony Chase Wiki, which is at wiki.tonychasearchive.com. I encourage people who are interested to check out the wiki community and learn more about Tony and help us document and understand his narrative. I've used one of the wiki's interviews with Tony about the hate club list as a source for this video, and it was because of the Tony Chase Wiki that I learned about the Greenfield document. Earlier in the video, I said that Tony's parents were never married, but this clip that got posted in the wiki's Discord server proved me wrong.
And this man he was trying to say that my father had blocked him from dating my mother, when my father and mother had been married since they were children.
The wiki also brought me to a social media page of Tony's that I never knew about. His Pornhub page, Chase Happy. This screenshot, cut off where it is as much as I can show you. As you can see, Tony identifies as a single hermaphrodite. In the bottom right, there is an image that is apparently of Tony, labeled as him when he was younger, that shows his penis. I'll let you check it out for yourself and decide if it's unphotoshopped if you're so inclined. But yeah, I guess there was photographic documentation after all. I don't think it's totally untucked because it's not quite all the way down to the floor. The videos are very similar to the ones where he moons the camera on YouTube. He doesn't pull his pants down fully. Tony is not gay, not never, and most of his Pornhub reflects that, except he does love anime hermaphrodites. Tony also has a couple playlists on his YouTube that might raise some eyebrows, but I still think Tony is not gay, not never.
In reference to any person that has published anything on Wikipedia, we need the attorneys and the Treasury and the Supreme Court to arrest the man that wrote the shit.
Eventually, Tony saw his wiki, which he thought was a Wikipedia page on him, and at the time he found it, it had Robert Ray as one of his aliases, which was not correct, and which he did not like, and made a video on.
And on Wikipedia, the people tried to call me Robert Ray? I have never been Robert Ray.
Tony got on the wiki himself and made a few corrections. You fucking Germans. Satellite controllers murdering me. Frank Sinatra is a murder-faguga OT who killed my mother, who fakes his death against me in 1998. Germans and satellite controllers are in cohorts and with Frank Sinatra and with the Nazis. FBI needs to arrest the satellite controllers for stealing my identity. Tony even created an entire page on his own. Scientology. Fake religion founded by satellite motherfuckers from satellite control rooms. It turns out that the way Tony found the wiki was his Skype friends showing it to him. I guess they thought he would like it. I mean, he does like documentation, but it turns out that the mistakes on the wiki really pissed Tony off, and he doesn't like being called schizophrenic either, so he's probably not going to like this video since I did that, if he ever sees it. He thinks being called schizophrenic means that I think he's a murderer, which it doesn't. These friends have been calling Tony for a while, and they didn't know he would react like this. But they did share his live reaction to the wiki with the wiki, which got posted to the Tony Chase archives as the Robert Ray Meltdown. This was the first time that I learned that Robert Ray is a separate person from Ronald Ray. Tony also just assumed that Frank Sinatra wrote the whole wiki.
Tried to murder me with their schizophrenia shit. I don't even act like a schizo.
They called him.
They don't even know what a schizo is. They're the fucking schizos trying to make up shit. That's what a schizo does. Makes up falsification.
That's schizo blame other people for being schizos.
A schizo tries to blame somebody nice or somebody a good person, and then tries to blame them to cover up their crimes of rape and sexuelle crimes and abuse. Like Ellen McPherson dressed up as a black girl or something and came over to my apartment. We were hanging out for a while.
How was it?
Wow. I didn't know it was Ellen McPherson at first. Robert Ray, where's this fucking say that? They've even got pictures of Robert Ray standing next to me, and they know I'm not Robert Ray. Frank Sinatra's faggot ass must have wrote this Robert Ray shit, because he's the only retard that can confuse people right in front of his own fucking face.
But his music's good.
Who?
Frank Sinatra?
He didn't even sing his own fucking songs. He was a front man.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
He lip synced on everything. They need to sue Wikipedia too. That dirty Frank Sinatra, the mafia is gonna get a hold of him one of these days. There's the Teamsters are gonna beat the living shit out of his ass. My father could have killed that man in New York when he interrupted my mother and father and me having dinner. My dad said, step out back, and then my dad beat up like 12 of his fucking dirty German faggot, Italian faggots.
Do you want to see
what it, Frank? Better watch it, Frank! The mafia is gonna get you, Frank. Or the Teamsters are gonna get you. The secret society's gonna get you, Frank. The Bilderbergers or the Rothschilds might kill your ass. I'm not Robert Ray. You're all in on it!
Not us.
You think I'm the bad guy?
Oh.
I am not Robert Ray, motherfucker!
Russ, you pissed him off with that Robert shit.
Robert Ray didn't even graduate high school. I went to college, motherfucker. You better watch who the fuck you're calling a schizo, you fucking retard.
Are you talking to me?
Whoever wrote that fucking letter.
Isn't Frank Sinatra dead?
No, he faked his fucking death. Maybe the Russians should kill Frank Sinatra. Frank was involved in the murder of two of the richest people in American history. And
Why'd
Frank
you get so
thinks
mad about,
because he's a Nazi that he can get away with that shit. He owes me quadrillions of dollars.
Addressing Tony's mental health, there is an...
You know, you need to stop that. Just don't repeat that shit, because that's going to piss me off, because I'm a genius. It is documented. I won't be hostage in Indiana to call me Robert Ray. I want to move to another state right now.
Do it. Who's stopping?
I want to move! I want money so I can move out of this state.
Tony,
Right
get
now.
somebody to
Put money in my mailbox. Treasury Department. You know, there's a few things in this fucking world that them calling me Robert Ray is one of the things that really pisses me the fuck off. That and their crazy shit. No, I ain't playing no crazy shit.
Why does that get
I've
you so
worked on
upset?
jobs. There has never been any problem with any job that I have ever done. I've always completed the job. Even being tortured from a fucking satellite every fucking day at every fucking job. Even when I worked at Amazon, they were burning my face and teeth. The whole time I was fucking working. 10 hours a fucking day at Amazon, they were burning my beautiful teeth, causing damage on my teeth the whole fucking time. My dental records are on record. Robert Ray hadn't had teeth since the fucking 90s. Neither did Ronald Ray. Robert Ray and Ronald Ray both lost their teeth in the 1990s. Who the fuck are they to call somebody a fucking schizo? It's another $10 billion lawsuit. I need cigarettes. They were looking up something on Wikipedia. This motherfucker tried to call me a schizo. Do they even know what a schizo is? A schizo is something that a person hides that they did. Like a murder. Like a schizo trying to cover up, not a defense situation, but a murder situation. A rapist. A pedophiliac. Trying to call somebody a schizo about satellite technology. Robert Ray has never lived with me. I've never lived with Robert Ray. The only places they stayed at was on Gladstone or Midhoffer. Well, he stayed in Midhoffer, Richmond, and Union City, and Arkansas. So the Ray family was at all those places, but I got rescued from every one of those houses.
Related to Robert Ray?
No!
Tony is a really lonely guy. The people on Skype are some of his only company. The only other thing that keeps him company is his cat.
Better quit choking my cat, or somebody's gonna put a plastic bag over your government fucking head.
Tony has 2 cats. He just calls them his cats, so I don't know their names. But Tony believes his cats are the victims of satellite attacks just like he is. One time, a plastic bag got over the head of his cat, which he blamed on the government rather than on the level of clutter in his house. But usually, he claims that the satellite man is choking his cat.
And this motherfucker always terrorizing my cat. Well, if it was your pet, you'd be like, hey man, get the fuck off of it. Leave it alone. It's not yours, don't touch it. This satellite man's communicated that he hates cats.
Tony is only able to take care of his cats at a bare minimum level, keeping them fed, giving them water, and cleaning their litter box. Tony leaves open containers of things that cats shouldn't eat, which is probably why his cats are choking so much.
How you guys doing? My cat's sitting on my Kenmore dryer, and that satellite man is hitting on my cat. Weren't they? They were messing with you. You okay, honey? See, this is my cat fountain I got at the pet store. And that satellite, it even says on the box, they care about pets and they care, you know, about people that own pets. And that satellite man's been terrorizing my life. They were messing with her. And I even got the cat food bowl from one of the pet stores. Yep. This one right here. It's got kitty cats on it. Yep. And that satellite man's still been hurting my cat. How you guys doing?
This is what Tony means when he says they're choking his cat. I have no idea what's wrong with Tony's cat. I'm not a vet. Tony is probably too broke to take them to the vet. It's a sad situation, but it gets even sadder.
Damn satellite man's choking my cat. You're choking my cat. The satellite motherfucker's choking my cat again. God damn it!
Tony used to have a 3rd cat, which he called Mama, because it was the mother of his other 2 cats. It sadly died, and Tony blamed it on satellites. He uploaded videos of it happening that are genuinely hard to watch, being a confused schizophrenic man narrating the death of an animal. Tony's world is so completely divorced from cause and effect that it sucks that he can't take care of his cat's health properly, but it's for the same reason that he can't take care of his own health properly. He blames everything on satellites due to his delusions. Tony means well. I don't believe he means to hurt any animals. I think Tony cares about animals. He leaves out food for the squirrels. Tony is a really lonely guy, so they're almost like emotional support animals.
I go to the store by myself. I've been going to work by myself. I go to the department store when I buy things at the department store by myself. Grocery store by myself.
Tony genuinely cares about his cats a lot. I would say that how angry he gets about them suffering proves it, but Tony gets angry over nothing all the time. I think what really proves how Tony cares about his cats is the way that his cats are the only thing in his life that make him happy. This video is one of the few times I know of when Tony is totally calm and happy.
You're so sweet, my little sweetheart, my little titty tat, my little sweetheart, my little titty tat. You're such a baby, aren't you? You're such a baby. Titty tat, yes you are. You're a sweet little titty tat. My little sweet little teddy tat, yes you are. You're a baby doll, aren't you, little sweetheart? My little sweetheart. My little cute baby sweetheart teddy tat. My little sweetheart. Aren't you? You little sweetheart. Little sweetheart. My little teddy bear. Way back then. There's you are. Way back then. There's you are.
Overall, I don't think this means we should hate Tony. Christian had cats. One of them even died in a house fire that he caused in a hoarder house. And right after that house fire, people still help Christian out. I know Christian is a bad guy and ended up becoming a motherfucking sicko, but that's besides my point. Tony's cats are definitely one of the saddest parts of his story, but he's not intending to hurt the cats. Unfortunately, that's a little more in question in the case of Diane Armadillo.
You tried to call me a violent person. I've never been a violent person. Never been a violent person at all.
If you make up some violent history, you're gonna go to prison. Me and my girlfriends that I've had, we've never had no problems.
Tony denies having any kind of violent history, but the story of Diane Armadillo may call that into question. Before I found the Tony Chase wiki, I had heard Tony mention Diane Armadillo in passing. I wasn't sure what to make of her, if she was a troll like Duckworth or something. Tony would mention Diane Armadillo alongside Satellites, and Penis Stealing, and Frank Sinatra. It just sort of blended in. I didn't think it was important, and I never went looking for the full story.
Now, there's a point of information. Governor Newsom, I don't know if you spoke to Diane Armadillo or any of those dirty fucking cops that tried to murder me in reference to Diane Armadillo faking or pulling a stunt falling outside my apartment door. And she needs to be put on trial for execution or life in prison, or her father does, for him trying to murder me. And he tried to steal my penis, I guess, one night. Diane and her conspirators tried to knock me out or something, or he snuck into my apartment or something and tried to steal my penis. Then they tried to set up stunts to try to frame me. And Diane Armadillo's father, I guess, is one of the men that's been in the satellite control rooms. He used to work for Rite Aid.
And, you know, somebody said that Diane Armadillo's father was possibly trying to steal my penis. And some people have communicated claiming they thought that he was involved in the teeth mutilation too. Now, you know, my parents, or my father, owned like 200 miles of farmland in Canada. And somebody had tried to say that Diane Armadillo's father had went over to the farm in Canada and tried to steal the farm in Canada. If you had anything that happened in your fucking family, don't blame me. Don't blame me if you fell down on your fucking ass. Don't blame me. If you did something and hurt yourself, you don't have a right blaming me. Stay off of me with your goddamn satellite. But somebody had said that Diane Armadillo's father was one of the people trying to steal my penis. Somebody said that Diane Armadillo was possibly in possession of $1 million from Duke Farms. And then somebody had said that Diane Armadillo had contact with Frank Sinatra
In reference to their setups or scams, in reference to somebody playing slip and fall outside my apartment, find out what person she was in contact with. See if she was in contact with Frank Sinatra. Frank Sinatra has had a history of trying to play the slip and fall game in businesses of my parents or something. Frank has always tried to play this game of trying to scam my mother and father's companies. See what kind of shit Frank tried to make up, trying to extort from my parents. And see if anybody else that he is tied with has a history of those kinds of things. And in reference to Diane Armadillo and her father trying to steal my penis, I want court cases on court television in reference to Diane Armadillo and her conspiring with Frank Sinatra and other people that was in Hollywood that tried to murder me. I want that on court television too. So I need to, in reference to the satellite man damaging my face and teeth, he has tried to claim or something. He tried to communicate something saying he was damaging my face and teeth for Diane Armadillo. Had nothing to do with her and her bullshit. So in reference to, I mean, you know, whatever her tricks are, whatever their lies are, whatever their stunts were, I want it on court television. I want a court case against Diane Armadillo and her father trying to steal my penis.
The Wiki was able to find multiple videos of Tony telling the full Diane Armadillo story. Each one has different details, so I'm going to include 3 of them to help you get a fuller picture. Again, it seems just like any Tony story. He's getting raped, there's satellites, they're stealing his monies and his properties and his penis, and it's all Frank Sinatra's fault. But there are important details that might hint at the real story.
How you guys doing? This is very important too. Somebody had said that Diane Armadillo was working for somebody in the government in California that was trying to murder me, and that her father that worked at Rite Aid in Canada had been involved in raping me, and her brother was possibly involved in raping me or something. And they said that 6 or 7 of her guy friends had tried to rape me in California. And they, you know, when she had her birthday party or whatever, I think it was a birthday party, that 6 or 7 of her guy friends tried to rape me and that night, and they have to get brought up on charges, whoever they are, you know. And that she was possibly in possession of $1 million of money from Duke Farms. I don't know. But she faked a fall outside my apartment, and these people tried to murder me and tried to frame me to steal the $1 million. I don't know if it was from Duke Farms or wherever, but somebody needs to check to see if she was in possession of any monies from any of my mother or father's companies that she was supposed to give to me, because she never gave me nothing. And they need to go up to Canada and investigate, or they need to find out if Diane Armadillo's father and brother was involved in raping me too. And they must get prosecuted no matter what. And in reference to her father, they said he's one of the satellite controllers that was fucking up my teeth too. And he had ties to, that he had ties to Frank Sinatra, and that Diane Armadillo had met with Frank Sinatra, and that she was possibly sleeping with Frank Sinatra Jr. or something. Well, she is prosecuted, and she even signed the waiver. See, in reference to girls dating me, they have to sign a waiver that if they fell down or had some type of injury, that they couldn't try to murder me or try to hurt me or try to blame me for anything. Plus, I was born with royal diplomatic immunity, and it even says that in the royal protocol in the media 24 hours a day. Because she fell down on the carpet. It wasn't down a flight of stairs. She didn't fall down, you know, on concrete. She fell down on carpet, meaning like carpet, and like outside the door of the apartment, because I was telling everybody to leave, and she faked a fall, I guess, and then all her friends was trying to cover up that they had raped me, or her friends that was involved, her guy friends, and they all have to get charged and prosecuted if that's what they did, you know. How you guys doing? This is very important. That satellite man just communicated saying he was fucking up my teeth and face for Diane Armadillo and her setup and her government people that she was conspiring with, and that Diane Armadillo was supposedly sleeping with Frank Sinatra, and Frank Sinatra was one of the men that was involved in the murder of my mother. And I guess Diane Armadillo is tied in with some political people that was involved in trying to frame me. They need to review the information of all the people that Diane Armadillo had contact with in California when I was in California, or when she was around me, whether it was on the job or whether I was dating her or whatever. The activity of her involvement with Frank Sinatra, and Frank Sinatra was one of the gunmen, I guess, that had gotten arrested outside my mother's mansion in Beverly Hills, where the night my mother and I had gotten shot. The information is very important. The satellite man has claimed he was fucking up my face and teeth because of Diane Armadillo and the fake fall that she had done in the hallway of the carpeted area outside my apartment. They had communicated that she was supposedly holding on to $1 million of Duke Farm monies. I don't know if she was or not. If she was, she must get arrested no matter what. If she had ties with political people that my mother had sued or prosecuted before, she can end up in prison for life. If she or anybody else had violated my rights, they must go to court. The activity, the royal protocols in the media. I have royal diplomatic immunity. So if I was working somewhere and somebody fell or tripped or whatever, or somebody fucking farted sideways or whatever the fuck happens, they can't blame me. If they try to blame me, they can go to prison. They can get tried in court. Now, in reference to the information of all these satellite controllers, some of them had been prosecuted and some of them had been put in prison before for their satellite crimes. If Diane Armadillo is tied in with any person that has tried to hurt me, tried to steal from me, or any politician that thinks they're some fucking smartass that kidnapped me from California, Diane Armadillo does not own more land in California than me. These men violently murdered my mother. Then these men had planned for Diane Armadillo to fake a fall outside my apartment where they would try to steal my mother and father's estates in their extortion scheme. These men shot and murdered my mother. And they tried to use Diane Armadillo to fake a fall to try to steal hundreds of years of history of my family wealth by Diane Armadillo trying to fake a fall outside my apartment for trying to murder me with their industry of death. I have lawsuits against the satellite controllers that Diane Armadillo has been conspiring with, and they must go to court. Your get-rich scams of faking your falls and shit and trying to steal from me. And my teeth was prettier than Diane Armadillo's.
This is very important. In reference to the party gathering that was at my apartment in California like 24 years ago or 25 years ago, where Diane had faked her fall. Now, I don't know if she was holding on to $1 million from Duke Farms or not, but and I guess Duke Farms had told her who I am, and people in Hollywood told her who my parents are and things like that. But somebody had tried to say that she was involved in somebody, or she herself was holding on to $1 million from Duke Farms, and that she faked a fall at my apartment to try to frame me to steal the $1 million or something, or she was working with somebody else that had been in possession of over $1 million from one of my mother or father's companies that she was supposed to give to me, but she never gave me the money. I'm not sure if that's true or not, so somebody needs to look that up. But the cosmetic company, or whoever the people was that painted her up, that made her look like she had two black eyes, nothing happened to her to have two black eyes that day or night. She fell down on her chubby kneecaps and she faked something. She faked her fall, and we need to know the name of the cosmetic products that she used to paint herself up to make herself look like she had black eyes. And then she's trying to fool everybody. Now, you know, Frank Sinatra has been involved in that shit. When I've had girlfriends, Frank Sinatra had contact with a lot of my girlfriends. And he was trying to make up domestic activities, or he was trying to make up domestic violence or something. He's done that with several different girlfriends that I've had. And we want to know which makeup artist had painted up Diane Armadillo's face and made her look like she had two black eyes, and which person painted up Diane Armadillo's face to make it look like she had two black eyes. She didn't fall down to have two black eyes. There was nothing in reference to her fall that would make her look like she'd have any result of two black eyes. But she had makeup on her face like she had 2 black eyes, and they needed to know the name of the cosmetic product she was using to make herself look like she had black eyes, or which makeup artist had painted her up. And they need to know how many meetings Diane Armadillo had with Frank Sinatra or any of Frank Sinatra's friends in Hollywood.
It seems like Diane is a woman that was a coworker of Tony's who he dated, that supposedly teamed up with Tony's enemy Frank Sinatra, faked to fall outside of his apartment, put makeup on her face to make it look like she had black eyes, and then tried to frame Tony, either of negligence in a sort of trip and fall case, or for domestic violence, all to extort $1 million from his mother's company and his family's Canadian farmland. This story is incredibly concerning, as it is very possible that Tony is misrepresenting what happened and tying Diane up in his conspiracy theory to reframe himself as the victim of the incident. I don't think we should assume the worst. Remember, Tony is talking about this stuff in the same breath that he's talking about stuff that obviously never happened, like Frank Sinatra shooting his mother, Doris Duke. 99% of what Tony says isn't really true, so I don't think we can jump to conclusions too quickly. Armadillo doesn't sound like a real last name to me. If you look up Diane Armadillo, it's all Tony Chase stuff. There's no social media, no people finder type sites. Duckworth is actually a real last name. Armadillo doesn't seem to be. We only have Tony's side of the story, and we can't be sure that it's a true story. But if we assume there's a true story at the core, and if we assume the worst, it would be that Tony beat this woman and gave her 2 black eyes. But based on some of the details Tony gave, I don't know if that makes sense. It sounds like it was some kind of birthday party for Diane at Tony's place with several of her male friends present. It seems unlikely to me that Tony would just be able to wail on Diane without some or any of those guys stepping in. Tony's story isn't about a fight. It's about a fall, and Tony mentions that he was kicking everyone out. If I had to guess at the most likely story, it would be that Tony got overwhelmed by something about the party. He kicked everyone out, and Diane got trampled or something. It's definitely also worrying that Tony says that Frank Sinatra contacted several of his other ex-girlfriends and made them accuse him of domestic violence too. However, Tony's criminal record is just traffic stuff. There's no domestic violence on his record, and he's innocent until proven guilty. As you've seen, it's not impossible to get in touch with Tony directly. I don't know for how much longer this will be true. As I said earlier, the harassment Tony receives is likely to drive him off the internet sooner or later. So while I had the chance, I decided to set up a discussion with Tony to ask him some of my most burning questions about his story. I didn't call it an interview because I didn't want it to be adversarial, and I didn't press Tony on things because I don't want to add any stress to his life. I do feel a little bad about discussing his delusional beliefs with him and possibly reinforcing them, but it's really like a drop of water in the ocean. Tony started making videos about this stuff on his Royal Howard R. Hughes channel 14 years ago, and never stopped. Tony's already 100% convinced of all of his delusions before I ever talked to him, and there's really nothing I could say to convince him that it's not true. So, I woke up to a call at around 3 a.m. from Tony Chase, and this was the conversation that followed.
Walt Disney was the son of Cornelius Vanderbilt, I guess.
That's what they said? You didn't elaborate that part to me. You said that you were going to have to claim the Vanderbilt.
No, I said my father had more than one name, family names. I've said before that I have to carry all the family names because I'm the last living relative and only child of my father and mother.
After satellite, abuses, I know, but I didn't know that part. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would never try to disown my biological parents, not never.
Well, I appreciate the clarification, Tony.
Hey Tony, I'm a new person. It's interesting to hear from you. And so that makes me wonder, what about Howard Hughes then? Is he also your father? Can you have 2 fathers?
You mean, is Walt Disney also known as Howard Hughes?
Okay, is that they're the same person?
Possibly.
Oh, interesting.
Both my parents was hermaphrodites, so it's kind of one of those things where it's kind of a situation of things where the story can easily be explained. Like some people thought Howard Hughes was Walt Disney's brother.
And I've got another question. You're Italian and Jewish, right?
And French.
And is Walt Disney and Howard Hughes and Doris Duke also Italian and Jewish and French?
Right. And some Asian background.
But they try to use the Greenfield document to claim that those aren't your parents. So does the Greenfield document say that you were adopted or that you
No,
were?
my mother had a court case against them and they lost in court, but they still held me hostage after that. But then my mother rescued me, and then the Teamsters and other people was involved in rescuing me too.
And so the Greenfield document that they used to keep you hostage, does it say that your parents are the Ray family? Does it say that you were adopted? Does it say that it was...
It says the Ray family.
Oh, that's what it says. I've got a question about a different person that I've heard you talk about before. Someone who might, I don't know what they said, but who was Dusty Sword? Can you tell me who that is?
He was a guy that worked at Mel's Drive-In. He was a waiter that worked there. And one morning, or one early afternoon, or whatever time it was, he had came over and said he wanted me to take him to the airport, wanted me to drive his car to the airport, but I was just a passenger in his car. So we were driving down, I was a passenger in the car, and he was driving down Sunset in the car. A GMC gray Jimmy pulled in front, and he T-boned the car, or T-boned the GMC Jimmy right there by the Sahara Hotel. You ever seen the Species movie, Motel?
No, I haven't seen that movie. But this is Sunset. That was LA?
Yeah.
Do you know if Dusty Sorg is someone from Hollywood? Was he an actor to you? Did you know that about him?
What state he came from. I'm not sure what city or state he came from.
Okay, interesting. When you were in California or in any other states, did you ever use your tax-free status there?
Well, it's since I'm supposed to be known wherever I'm at, reference to who my parents are, I'm really supposed to have bodyguards, but I don't. I don't know if Russia is gonna pick up positions as bodyguards, because all these other people, like I think I'm supposed to have like 300 bodyguards.
Do you think they could hire the Wagner Group to be your bodyguards?
Wagner who? Is that the name of a security company or something?
Yeah, in Russia.
I don't know. Or Vladimir Putin might be, or the ballet industry might be setting up security.
Did the Indiana Auditor's Office ever stop coming after you for monies?
I don't owe them any money.
Oh, interesting. They sent you a bill once.
But that was property tax, you mean?
Yeah, I think it was.
But they're also involved in blocking me from my mother's mansion. Anybody that's holding me hostage in a taxing situation is obviously involved in blocking me from my mother and father's estates.
I've got something to ask you about, a possible suspect for the Satellite Man, someone I've been checking out. I've heard, I haven't ever seen the pictures myself, I've heard, and I don't know about the size of his balls, but I've heard he's got a very small penis, and he lives in Houston, which I know is where the government might control possibly space things. I'm wondering if you think I should look into that person closer. They also say he's a child molester. Think I should look into that person?
Well, I don't know who he is, but satellite controllers are violating the laws of America and constitutional laws, and their abuses causing injuries, and so it's kind of like whatever their activities are, they're violating common law of deeds and property lines. They're using harmful technology. It's illegal. And my mother even sued Bill Clinton before, and my mother sued George Bush before, I guess, because because Bush was in the CIA when my father died, and then my father was frozen, because the CIA was directly involved in trespassing on my father's property and my mother's property, I guess.
And that was... Which Bushes do you think it was? You think it was George W., George H.W.? Was Jeb there?
It was probably Bush Sr., because he was the head of the CIA.
That makes sense. He was the director of the CIA. And about that, all those satellite attacks and all that. Have you ever applied for disability benefits because of that or because of anything else?
Well, I was supposed to get, because, you know, it's very difficult to do anything when they're doing this shit to you. Meaning, like, when you work on a job, you got to move faster. Otherwise, they'll burn you where you're standing. Or they're, like, beaming up Scotty. Or, you know, it's just, they mess with you all the time. It's like somebody clawing you, stabbing you, jolting you, tasering you, shocking you, burning you, spreading your toes or spreading your teeth, meaning like they fracture your bones. And what they do is that satellite will put pressure on your body and it'll spread your toes apart, like they're trying to break, or they're trying to bend, or trying to damage the strength of the cartilage and bone on anything they're touching.
So do you ever try to apply for a disability benefit, like on paper, because of that? Or
I was possibly supposed to get disability money from the Beverly Hills Police Department. Even though I'm not a field agent, my father owned the Beverly Hills Police Department or something, you know. I've never received a penny from any, but they knew that the government, the bad government, was messing up my teeth and stalking me, and they possibly know who the former presidents are that was involved, or the FBI or CIA agents. And the ballet industry is supposed to know who they are too, because I'm in ballet.
So they already should know, the people in government and ballet and all that.
Well, the Beverly Hills Police Department, see, my father possibly owned Beverly Hills and Bel Air too, and Rodeo Drive. The shopping centers, you know.
Did you live in LA for a while? You know a lot of the...
I kind of grew up in LA and other places. Colorado, New York.
I'd like to hear about that. That'd be interesting.
I went to school, a Jewish school and Catholic schools in New York and Colorado and California, Beverly Hills, 90210. You know, there's a TV show, you probably heard of that, but I'm talking about I went to Beverly Hills schools too, and I went to college too.
Did you go to Harvard?
Yeah, when I was little, when I was younger.
You know how old you were when you went to Harvard?
Well, I was young. I was one of the youngest students they ever had, but so I was like a prodigy. Some people would say genius thing, you know. But when I'd go down to Indiana University, somebody was making a joke because they'd pick me up from Indiana University and they'd fly me to Harvard, and I would be there studying, doing schoolwork or something. Somebody made a joke about it because I was like talking about I needed my asthma inhaler, and they said that somebody communicated from Harvard or something and said, because I remember I was at my dorm and I was like, I had to go get the prescription for the asthma inhaler, and then I was trying to go there, and it was like that store's not. I looked on the internet, the map of the school, and I was like, wasn't that place right there? Wasn't there like a pharmacy there where I got my asthma inhaler or something? And then somebody made a communication or something and said, no, they used to, when I'd go to Indiana University, I guess Harvard used to come over there and, you know, they'd pick me up and travel to Massachusetts or Cambridge or wherever Harvard's at. And I'd be going to school there, and half the time you'd think, I guess I was thinking it was Indiana University.
You mentioned your asthma. Do you use asthma cigarettes? What brand are those? Or what's asthma cigarettes?
The Lucky Strikes are owned by Doris Duke Company. But, you know, I was, you know, like, I don't know if Harvard knocked me out, like, and then picked me up or what, you know. Sometimes that's happened. But I always got to watch out for people trying to knock me out and trying to rape me or trying to steal my sperm or hermaphrodite eggs or whatever. But my father owned houses over there, mansions or something.
And you've mentioned that you're working for a college right now. That's not Harvard, is it?
Yeah.
How's your job going, by the way, man? Is it you got
I'm
more
working
than one now?
I'm working in the kitchen, so it's, it's not. I'm not teaching, even though I have credentials supposedly to be a teacher, but I'm not a teacher now. I'm just working in the kitchen.
And you're working at stadiums and convention centers too? Is that in the kitchen?
Well, I've done that before. Yeah, I was action cook at the Gamebridge Pacer Stadium, and I've worked at the convention center and stuff like that. I mean, my parents had trust funds for me, which are over $4.8 trillion, but the government's blocking me because Germans thought if they stole genetics, they thought they would try to tie themselves into my trust funds or something like that.
Tony, right now it's hard for you to access your trust funds, I know that you don't want any dentistry, but what if you could see a dentist for free?
I have a dentist.
You have a dentist? Okay.
And the dentist knows that I can't do nothing nothing can be done. They just have to heal.
They just have to heal.
Yeah, they have to grow and heal from the damage.
And even if the satellite will stop them from healing, you're gonna wait for the satellite to go down?
Well, I can't. It's like there's not much you can do. It just has to heal. It's kind of like if you cut your hair short, all you can do is wait for it to grow longer, right?
Well, not everybody's got somebody messing with their hair, and maybe certain people might say that some body parts grow back in a different way. Or slower.
Teeth take a long time. And it makes a person look like shit the whole time when they mess with a person's teeth. And the satellite man has tried to communicate saying, well, he didn't come from a rich family and had a good dentist. Well, who's fucking it's not my fault. I'm not, my parents wasn't their parents. They always make these guilt trip accusations like, well, they didn't go to prestigious schools. Well, there's other people that didn't go to prestigious schools, and yet they became successful in their career. Like this man's trying to play pity party all the time with himself, terrorizing my life.
I got a more lighthearted question for you, Tony. As a bit of a chef yourself, you work in the kitchen. What's your favorite local restaurant?
I don't know. I like Italian food pretty good.
I've seen you eating at Long John Silver's on social media. You like that place?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like Olive Garden.
I can tell you like Italian food. You make a mean pizza, man.
Yeah, my Ballet Pizza, they're supposed to have it at Grand Central Station and some other, they're supposed to be, like the Treasury had communicated saying they opened up 13 Ballet Pizzas somewhere. Or but I haven't received a penny from anything yet.
A lot of I think your favorite pictures of yourself are out in New York. Is that a trip you took while you were driving a truck, maybe?
That was, I went up to New York to my father and mother's property, and in New Jersey, and went around to some other properties in the city, just, walking around or whatever. So it's kind of like, a situation of history of, I'm not supposed to have to do anything. Everything's supposed to be delivered to me at this particular point, because I've already been to the East Coast and the West Coast, out of my own pocket, and I got kidnapped from my mother and father's property, so it's attempted murder against the government. I've had to work and save money and try to travel, and then had to come back and try to work and save money and then try to travel, and things have to be delivered in the mail, postal mail, to me, because I've already done all the running around from East Coast to West Coast, and I was never supposed to have to do that either.
My mother and father even had it on record and accounts and all the guidelines of things and properties where I'm supposed to be at every season and every holiday.
And they're supposed to send you a present from the White House, right? The White House Christmas list?
I'm supposed to be on the White House Christmas list. I was supposed to get, like, I don't know if it's $80 billion every year from the White House in reference to what they did to my father or something. But then
They're
there's
supposed
another.
to print that money, right?
Yeah, it's something like that. I'm not sure how much it is exactly, but somebody tried to say 40 something or 50 billion, but somebody said that has to go up because they've never paid it, not even one time. Not that I know of.
So maybe one reason that I can think of that the White House would forget is that maybe they got a different name on that list. Like maybe it's one of the black celebrities that you were. Can you explain how you change your name and your face like that?
Like what?
Like sometimes you perform as other celebrities in the media?
Well, I am certain celebrities and from history, I guess you'd say, but the other people are the stand-ins. Like I've sang music and then they've had to hire somebody else to stand in because I got kidnapped or held hostage.
So the performance is you, but the person is a stand-in.
Right, like a front man or something.
What about on a TV show? How does that work?
Some things, not all things. On TV shows or movies, I've played different characters. I was in over 600 movies.
And some of those were black characters?
Well, I've played different characters growing up, so. But that's part of the Screen Actors Union that needs to advertise or send a list of information. I've never received anything. Since my mother passed, or she got murdered, but then she was frozen. It's kind of like this stupid situation, like they're trying to play keep away games with all the information people have tried to send to me. Like they'll steal. You ever seen people play keep away when they're tossing a ball around?
Yep, I've seen that.
Somebody's trying to go for the ball and then they toss it to somebody else. Like a wild goose chase or something.
That's the Screen Actors Guild is doing to you, or the government?
It's all tricks. The real protocols in the media 24 hours a day. I've been to the East Coast, the West Coast, and ended up back here. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's obligatory that the Treasury was supposed to send me money to the mailbox here or something.
I wanted to mention my suspect for who the satellite man might be again. The guy's called Evan Joestar. I've heard he's got a very small cock, don't know about the size of his balls. He's a child molester, and he's down in Houston where they run NASA. Do you think I should look into him? That's where the government probably runs their satellites, right?
Yeah, well, they run satellites everywhere. There's over 1,000 satellites in United States orbit or something.
So you think I should look into him?
Well, if you wanted to, I guess. I don't know. If you find information that makes you interested in finding out if this man's a criminal or whoever he is, NASA in Florida might know who he is. I don't know if you talked to them or not.
Definitely think he might be a criminal.
But, I have protection status, which the satellite controllers are not supposed to be touching me.
Are there 1,000 satellite control rooms?
Yeah. Well, there would have to be something like that. I mean, there might be some satellite control rooms that control, 5 or 10 different satellites or something.
So the control room's not in the satellite? They're not floating out in space? They control it from the ground?
Well, they control it from the ground. I don't know if the space station has a satellite or not. There's supposed to be a space station up there too, but in reference to where they control them from, they sometimes control them from military bases. They control them from the headquarters of the CIA or FBI or NSA. You've seen the Enemy of the State movie?
No, I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen that movie?
Enemy
That's an old.
It was Tony Scott and Will Smith is in that movie. He plays one of the characters. And there's some other people in that movie too. And Jane Hackman. It's about satellite technology and this illegal spying that the government does. They call it judicial spying, but it's not. They make up probable cause in satellite control rooms. And then they alter videos. They alter sound. It's a big scam. And it's always, most of the time it's ran by Germans.
Got a question about someone I've heard you mention in your videos, who is Diane Armadillo. Is that
kind of like one of
name
those?
you're
Are you
using?
still
Because
there?
Armadillo doesn't sound like a name.
There?
Hello?
I didn't know if you could hear me or not because my cat walked by the computer.
Oh, that's cute.
But it's kind of like, you know, I don't have any information. I'm just supposed to be at my mother and father's mansions. And my parents had information there. The records department in America is obviously not sending the information.
Is Diane Armadillo a real name?
Yeah, it's a girl that worked in California. She worked at the same restaurant that I worked at too.
Is her name spelled like the animal, armadillo?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she works out there anymore. I don't know. Somebody tried to say she was sleeping with Frank Sinatra Jr. and some other guys, and she was getting into drugs or something, and then she supposedly was sleeping with Bill Clinton or something, I guess. I don't know.
Wow.
And my mother had restraining orders against Frank. He had no right having contact with any girl I dated or being involved in any relationship I ever had with any girl.
Is Frank Sinatra dead?
No, he faked his death.
Faked his death. Is he frozen too?
Who?
Frank Sinatra.
No, he's alive.
He's alive and unfrozen.
Yeah, he possibly in the FBI in Indianapolis or something.
And he's in Indianapolis too. So I thought maybe you were done with him because I thought he had died.
I have nothing to do with him.
Well, he tries to attack you.
There's restraining orders against him and anybody that's in government that is trying to force me to have to use the name Mark Ray all the time. They're gonna have to put restraining orders on every person that makes me have to use that name. Because they're blocking my birth name, you know.
What's your favorite name? I've been calling you Tony, like Tony Chase, because I first found your...
but I'm also Walt Disney Jr., I guess you'd say, is what some people might say. And I'm Little Doris Duke Jr., I guess.
And you're Royal Prince Howard Hughes?
I just put that name on the shelf. That'll have to be elaborated on later.
Are you a royal of the United States? Is that the, king of the United States kind of thing?
I'm not sure if that's what they call it, but my father and mother was both royalty of America. So was my grandparents.
Do you still think people should release reports on YouTube about what's going on with your situation?
Of course, why not? Get it on the record.
Makes sense. We need more evidence against the government people, right?
Well, the satellite technology is obviously very evident. The fact that I was supposed to have my identification, that's very evident. The fact that I'm not at my mother and father's mansions is very evident. The fact that I haven't received my trust funds, or the fact that I haven't received any monies or corporate credit cards from any of my mother or father's companies, and the fact that I've been blocked from all the corporate offices. This is like the Richie Rich movie. Have you ever seen that one?
Yeah, I've seen it.
The security man and some executive, Mr. Van Doe and Mr. Ferguson, tells Richie Rich that he's not going to be going to the board meetings, and they were holding him hostage and then tried to run him around, tried to make him look like a bum or whatever. And Mount Richmore, you know how they were lasering the Mount Richmore on the mountain. If you watch the movie again, it might make more sense to you, but it's kind of like
I will watch it again.
An artist trying to steal and trying to murder off, you know, Richie Rich. But you know, in the movie they said, you know, one of the Ferguson guys claimed to be security, and Van Doe, he said he took care of Mr. and Mrs. Rich, and all he had to do was murder off little Richie Rich, is what kind of they had to say. That's what the premise is of his statement in the Richie Rich movie, when he throws the picture that has like a portrait of Richie Rich. And he throws it like a frisbee kind of in the air.
Do you think they would have used stolen children to take Richie Rich's whole fortune?
Well, they have no ties. They weren't born in a castle, and they weren't born on my mother and father's property. I was born on my parents' property. I wasn't born in a hospital.
Speaking of collecting evidence against the government, do you ever worry about the Alexa might be sending things to the government?
Nah, they're listening in all the fucking time anyways.
That's pretty true.
They're not allowed to come near me. There's restraining orders. They ever touch me, they can face the death penalty. Laws of Elliot Ness say that too.
How about Elliot Ness? You really like Elliot Ness, is he dead? Is he alive?
Well, the laws of Elliot Ness are very important. Some people thought that they thought Walt Disney was Elliot Ness at one time or something. Because he was, you know, the laws of Elliot Ness are important in reference to land ownership and wealth.
Elliot Ness was a guy who was a prohibition officer, right? Didn't he want to arrest alcohol?
Oh, he was a treasury person of the treasury.
He was a
He was
treasurer.
like a law enforcer of certain things. And since my parents owned the most land and businesses in America or something, my father possibly had to be in so many court cases, or so he had an office supposedly, I guess. I don't know, but there's another guy possibly that they say was Elliot Ness. I don't know.
All right, so Elliot Ness is dead then, because he was also Walt Disney.
So you've heard of the Untouchables, right? You've seen the movies?
Yep, I've seen that movie.
But in reference to Al Capone, Elliot Ness really wasn't going after Al Capone for anything. Somebody had tried to say that they used Al Capone as a fake example because government was trying to be brutal back in the day. So it was like some little thing or something that they had done where they had possibly spoke to Al Capone to make a news story, something about tax evasion or something. Like that's what they were going after him for, tax evasion or something, or money laundering. It wasn't for murders or any shit like that, you know.
But they were going after him, or it was just a show to get.
I think he might have got paid by the Treasury just to make a story for other people to be like, oh no, not even Al Capone can get away with tax evasion, or oh no, Al Capone can't get away with money laundering. So then maybe they made a story about it, and just to advertise, to go after. They were going after politicians back then too.
Was Al Capone
fraud
friends with the Treasury? He's Italian. Is he a hermaphroditus?
Huh?
Was Al Capone friends with the Treasury? Was he friends with your parents? And
he was possibly became an agent of the Treasury. I don't know.
Interesting. Was he friends with your parents? Is he your race and religion?
What?
Is Al Capone your race and religion? Was he friends with
He's
your
Italian.
parents?
I'm not sure all what he is, but and Catholic, I guess.
Was or is Joe Biden on the hate club list?
I don't know anything about Joe Biden.
Don't know anything about Joe Biden. Interesting. So he's one of the presidents who might not be on the hate club list.
Well, I was getting tortured during his administration when he was vice president and Barack Obama was president. I was getting tortured then too. So, you know, I don't say much about the presidents because, you know, if I'm getting abused, they would know about it because there had to be reports about it during their administration. Because I'm not supposed to be abused by anybody. I'm not supposed to be in situations of abuse either.
So all the ones who've been in, they know. And they're part of it.
They have to once they come up with a time and date when they were first told. Anything after that, the Treasury can get sued for, or anybody else can get sued for. Like the day I got kidnapped from my mother and father's mansions.
And who was president when that happened?
That happened in '93, so whoever 93, '94, so whoever was president then.
Oh, must have been. I think that's Bush. Right? That makes sense. Or it could be Clinton. You know, I'm not an expert.
I'd been kidnapped early '80s too, and some people thought maybe I'd been kidnapped in the '70s before.
And JFK is a president that you're a fan of, right?
JFK what?
John F. Kennedy's a president that you're a fan of. He was before any of this satellite shit started.
Yeah, well, he lived down the street in the Hamptons.
Oh, you lived near him?
Near one of my father's properties or my mother's properties.
Did you ever meet his nephew, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.?
I met some of them when I was little, or when I was younger.
Would you vote for him? He's running for president this year.
Oh, I
don't really get into the presidency. I'm an independent individual.
Possibly, yeah. He's Catholic, right?
Yeah, they are Catholic. JFK is Catholic, and his family.
Are they? They're Irish or what?
Yeah, I think the Kennedys are. You know, I'm not an expert on that, but that sounds right.
But my family was friends with the Kennedys too, so I guess.
And Joe Biden is Irish Catholic. Does that make you trust him a little bit more? He's your religion?
I don't trust him.
You don't trust him. That makes sense because he's in office and he was with Obama.
And I was getting tortured then too. I can't, and they don't get any of my votes either. So if he's running for re-election, he wouldn't get no votes.
How many votes do you have?
Or 10 million votes or something.
You have 10 million votes. Holy shit.
Because my parents owned so many businesses and companies. And even when these politicians had campaigned at factories of my mother and father, and yet then they were conspiring against me, these politicians, there's laws against that too. That's law violations. And some of these politicians had been advertised on my father and mother's TV networks or TV channels and radio stations, and it's illegal for the government to ever conspire against me at all.
I mean, that's obviously true. Yeah.
It's illegal for them to go into a business and try to get voters and slander corporations. My parents. So, you know, it's one of those types of things.
Do you know any celebrities who might be friendly to you, who might know who you are by name?
Well, I'm not sure which of them are friends of mine anymore because nobody's called and I have not received any letters from anybody.
So the people from the list they're removed from the list of friends?
Well, I don't have the list. The FBI stole it every time, I guess. There were supposed to be contact numbers on there for me to call celebrities. Because when you get kidnapped if you get held hostage in Indiana, they intercept phone calls everywhere you call. It's like a pyramid scam of government. The government's trying to play pyramid scams, trying to steal from me and my parents' estates and companies.
Meaning there's so many different people that they try to make people have to run around to find out who's doing what, you know?
Right, and you're using social media to try to publicize this whole situation. What do you think encouraged you or inspired you to start putting all this on social media to try to publicize the situation?
Well, it has to be. I mean, because the media wasn't publicizing it like they were supposed to. The Treasury even has, what do you call it? Press release information where they're supposed to have went public with it.
So,
like they have documents that say if somebody said they didn't know who I am, they're supposed to put the story on TV. Even if there's like one person that said he didn't know who I am.
Some of your YouTube videos are about 15 years old. Did anything happen around then that made you start?
Oh, this has been going on longer than that. This has been going on for 30 years.
I've heard you say in some of your videos that they shattered your face. I think it was 14 years ago, maybe it was 15.
Well, it's fractured from them doing it, and they've damaged it tonight too.
Was that all from the satellite, or did they maybe trip you or something? Did anything hit you?
No, it's mainly from satellite.
So nothing hit you in the face? And
I've been shot by the FBI and the CIA has tried to murder me several times. And they've tried to rape me because I'm a hermaphrodite. I'm a natural hermaphrodite. I'm not a tranny. I didn't have no surgeries. Everything's natural. So my genetics and my anatomy are factual, real anatomy of a hermaphrodite, you know.
And it's always been that way, but you didn't have to admit it, but now you did?
Well, there's not admitting the situation. It's I'm a real royal of family history, you know.
Yeah, I didn't mean it that way, but I think I heard you say that you didn't always tell people.
Well, I just usually was, if I was held hostage, and most people in Hollywood, a lot of people know, but me being held hostage in Indiana, you know, there's a bunch of rapists and child molesters here and abusers and scam artists. So it's kind of like, you know, but then people kept saying stuff, so then it had to be advertised. Usually it's kind of like one of those things where when somebody's being held hostage and they tried to send me money and they got stolen, then they, you know, it's kind of like, hey, we tried to send this, we tried to send that, and these people stole it. You know, it's kind of like when everybody knows, or when the bad people know something, that means everybody has to know something. Like if the bad people know where I'm at and they claim they didn't know who I am, or they claim they didn't know who they were spying on, well, that's just way too much. It's, you know, past that point where they got to advertise everything in the media.
You mentioned that you've got unique genetics, and I know that you've got a unique athletic ability too, and I think you said that once it would be revealed later why. Can you tell me why you have such unique genetics and athletic ability?
Well, I was born as a she-he hermaphrodite. So I have a vagina and uterus and 2 ovaries and penis and balls. And
is there a deeper plan with this?
Deeper plan of what?
Well, one time I've heard you say that it would be revealed why you have such unique athletic ability. Is there
I'm not sure about. Well, it's because CNN knows and ESPN is supposed to know.
Okay, so they're the ones who will reveal it.
Well, I mean, it's obligatory based on facts. Once somebody tried to steal my revenues or tried to steal my identity, that's obligated to go public with.
I've heard you mention some movies that are just like your situation with the satellite, like maybe Witches of Eastwick too, but do you have any favorite movies that aren't about satellite situations?
I like the Anna movie, the movie about the KGB, and I like James Bond movies too, but.
And do you have a favorite movie about the satellite situation? One that sums it up the best?
Well, Enemy of the State's a pretty interesting movie, but most of the other satellite... Well, James Bond movies are about satellites, too. Every James Bond movie is about satellites. Or most of them have satellite technology in them. Have you ever seen some of those, like Die Another Day, or... Like, the one guy has one of the
You
satellites...
think the laser in Goldfinger, when he's going to cut him in half, is that like the laser they're using on you?
Which one?
The laser in Goldfinger, when he's going to cut him in half?
Oh, I don't know. That's just the laser they have on the table or something in that room.
I think maybe they're
satellite
using one like that
technology
from
is real. It does all this shit and causes injuries. You know, it hurts people's bones, muscles, and everything else.
Right. Well, I hope they leave you alone, Tony.
Well, I hope
You better
they do
turn
too.
that goddamn satellite off.
So it's the same old shit. Never received any compensation or any benefits either.
For me, it's not all the same old.
I got like 4,000 videos on the internet.
And I feel like I've watched a lot of them, but there's still some new information.
Is it 4,000? 3,000 or something maybe.
I think on YouTube you've got 5,000, but I know there's a lot on TikTok.
Well, it might be 5,000 then.
When did you
Is it
decide to get on
5,000?
TikTok?
Is it 5,000?
On YouTube. It is.
Yeah. And they've been stealing my social media from every one of them.
As they stole my social media monies, which is in the billions of dollars.
They've been stealing all my revenues from TikTok and Pornhub. They've been stealing everything. Some people think there might be an evil Chinese man involved.
I thought you had things pretty good with the Asians. I thought they were friendly and acknowledgements.
Well, the Japanese and Koreans, and there are some Chinese that are supposed to be friendly, but there's another evil Chinese man, I guess, that's doing this stuff. He's tied in with the Germans and the Middle Easterners. And he's tied in with some of the politicians, I guess, from the 70s and on up until now. I like the girl in the Spiderweb movie. That's pretty good. And the girl with the dragon tattoo. And I like other movies, action movies too. And romance movies, but in Zombieland.
You're giving me a lot to watch, and I probably will.
Yeah, they're good movies. And Swan Lake was good. The Black Swan's a good movie.
You're Jewish, right, Tony?
And Catholic.
Do you consider circumcision as penis theft?
Yeah.
That's penis theft?
Yeah.
But isn't it something that Jewish people usually do?
No.
No? Okay.
I'm not circumcised.
But that's part of the Torah, right? That people should be circumcised.
I don't believe in that.
All right.
If you're
And penis
Jewish,
snatching, right?
If you're Christian, most Christians either get circumcised or they're already, I don't know. But I'm not circumcised, and I'm not ever supposed to ever get circumcised, not never.
Because that's penis snatching? Is that
Well, it's based on factual history of my identity and family history, so these people couldn't try to get away with murdering me, calling me a Christian or a German or anything else. But so it's kind of one of those things. The CNN and like if they don't advertise it, in the records department and the Treasury and Supreme Court, then it's a problem. And the History Channel is supposed to advertise things too.
Who are you hoping to reach on social media that might be able to help you with these things? Like, I hear about this a lot, and it definitely makes me sad, and I'd love to help, but I don't know what to do. Who do you think you could reach that could help? Just the government?
Well, I mean, there's some governors and mayors or former governors that, like Governor Cuomo, tries to communicate, and I don't know if Rick Perry in Texas tried to communicate, but some of the other ones are Wyoming. They all got satellites over there, and some of them tried to communicate, or Governor Christie. They're all former governors. Most of them are former governors.
So they use satellites to communicate with you even if they're from the good government?
Well, if they're from the good government, they do. The bad government, like for instance, the CIA and the FBI and NSA or whoever they are, have tried to say that they didn't think governors or mayors had any right trying to communicate to me that are on my side of the situation. If it burns you or injures you, then they're not communicating. That means they're trying to hurt you.
Did you ever send physical letters to these governors, like on paper?
No.
No.
Never.
You would never do that?
No.
Why not?
Because it'd never get there. Or somebody would alter it and try to make up. They'd probably whitewash the paper and try to steal fingerprints before it got to anybody's office.
So all of the communicating you do with the former governors is through the satellite?
Well, I've called certain governors and mayors' offices.
So you do phone calls?
And the satellite men still did not stop.
And you've called the Supreme Court?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, more than once?
Yeah.
You call them on the phone?
Yeah.
And do you ever go for, is it like by each justice that you call, or is it the whole court?
Well, they're supposed to, because see, I'm a historic figure of America, so all the court judges are supposed to hear information about what's going on. They're supposed to be asking questions too, like why aren't I at my mother and father's mansions? Why am I working in a little restaurant? Why aren't I at my mother and father's corporate offices? They're supposed to, there's so many questions. They have documents of what's supposed to be going on. Like I'm supposed to be at my mother and father's mansions. How many questions do they need to know to have to ask a question to see what the problem is for why I'm not at my mother and father's mansions? It's like, it's a no-brainer on a lot of this.
Maybe they're kind of busy, like people are trying to decide if Trump should go to jail. Maybe they're distracted right now.
Well, this has been going on longer than before he ever got into government, or before he became president, or whatever.
That's true.
So all this shit should have stopped a long time ago.
I've heard you mention that you've got bottles of mouthwash on your wall. I think I've seen them too. Do you use all that mouthwash first before you hang them up?
Nah, well, I mean, I usually just take pictures of them, or I use them over time. I don't use them all at one time, but some of them I do.
Okay, so you keep the ones that you use on the wall? You keep them on the wall?
Yeah, for some reason I keep some of the boxes or some of the things that I use. So those companies can sue the government for terrorizing me when I've used those products.
And is it important that they be on the wall because that's where the satellite microwaves come through? Like they could block some?
No, it don't block nothing.
Oh, they don't block anything. Does anything you use block anything? Bandages on the face? Does that ever block?
No, it didn't. I use L'Oreal Paris facial lotion now. Every day.
Does the neck brace do anything?
Yeah, well, sometimes it does.
What does it do?
Well, I mean, sometimes that satellite man has burnt my throat or messed with my body. And see, I was in a coma when I was little from the government trying to murder me and my parents. And I had lifetime benefits, meaning it's basically lawsuit monies, lifetime benefits that I wasn't supposed to have to, have to work anywhere if they ever blocked me from my mother and father's estates, meaning like I'm supposed to have a certain amount of money in my pocket every day, which from the first day they kidnapped me and I got rescued. You know, I got kidnapped and rescued kidnapped. I got kidnapped and rescued several different times over several different decades or years. You know, over 40 plus years in some way.
So you got kidnapped before '93 with the CIA.
Yeah, I got kidnapped in the 80s.
And that was Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, he was one of the men that kidnapped me, him and his people, that was in government. Because he went broke gambling his money away. And then he wanted, well, back even before then, he gambled or lost his money doing something. And then he wanted my father to buy his music rights or something. And my father wrote on the check, which the check has to be displayed publicly in reference to what my father wrote. My father had wrote, "Don't ever ask him or my mother or me for anything ever again."
Frank Sinatra was being like boss man Jack and went broke. That's how all this started.
Well,
I got another question for you about that coma. Do you know how long that coma was?
It was a long time.
All right.
But the Treasury and Supreme Court has things on record. You know, I'm not, you know, I was supposed to just receive money. I was supposed to be at my mother and father's mansions.
And it's that simple. Receive money.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer, really. It's kind of like, you know, I'm supposed to have security and bodyguards. I'm supposed to be at my mother and father's mansions. I'm supposed to be hanging out with certain friends on the friends list or celebrities or people in the ballet industry or supermodel industry. But see, there was even some girls that was supposed to be girlfriends of mine that my mother had contracts with, and they had to sign waivers, but then the government still blocked them from being around me. And I'd been kidnapped from female friends before. These government people had kidnapped me from girls I was in relationships with.
That's crazy. I mean, it sucks.
Yeah, but you know, that's just the facts of law of what things need to be attended to.
All right, well, thanks for your time, Your Majesty. I don't want to be the only one asking questions and making conversation here, but very interesting to talk to you, and been a big fan.
Nice chatting with you. It's just kind of like you might want to call Court Television or CNN. See what they have to say about the situation. Well, I'm gonna get off here.
Thanks for talking, Tony. This is great.
All right, but yeah, CNN and people need to put it out on the internet to find out what girl wants to date me, which girl wants to be in a relationship with me.
I got it, Tony. I'll put that out there for you.
All right. Have a good one.
Good night, Tony. Thank you very much for sticking it through to the end of my video despite all of the audio issues. This video took me over a month to make. I went through 3 mics and I've had a cold basically this entire time, so it doesn't sound the best. I'm sorry about that, but I really wanted to get this done. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Please leave a like, subscribe to the channel. Hopefully I can get to 1,000 subscribers. I want to continue covering fascinating people on this channel, so I hope you'll join me. Hey, how you doing? Not related to that satellite man. This is very unimportant. My parents were poor. The activities of these people, improving my dental health and adding to my penis size, these people have to go into court and be declared innocent. I am always gay forever.
You need to go into court, man. This ain't me acting tough. Read those law books.
In May 2024, homeless TikTok star Daniel Larson was arrested. In the prior months, Daniel had made increasingly disturbing threats against various government officials and buildings, now facing a maximum of 60 years in prison. It is safe to say that his story has come to a close, at least for now, as the evidence is nearly irrefutable. For years now, Daniel Larson has been terrorizing the United States, costing businesses tens of thousands of dollars, attacked numerous people, and many other things much, much darker. So today, in chronological order, we're going to go over most of the major instances that led up to this moment. The trolling, the lies, The Delusions. This is the decay of Daniel Larson. Daniel was born November 15th, 1998, to parents Elizabeth and Travis Larson. Daniel's grandmother would go on to describe his early living situation as full of neglect. The same grandmother would move cross-country to come live with Daniel around the time that he had turned 11. She would also help enroll Daniel in a place called the Tennyson Center. The Tennyson Center offers various services to children who have been abused or suffer from mental health conditions. Daniel, who had suffered from both, would live at the center for over a year while his grandma finalized her move from California to Colorado. Daniel's progress at the center was considered so promising that at the end of his stay, the news came out and covered the center, predominantly featuring him in their segment. These are some of the first known recorded clips of Daniel Larson.
The Tennyson Center for Children has become one of the Rocky Mountain region's leading treatment centers for emotionally and crisis-affected children, particularly those suffering from abuse and neglect.
Good boy. When I first came here, I actually was really nervous.
That's 14-year-old Danny, who came from an extremely neglectful home.
When he came to Tennyson almost 3 years ago, he was very angry and confused and feeling very uncertain about his life and where he belonged and what was going to happen.
I learned to, when I'm in school, to do school and never quit, because if you quit, you won't know what to do. And if someone's trying to get you upset, don't let them make you feel bad about yourself. Just be good and make yourself feel happy.
He likes himself now. He feels good about himself. I'm not saying he's a finished job. He's got more work to do, but he's a much different child than he was when he first came here.
Daniel's grandmother was also featured in this segment. Though little is known about her, she played a massive role in Daniel's early development, moving halfway across the country to prevent Daniel from falling into the hands of the foster care system. And Daniel was very close with his grandmother. One of their favorite pastimes was watching American Idol, where Daniel would first lay eyes on singer-songwriter Grace VanderWaal. Daniel became increasingly infatuated by Grace, which was only further deepened by his grandmother's comment of him maybe being able to date her someday when he was as big of a songwriter as she was. Was that sentence directly responsible for years and years of harassment? We'll never know. But what we do know is that Grace was a mere child at the time she appeared on American Idol, and that with time this obsession would only get worse. But for now, Daniel would spend his days hanging out with his grandmother and his mentor, Bob. I previously neglected to mention Bob, so I will now. Bob Proctor is a man who met Daniel while he was volunteering at the Tennyson Center. Bob and Daniel hit it off and have maintained a friendship ever since. Things were better than they had ever been for young Danny. He had friends, family, and a loving home. That is until 2019, when Daniel's grandmother would sadly pass away and things would change drastically for him. After her passing, Daniel had to move into a group home, and seeing the rising popularity of the app TikTok, decided to join. His first few videos were merely of him going down a slide, looking at some fireworks, but in 2020 things really began to ramp up as people noticed his eccentric personality. The first two things that Daniel did to gain notoriety in 2020 were extremely innocent compared to what was to come. Daniel had become known for running his own presidential campaign, calling himself the president, causing everyone to refer to him as Mr. President. Daniel would also create a video called Jumping Jacks for Black Lives Matter. After being trolled into believing that the civil unrest around the nation was because of him, he would create one of his infamous jumping jack videos.
This is for George Floyd. Rest in peace. Black Lives Matter.
Fans would also find great humor in what they called the fog, which would come and go for unknown reasons. Daniel's camera would look like a mirror in the bathroom, and people would go crazy for it. Needless to say, videos like the Jumping Jacks one would increase the population of trolls that had eyes on him. One of these more notable individuals would be called Flexburger. Flexburger would pose as a music executive, and is considered to be Daniel Larson's first quote-unquote manager, an individual who seems to have influence over Larson due to his belief that they are involved in the music business. And due to
Zippy
Daniel
Pippies.
having dreams of being a
KEKL.
famous singer-songwriter, these people have great sway over him. There have been many managers, some much worse than others. Flex is considered to be on the better end. But he wasn't the only one actively messing with Daniel, because Mr. Larson simply could not help but doxing himself. After revealing the location of his group home to the world, he began to receive pizzas at his house. At first, Daniel liked it because they were paid for. When his caretakers asked how these pizzas arrived, he said because he was TikTok famous, and his fans wanted to do something nice for him. Well, eventually people stopped paying for the pizzas, and Daniel grew increasingly more angry, as eventually almost every pizza shop in the area would no longer deliver to that location. But none of this hampered Larson's ongoing quote-unquote presidential race, which he and his trolls were taking quite seriously, posting various Discord calls where they would have Larson discuss policy if he was elected. Daniel would make a number of concerning comments as to what he would do if he was the president, most concerning of which would be his talk of lowering the age of consent. Shocked at this comment, Flexburger began to dig deeper into what Larson had been doing online, and would uncover a bombshell so disturbing that the reputation of Daniel Larson would be changed forever. Daniel's Pinterest account was leaked on November 20th. The account was leaked by Flexburger and Associates, and contained numerous horrifying images, most of which pertaining to minors. Many pictures of Grace were also included in this Pinterest. The names of the Pinterest boards were equally as disturbing as they showed the intent behind these pictures, separating photos by age and preference. Daniel Larson never denied using these Pinterests, only that he used them a very long time ago. Later that day, the Pinterest account was deleted. While many at the time speculated that this was a troll, Daniel's actions in the future would go on to further disprove that. Days after the Pinterest was leaked, Daniel began deleting a number of posts pertaining to Grace on his TikTok account, and to turn off his comments section. After all of this, Daniel would accuse his management of fabricating this Pinterest account, even though he had previously admitted that he had used it, even though it was a very long time ago. Despite the pizza deliveries and jumping jacks, things would be all quiet until one of the most infamous instances in Daniel Larson history. It is known as the May 6th incident, and you'll notice that a lot of the big instances in Daniel Larson history will simply be a date. That is because Daniel Larson has had so many freakouts that it has become difficult to discern one from the other. The May 6th incident still stands out as one of the most traumatic moments in Larson history, especially to those who actually viewed the live stream that day. May 6th would start off relatively innocent, with Daniel Larson declaring war on Flexburger for the Pinterest leaks. It would be one of the first utterings of the infamous phrase, "We are going on lockdown."
Because of what Flexburger posted, we are going on lockdown. Everybody, we are going on lockdown. Stay tuned for what happens next. And Flexburger on YouTube and TikTok, you are a fucking bitch for exposing me. We are calling the Denver Police Department and reporting you.
Please do not misconstrue that this is why May 6th is so infamous, because it is what would happen after that TikTok that would burn its way into the minds of so many. Daniel would start a TikTok live and let it roll for a couple minutes, accumulating people. Daniel appeared to be very nervous, and when around 500 people showed up, he exposed himself to all of them. This would lead to a prompt deletion of his TikTok account. Daniel claimed that management agent had told him he was auditioning for an adult film, and that this was one way he could really jumpstart his career. Instances like this, as well as the trolling, would become more common as time rolled on. But we would not have another major instance in Larson history until over a year later. Larson was still living in the same group home, which we will just refer to as the first group home. He was still getting trolled, still receiving pizzas, and still saying horrible things on his new TikTok at the behest of management. But on June 15th, 2021, a troll finally said something that got Daniel to lose it. Various trolls had been posing for months as Grace VanderWaal, convincing Daniel that she was interested in a relationship. Daniel had been told that not only Grace was interested in him, but also her management team was interested in signing him, that he would directly work with the VanderWaal team, and things would finally be changing in his life. They were also telling Danny all the time that Grace was going to get hurt, threatening her, which caused him a great deal of stress. One day it was too much for him to bear, being threatened and told that Grace had suffered from a heart attack. Daniel would make a series of videos on a platform called Likey, where Daniel would start out calmly asking for the VanderWaal team to contact him, but as the videos rolled on, he would get increasingly more agitated and upset.
This message goes out to the VanderWaal family. Please pray for the VanderWaal family. They're currently in critical condition. Hello, this is Daniel Larson. Please let me know if there's anything I could do to help. Please ask the VanderWaal team what I need to do to help, and also to rank up in the company. Hey, Josh and Jay, please contact JP now. We have an emergency. Guys, check out my YouTube now and please comment. Check out my YouTube now and please comment. If I get the response, I will take it all down. This is my only source right now. Do it now or I commit. This is Daniel Larson. JP threatened to kill me to do all this. Please let me back on the team now or I commit. I can't take this. I can't take this. I can't take this. Josh, Jay, VanderWaal family, please, I hope you're seeing this right now. Please, I can't take this much longer. I'm about to commit. Guys, message me now on YouTube. Now. Now. I'm starting to get angry. My JP is currently in big trouble because he forced me to do this. He threatened to fucking murder me. Now, guys, it's an emergency. Now, guys. I am trying everything I can. Please message me on YouTube. I need to know what's going on. It's my only source of communication. I'm trying to get the message across that it was all an accident. JP forced me. He threatened to kill me. I had to, otherwise he would have killed me. I demand being on the VanderWaal team. I demand, I repent, I repent, I repent, I repent. Look at my last YouTube video, guys, now. It's getting worse, and I'm about to have a panic attack. What happened to my support? What happened to my team? What happened to everybody? Everyone on the entire team and everyone who is seeing this, message Josh now. The only reason why I'm posting this is because I'm trying to get this heard. I want on the team now. I'm currently under attack. Please, please, please. I'm currently under attack. You need to let me on the team now. I don't know what to do. Please let me on the team. I can't do anything. I want out. I want out. I will take down 2 videos on YouTube to show that I care. I will take down 2. Right? It's not letting me into my email. It's not letting me into my email because I don't have my phone number. And it's not sending a verification to my phone. All I want to be is help. And all I want to be is on the team so I can get a life. I have started deleting videos on YouTube, but please trust me, I need a comment now. I want to be with the team. JP is currently in big trouble with the police for what he did.
Police are currently on their way. I will give updates shortly.
Daniel would threaten self-deletion multiple times before the video would end. As you view more of Daniel, you'll realize this is a very common tactic he uses to try to manipulate people. He has stated that both this and the hitting of himself are behaviors that are learned from his mentor Bob Proctor. There would be more proof of this in the years to come as we see more videoed interactions of Bob and Daniel. Daniel would eventually be told that Grace was no longer in critical condition and that she had pulled through from her car accident, all of which was fabricated by the trolls. They would do this all the time, saying that Grace got hurt almost every other week. One of the more notable instances of this occurring was when trolls told Daniel that Grace was in critical condition again, eventually saying that she had died. For unknown reasons, this would cause Daniel to say that he had previously sent Grace illicit photographs in the past, horrifying everyone who knew that Grace at this time was a minor. The Grace Vanderwall obsession had taken full root. I personally believe that a vast majority of the problems Daniel has gotten himself into is at the behest of fake Graces. Please don't get me wrong, I believe that Daniel Larson is extremely dangerous to society as a whole and capable of some truly terrifying things, only limited by his lack of resources. What I'm trying to say is that Daniel will put himself in very compromising situations for the faint hope that he will finally meet Grace. I also personally believe that Daniel's obsession with becoming a singer-songwriter stems with him wanting to have a relationship with her. Daniel would even go as far as to produce music of his own, which I'm sure many of you have heard. On July 15th, 2021, he would release his first public song, Roaring Thunder. Created with studio time funded by Bob and heavy auto-tune, the song isn't half bad. Championed by Larsonians as one of his greatest works. On the same day that Roaring Thunder was released, Daniel Larson was sent to the hospital for an altercation with his caretaker Jonas. Daniel has had many altercations with this caretaker, because a couple weeks later they would have another altercation which Daniel would capture on film, booting up the camera after he claims Jonas hit him, threatening Jonas and making the other residents feel extremely uncomfortable.
No! What? Get off me! Get off me! If you try to hit me one more time, bitch! I have it all on recording! You tried to hit me! I'm on the floor! I'm doing nothing to you! I'm doing nothing to you! You tried to hit me! Wow. I just did self-defense! I'm on the floor! I didn't do anything! I just did self-defense! I even have it on film with you trying to... Like, I don't even know anymore, and I'm afraid of you! Like, I didn't do anything to you! You just tried to grab me! Like, why did you raise your fist? I was just trying to get outside! Like, why did you try to grab me? Why did you try to hit me? Call Ian! Tell Ian to call me! Tell Ian to call me! He's trying. Well, why did you try to grab me? I don't know who he's talking on the phone. Why did you try to grab me? Why did you try to grab? Stop! Stop! Stop coming near me!
This video is a perfect example of Daniel's idea that he can do no wrong. I have never once seen Daniel seriously own up to something that he has done wrong. He will always blame it on others, even blaming the actions that he has done on the way that people have treated him. What I believe to be one of the most disastrous traits of his personality. The trolls had strengthened their grip on Daniel's psyche, convincing him of August of 2021 to travel to California for what is known as the First California Arc. Daniel was told that he was going there for music. His management had set everything up for him. All he had to do was get on a bus. After arriving in California, he claimed that he was homeless, which at this point in time he actually wasn't. He was staying at a hotel widely speculated to be paid for by Bob, using homelessness as an excuse to drum up more donations. 10 days later, Daniel would return to Colorado, ending the First California Arc rather uneventfully. But it proved the lengths that Daniel was willing to go for his music and relationship with Grace. Upon his return from California, Daniel really began to spiral. He would get drunk on his TikToks often, threaten various celebrities, JoJo Siwa being the one that got the brunt of it, and of course begin to say the N-word, which Daniel has become infamous these days for saying. It was this kind of behavior that caused an even further divide between Daniel and his caretakers, specifically Jonas, who had been assaulted by Daniel in the past, and insulted very frequently. All of this would culminate in the infamous mac and cheese incident, where Daniel would request something to eat and receive a bowl of mac and cheese made by Jonas. Daniel would take one bite of the mac and cheese and declare that it was poisonous, investigating as to how Jonas had tampered with it.
I'm going to now ask my care provider if I could get macaroni and cheese, if that's all we have in this house. This tastes like cow piss. Literal fucking cow piss. I know why this tastes different. It's got something in it that's like sour as well. And if you look, it's got like little things in it. I don't know what it is. I've never seen that. Well, that makes a lot of sense. We don't have the fucking milk. So the asshole care provider didn't do the fucking milk. The only thing they could have done was water, but that's not the taste, but whatever. Like, I'm going to be straight up serious. Why does the mac and cheese taste a lot like ranch, but with like a tangy taste? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like honey mustard? The mac and cheese tastes more of like honey mustard, which is really weird. And if you look, bingo! I want to see how much honey mustard they actually used. Most of it. You could see actually a little bit of a line how much has actually been used. And you can't hear anything when you shake it. It's been sitting here for like about an hour now, and I've never thought that I would be this angry. But guess what? It's starting to affect my family and my girlfriend, and I'm not going to put up with this.
During his time in this group home, Daniel had had a slew of new managers, from ones that would try to get him to peddle their products, to ones that would actually try to help Daniel and realize that it was a lost cause. There were a lot of new people interacting with Daniel, and so many TikToks would be made in this time that are now lost. So nothing of note really happened until April 2022, a couple of months after the mac and cheese incident. Daniel, growing increasingly unsatisfied with the care of Jonas and the group home, would decide to leave, starting the very first homeless arc. After voluntarily leaving Jonas's care, he would hit the mean streets of Colorado. And it took him a while to figure out the ways of being homeless. This resulted in numerous altercations, most notable of which being the infamous porch charging incident. Daniel had wandered onto some guy's porch to charge his phone. Well, said guy returned home after whatever he was doing and asked Daniel to leave. Daniel claimed that he felt threatened and booted up the video camera just so nothing would happen, where he captures the homeowner feeling like he's in an episode of The Twilight Zone. Daniel has come onto his porch acting like he owns the place and that the homeowner has absolutely no right to kick him out.
Get the f*** out. I'm telling you.
Get you to Adams County.
Did you fucking hear what I said? Get the f*** out of here.
What's going on there?
I have a trespasser sitting on my porch who doesn't want to leave.
Do you know this party?
No.
Male, female?
I don't know.
You don't know if it's a male or female?
That's what I said.
Do you know what they're wearing?
Yeah. Wearing like a jogging outfit. Red stripe, black pants with a red stripe. Sweatshirt with a backpack. Looks like a homeless person. Needs to get off my property.
Do you know if they have any weapons?
I don't know. If they do, they better show it right now. Okay. If I ever see you on this fucking property again, there's gonna be consequences. Do you understand me? You don't come over here charging your fucking phone and using my fucking electricity. Who the fuck are you? Are you gonna wait? Is that what you're waiting for?
I don't know what you're gonna do. I don't know if you're gonna.
I'm asking you a fucking question. You better get the fuck off of here. Get the fuck out of here before I fucking move you out of here.
If you take one step closer.
Get the fuck off my property.
If you take one step closer.
Get the fuck off my property.
If you take one step closer.
They're coming for you, stupid fuck. Don't you understand? Why are you fucking here?
If you put one hand on me.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay,
Really? It's going to be like that?
You're threatening me, and I don't know if you're going to put hands on me.
You call me a nigger?
If you're going to put hands on me,
you better get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. They're coming for you, bud. Whatever the fuck you are, get the fuck out of here. Why are you here? Get the fuck out of here.
No, because I'm afraid.
What do you mean no?
I'm afraid.
You
if
better
you're
start walking. I'm gonna give you the opportunity to start walking. Don't do it, bud. Don't do it.
If you're gonna put hands on me,
get the fuck out of here.
Despite his homelessness, Daniel was keeping very active, as he was also spotted finishing second from last in the Denver Colfax Marathon. He was also visiting various protests. On June 24th, 2022, a Roe v. Wade protest was being held. Daniel, who was wandering the streets homeless, came into the venue and decided he was going to speak on the microphone in front of a crowd of people. He would go on to reference his grandmother's death, his attempted career in adult entertainment, and eventually has to be kicked off of stage. Here are some of the event's best moments.
I never used to be able to come out in crowds like this and be able to talk like this and be myself. So I'm actually out here right now because I'm in a current lawsuit, court case, because my life is at risk. And I'm going to explain why that happened. I'm going to explain exactly why that happened. So, because of my autism, my grandmother passed away of cancer in 2019. And I wanted to be a singer. I was always performing when I was younger, not at a professional level. I've always wanted to also run for politics and become president of the United States. So
I'm 23 years old. This is only the beginning of my career. But I'm gonna say about 5 minutes, maybe less. I'm hoping it's less. But this is a very, very serious situation. I started doing about 3 or 4 covers, and it took social media by storm. And I want to say within 6 months, I was gaining per week 20 million views on social media per week. And now here I am, 3 years later at 600 million views and a lawsuit that could put my life at risk. So I came out here because I want this heard. I had somebody that claimed to be a record label reach out to me. And they gave me a contract, and it said Sony Music. And I'm gonna be serious. It was a real contract. The issue is I didn't know that they got it straight off of online. Like, you could just go online and look up Sony Music contracts and find something. What ended up happening is they wanted me to go on to TikTok Live. I went on to TikTok Live, started my platform. That was around the time when I was gaining about 20 million views per week. During this entire time, when I was getting the 20 million views per week, that so-called management, which I later found out was fake, they ended up getting me to go onto TikTok Live and go completely new on live. And at the time, there was 3,000 people in that live. And it went worldwide viral. It was like an audition for a regular adult shoot that was going to help my career blow up. They said it would give me tons of views and it would help me out.
It seemed like since the release of Roaring Thunder, Daniel's delusions had grown even more. Trolls would send him threats every day, and Daniel took them extremely seriously. He was terrified that cars were following him around, people were watching him, and that somehow he was going to get hurt, blaming his managers, government caretakers, everyone but himself for lack of safety. He was told by many people in his life that he should no longer be online. But despite all of this, Daniel saw the need to continue. Daniel's delusions would be deepened even further when in July, Something More, Daniel's second song, would be released, once again funded by Bob Proctor. This would also be around the time that one of Daniel's more infamous managers would step into the picture, a man named Oxus, or Ox for short. Ox would pay for food, hotel rooms, and even accept donations for Daniel. But this wouldn't last long, as Daniel was about to find new housing and end the first homeless arc. On July 20th, 2022, the Pink Room arc begins. In this extremely short arc, Daniel managed to buy a new pair of $400 headphones, as well as produce the toothbrush and pencil incident, which I will not be discussing here. They are absolutely vile, and I don't think they add anything to the story, really. Trolls who had taken advantage of Daniel's increasing instability got him to do some horrific things during the Pink Room saga. He would destroy a number of electronics, but the thing that got him thrown out of this group home only 7 days after arriving was that he put a ton of holes in the walls. Let me just show you some of the damage that Daniel did to this place. On July 27th, 2022, the second homeless arc began, and it would start off with a bang. The fake nuke prank was set up by Daniel's manager, Ox. Daniel was made homeless just a couple days previously when he had put holes in the Pink Room's walls, and in an attempt to raise money for Daniel, Ox would set up a donation limit for a stream, which would result in Daniel being pranked by being shown a fake news broadcast saying that China was going to launch a nuke. Upon hearing this, Daniel ran to the front desk and began to warn everyone of the impending disaster, coming back only to be told by Ox that it was a prank, leading Daniel to declare war on him.
Okay, it may be a test.
Several miles away.
I don't think the nukes affect celebrities.
Radioactive, visible dirt and debris.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Where did you just go, Dan?
Downstairs to the lobby.
What did they say?
They're trying to find it.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay. It was a prank, Dan.
Listen to me now. You might actually get me kicked out of this hotel tonight. I told them that it's all over the news, Channel 18. CNN. Don't ever do that again or you're getting fired.
Okay.
You know what? Goodbye. We're done for the stream tonight. You f***ed it up. I am furious.
Ox is fired.
It would also be this time that the real Tina VanderWaal, mother of Grace, would get in contact with Daniel via his comments section. She would state that her and her family took Daniel's stalking very seriously and had reported it to the proper authorities. She begged Daniel to leave Grace alone and receive mental health services. Daniel profusely apologized, only wanting to talk to Tina more, not grasping what she was truly asking of him. Realizing that Daniel would never understand, Tina cut all contact, and no one from the actual VanderWaal team has spoken to Daniel since. Daniel would spend a couple of months wandering the streets of Colorado once again, occasionally staying in hotel rooms paid for by fans and Ox. Daniel would make content often consisting of what he was getting for dinner that night or filming himself walking somewhere, which would become the new norm for Daniel Larson content. He would also ramp up the posting of his community tab, which he has been known to do hundreds of times a day. Daniel will post constant updates to his YouTube community tab, and they could be anything from him discussing the stock market to posting absolutely disgusting photos. The second homeless arc would last until October 2022, when Daniel was sent to live with someone called Miss P in group housing. Miss P's group home had a number of other patients living there, and Daniel was known to be quite disruptive, especially with his online presence. And because of this, once again, Daniel was almost immediately kicked out of this housing. But it didn't go quite that simply, because he had one of the biggest meltdowns that he has ever had over this. Referred to as the October meltdown, Daniel would get extremely confrontational with staff before putting a bunch of holes in the walls. Police were called, and Daniel was kicked out to be homeless once again. Here are some of the craziest moments from the October meltdown.
Robert said that you broke the window. Miss P has been dealing with you.
Robert's not trying to kick you out, man.
I don't think it's
I have his number.
Okay, but Robert's not trying to kick you out. Like, you don't have to record everything. Like,
I am required to for my company and for my protection.
you understand that, but Robert's not trying to kick you out. Hey, you can't do that, man. You can't bust holes.
Listen, so you dealing with him all that right here?
Hold on, listen to me. Hold on, listen to me. You said, listen to me.
You terrifying him and
Listen to me. Stop interrupting me.
it doesn't work like
Listen to me. You straight up, listen to me. You straight up.
deal with that.
You straight up, listen to me.
Hey!
Listen to me.
Hey!
You need to listen to me rather than interrupt my goddamn shit.
No, because what you're doing right now is just, hey, chill out.
You straight up, listen to me.
No, I can call the phone. It's over. You should have stopped doing that. Hey!
You guys are not cooperating at all.
You're not cooperating.
You're not doing anything right. You guys are supposed to call my entertainment manager for security reasons.
man. We love you, bro.
But you guys don't listen to me. You guys call the police instead.
Because
You guys don't help at all. I've even had meetings with my case manager about this. You guys don't handle this right. And then you guys got angry because I'm recording when I told you guys that hold on, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
I apologize.
Don't interrupt me.
No one's angry because you're recording. That is your legal right.
That exactly. And then she told me I could do it outside of this house.
Yeah, but because you can't record us, and you're recording.
I can record you for my you just said legal right.
Your legal right, but your legal right is counsel once you start recording us.
That's no.
You're not supposed to do that.
Well, you know what? I'm not on a contract.
I can't record you.
There is no contract because I never signed a contract.
So Daniel, you know that I'm recording. You and I have interacted a whole bunch of times.
Well, I'm going to record as well for my career purpose.
Sit.
For my
What's
safety.
going on?
So, yesterday, the police showed up because there was a situation that escalated. Somebody was... I'm a singer-songwriter, so that's important to get across.
Daniel, you and I have interacted a whole bunch of times.
I realize that.
Okay, so we don't need to go through this. I'm a singer-songwriter. I've got comments.
Okay.
What happened?
Okay, so I have an update. So I am now kicked back out living on the street again. The police officer that showed up, that the Shield Foundation called, is the same police officer that has written all of my other charges against me. They have now wrote another one for $1,000, estimatively. They do not know, but is what they said. They do not know, but they estimated it at $1,000. They refused to talk to my case manager, Reva. And they called me a liar about my entire management and how we're trying to get all this, sorted out.
But Daniel being removed from the house was only the start, because he would call up his mental health caseworker and berate them with insults, threats, racist remarks. Daniel said so much that the entire program had to drop him, as well as his caseworker getting pretty upset with him over the phone. This caused Daniel to fire up the camera and show us just how angry he was with his caseworker and the very organization who had found him housing in the first place. Keep in mind, this all happened the same day and is still considered part of the October meltdown.
Aaliyah, who is working the front desk at Shield, told me that I am not welcome to go home, and what I need to do is I need to go to the mental hospital. Aaliyah at Shield just cussed me out and called me names and literally just partied on the phone, letting me just scream at her. He's a bitch! Jackass motherfucking Shield is motherfucking and they're escalating this shit. They just let me fucking scream on the phone because they were telling me that I was a bitch and now I'm a liar. You guys bitches, motherfucker! The fucking Shield Foundation just started clapping at me and screaming at me on the phone, calling me a bitch ass liar, and I just broke a window in public because of this shit.
This would mark the beginning of the third homeless arc, and as far as I know, Danny never received group housing again. He had caused so much damage and issues within the system that they will no longer work with him. And Colorado is known for providing good services to people like Danny. One of the better states in the US, in fact. Danny burning all of these bridges is almost unprecedented, and this third homeless arc would be much rougher than the previous two. It would all start with Daniel meeting up with with some fans who would get him to consume some of the devil's lettuce, as well as abandon him in Colorado Springs, 70 miles away from where he previously was. Daniel would walk 22 miles before being picked up by a sympathetic fan, as he had to make it back to Denver, where he knew things were. During this time, Daniel was also hospitalized for claiming he could not feel his legs. Chalked up to nerve damage caused by hypothermia, Danny has suffered some very cold nights on the streets. A far cry from the previous 2 arcs where he was put up in motels every once in a while. Nothing more of note would happen until December 10th. One of the most disturbing instances in Daniel Larson history would occur. Daniel would start the day leaking the location of the motel room that he was staying at, leading trolls posing as motel employees to threaten Daniel.
Boobicus.
Daniel is in the car
Damn
with
Dan
Bob
moved
while
to
he
a
is
hot spot.
receiving all of these threats and proceeds to have a meltdown, culminating in him attacking Bob. Here is the December 10th incident.
Get out of my car, Daniel! No! Get the hell out of my car! God damn! Get out of my car!
No, you don't understand. You don't. Stop!
Get
It's
out of
not
my
my
car.
fault. It's not my fault. It's
Get
not
out of
my
my
fault.
car.
The motel. The motel
of my
just
car.
threatened to kill me.
Get out of my car!
Stop! The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. The
Get out of my
motel
car,
threatened to
Daniel.
kill me.
Get out of my car!
No,
Get out of my
no,
car,
I'm not
Daniel!
going to. I'm not going to. I'm bleeding.
Yeah, you're bleeding because you're hitting yourself.
But you don't.
I've got to get help. I've got to get help. I've got to call the police.
No, I'm bleeding.
I've got
all
to
over
call
me.
the police.
No, the motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me.
I've got to call the police. I've got to get you out of here.
The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me.
And you're trying to kill me.
The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to
I've
kill
got
me.
to get the police here to get you out of here.
The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me.
Get out of my car.
No, you don't. I need
Get
help.
out of my car.
I need help. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me.
This is your last chance to get out of my car. This is your last chance.
The
Tell them
motel
you're
threatened
beating
to
me.
kill me.
And tell them you're beating me.
No, you hit me. You broke my arm.
I didn't break your arm.
You grabbed me.
Yeah, because you were beating me. You sure this is what you want? I'm calling the police.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Okay.
No, you're not helping me. You're not helping.
You're hitting me.
But you're not helping me. The motel threatened to kill me.
While some may have thought that this could have been the end of Bob and Daniel's relationship, it was not the case, as days later Bob would pay to have
Boobicus.
Danny sent to Los
I would
Angeles,
punch him,
California, beginning the travel arc. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Daniel would host fan meetups, claim he was being followed, and contract scabies, being diagnosed with the flesh-boring mite around the end of 2022. After being diagnosed with scabies, Daniel made the willing decision to go to Disneyland. He would meet up
And
with
what's
a
the
couple of
cause for your
fans who
big,
didn't seem to know
nasty
about the darker side of his
Germanism
lore
balls?
and travel all around the park. As previously stated, he had been diagnosed with scabies only days earlier. Daniel would ring in the new year by getting arrested for dining and dashing from a cheesecake factory, but even though he was arrested, he faced no consequences for these actions. In February, Daniel would travel to Las Vegas, where he would have numerous poor interactions with casinos. Upon arriving in Las Vegas, Daniel requested money for hotel rooms, and ended up being kicked out of and banned from all MGM establishments, after doxing his location and fans calling in. Having nowhere to stay, Daniel would find a casino bathroom to post up in for the night. Upon realizing this, security asked him to leave. Daniel refused, and this interaction ensued.
No, you fucking won't. You aren't gonna do shit.
Days later, Daniel would make one of the first threats that I believe put him on the radar of the FBI. He would claim to have left something in the casino that could cause a mass tragedy, all of which was of course untrue, but Daniel had made the claims anyways. And this was the beginning of a disturbing trend of him making these kinds of threats. Growing tired of Vegas, Daniel hopped on a bus and traveled to Texas, where his paranoia was on full display. Daniel believed that he was being followed, that people were out to attack him, and looked extremely nervous for the duration of the Texas trip. Nothing major of note would happen in Texas, though, and members of Daniel's new management team would decide to buy him a plane ticket from Texas to New York. Daniel was going under the guise of finally meeting Grace VanderWaal, but still had not shaken the paranoia that he felt in Texas. This led to numerous instances in New York, first of which being the April 3rd train incident, where Daniel kicks the train doors out of fear. Though it isn't anything major, I wanted to show you because I believe that it displays Daniel's paranoid mindset perfectly at this time, as he appears extremely nervous.
Okay, the airport security did see me. This is a problem. They are thinking that I am currently being suspicious, with me being on video and panicking. Oh my fucking hell. Okay, the fans want me to go to a particular location. They're trying to plan an assassination attempt. I need security. I need help ASAP. This is serious. I'm under attack. Stop. You guys are f***ing scaring me. Stop. Stop. You guys are f***ing scaring me. Okay, I'm going to need to wait until somebody can send out security.
The day after all of this happened would be the bodega incident. On April 4th, a couple of trolls decide to follow Daniel around a New York bodega. They follow Daniel around the store, ask him a couple of questions, and of course he runs away telling them he's gonna call the police. After recording him for a couple of minutes, they decide to leave. It is after they leave that Daniel hops on a Discord call with members of his management. And this call captures Daniel getting into an altercation with the bodega employee. After Daniel attacked him, he absolutely laid him out. It was so bad that Daniel ended up in the hospital.
This product is not police need to walk out right now.
Yes,
Right now.
the police are on their way.
Right, you wait for the police outside. Let's go.
I'm not going to do that because the police told me to wait here. I have you on film. I have you on film.
Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
I have you on film, bitch. I have you on film, bitch.
There you go.
The police told me to wait in there, bitch. No, because you hit me. You hit me in there.
Let it out. Let it out.
You hit me in there. So of course I'm going to self-defend myself. Bitch! The police told me to wait in there.
Wait for the police outside.
So, this is what I look like after I got assaulted by 2 fans in New York City in 2023. Fortunately, I don't have any fractures that I know of. I did have a fairly good-sized cut on my nose.
Daniel would spend the next couple weeks in New York until another instance of note would occur. He would meet up with another infamous TikToker, World of T-Shirts, at the behest of his manager, Michael Quinn. Daniel would reluctantly meet up with World of T-Shirts after much convincing, and the whole interaction was relatively uneventful, but I thought that I'd at least mention it. A week later, Daniel would have a meltdown that would lead him to throw his headphones into the Hudson River and declare that he needed to purchase a weapon for protection. The next day, Daniel was followed around a mall by fans, leading to this infamous clip.
Hi. He doesn't like it. Do you know this guy? He's a very famous guy. $20. $20.
No, I don't care.
Buddy, come here, buddy.
If you take one step closer, nope.
Don't fall. Buddy, calm down. What was that, bro? You angry as hell? You just punched that machine. You want me to call security?
Before I get the police.
You just punched the machine.
Leave before I get the police on you.
You punched the machine.
Anything on social media, you will be f***ing sued.
A couple of days after this clip is taken, the travel arc ends and Daniel returns to Colorado. During the travel arc, he went all around the United States right after he had been diagnosed with scabies. Daniel embarked on this whole trip in an attempt to meet up with Grace, which trolls told him would be at nearly every location he visited. During this trip, Daniel was extremely paranoid. He had a ton of meltdowns, and I believe it is because he was in unfamiliar territory. He was homeless in Denver long enough to know what was going on there, but in all these other places they're new, and this caused the paranoia to spike. But even though Daniel was home, it did not mean that the trolling was going to end, because on May 25th, the ice cream parlor incident would take place. Daniel would be found by a troll at an ice cream parlor, and after going in to confront him, he would have a meltdown, proceeding to be kicked out of the ice cream parlor and to scream the N-word. Here is the footage captured.
I'm security.
No, I'm serious. Why are you taking pictures of this man? Leave him alone.
I'm security. John Summit.
Police are on their way.
John
I'm
Summit.
going to need to ask you to...
Daniel, John Summit told me to ask you if you've showered anytime recently.
Okay, I'm going to need to ask you guys to leave.
You still smell like poop. Hey, don't charge me, Daniel. You want shirts on the breed?
Okay, I'm on the phone.
Get out now!
You have a warrant for your fucking arrest.
Oh shit!
A couple days later, Daniel would make a series of threats that would result in the ban of his TikTok account. He would also make these threats in the community tab of his YouTube channel. It wouldn't be until July 9th, 2023 that anything more of note would happen. In a move that horrified almost everyone, Daniel managed to adopt a dog, a German Shepherd that he named Music. Almost everyone came together to try to do anything possible to help Music. Reporting Larson Larson to animal control constantly. Concern would only grow as Daniel posted more footage of Music looking dehydrated and panting rapidly. Music would eventually be rescued by a concerned fan posing as a vet who was able to fool Daniel that the dog had a condition that they could treat. After putting Music in their car, they drove off. When Daniel had finally realized what had happened, he would run into a Walmart and have another meltdown, throwing things off the shelves, breaking stuff, screaming. It eventually got so bad that he had to be detained by people in the store. Daniel got pretty roughed up in the process, as I assume he was attacking people. For a long time we had no footage of this incident, but eventually someone was able to gather the body cam. Here is the footage of his arrest.
I got my dog now. Just relax for me, okay? I got my dog now. Huh? And then I got attacked in the parking lot. Alright, just relax. Just relax. We're gonna get figured out what's going on, and then we can go from there. Is this one? Okay. Here, I don't want to hurt your arm. So until we get figured out, we're just detaining you. All right? Okay. You just relax. Three Tom 26. We've got him detained. Everything's calmed down. We'll start with the three we've got. Figure out what we got going. Get fired. I got it. There we go.
Yeah, she's waiting over you first.
There we go. Would you be more comfortable sitting up? You can sit up. Looks like we've already got a bit of a mess in order before it get worse, right?
What's your name, bud? Daniel? Daniel, what's your last name? Larson.
Take a couple breaths for us. The only way we're going to be able to figure out what's going on is if you can calm down and tell us, all right?
After Daniel was eventually released, he learned that the Walmart would be pressing charges, and in a rage, Daniel called 911 to threaten various government buildings. By now, the FBI was well aware of Daniel Larson and had begun the long process of building their case against him. But for now, Daniel was free and allowed to roam the streets again. He would even turn down another housing opportunity because they had the condition of no internet access, claiming that it would be impossible for him to advance his career. Daniel would also grow a hatred for singer-songwriter Jacob Sartorius, who the trolls told him was in a relationship with Grace VanderWaal, fabricating numerous pregnancies and marriage attempts. Daniel would also grow a hatred for Grace over this. After a fake Grace had sent him a threat, Daniel would proceed to make various threats of his own, saying some pretty horrific stuff, foaming at the mouth and hitting himself. 2 days later, Daniel would have another fight with Bob. Bob requested that Daniel did not film while he was in the car with him, even asking Daniel to put his phone in the center console. Daniel did not comply and began filming for what he claimed was his safety, eventually getting so worked up that he attacked Bob.
So I wasn't going to film, but since you have a problem with me bringing my phone in the car, okay, now I'm going to film because that's my legal right. Okay? So you're causing this issue to yourself. You are literally causing this issue to yourself. And I guess I will go without dinner now because you have a problem with me even bringing my phone with me, which is my legal right. You are crazy. You are never helpful anymore. All you do is cause issues. You told me not to be on the phone in the car. I wasn't.
I said turn off your phone and put it in the console, and you said yes.
I'm not going to put it in the console, but I will be more than happy to stay off my phone and turn it off. You had a problem with me, like literally having it on my seat. The phone was literally turned off. Okay? I just turned it on to film this because you had a problem with that. I'm now filming for my protection. This is ridiculous. You are so stubborn, like I was saying before. So, are we going to get dinner, or are you taking me back to the motel and I'm just going to not have anything for dinner? And I'm not going to eat today at all. And I guess I'll starve tonight. So what is it?
Get out!
I'm not going to do it. Because I had my phone...
Get the f*** out of my car!
Okay, don't f***ing grab me.
You want me to break your arm?
If you break my arm...
Then get the f*** out of my car!
Okay, then let go of me, f***er. If you f***ing hit me, holy f***, where did my phone go? Where did my f***ing phone go? Oh, you are hitting me!
You're hitting me! God damn you!
You hit me first, bitch!
Get out of my car!
You hit me first! I'm not playing these games with you! Holy f***ing hell, bitch! Don't grab me like that! Don't f***ing grab me!
Quit hitting me!
You hit me!
No! You hit me repeatedly! Don't...
Then let go of me!
Get out of my car! Quit hitting me!
You hit me, so I have a right to defend myself!
Get out of my car! Get out of my car!
Now where's my phone, bitch?
Get open the door and you'll find it! Get out of my car! Ow! God damn you! I'm gonna call the cops now.
No, because you hit me!
Get the hell out of my car!
You hit me!
Better find it!
Where did he go? Ow!
Get away from my car!
Holy f***ing hell! You ran over me! Bob just ran me over with his car. Bob just ran me over. Bob just ran me over. Bob just ran me over with his car. My fucking foot hurts. Bob just ran me over with his car. Bob just ran me over with his car. Bitch! Oh, just ran me over. Fuck bitch! Bitch! Bob is a bitch! Bob is a bitch! Bob is a bitch! He hurt me! He fucking hurt me!
After putting holes in the drywall, Daniel was reported to the hotel and swiftly kicked out. The next major thing to happen would be known as the first college arc. Daniel would travel to the University of Colorado Boulder and claimed that he was enrolled in classes. Little did he know that he was being trolled by members of a fraternity. They would take him on dorm tours, let him tag along for parties, and even coach tennis matches. But the most major thing to happen was the troll posing as Deion Sanders, aka Coach Prime. Deion Sanders is the coach of their college football team, and this troll had convinced Daniel that Deion wanted him up there at the next rally. Fully believing this, Daniel attempted to go in and was of course denied by security. Days later, after another attempt, Daniel would be arrested for striking a security guard. It was around this time that Daniel also got his infamous reverse mohawk, given to him by a couple of trolls who he assumed would shave his head, but ran off soon after giving him the mohawk. Daniel would also mention being contacted by the FBI about his previous statements. The legitimacy of this being a troll or the actual FBI will always be up in the air. The college arc would finish with nothing of note besides Daniel's arrest and subsequent release after the assault of the security guard. Daniel's delusion was on full display during the college arc, truly thinking that all of these trolls had his best interests in mind. The next major thing to happen would be on November 10th, and it would be the Panera Bread incident. After arriving to eat in a Panera Bread, Daniel's fans would call the place, resulting in him being kicked out. Only Daniel didn't make it that easy, having at the time his biggest public meltdown.
Those people are causing the situation. Stop telling me, bitch! You're cursing me. I'm not putting hands on you. I'm not putting hands on you. Try me. Try me. Try me. Try me. Try me, bitch. Try me, bitch. Try me, bitch. Try me, bitch. I will murder you. I will murder you, bitch. Look at this can. Fans are leaking my location, bitch. Fans are leaking my location, bitch. 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 104 55 Beach Street. Fans are leaking my location. Danger. I've been recording. Fans are leaking my location. I'm famous. That's not something. She's famous. I'm going to press charges for you assaulting. I never assaulted you. I never put hands on you, bitch. I never put hands on you, bitch. That's assault. I never assaulted you! Step back right now! I never assaulted you! Step back right now! I never assaulted you! You do a table I never assaulted you! You do a table just because those people are causing issues, you want to me! Bro, you should have never took the phone. You're throwing chairs and tables at me. I never did anything! Press charges on me! I never did anything! I got it all on video, like ever since. Don't worry, I've seen that too. No, just figure
Rubicus. I thought that was a dog running.
In the aftermath of this event, Daniel is banned from all Panera locations for 1 year and threatens Bob once again. Daniel is also noted to have been in and out of the homeless shelters at this point. Makes sense because the Colorado winters are not known to be mild. During this time, Daniel would continue to make his TikToks walking around the city and posting hundreds of times a day on his community tab. On December 10th, the Olive Garden incident would occur. Daniel would enter the restaurant requesting a large table for him and the Vanderwall team who would be meeting him there. Trolls had already called the staff, so they told Daniel to wait for Grace and they would seat him then. While in the waiting area, Daniel is convinced by trolls that the Olive Garden is part of a massive conspiracy that is out to distribute illicit photographs of him, stating that there is a machine in the back that is printing these photos for distribution. Upon hearing this, the Olive Garden manager asks him to leave, and in response, Daniel pulls the fire alarm.
I'm performing a citizen's arrest, so the FBI is outside. I have more than enough photos coming in. Okay. Who are you arresting? I'm arresting every single person here. I'm arresting all employees.
So you're telling me that you're a celebrity?
Yes.
Okay, do people take pictures of celebrities, right?
Right, but you were back in back.
Yes.
Printing off documents.
I was?
You said that and it's on video.
I was printing off documents?
Yes.
Okay, so here's the deal. I'm gonna ask you to come over here actually. Over here. We've been very nice. Like that's what I'm gonna tell you. You're not filming me, correct?
I am legally
required to.
No, you can actually just leave now.
I don't have to leave. The FBI is here. I have photos.
Okay, sir, this is what I'm gonna tell you. You're gonna calm down right now. You're gonna stop filming me, or I'm gonna call the police and they're gonna remove you from here. I know that's what you want. I know that's what you're famous for on TikTok, but we are not doing this. You're gonna curse at me again, or you're going to leave.
I never cursed.
Okay, sir. What I'm gonna tell you right now is you're gonna stop filming and you're going to leave, or I'm going to call the police right now.
Go ahead and call the police.
Thank you. I
I just got sent pictures and photos of Grace being assaulted. I'm not gonna just sit here and call those photos fake. I got sent them from the FBI.
I'm gonna ask you again not to curse. There's children in here. I'm gonna ask you again.
I have photos.
I need you to lower your voice.
I just got notified that Rick Yorn at LBI Entertainment, who is the CEO, has called the head manager and the CEO of all Olive Gardens, and you're fired.
Yeah, I guess so.
As usual, police let Daniel go with a warning, and days later, the Golden Hotel incident would occur. Daniel was told that he would be meeting Grace there for a week-long reservation. After arriving at the front desk, he was recognized by the manager, who told him that the other stores in the area were quite familiar with him and knew not to serve him, causing Daniel to rage.
Yeah, but you were asked to leave our property. You're not allowed to stay here, and I'm gonna call the police department.
I'm aware, but I just...
Please leave our premises
I'm
right now.
asking for the number that called.
I am asking you
because
and telling
it was
you
Indulge. It's been Woody's Pizza. It's been every. I don't care. It's been every business on the street.
I'm friends with Woody's manager, so...
They called us saying that you were causing troubles.
I haven't even been there in like a couple months.
Please leave, Daniel. I'm asking you to please leave the property. I'm not doing this with you tonight. I do not want to call the police, and I will. Okay?
Like, why would you? Why would you call the police on me if I'm not doing anything?
Because I've asked you to leave. And but I multiple people come and tell us that you are causing problems in Golden, Colorado. I have people that are paying good money to stay here.
I did too. I did too. You're stealing my money because I've already booked a motel room.
Did I look at the reservation that you provided me, the confirmation?
I don't have anything for you.
There is nothing in there. There is absolutely nothing in there. We have asked you nicely.
I have.
I'm going to tell you need to leave.
I have proof that I booked the reservation.
Let me see it.
I just read it to you, like when I was sitting right over there.
I don't care if you take a video of me for your stupid TikTok account. I'm over it, and I will have the police trespass you if you do not leave the property right now.
Go ahead and trespass me.
Okay, great.
I'm working on
This is uncalled for.
It's not uncalled for. I have the right to refuse anybody in this building whenever I feel like it. I don't want the issues. And it's a red flag when all of Golden knows about who you are, Daniel.
It's because I'm fucking famous.
I don't care. I don't care if you're famous.
So
they're calling our business saying that you're causing trouble. And right now, you are causing my property trouble. So I need you to leave.
Okay, then I'll leave the state of Colorado.
Bye. See you later. Are you serious right now?
Yes.
Why? That's why you're kicked out. Get out. I'm calling the police. Get out.
You guys are ridiculous. Like, just because I booked a motel room?
Don't break my stuff. Don't break my stuff. Get out, Daniel. Now. Get out. Don't come back. If you come back,
then I'll leave Colorado.
Get out. Get out.
Then I'll leave Colorado.
Get out of my property now.
Then I guess I'll violate probation and leave Colorado.
Goodbye.
Because all this town is reporting me.
Goodbye.
How am I supposed to make a goddamn living? The Golden Hotel
motel just stole $2,000. I booked a week at their motel.
A couple of other things that would happen in this time period would be Bob cutting off all contact with Daniel. Upon not hearing from Bob, Daniel would grow so concerned that he would call a wellness check. Bob would tell the police that he simply wanted nothing to do with Daniel, and they would relay the information to him. Daniel also claimed to have been contacted by the Secret Service and FBI about his comments in regards to Grace VanderWaal. Daniel would be followed by a drone that seemed to increase his paranoia even more, and to top it all off, he had a troll throw Mountain Dew on him in the middle of winter.
Daniel, how are you? Good? I am searching for photos.
Hey! Back away!
You like that, Daniel?
Back away!
Things were really not looking good for Daniel. Life on the streets was very hard, and he would have problems at the homeless shelter that would make him not able to always stay there. So he was crashing just about anywhere he could, eventually leading him to the Denver National Airport, where seeking rest he would find a Canvas credit union. Upon finding a sleeping homeless man in their lobby, the employee called the police, who responded, simply asking Daniel to leave and find somewhere else to sleep. As always, Daniel refused, the whole ordeal culminating in Daniel being arrested for 5 outstanding warrants.
Just so you know, the gentleman that was in here with you
Yes.
is the one that flagged me down. Okay?
Okay.
So, I do have a reason to talk to you. Okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
I understand that.
Do you have any other personal property that's what's in your pockets?
I have my court paperwork,
Okay.
but that's it.
Okay. So in addition to the 2 warrants that we're going to take you on today, you have 3 additional warrants that are not extraditable out of Denver that you need to go take care of.
I am aware.
Okay, so that's 5.
And then I was also, like I said, I came here to the Canvas Credit Union because I had
I'm
to.
going to tell you that's not going to fly today. Airport office is going to explain that to you, so we can quit going over that piece of information. Airport office is going to explain it to you.
So you flying out today?
I'm not. I came here to the Canvas Credit Union because I bank with them.
Okay.
And then I was waiting about 10 minutes until, well, it's now about 10 minutes, but I was waiting 20 minutes because I was waiting for the bus to downtown Denver.
Okay.
I was aware of the warrants, and they are bench warrants, and I was on my way down there anyways to go handle those.
Okay, so
I had to go to the bank this morning here because I got my debit card.
Okay, so I'm with airport operations. I'm not going to say that's official business, so you can't be out here unless you have a boarding pass. There's other Canvas credit unions or other credit unions you can use. So you're being advised today of a Rule 30.18. If you come back out here, you can be cited for trespassing. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay.
Ready to go and unplug or we'll unplug it? Just go and stand up for us.
Yes. Do you want me to turn off my phone?
That's up to you.
Okay.
Daniel was released shortly after this arrest, even though he had 5 outstanding warrants. And this would be far from the last time that Daniel would escape the clutches of the law. But for now, Daniel seemed more interested in what he called going back to college. No one actually believed that Daniel was going to college. We knew that another trolling attempt was in the works. This time, they had convinced Larson to go to online college, which was just a Zoom meeting between all of them. Larson would learn about the ancient history of Texas, Asia, as well as various other things, learning completely incorrect information along the way. While Daniel didn't have a meltdown in any of these, he said some absolutely hilarious stuff. A couple of days after the fake college arc began, Daniel would be fart sprayed and have a meltdown. eventually going to the hospital where he would freak out and be trespassed. This would cause Daniel to go on his TikTok and make threats against this hospital. And about a week after that, Daniel was arrested, but not for all of these horrible threats that he was making. It was for failure to appear. During his time in jail, he would have outside contact with almost no one but his manager, Clark. And on March 1st, when he was released, he got a new phone, started a new TikTok, and a new YouTube. Daniel would continue the usual walking around the city, all his normal TikToks, until the 20th, where he was picked up again for outstanding warrants, only spending 1 day in jail. A couple days later, he was picked up once again and released within 24 hours. This was 3 times in the past month that Daniel had been in jail, and none of the charges had stuck. People truly believed that he could get away with anything, and I think so did he, because he would pull yet another fire alarm at a hotel that he was staying at, for almost no apparent reason. Needless to say, Daniel Larson was worse than ever. He had been getting away with his actions for years now without facing any consequences, and believed that he could personally do no wrong. His mental state was worse than ever due to him taking all the threats from the trolls seriously, and his lack of connection with the real Bob meant that these were the only people he had left in his life. All of these things would culminate in what I consider to be the greatest Daniel Larson freakout of all time. It is also what many consider to be the last. One day, trolls told Daniel that he had a job interview at a Buffalo Wild Wings. Upon entering the store, he asked for the manager, who told him that he had to leave, I assume because he knew who he was. All of this, along with the messages of the trolls, got Daniel so worked up that he would have this meltdown, frothing at the mouth, making terrible threats against people, government officials, and buildings. This stuff was so specific and filled with hate that a lot of it I can't even include. But here is what I can show you.
Kill you! Kill you! Kill you! Call the feds on me, you liar! Bomb! 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 Kill! 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 Murder! Kill! 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 Go ahead and ban my channel. Make sure I'm homeless for the rest of our life. You did it. No, bitch. Kill, 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 kill. This is a message. Redacted. You didn't listen to Bob and me. And this is what you get. Kill, 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 kill. Kill, kill, kill.
In my opinion, this is the last nail in the coffin that the feds needed. This video alone could have gotten him some time, but with the case that they've been building, it's almost open and shut. And days later, Daniel Larson would be taken into custody, where as of the recording of this video, he still remains. Daniel was charged with making a series of threats against buildings and people. They date back as far as 2023, and his claimed targets vary from non-profit organizations to the White House itself, all of which can be backed up with video proof. Daniel's public defender tried to claim that he was being held unjustly, as Daniel has not been set a bond due to him being claimed a flight risk, and as of this moment, he is still being held without bond. He is also facing up to 60 years in prison, currently fighting a case against people with over a 95% conviction rate. And it's not just Daniel Daniel who is facing the consequences for all of these things. The people investigating Daniel's case have also been in contact with a number of his managers, particularly the most recent head manager, Clark, who has posed as Grace numerous times to get Daniel to do things. This is why I believe in the past the feds were asking about Grace. They wanted to know who was directing Daniel and telling him to do these things. It is unknown what consequences await Daniel's managers, just that they are on the radar, and this has caused a good number of them to cut ties with Daniel. The only people still communicating with Daniel in prison seem to be Clark and the real Bob, who has decided to let Daniel back into his life now that he is behind bars. Clark would record a series of phone calls that he had with Daniel from jail, and as of the recording of this video, this is the last known footage we have of Daniel. These calls include Clark trying to explain himself, as well as get Daniel to apologize, but their main point is to drive home the fact that everything over the course of these past 5 years has been fake, that there is no Grace, no music career, nothing is real.
All of this has been, it's fake, man. I mean, I'm not Clark, I'm not a lawyer, I don't work for Interscope. Grace doesn't even know who, if she knows who you are, she thinks you're a weirdo, and yeah. I mean, and I get some circumstances, but at the same time, you really are a menace to the streets of Colorado. I'm a 20-year-old kid from St. Louis in community college, and I know literally nothing. So. No, I'm in the middle of the most important call of my life right now. Hi, Daniel.
Hi.
Okay, so...
Sorry, before you say anything, I want to tell you that I am extremely sorry, and I want to try to fix our friendship.
I mean, it's not just... I feel like you have a lot of people to say sorry to, mostly. Not just me, more like Bob and the restaurants. And all the people that, even Grace, in a way, for tormenting her and her family for the past couple of years.
I agree, and I will take the blame, but I want to fix everything. You know, we all make mistakes, and, you know, we all make mistakes, and it's how we move forward.
Bob's been talking to me recently, so I hope you said sorry to him and everything, because I'm surprised he's even still talking to you after everything that went down.
I understand, and you know, with Grace, I also understand what you said about it.
And that starts with me being honest too, and I regret even all the fake Graces.
And what's the cause for your
that
big,
wasn't right to
nasty
do for Grace too,
Germanism balls?
And I know she was probably not happy with people pretending to be her for the past couple years. So that does start with us too. But I mean, the way you took it was a little too far in some ways, and I mean, and I do think.
I do agree.
Yeah.
You know, we've been in contact for so long now, you know what I mean? I want us to be friends.
I mean, you do understand everything I told you, though, in the last call, like, all of this...
How you guys doing? This is another thing of importance in reference to penis size and balls.
You gotta realize that before the trial, before they think you're crazy.
Right, and, you know, I agree.
I mean, and...
I do have to say that I do kind of know what my publisher is going to ask tomorrow, but I don't know if they're going to approve it this time or the next court date. But I do know that we're making progress in the right direction.
Okay, well, I think this was a good conversation, but everything starts with a couple sorries here and there. Do you have anything that you want to say to like everybody out there? Because I'm guessing people are gonna get these phone calls through that. So you should, if you want to explain yourself to everybody on Reddit.
You know, what I want is I want an apology to the entire fan base, and not only his fan base, but I want, you know, an apology going out about the meaning of the phone call, stuff like that. Really everything at this point, you know. I mean, if we go into detail, it's going to be way too much right now.
True.
You know what I mean? And we're on a timed phone call with, you know, money going through. I'm to a point to where, like, I want to try to fix this with everything, and I want the real truth to be heard.
This could be one of the last times that we hear from Daniel Larson in a very, very long time. I covered a man called Dimension 7 Yo on this channel, and he went to prison for a similar crime. He spent a year in there and has been released, but under the condition of a media blackout, which I assume Daniel will have as well. There are really only two possible futures for Daniel here in this moment. Either he is going to go to some kind of facility that can properly help him for the rest of his life, or he is going to go to a prison for a while. Maybe both, but the chance that Daniel somehow worms his way out of this grows distant by the day. The conviction rates are so high for a reason. They don't really charge you unless they know they're gonna put you away, or at least strongly suspect that they can do so. Daniel has provided years of concrete evidence why he is a threat to the public, and why if he had any kind of resources, he might act on these things that he says. He is a legitimate danger to society and has proven it on multiple occasions. He has some extremely disturbing predilections, no reservations about doing something to you to benefit him, and absolutely no remorse. I have never seen it. Watching Daniel go from the young man that he was at the Tennyson Center to who he is today is absolutely disturbing. It will be hard to not think of the path that Daniel could have traveled, the one that he seemed to be on the beginning of when he was at the Tennyson Center. Things are so very different now. Daniel has done some absolutely abhorrent stuff and claims it was all in a quest for fame. I guess in a way Daniel really found it, just not in the way he'd expect or understand.
We need to make some goddamn burritos. 1 second, YouTube. You got these El Montrieri beef and bean chimichangas. And I think we could probably food hack them for a delicious YouTube snack treat, whatever. That's only 2. I think we should make maybe like 2 more, maybe like 3 more. Not a sponsor. I think 4 would be enough. And on top of them goddamn burritos, YouTube, we're gonna have to add some goddamn ingredients. Cheese, some sauce,
and what's the cause for your big nasty
start off with the
Germanism
red hot
balls?
wings, buffalo sauce on top of these burritos. That's what's up. That's looking pretty tasty. We're gonna add some more ingredients to it. Like some cheese. We got some Lacraine sharp cheddar cheese. I want a chimichanga, so make a chimichanga! Alright, YouTube, we're making some delicious microwave chimichanga action that I think will be quite tasty. That's a lot of that fucking delicious cheddar cheese. That's perfect. Yes, please. Chopped cheddar, making it better. We're gonna have to crush up some of these spicy nacho Doritos. Yeah, I said it. Spicy nachos. Spicy nacho Doritos getting crushed up on top of that cheesy goodness. I'm gonna pulverize it with my autistic retard strength. And get a couple of sprinkles on top of there. Let's do one more little handful on there, yes. A little spicy Doritos. Taking those beef and bean chimichangas. And we're gonna food hack the fuck out of them because that's what I do on YouTube. And P.S. I'm saving this fucking goddamn cooking video for when my YouTube posting thingy. You know what? Fuck it. I might just post it on Facebook. Let me dry my hands off. But look at these beef and bean chimichangas. When I microwave it, get these all cooked up. I get a little cray-cray with the food hacks, my fellow social media users, but that's just alright. When I microwave it, get these burritos cooked up, that cheese gonna melt on top. With that sauce, it's gonna pop. Then we're gonna drizzle it with some of this good stuff right here. Giving you Cool Cobras the food hacks and the latest update on the tastiest snacks. Let's go with timer cook 6 minutes and 66 seconds. Did he seriously just put that? Yes, I did. Oh no, the microwave is at 420. What shall we do? We're gonna add more to these delicious burritos. Because everything tastes better with bacon. Yes, sir. Hormel real bacon bits. These are delicious. You want to crack open that bottle and just... some of that queso cheese sauce. This is queso blanco cheese dip. The cheese. I think putting caviar on these is a little extreme. Going to this cheap caviar, it's like $10 jar of caviar, but you know what? I like it. Excuse me. I'm a fan of the fish eggs. Fancy. I'm gonna microwave that for 420 minutes. 4 minutes, 20 seconds. I want that cheese to be melted. After microwaving it for 4 minutes and 20 seconds, I gave it a good 10-20 minutes to cool off. Then I microwaved it for 2 or more minutes. After scooping all the sauce in the corners back onto the middle of it, now we're gonna let it cool off in there. What? Look at that, YouTube. Caviar chimichangas. With this delicious $10 caviar that my fans have sent me before a couple times. I really appreciate that. I like canned fish. So like, you know what I'm saying? I don't really care. I'm not that picky when it comes to like the caviar. It doesn't have to be anything, you know. I also got a glass of my delicious homemade apple mead on deck. We're looking good, we're looking good, alright. Now the fans sent me some more turbo yeast, so I really appreciate that. You have no idea. And they also sent me this little jar of caviar. Caviar is very expensive. That little jar costs $10. So it's on the cheaper side of the caviar spectrum, but I don't honestly care. You know, you're not worried about like how expensive the ingredients are, but you want to feel bougie and fancy with your ingredients, and this is what you have here, folks. Like I smothered these beef and bean chimichangas and like sharp cheddar cheese, spicy nacho Doritos, bacon bits, caviar, and a queso sauce. I mean, if you weren't picky about, like myself, about how anything goes, you're just like, you know what, I like fish eggs. I'm feeling bougie, let's go. I'm not gonna lie, Tubes, that smells pretty good. I made a food hack video where I took chimichangas and I smothered them in hot sauce and, you know, spicy nachos, Doritos, and cheese, and caviar, and bacon bits, and it's just like, what is even this? What is even this, YouTube? It's the principle of the matter. You're putting caviar on something, you know? It makes you feel fancy, you know, to a point. And this apple mead that I made with the turbo yeast, I gotta sip on that, folks. Hold up. I'm gonna try to pick up one of these chimichangas, even though they're kind of piping hot. Now you can just see dude, if you can see like what I'm seeing right now. All that caviar busting out of there, like, yes, and the cheese. Hot. That is spicy, salty, and flavorful for all the right reasons, and you're gonna feel so wrong eating it, but that's what makes it taste so good. Caviar is an acquired taste. It doesn't matter the price. Some people are not a fan of the fishy taste, but I like it. So I'm getting real hood bougie with these beef and bean chimichangas. And you might think, oh God, this is so gross. Why the fuck would you do, you know, and it's just like, it's Halloween, dude. And they're falling apart as soon as I try to pick it up. Yeah, that's alright. I mean, these chimichangas, they're interesting. Some of you might go, oh, you put caviar on it, gross. Some of you might go, oh, pish posh old boy. I say $10 caviar, oh my god. He's trying way too hard to be fancy. You know what? At least you're doing your own thing. You're not copying some fancy random chef on YouTube like, oh, lurdy-dur. I'm sure there's a lot of caviar snobs who are grasping their pearls right now, going, oh my god. Hi, Chihuahua, those burritos are still hot. We'll let those cool off a bit. The YouTube trolls hate the fact that I'm famous, and they're not. So they gotta mass flag my videos. And I don't know how much fancier I can get than this. This is like poor man's fancy. I don't subscribe to the Josh Saunders channel. Comes in handy when, And technically, this isn't ban evasion. This is just me telling it like it is. YouTube needs to take better care of their content creators. Cobra fam, these are getting the Cobra seal of approval. Spicy, creamy, delicious, cheesy.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard might be the most famous victim of Munchausen's by proxy in history, where a caretaker will fabricate or induce a illness for the patient they are taking care of. In this case, it was her own mother, Dee Dee. Dee Dee would trick the public as well as many doctors into believing that Gypsy suffered from a variety of illnesses, from leukemia to muscular dystrophy. Gypsy was operated on heavily, and when she finally discovered that she wasn't sick, Gypsy would orchestrate a series of crimes that would make the case so infamous. And after spending nearly 10 years in prison for what she had done, she is finally out to immediately be given a Lifetime documentary series, aptly named Gypsy Rose: Life After Lockup. And if you thought the beginning of her story was wild, you're not gonna want to miss this. Today we're gonna be covering Gypsy's early life as well as the first season of her new TV show to see the many crimes, lies, and scandals of Gypsy Rose. Gypsy's early life was full of struggle. Her father was only 17 years old while Dee Dee was 24, with Dee Dee falling pregnant only a short time after they met each other. After Gypsy's father broke things off with Dee Dee, she would distance herself and Gypsy from the rest of the family. Gypsy's father describes Gypsy as a perfectly normal and healthy baby, saying at the time of her birth that she had no medical problems. But as the years went on and Dee Dee became more distant, he noticed that Gypsy was suffering suffering from more and more medical issues, which would start with something as simple as a sleep apnea mask and would slowly progress into numerous invasive surgeries. Gypsy's father was told that not only did she suffer from leukemia, but also muscular dystrophy, leaving her wheelchair bound. Another interesting thing that he discussed was the payments that he made to Dee Dee. He paid her not only alimony and child support, but also fronted the bill for all medical procedures, claiming that when it was all said and done, he had spent over $100,000 on Dee Dee and Gypsy. Dee Dee still progressively distanced herself and her child from not only her family, but also Gypsy's father's, isolating Gypsy from the rest of the world. Then, in late August of 2005, Hurricane Katrina devastates the coast, with nearly 1,400 souls lost. Dee Dee and Gypsy were lucky enough to survive the storm, but their home would not. Like many others in the area, it was flooded and personal items were destroyed. We will never know if Gypsy's documents were destroyed in the storm or by her own mother. What we do know is that Dee Dee would take full advantage of this situation, claiming that all of Gypsy's medical records had been destroyed during the storm, along with her birth certificate, which let Dee Dee not only pose Gypsy as younger than she was, but also strengthen her claims of Gypsy's leukemia and muscular dystrophy. As strange as it sounds, Dee Dee would take full advantage of Hurricane Katrina, even receiving assistance from Habitat for Humanity, relocating Gypsy and Dee Dee to the middle of the United States, to the town of Springfield, Missouri, successfully isolating the two of them from any remaining contact with the family. Gypsy was receiving an increasing amount of surgeries. She had her salivary glands removed because her mother claimed she was drooling too much. That, along with a combination of various medications, caused her teeth to be removed. Gypsy would have tubes put in her ears for hearing and in her stomach for feeding, and was confined to a wheelchair by the demands of her mother. Dee Dee would use Gypsy's illness to extract wealth from the community. She received numerous new vehicles, the house, and tons of assistance, both financial and emotional. Gypsy was not only Dee Dee's best friend, but also her meal ticket, so she would become increasingly more protective over her daughter as she matured and began to yearn for a life outside of her mother. In 2011, years before Dee Dee's body was found, she would discover that Gypsy had fled the home during the night, going to see a man that she had met during a sci-fi convention. Dee Dee would find Gypsy through a mutual contact, arriving at the man's house demanding that she be returned her daughter. Dee Dee was screaming that Gypsy was a minor and that this man had better give her back before she calls the police. This was not the truth, as Gypsy was around 19 years old at the time. Gypsy would return with her mother, and when they got home, things did not go well. Dee Dee would smash all of Gypsy's devices and chain her to her own bed, placing bells around the door and using a dog collar to sense if Gypsy was moving in the night. She was imprisoned like this for 2 weeks, and claims that it was the moment she saw her mother in a completely different light. The veil of their past friendship had been shattered. Despite all of this, Gypsy would continue to seek out relationships with men online, and in 2012 she would meet a man named Nicholas Godejohn on a Christian singles dating app, and this is when things start to get pretty dark. Nick admitted to Gypsy that he had multiple personality disorder, or at least believed that he did, and that an alternate personality of his named Victor was extremely violent. Nicholas's mental state was not well. He had been diagnosed with Asperger's at a young age and faced legal consequences for explicit interactions with himself in a public McDonald's that lasted for hours. Gypsy knew about all this and maintained a romantic romantic relationship with Nicholas Godejohn online for years, until in 2015 when they finally decided it was time for them to meet. But as always, Gypsy's main concern was her mother, not wanting things to go as badly as when her mom had met the man from the sci-fi convention. So her and Nick devised their first plan. They would go to a Cinderella movie, and Nick would meet them there. The plan was for Nick to bump into them and act gentlemanly, impressing Dee Dee and allowing him to date Gypsy. But Dee Dee found him very creepy and only told him to leave her and Gypsy alone. During the movie, Gypsy would slip away to the bathroom where she would meet Nick for an entanglement, narrowly escaping being caught by her mother. After leaving the movie theater, Gypsy and Nick decided that Dee Dee would never let them be together. Gypsy figured that Dee Dee would never let her be with anyone, so she began to discuss a more permanent solution to Nick. Nicholas Godejohn has always maintained that Gypsy asked him to do this. He said during his interrogation that he was so in love with Gypsy he would have done anything she asked. So when Gypsy told him to stay in town a couple of extra days, and told him the plan of getting rid of her mother, he didn't hesitate. Gypsy would wait until Dee Dee had fallen asleep, and then she would let Nicholas into the house, greeting him with a serrated fillet knife, duct tape, and a pair of gloves. Gypsy would go into the shower and cover her ears, but still claims that she could hear the screams of her mother through them. Nicholas would emerge from the room, clean himself up, and they would elope to the hotel. They would spend the night together and leave for Wisconsin the next day, where they would hide out in Nicholas's hometown to some success. Friends and neighbors of Dee Dee's would grow increasingly concerned with her absence, and when a concerning Facebook post was made to Dee Dee and Gypsy's shared account, the police were dispatched to the home, where they would discover the grisly scene of Dee Dee Blanchard, and I'd recommend you just take my word for it. After the Facebook post was made and Dee Dee's body was found, they quickly tracked Gypsy and Nick to Wisconsin, where they were both arrested and interrogated. When confronted with the reality of the situation, they each responded in completely different ways.
Your mom's passed away, okay, and she's deceased, all right? Now, what I want to ask you, did you have involvement in this? Okay. Just, hang on, listen to me for just a second, okay? I want you to understand something, okay? Remember the snowball that we talked about? You remember the pencil that we talked about? I'm gonna demonstrate something with a pencil here, okay? Look at me. Look at me for just a second, okay? Sometimes people are going along, you know how you got a pencil? You got the lead here and you got the eraser right here, right? You know what I'm talking about? You've seen a pencil, right? You've used a pencil before, right? Okay.
Okay. Because, and then the truth is, okay, I'll admit it. I did actually stab her mom. I will admit it.
I know. Okay.
The only reason I did it is because I did it for me and her. That's the real reason I did it. I would have never did it if it was not for me and her.
Okay. So you wouldn't have done it if somebody else would have asked.
No.
Okay.
There's no way I would have did it for anyone else.
Okay, so you just
I
did.
truly do worship her to the point there's nothing I want to do for her.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think you've proved that, right?
Yes.
Nicholas Godejohn fully confessed to near everything he had done, while Gypsy Rose acted surprised and saddened by the news. Nick's confession quickly painted a different picture from Gypsy's story, and the evidence against them was more than solid. The fillet knife used in the crime was found to have 3 people's DNA on it. Gypsy Rose didn't have many options other than to plead guilty, which she did, being sentenced to 10 years and charged with a second-degree felony. Nicholas Godejohn's trial would be not as swift or as clean as Gypsy's. He has claimed the entire time that only 4 of the 17 wounds were a result of him, leaving 2 possibilities, the very real one that he blacked out, and the also very real one that maybe Gypsy was possibly involved, at least further than what she's let on. In 2019, Nicholas Godejohn was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, and that is where his story
ends. But not Gypsy's, as she wanted to take full advantage of a new life without her mother. Sure, she was still a prisoner, but just a different kind now. The prison doctors said that she was perfectly healthy and suffered from none of the ailments that her mother claimed she did. So Gypsy ate what she wanted, walked as much as she wanted, and did what she wanted. One of her favorite things to do would be to write boys over pen pal. And only months after Nicholas Godejohn had been sentenced to life in prison, a friend of Gypsy's would announce that she had found love once again, with them even becoming engaged at one point. The man's name would be Ken, and he would become an integral figure in this story in the later years, but not at this particular moment in the timeline, because him and Gypsy's engagement would be cancelled, only for Gypsy to find another man through pen pal soon after. This man's name would be Ryan, and in 2022, Ryan and Gypsy would actually get married, and that would be the most eventful thing that Gypsy did in prison, the only news of the time being how happy she was with her new partner. Little did we know this would be the calm before the storm, and things would really gear up at the end of 2023 when Gypsy was released from prison. Immediately after getting out of prison, Gypsy Rose would begin filming her docuseries Gypsy Rose: Life After Lockup. At the time, internet sentiment around Gypsy Rose was generally positive. People did not approve of the way she went about it, but her childhood was nothing less than horrific, and many thought that this would be her new chance to live the life that she always wanted, free from exploitation of others or herself. Her docuseries would reveal that this was not the case. Episode 1 starts with Gypsy's family, consisting of her father, stepmother, and stepsister, having a conversation with her new husband, Ryan. Ryan says it's an honor to be picking Gypsy up from prison, and Gypsy's dad says that he has a lot of guns, so don't do anything crazy, establishing the underlying tension between Ryan and Gypsy's family. We then cut to Gypsy in prison, where she says Ryan is different from all of the other men she's been with because they only loved the idea of her and not her. Extremely ironic, as these two people are already married without spending more than a couple of hours together. Ryan would make the drive all the way from Louisiana to Missouri, where Gypsy was imprisoned, and would pick Gypsy up upon release, taking her back to the hotel. During the drive to the hotel, I got a pretty good sense of who Ryan was as a person. He seemed a little awkward and cheesy, as well as very pervy towards Gypsy. Understandable, as this is his wife and the first time he's actually been able to touch her in any meaningful way. Still, no less hilarious to watch. After arriving at the hotel, Ryan immediately tries to put the moves on Gypsy, who is much more interested in eating her French fries. In fact, I noticed throughout the course of their marriage that Gypsy often chooses the fries over Ryan. Gypsy would also take a couple of hits off of Ryan's e-cigarette, which I found hilarious. I don't really know why, but she generally didn't seem very interested in Ryan, just enjoying her McDonald's and hitting his vape. The next day, the producers come in, and the first question they have is, how was their night? With Gypsy and Ryan awkwardly describing that he is a stallion, capable of Herculean feats under the sheets. The wider public is skeptical, as Ryan is working up a pretty substantial sweat just explaining this to the camera. Gypsy and Ryan leave the hotel to go visit Gypsy's family, who are staying in Kansas City, noticing that on the way they were being followed by various media organizations. Gypsy would also get a call from her PO during this car ride. The PO demands that Gypsy report in immediately. Ryan would hilariously try to interject at numerous points during the conversation. After explaining the situation to her PO, it was decided that she would report in after she had gone to see her family. But this would not be the end wind of her troubles with parole. Rumors would begin to circulate that Gypsy intended to attend a Kansas City Chiefs game, with a desire to possibly meet singer-songwriter Taylor Swift. I want to add that this turned a lot of people on her. Many saw it as trying to leverage her crimes into a relationship with celebrities. When Gypsy's POs got wind of this, they would call back during the same car ride, informing Gypsy that she could most certainly not attend the Kansas City Chiefs game, and that she would have to drive immediately to Louisiana to report in. Gypsy told her PO that they got very little sleep last night and only wanted to stop off in the city for some rest. She was also noticeably upset about the Kansas City Chiefs game being canceled for her. Then she would have an emotional reunion with her father, who she hadn't connected with like this in a very, very long time, only for the parole officers to once again call and tell her no, she had to immediately make the drive to Louisiana. Gypsy proceeds to have a tearless meltdown, and episode 1 ends. Episode 2 begins with Gypsy still crying about her parole, but her and her lawyer cause enough of an issue to where they're told they can leave the very next day, and this finally calms down Gypsy. Later that day, we see Gypsy having a discussion with her stepsister Mia about birth control. To my own horror, Gypsy evades the question, and I realize that this woman is immediately trying to conceive a child after spending 8 years in prison. They then have a big happy welcome home party for Gypsy. In this moment, I found myself as a viewer seemingly conflicted. Part of me was happy that Gypsy was living the life that she deserved the entire time, but I'd also be lying if I didn't say there was a part of me that thought of Nick and Dee Dee, and how all of that could have gone so differently. The day after the party, the producers once again ask Gypsy how the night was with Ryan, with her once again hyping up his exploits. They then make the drive to Louisiana, with Ryan complaining of being followed by media the entire time. During this car ride, they discuss Gypsy's ex, Ken. Ken was her former fiancé and pen pal from prison. Ryan proceeds to talk loads of shit on Ken, and it becomes clear that Gypsy is not entirely over her previous relationship. They arrive in Louisiana to Ryan's apartment. When they step inside, Gypsy asks Ryan who he thinks will take up more space. Ryan hilariously responds, "You know the answer to that." This was the moment that I decided that I liked Ryan. I won't keep that a secret. I thought that he was hilarious and pretty genuine. Is he perfect? No, none of us are. But the way he spoke made me understand that he did truly love Gypsy and have her best interests in mind. Ryan would go on to talk about how he grew up without a father, and when his mother remarried, he felt abandoned, stating that all he ever wanted in life was to build his own family, and now he had the opportunity to do so with Gypsy. Gypsy then goes on to display her lingerie collection for the camera, while also talking about exploring her interests in women while she spent time imprisoned. We then see Gypsy spending time with her stepmother, discussing things from her relationship with her actual mother to her bedroom escapades with Ryan, which has seemingly become a focus of the early season. We then cut to an upbeat montage of Gypsy and her mom doing their makeup and talking about how good it feels to live life like this. And the night ended with Gypsy as well as her father and stepfamily all spending the night together, enjoying the New Year's. The next day, we cut back to Gypsy at the apartment with Ryan. She says that she really wants to be a good wife and cook for him, so she proceeds to make him a prison drink consisting of coffee, soda, and Jolly Ranchers. Not only does it look like diarrhea, but it also looks like something that's gonna get some attention drawn to you in the clink. Some people can't even afford coffee, let alone Jolly Ranchers. I'm beginning to think that Gypsy had to pay some kind of protection in prison. But I digress. Back to the drink she made for Ryan. He hated it, and I gotta say I can't blame him. Gypsy then starts talking about the dog that she wants to adopt.
Is that
Keep
the
in
killer
mind,
at this
she is not even
UBEZY?
1 month out of prison. She has still refused to seek out any form of birth control and is now talking about adopting a dog. Ryan looks over at Gypsy's phone to see the dogs, and she accuses him of hovering. And it is even more clear that there are obvious cracks in this relationship. Ryan informs Gypsy that he will be at work all day, so she'll have to take care of the dog. Ryan saying that it will be even harder because they live in an apartment on the 2nd floor. Gypsy said she isn't an idiot and to not treat her like a child, then storms off in a huff. And that was the end of episode 2. I noticed that Gypsy was on her phone a lot during this episode, and I understand that that is common for people that come out of prison. I remember when rapper Bobby Shmurda was just released, he was on his 2014 iPhone posting like crazy. He didn't even care that the camera quality was in the Stone Age compared to where it is now. They just loved that connection to the world that they were denied in prison. But Gypsy's also discussing her exes a lot, and in hindsight, it seems very well possible that she could be texting someone other than Ryan in a romantic way. Just a theory of mine, but she is on her phone a lot, and is always standoffish when Ryan asks what's going on. Episode 3 begins, and it hits me that Gypsy has only been out of jail for 6 days. We start off with Gypsy discussing a viral moment where she defended her husband from the haters. Gypsy and Ryan would also pack for their upcoming trip to New York, where they plan to do a media tour. The ride to the airport was tense, with them cutting it really close. Ryan was frustrated and chain-smoking
she was getting
the whole
her as
time.
8 in
Things
prison.
get even worse when Gypsy's media manager calls them to tell them just to leave their things and only bring a carry-on bag, prompting Ryan to have a meltdown. They continue to fight all the way until they do catch their flight by the skin of their teeth. During their time in New York, they would go on The View, Good Morning America, and a podcast. Gypsy makes a number of hypocritical statements during her car ride to The View. She says that she just wants to live a normal life and that the media attention is completely out of her control. Then she goes willingly onto a nationally syndicated morning TV show. Not satisfied with those levels of attention, she goes on a podcast where she talks about Ken, her previous fiance, saying that Ken reached out to Gypsy's stepmom in an attempt to reconcile their relationship after she got out of prison. She said that Ken was sniffing around and trying to sabotage her marriage to Ryan, who then says that Ken missed his chance and that he had better move on. Ryan then goes on to brag about his Fire D. And after the podcast, they go walk around Times Square. Now, I want you all to keep in mind that she just wants to live a normal life. This is why she's walking around Times Square, followed by her own documentary crew. The day after she appeared on nationally syndicated television, her and Ryan then act annoyed when people want to stop them for selfies, Ryan being especially forceful, telling everyone they needed to make it quick. There's a certain quality about these two individuals acting like they are big celebrities that floors me. But then again, fantasy is a key element of this story. The cameras then follow Gypsy back to her hotel room, where she chillingly says that if she wants something, she'll do anything to make it happen, and then shows off the Louis Vuitton bag that Ryan bought her. And 2 days later, they're back in Louisiana, only to realize that the media tour she had embarked on had the opposite effect as intended. The majority of people saw this as her trying to further profit off of her crimes, and as proof that she had no intention to live a normal life now that she was given the opportunity. Gypsy isn't even 2 weeks out of prison, and she discusses the increasing amount of threats against her life, but still continues to post consistently on social media. We then cut to a dinner with Ryan's family and Gypsy. Ryan receives a phone call and gets up from the table to take it, and it is revealed to us that Ryan works for a school with developmentally disabled children, and that Gypsy's comments about his quote-unquote Fire D had caused anger in some of the parents. Ryan's boss was calling him to advise him of his wife's social media postings and ask them to limit the expletives in the future. The episode ends with Gypsy and Ryan checking out wedding venues, and for the first time in the season, the episode ends on a happy note. Episode 4 begins 2 weeks after Gypsy has been released from prison. Gypsy is discussing a nightmare that she had about her mother, expressing remorse for her crimes. Her and Ryan then travel to Cutoff, Louisiana, where her father lives, and they travel with him to go see her grandmother's grave. During the car ride, Gypsy and her father discuss the beginnings of Dee Dee's Munchausen's by proxy, starting with a sleep apnea machine that Gypsy had to wear. They then arrive at the grave of Dee Dee's mother, Gypsy's grandma. Gypsy tells her grandma that she's sorry she didn't turn out the way that she wanted her to, and introduces her husband Ryan. Gypsy then discusses her mother's desire to be buried next to her own mother, but laments that she has absolutely no say in the matter. After this, they make the trip to her cousin Bobby's tattoo shop. Cousin Bobby is a personal favorite character of mine. I mean, Cousin Bobby keeps it pretty real. He's got a great taste in hats, and he's got a pretty cool tattoo shop. Gypsy and Ryan both want to get tattoos, but before they do, Cousin Bobby pulls Gypsy aside to have a conversation. They talk about their lives, Dee Dee, and the fact that the family knew that something was wrong with her when she left. Bobby also says that the family as a whole doesn't hate her, but they don't necessarily want contact. Completely understandable. It has to be an even more difficult situation for the family. After this conversation, they go and get tattoos. They each get a tattoo including the French symbol fleur-de-lis. And I noticed as soon as they got these tattoos, they returned home and decorated their whole apartment in the symbol. Something shocking that was revealed during this tattoo session was this particular one was not Gypsy's first. While in prison, a fellow inmate tattooed a K onto her ankle. Gypsy claims it was for Ken, and that she'll have to get it covered up soon. We then cut to what I consider to be one of the most surprising moments in the entire season. Gypsy's stepmom is rifling through a stack of photos sent to her by Gypsy's ex, Ken. It's revealed that Gypsy's stepmom still keeps in contact with Ken and considers herself a friend of his, and that she speaks to Ken regularly. The stepmom says she loves Ken and wishes that Gypsy would have worked it out with him. She said that the reason Ken really broke up with Gypsy was because he wanted her to have her own freedom. But now he is single and she is out of prison with a documentary crew surrounding her. I don't know how on planet Earth the stepmom bought this, but she really thinks it's a letting someone you love go because you love them that much kind of scenario. And I gotta say, the stepmom seems to romanticize the situation, if not Ken in general. But we'll get more into that as the episodes progress. We then see Gypsy's father cutting peppers in another room, and he says that he actually likes Ryan, but he still believes that they got married too soon and that he will have his hands full. That father ended up being beyond correct. 2 days later, they travel back home to Ryan's apartment, and it is revealed that Ryan finally has to go back to work. He's taken over 2 weeks off to spend with Gypsy and has to get back at it. He says he is very sad about leaving her and for her not to go anywhere. He then leaves for his 8-hour workday as a teacher for developmentally disabled children. And it seems like almost immediately after he left, Gypsy's stepmom calls her, and she tells Gypsy that Ken checked in, all but alluding to the fact that she wanted Gypsy to leave Ryan and get back together with Ken, revealing to Gypsy that Ken supposedly broke up with her so that she could have her freedom. The stepmom is doing everything she can to hype up Ken. In response to all of this, Gypsy starts crying legitimate tears for the first time that I have seen in the entire series, talking about just how much she loved Ken. And this is when I really began to notice that the stepmom seems attracted to Ken as well. She will talk with Ken on the phone for hours, and I've noticed that she always dolls herself up when Ken comes around, but we're not to that point in the timeline yet. They hang up the call, and Gypsy once again reminisces about how much that she loved Ken. She says that she fears that no one will ever love him as much as she did. And then she starts crying about her commitment to her husband Ryan. Ryan unknowingly returns to all of this after his 8-hour workday, and Gypsy has a surprise for him. Ryan is mortified when he realizes that Gypsy has thrown out over 2 trash bags full of food from the fridge. She left almost nothing in there. I saw nearly no food. She had been known to complain about the fact that Ryan liked to save leftovers and not waste them. The only thing that Gypsy saved for Ryan was a small container of chicken that he had cooked the other night. Gypsy had also gone through Ryan's closet and thrown out a number of his pillows, saying that they were stained and could no longer be used. What this tells me is Gypsy spent her whole day rummaging through all of Ryan's things, and then she decides to throw out all of his food. All of this has created a lot of underlying tension in the moment, and I can't help but feel that this was Gypsy's intention. She gets a call about Ken and starts talking about Ken, thinking about him, and wondering what a life with him would be like. Even saying before Ryan got home, what will happen when we get in a fight. I can't help but feel that she cleaned his fridge because she wanted that fight with Ryan. And I can't help but feel moving forward that she will continue to orchestrate stuff like this to give her an excuse out of the marriage. But I'm getting way ahead of myself, because this fridge argument is far from over. Ryan makes a snarky comment about the drinks he brought home being from one of his ex-girlfriends, and that's when Gypsy gets this devilish smile, deciding to tell Ryan that Ken had reached out to her. We then cut to the next morning where the producers are asking Ryan how he feels about the situation with Ken. He is less than happy, especially at Gypsy's stepmom who allowed all of this to happen in the first place, and that he wishes Ken could just remain in the past. And that is the end of episode 4. Episode 5 begins with Gypsy and Ryan discussing the Ken situation. Ryan is still upset that Gypsy's stepmother would even allow Ken to contact her in the first place. We then cut to Gypsy's father and stepmother having a conversation. Gypsy's stepmom continues to hype up Ken. It was at this point where I really began to notice that this stepmom probably has a crush on Ken herself, because she will not stop talking about this guy. I have never once heard her talk about Gypsy's father this way. A perfect example would be the fact that the stepmom was angry at Ryan for bad-mouthing Ken on the podcast in New York. Gypsy's father finally gets a word in, and he says that he wishes Ken would just leave his daughter alone, that he broke her heart once and she was now married to Ryan. He also scolds the stepmother on sticking her nose in business that is not her own, and laments upon the fact that Ken is trying to worm his way back in. We then see Gypsy and Ryan going to pick up their new dog, Pixie. On the way there, Ryan starts shit-talking Ken, calling him what's-his-face. I also noted that Gypsy is on her phone even more than usual, and so did Ryan, because this made him increasingly more paranoid. They then go to pick up Pixie, who Gypsy says she loves so much, but much like a child, she will abandon the puppy in about 2 weeks, leaving it for Ryan to take care of almost exclusively. We then cut back to the parents still having a conversation about Ken. Gypsy's stepmom says that just because her kids break up with someone doesn't mean that she does. A statement I found both weird and creepy. She then says that Gypsy and Ken need closure, and that's why she's doing all of this. Gypsy's father once again responds, telling the stepmom to close the book and leave Ken alone. Stepmom responds with saying that she's not getting involved. Dad says she already did, and I gotta say I agree with Dad on this one. It seems like it's none of her stepmom's business to try to sabotage her marriage, and it seems like to me that the stepmom is doing this just so
Ken is fucking his mom and his wife?
To Ken once more. We then cut back to Gypsy and Ryan talking. Ryan is on the way to drop off Gypsy so that she can hang out with her stepsister Mia, and Ryan asks Gypsy to not let her talk too much crap on him. Ryan had heard that not only the stepmom didn't like him, but also the stepsister. It seems like only Gypsy's dad likes him just a little bit. The odds are not in his favor. Gypsy and her stepsister then hang out, where they discuss a variety of topics, from Gypsy's upcoming nose job to her bedroom relationship with Ryan, which to everyone's shock she reveals is not as fire as she claimed. I sympathize for Gypsy's stepsister in this moment. She's getting a lot laid on her, but then again I've seen this woman's facial expression change maybe twice during the whole first season. As Gypsy and her stepsister get their nails done, they continue to discuss Ken. The stepsister Mia says that Ryan was completely out of line for contacting Gypsy's father about the Ken situation, and that he should have been a man handling it himself. All the while, Gypsy is continuing to fantasize about Ken and cry over their failed relationship.
She got her boyfriend to kill her mom when she was a kid.
Salon, Gypsy is asked a question that she has always evaded since getting out of prison. What is she doing about birth control? Gypsy laughs it off, acting like it's no big deal, nothing's gonna happen, but then also reveals that her and Ryan are using no form of contraception. She has been out of prison less than a month. In my honest opinion, I believe that she has been trying to get pregnant since the day she was released from prison, and never even considered taking any form of long-term contraceptive. Yet another extremely childlike and rash decision from Gypsy Rose Blanchard. When it finally hits her that a relationship with Ken is still possible, her and her stepsister agree that they will go get a Plan B pill, despite the fact that it has been 2 days since her and Ryan had an unprotected entanglement. 30 minutes later, Gypsy and Ryan are texting back and forth, and when she tells Ryan what she just did, he asks her if it had to be on camera, discussing his frustration at the fact their bedroom relationship was becoming an increasing point of attention. Ryan and Gypsy were already arguing even before she returned home, so when she did from her nail trip with Mia, things continued to escalate. Later that night, Gypsy pulled out her phone and claimed that Ryan was quote-unquote freaking out. We then see a confused Ryan asking Gypsy why she has to film this, continuing to tell her that he is frustrated she is talking about so many intimate details to the cameras. If you ask me, it seems like ever since Gypsy found out that Ken was single, she has done everything possible to try to paint this man in a bad light. During this recording, she said something that I consider to be extremely manipulative. Gypsy said that this was exactly how her mom would talk to her. I noticed that she likes to pull that out whenever things get real hairy and people are getting mad at her. We have to keep in mind that Dee Dee Blanchard was a master manipulator who scammed people for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it seems that Gypsy has learned very well from her mother's examples. After accusing Ryan of acting like the victim of her crime, she walks off in a tearless cry, ignoring Ryan for the rest of the night. The very next day, filming picks up and things are tense. I noticed that Ryan is smoking a lot more, like every chance that he gets, and Gypsy is the same way, but with her phone. While it is not confirmed confirmed, I believe that Gypsy has contact with Ken again at this point in the timeline. This is pure speculation and a theory, but she's on her phone even more than usual, and her stepmother could have easily texted her Ken's number. Gypsy makes a statement to the cameras that I find extremely ironic. She says that if she feels controlled, she'll just leave. And I find myself wondering why Dee Dee Blanchard didn't get the same courtesies. We then dramatically cut to the producers beginning an interview with Ken. While speaking to a team of documentarians, Ken says that he didn't want any of the media attention associated with dating Gypsy Rose.
Ubicus.
And when asked
Never
why he
gonna
would
last.
come back after all of this time, he
And what's the
says that
clause
he
for your
simply
big,
wants to share
nasty
his side of the story.
Germanism
Episode
balls?
5 then ends. Episode 6 begins in Texas, where the Ken interview is beginning to pick up. He says that Gypsy knows about this interview, saying that her stepmom probably told her. I don't believe that for a second. I think you told her, Ken. Then he starts to talk about his prison relationship with Gypsy, and he explains that the reason he left her was that she needed her freedom. It's a loving someone so much you let them go kind of situation. At least that's what Ken claims. We then cut to another conversation
Hey guys,
between
this is another
Gypsy's
thing of
parents.
importance in reference
Gypsy's
to
father
penis
laments
size
the
and
fact
balls.
that he has been able to spend very little time with his daughter ever since she was released, and Gypsy's stepmom, never missing an opportunity, blames it on Ryan. It is almost comedic how infatuated she is with Ken. The cameras
go,
cut
LOL,
to
what's
Gypsy
up,
and
bub?
Ryan going out on a
Ubicus.
date night. They decide to go
Roflo.
to an inflatable park for children, and after that they go to get dinner. Ryan once again explains his displeasure towards Gypsy's stepmom, saying that he feels she wants to sabotage their marriage, but he also says that he loves Gypsy's stepmom and really wants to try and work things out, that he really wants to
Ubicus.
make an effort to move past this one small event. Gypsy seems less than impressed, almost like she could care less that Ryan was even there. The cracks in this marriage have become
This UBE
candy,
I'm gonna
and
put
I
this
knew
in
it
my
was
mouth.
only a matter
Yo.
of time. We then cut to the next day, and Gypsy is hanging out with her stepmom. They're discussing the recent TikTok controversy, speculating that Gypsy is now pregnant. All of this because someone spotted Gypsy at a hospital. Nobody knew that this would be in reference to her upcoming nose job. Gypsy and her mom step outside to walk their dogs, and I noticed that Gypsy is less than interested in Pixie. Gypsy's stepmom says that her dad wants to spend more time with her, that he misses her and wants to make up for time they didn't have together when she was a
This
child.
UBE
The
easy
camera
one.
then cuts to
Goodbye,
Gypsy
hit up
saying
Gypsy
that
for
her
some
dad
sloppy
needs to
toppy
learn how
cut.
to be a dad and put in more effort. They then cut to Gypsy's
This
nose
UBE
job
easy one.
consultation. No,
Oh
I want
shit,
you to
duck
keep
side
in
out
mind
today.
that this was how the doctor described it and not me. The doctor described Gypsy's nose as overpowering, and when he showed her a model of her new nose, he seemed almost sad, saying that they had to work with what they had. I'm not even joking when
Ubicus.
I say I don't think
I
I've
like the
ever
dark
seen a
soulless eyes.
rhinoplasty practitioner so disappointed.
Brutality.
Stepsister Mia brings up a
LOL
great
overpowering.
point, asking Gypsy how it feels to be embarking on her first voluntary surgery. Gypsy says that all of the other procedures were taking from her, and that this was giving her something. Gypsy
This
then
UBE
tells her
easy one.
stepmom that she thinks
That
her
girl got raped
relationship
by
with
hella
Ryan
bitches in the
is
pen.
secure, but that just the other morning she woke Ryan up and told him she was
Ubicus.
missing Ken. She
Dude
says
felt
that
bad,
Ryan
BC, that was the best
immediately
he could
woke
do.
up and told her to let it go. She was married. But Gypsy says that Ken is still in her heart, and the stepmom might as well have been rubbing her hands together with a maniacal smile on her face, because stuff like this is the direct result of her meddling. We then cut back to Ken once again saying how much that he loved Gypsy and why he left her. He calls Gypsy codependent and calls out Ryan for marrying her so soon. Ken also said that the last time he had contact with
This
Gypsy
UBE
was right
EZY.
before she got out of
Bro,
jail,
that's hella weird.
meaning she was still
It's like
talking
dudes
to him
read her
behind
story and
Ryan's
started getting
back
obsessed
while
and
she was
sending
in the
jail
clink.
letters.
After that, Gypsy and Ryan start talking about her nose job, with Gypsy saying that she's not done yet. She's going to get her hair cut short and dyed blonde. At this point in the series, Gypsy had said at least 3 times now that Ken loved blondes, and that he probably left her for one. After this, we cut to a makeover montage with Gypsy narrating it, talking about how good
Boobicus.
life is after
Well, the
prison.
guy does look
when
like a
Ryan
mod for an
sees her
e-girl.
with her new look, he is extremely concerned, once again saying, "It's like you're not even my wife anymore," asking Gypsy if her boyfriend liked it. Gypsy brushes it off, but we all know the truth. Gypsy then goes to spend time with her father, and they go on an airboat
UBE
ride.
EZY.
After stopping to talk,
Reddit mod.
Gypsy says that she's considering quitting social media, saying that she just doesn't want to be famous. What I believed happened was public opinion had fully turned on her. When she was just released, everything was positive, at least for
Boobicus.
the most part. Things
Each pic
were
she looks
very
10 years
different
older.
after her media appearances, going not at all like she expected. Gypsy then goes home where her father teaches her to play a little bit of guitar, and reveals to the world that her name is Gypsy Rose because he was a fan of Guns
This
N' Roses.
UBE
Gypsy spends the night
Yetta.
at her father's,
These
and
fucking
later
creeps love
Ryan
that shit.
calls her, asking if she'd be willing to get on video call
This
with him.
UBE
Gypsy says not right
Damn
now,
near legal
and Ryan
pedophilia,
becomes
LOL.
immediately suspicious, asking her if there's someone around there she doesn't want him to see. Gypsy says that she has to
Boobicus.
go, hanging up the
They
phone
call it
and
baby play.
saying sometimes it's better when Ryan isn't around. With that, episode 6 dramatically ends.
This
Episode
UBE
7
EZY.
begins with Gypsy and her
KEKW
father
yikes.
discussing the previous
Boobicus.
night's fight with Ryan.
People are fucked.
Gypsy turns her father on Ryan when she shows him a text that was sent the other day, where Ryan says in a joking
This
manner that he
UBE
doesn't
EZY.
care about their
Wait.
daddy-daughter time.
You're being
He just
dead
wants
ass.
his wife back home. I really think that this was a joke, but even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be something that you'd want shown to Gypsy's father. I think that this is all part of Gypsy's systematic plot to turn her family on Ryan. She wants to leave him so bad at this point, but knows it will look terrible for her
Boobicus.
public image. It seems
like
like
furries, but
instead
people
of just
acting like
being
babies.
honest with her emotions like an adult, she would rather try to paint Ryan as a controlling
Boobicus.
and manipulative man.
Diapers and
the
shit.
second coming of Dee Dee, basically. Gypsy's
This
father
UBE
says
EZY.
solemnly that he is sorry
fuck that
Ryan feels
WTF.
that way, and the
Go get in
stepmother
line and get
never
some meds,
misses an
LOL.
opportunity to bash Ryan. It is very clear that the whole family has now turned on Gypsy's husband. Gypsy says that she thinks Ryan suspects that Ken is with her there now, and the parents act shocked. Let's take a minute and look at it from Ryan's perspective. Your wife wakes you up one day and tells you that she's missing her ex-boyfriend, and then drives hours away to go visit her father, where she stays overnight. And then when you ask her to video call you to simply confirm that she is
Boobicus.
spending the night at
It's
her
like
dad's
schoolgirl
house,
stuff
she
and men
refuses.
acting like
It is
babies.
not at all out of the realm of
Boobicus.
possibility that she could be
People are
spending time
fucked.
with Ken. We can't confirm it, but it's pretty obvious that she's been contacting him behind Ryan's back, and Ryan has every right to question Gypsy's faithfulness. Gypsy and her family then spend the rest of the conversation trying to paint Ryan in a negative light. After spending a couple of days with her dad, she traveled back to her and
This
Ryan's
UBE
apartment,
EZY.
where she left him to
Dude.
watch her new puppy.
That's why
we
I
then
stay
cut
at
to
home,
a video of
KEKW.
Gypsy where she is crying but producing no tears, something which she does surprisingly often. The only times I've seen her actually shed tears are when she's talking about Ken. The reason that she is making this emotional video is because upon her return, Ryan greeted her with flowers, saying that he was sorry and wanted to work harder on their marriage. She says that while she appreciates it, Ryan was still very selfish that weekend. The reasoning behind this was his text that he sent her about wanting her back. The mind games that she is playing with this man are now apparent, and she will continue to play them in the weeks to come. They then have a conversation about Gypsy's social media presence, Gypsy says that she wants to delete it, but Ryan wants her to keep it as a form of income. The vast majority of the public was supportive when Gypsy first got out of jail, but they had now turned on her, and the majority of people looked at her in a negative light. Gypsy wanted her socials to be full of constant praise and admiration. When she didn't get that response, she wanted to delete everything. Ryan is the only one working a job, and he knows that this Lifetime documentary isn't going to last forever. I do find it a bit scummy how hard he pushed her to keep the socials up. I mean, it's her decision if she wants to or not. I can understand his concern for Gypsy becoming a financial burden on him. Coffee and Jolly Ranchers don't just fall from the skies in prison, and upon her release, Gypsy's tastes only grew more extravagant, from Louis Vuitton bags to nose jobs. Gypsy then receives a phone call from her PO, which is strangely timed. It happened during their conversation about the social medias, and the conspiratorial part of me believes that this could be a producer calling to push along the narrative. Regardless, this parole officer says that Gypsy's social medias are causing a problem for their department. They have been receiving a vast amount of hate and threatening messages towards her, as well as reports for any little thing that she does. Ryan, who, might I add, is very fond of interrupting these phone calls, says that it's revenue, and they're not deleting it. Gypsy storms off and says that he only cares about the money. I consider this to be Ryan's greatest offense of the entire series. I have seen in no other way him being controlling other than this moment. After Gypsy calms down, they discuss the prospect of her getting a full-time job. Gypsy responds with, "Are you going to put a price on my freedom?" Once again displaying her mastery over the art of manipulation. Ryan telling her to get a job is another form of control in her mind. Or at least she knows that she can paint it that way. More than anything else, she wants to leave this man. But she knows that if she does it for something as shallow as a better looking one, people will flame her online. So the character assassination of Ryan continues. 2 days later, we cut to Gypsy and Ryan having a date night. The mood is very tense, with Gypsy being extremely passive-aggressive. Ryan is trying his absolute hardest, saying that they should go get counseling, talk about their issues, that he wants to work on things. The man hasn't even touched a bite of his food. Meanwhile, it seems like Gypsy is speed eating. She wants this date over as fast as possible. Ryan then lays it all on the table, asking Gypsy if she would even remarry him. While they were legally married, they had been talking about the ceremony of her dreams. Gypsy responds in an extremely hypocritical way. She told Ryan that some things could remain just between them and didn't need said on camera. I don't know if she's trying to make a point there, but either way, she is an extreme hypocrite for this. When Ryan civilly asked her to stop discussing their bedroom interactions, she pulled out the camera claiming that he was freaking out and that this was exactly how Dee Dee would treat her. Ryan asks if her answer basically means no, and Gypsy says there are things that they can keep just between them, that it doesn't need to be said on camera. It seems like if anyone's controlling in the relationship, it's Gypsy. Ryan has to stay home all weekend watching the dog. Ryan isn't allowed to have food in the fridge or pillows in his closet. Ryan can't say things that Gypsy doesn't want him to on camera. If he even approaches that line, he is compared to Dee Dee Blanchard. The ride home from the sushi bar was even more intense. Gypsy asks Ryan if he's happy. He responds yes and asks her if she is. She responds with, "Maybe I'm not, we're just two different people." Ryan says to just go call Ken because it's obvious what she's doing here. Ryan also says that Gypsy is probably already talking to him. She says that she isn't, but I don't think Ryan or anyone watching believes that. Ryan asks Gypsy what's changed and could we go to couples counseling. "I can tell you what's changed, Ryan. She has a better option, or at least she sees it that way. You were merely an instrument for money, media attention, and a place to stay. And then, much like the dog she left you with, discarded, disposable, as if you were a toy or a product. If she ever really loved Ryan, then marriage would have meant something to her. She would have done everything possible to stay away from Ken. If she really loved Ryan, she would have reprimanded her stepmom for keeping in contact with Ken. Instead, she was thrilled, happy that she had a man in her life that the public wouldn't compare to Peter Griffin. It just goes to show how shallow of a human being Gypsy Rose Blanchard is, and how she will manipulate men in her life to get her what she wants. The car ride home continues and is slowly devolving into a breakup. Ryan tells Gypsy not to make rash decisions. They'll work on their marriage. Gypsy says that she doesn't make rash decisions. Ryan responds with what we were all thinking: you make rash decisions all the time. I could not agree more with that statement. From something as simple as getting a dog to the end of her own mother, her life has been a series of rash decisions. Ryan asks Gypsy if she's even interested in fixing the marriage, and she shakes her head no. She feeds him the exact same lies that Ken fed her. Things like, "Don't think this doesn't hurt me," and that I just want someone to love you like you deserve. Ryan pulls over the car and gets out to clear his head. He has a very emotional moment with the producers talking about his marriage to Gypsy, how he loves her and that this marriage means something to him. The man is pouring his heart out with tears in his eyes, professing his love for a woman who has humiliated him on national TV. They get back in the car and go home. We then cut to 4 days later, where Gypsy has been staying with her parents. She describes the marriage to Ryan as codependent and him as controlling, believing that she has successfully painted this picture of him being the second coming of Dee Dee. Gypsy's stepmom chimes in, describing her marriage to Ryan as a prison, and continues to talk shit on Ryan. I firmly believe that this woman is going to outlive Ryan just so she can talk shit at his funeral. I bet she even brings Ken as her date. Gypsy's stepmom says that Ryan loved the idea of prison Gypsy, someone who he could control. Gypsy then reveals that she left the dog with Ryan, revealing just how much she cared about the two of them. Gypsy was the one pushing for this dog. Ryan thought that they should wait. She claimed that she loved this dog so much, but you could tell that as the weeks passed, she gave less and less of a shit about it. Gypsy had been out of prison for less than 2 months and managed to already get rid of a dog and a husband. For lack of a better term, the dog and Ryan were thrown aside to make room for Ken. We then cut to Ryan talking about how his marriage was sabotaged by Gypsy's stepfamily, and I wholeheartedly agree. My opinion is that the stepmom wanted access to Ken in a way that would make her husband not suspicious of her infatuations. So she systematically assassinated Ryan's character and reconnected Gypsy with Ken. Gypsy and her stepmom then travel back to the apartment to get some of her things. I also noticed during the car ride that the stepmom had the exact same tattoo as Gypsy, this little squiggly symbol that leads up into a fleur-de-lis. I think it's pretty apparent that this woman is living vicariously through Gypsy, that she wishes that she was young, had boys fighting over her, and cameras everywhere. This woman reminds me of Jessica in more ways than one, and I find myself wondering why the father's taste in women is so bad. Seeing the stepmom's recreated tattoo was pretty telling, and is something I only picked up on. It's never pointed out in the show. Before entering the apartment, Gypsy and her stepmother joined together in prayer, asking for protection against Satan and his wicked ways. I'm just kidding. They asked for protection against Ryan. They walk into the apartment almost shocked that Ryan isn't there. We know that Gypsy has never worked a 9 to 5, but it's almost like she hasn't heard of one. They finish up gathering Gypsy's things, and Gypsy says goodbye to her dog, Pixie, who she leaves with Ryan. I want to make it very clear that she could have taken this dog with her to her parents' house. They have a small dog of their own. It seems that she made the conscious choice to leave Pixie behind. All of this makes more sense when you realize that Ken has a dog of his own, a husky mix like Gypsy has always dreamed of. Gypsy leaves the apartment, her eyes set on a new man and new dog. And the episode ends. Episode 8 begins pretty much where episode 7 left off, on the car ride home from Ryan's. Gypsy says that she loves Ryan and is grateful for him, a bold claim for someone who was unwilling to even work on their marriage. We cut to a week later and things are about to get pretty cruel. Gypsy can't help but rub salt in Ryan's fresh wounds. I think a more appropriate term would be grind, because she's playing some serious mind games. We cut to Ryan talking about a text that he had received from Gypsy. She says that she still loves Ryan, and then follows it up with a picture of her and Ken, saying Ken came to visit me. Gypsy and Ryan aren't even divorced, and if she is caught being unfaithful, it could have implications upon the legal processes, so she tells Ryan not to worry, they're just friends. The very next day, Ryan sees Gypsy and Ken on social media with matching tattoos of two huskies that, when put together, forms a heart. Ryan asks Gypsy about this over text. My favorite question he asks is, what about your real dog? Pixie. Funnily enough, Gypsy's pretty quiet on that topic. Ryan says that all of this has broken his heart, wondering if he ever even meant anything to Gypsy. In my honest opinion, I don't think he did. Gypsy only saw him for the things she could extort, and not the person Ryan truly was. We then cut to a phone call between Gypsy and Ryan, where Ryan is accusing her of adultery. Gypsy says that they are just friends, and to calm down. She also says that she still loves Ryan. I personally believe that Gypsy is getting some sort of sick pleasure out of all of this. She is finally the object of two men's attentions and dreams of them fighting it out for her. She also says that she doesn't want Ryan to hate her, and that she's broken every vow that she's taken. Ryan says that he will forgive everything, he just wants her back. But she doesn't even want to see him, I believe out of guilt for how dirty she has done him. She then tells Ryan that she wants a divorce, and in 6 to 9 months, she's gonna be with Ken. She really loves a good knife twistin'. Ryan is devastated, and the call ends, only for Gypsy to immediately call Ken. I'm not even joking. Right after she hangs up with Ryan, she calls Ken. And I think it's pretty clear that she's been operating this way off camera for quite some time. They talk about how happy they are, and their new relationship, and the next morning, Gypsy goes in to receive her nose job. When the internet found out about this, they criticized her heavily for the divorce, the nose job, and the possibility of a new relationship with Ken. This was before the first season of Gypsy Rose Life After Lockup had even released, but people were being trickle-fed basic information through her socials, and before the first season had even appeared, people had turned on her. We then see a lunch between Gypsy and her stepfamily. Gypsy and her stepmom start talking about the divorce. The stepmom says that she saw Gypsy's divorce coming from a mile away, and in a moment of redemption, the stepsister Mia criticizes her own mother, saying that she stuck her nose in Gypsy's business and had a hand in this upcoming divorce. The stepmom says that Gypsy needed closure, and she made that happen. Stepsister once again says to leave other people's business alone, alluding to a similar situation like this occurring to her. The stepsister then starts defending Ryan, saying that the stepmom never even gave their marriage a chance. The mom continues to defend Ken as the sister and her devolve into argument, and it finishes with the stepsister saying, I guess we just have different morals. God bless you for this, Mia. I'll be the first to admit, I didn't really like you when this season began, but in this moment you have completely redeemed yourself. The whole nation wanted to tell your mother this. The whole time Gypsy is silent, probably very pleased in the chaos that she's fomented. We then cut to Ryan going and visiting his mother. He shows his mother the 3 a.m. text messages he's been receiving from Gypsy, basically just leading him on. Like I said before, I personally believe she enjoys being fought over like a Disney princess. And even Ryan's mom is telling him this, that Gypsy lives in a fantasy land of her own making. We then see a conversation between Gypsy's stepmom and her father. They're discussing Ken, and as usual, the stepmom is hyping him up, even letting it slip at one point that she basically put the thought of divorce in Gypsy's head. The dad starts to get worked up about the situation, and stepmom, never missing an opportunity, tells him to go take it out on Ryan. It's his fault. You can't even make this shit up. It's so obvious that the stepmom is in love with Ken herself. The final episode picks back up 2 weeks later, where Ken is coming to visit Gypsy at her parents' house. I noticed that Gypsy was wearing a K necklace, marking him as her next victim. We then see Gypsy and her family awaiting the arrival of Ken. Gypsy's stepmom is noticeably covered in more makeup than usual, and is dressed more scantily than usual. She couldn't be more excited by Ken's upcoming arrival. When Ken arrives, Gypsy gives him a big old hug, and so does the stepmother. We then get a chance to look at the new dog that Ken brought along with him, the husky mix that he and Gypsy always dreamed of. When they all sit down, the dad apologizes for not being more supportive of their relationship. He says that he wants things to work between them and for Ken not to break her heart again. The father also says that her marriage to Ryan is merely a piece of paper, and that she should be herself. He also warns them against having a baby right now, saying that he knows Gypsy wants one, but they should just wait. Gypsy acts surprised about this accusation, but gives out a laugh that reveals her true intentions. She planned to trap Ken from the second she could. The only form of contraception she has used is the morning after pill with Ryan, taking nearly no steps to prevent a pregnancy. We then cut to 4 weeks later, where Gypsy reveals that she is late on her period, but she doesn't think that she's pregnant. I mean, how could she be? She's been doing absolutely nothing to prevent it. She takes the test and is confirmed to indeed be pregnant. It then cuts to a romantic picnic with Gypsy and Ken, where there are scenes of Ryan interspliced. The producers ask Ryan what he thinks of all this, and says that Gypsy already told him. He also says that he thinks the baby could be his, and that secretly him and Gypsy were trying to conceive. The season ends with Gypsy crying about how she doesn't want Ken to leave her, and that she finally has everything she wanted in life. Gypsy has built her new life on the back of 3 devastated ones, and got everything she ever wanted. I think it's extremely irresponsible of her to conceive a child this fresh from being out of prison. A big part of being a parent is passing on your worldviews and experiences to your child, allowing them to make the same mistakes or learn from them. Gypsy has had no opportunity to do this because of her childhood and stint in prison. The majority of life experience she has is negative, and has instilled negative characteristics onto her. Without fixing that, this poison will continue to spread throughout the Blanchard bloodline, and in a way, she will do exactly what her mother did. Think about it. Dee Dee exploited Gypsy for profit, attention, and some sick, twisted sense of pleasure. Gypsy's new child will be the focus of Season 2, exploited for money and attention, as well as the sense of satisfaction she gets from having the idyllic family on camera. When I ended the first season of the Lifetime series, I thought that Gypsy Rose's story had pretty much come to an end. But I was so very wrong, as Gypsy would embark on a crusade against her haters, fueled with white knights and ex-friends, who have now turned on Gypsy and are revealing dirty little secrets about the family. I want to take a special moment to thank a channel called Without a Crystal Ball. The woman running the channel's name is Katie, and she had personal contact with Gypsy's stepmother. They were friends for a very long time, and this channel previously defended Gypsy in the past. past, but after seeing her commit a number of immoral and possibly illegal actions after being released from jail, Katie turned on Gypsy and her family, and has revealed a lot of insider info to us throughout her videos. A massive thank you to Katie Joy and Conspiracy for making this research so easy, as well as for changing my perspective on a great number of things in this story. And one of these things was the first event that we'll be covering, the release of Gypsy Rose's medical records. A blogger who had been working with the family named Fancy Maselli released a number of documents on Gypsy's medical history. This was behind Gypsy's back and against her wishes, because these medical records would contain a shocking twist that Gypsy Rose Blanchard suffered from what's called a microdeletion, more commonly known as a chromosomal disorder. This shows us that Gypsy was not a perfectly healthy child like her father had previously claimed, and that a great number of the surgeries Gypsy had to go through were necessary or beneficial to her. Stuff like the tubes in her ears, her feeding tube, all of the eye surgeries. It was all for her own benefit. Allegedly, of course. I am neither a doctor or wanting to be a participant of a lawsuit. This means that Dee Dee is not nearly the monster that Gypsy painted her up to be. Dee Dee still had Gypsy confined to a wheelchair and lied about her muscular dystrophy as well as leukemia, but from what I've seen, Gypsy didn't go through any form of big surgery for these conditions, and that the surgeries she had done were because of her microdeletion. If it were up to Gypsy, we would have never known of any of this. She wanted us all to believe that she was perfectly healthy, and that Dee Dee had her medically mutilated, but many other people with Gypsy's condition have to get the same procedures done. Many of them are to improve quality of life. When Fancy released these medical records, Gypsy was enraged, even serving her papers with the case just recently being thrown out. I also learned from Katie Joy that Rod Blanchard had missed child support payments on numerous occasions, as well as having a past substance abuse issue and criminal record. To be honest, the more I dug into Gypsy's father, Rod, the more I realized that he was not at all what he seemed on the first season of the Lifetime show. But we will get into that later because another massive bombshell would drop. People have always taken issue with the fact that Gypsy Rose is now out of jail and her accomplice is serving a life sentence in a legitimate prison, not a mental facility where it's almost assured that he belongs. Things would get even worse for Gypsy when Nick would reveal that he believed Gypsy was pregnant with their child at a point during the relationship. Nick also said that Gypsy stated the baby was lost due to Dee Dee's abuse. I'm not gonna sit here and act like what Nick Godejohn did wasn't horrific, but he's also a victim in this. The amount of manipulation on Gypsy's side was staggering. She made Nick believe all the things the public did at first, that her mom was holding her prisoner and subjecting her to horrific surgeries. Nick also believed that Dee Dee was the cause of Gypsy's supposed miscarriage. He was manipulated in every sense of the word, and Gypsy is using their crime to profit. This is not the first time that a boyfriend has ended the parents, but it is the most prolific in recent memory. All of that is because of Gypsy, and the scams her and her mother pulled. Because of that, this became a national story, and that led a lot of people to face pressure, especially Nick's family. Nicholas's mother would tragically pass at her own hands, only 3 years after Nick was sent to prison. Dee Dee's family have also been hounded by media, and the part that really irks people is that Gypsy not only gets to walk away from this, but also profit off of it. And that leads us to the next controversy, the trust funds. Gypsy has been making absolute bank ever since she got out of prison. I really don't know what's going on because Louisiana has a law against profiting off of your crimes. In response to this, as well as many other things, Gypsy's wealth is not in her name. All of the money that has been received from the Lifetime shows has been deposited into trust trust funds under the names of 3 very recognizable people in the story: stepmom Christy, father Rod, and stepsister Mia. All of this means that people trying to sue Gypsy are going to have a hell of a time. Their main fears stem from 2 different parties. A. Ryan, the ex-husband, who does deserve half of his money from the Lifetime series. And B. Dee Dee's family, the family of the victim, who in my opinion are entitled to all of this money, as Gypsy shouldn't even be profiting off of this. From what I have heard, Gypsy's stepmom Christy has had a big hand in all of these things. Rumor is that Gypsy's dad didn't even want to be involved with her when she got out of jail, but that the stepmother Christy was pushing for it, as they lived a modest life. It seems that stepmom Christy has been very problematic behind the scenes, and we'll get into her later. Because as usual, another controversy would surface. An extended clip was released by Lifetime revealing that Gypsy had contacted Ken well before leaving Ryan. It is well known that Lifetime was pushing for Gypsy to get pregnant, and I believe they released this clip to further muddy the waters surrounding Gypsy's child's father, which is an interesting topic. Ryan will go live on TikTok and talk mad trash about Ken. It's obvious that he's still in love with Gypsy because he won't speak a bad word about her, but the way that Ryan and Ken will argue is nothing short of hilarious, and not a good look for either of them. People also dug up that Ryan had been fired from his job as a special ed teacher because of his marriage to Gypsy. Ryan would reveal that during a fight with Ken, Gypsy contacted him saying that she still loved him. She also said that she missed him, and when he responded back with the same, she would accuse him of trying to ruin her family, and that he needed to leave her alone. I really believe that Gypsy gets some kind of sick pleasure out of all of this. The pain that she's inflicting on Ryan and the jealousy between Ken and him. She eats that all up. Fast forward to July and Gypsy would face some trouble with her parole. One of the many conditions of her parole is that she cannot contact former inmates or felons, and she had been using Ryan's phone to contact a former friend of hers in prison. This was a massive no-no, and Gypsy knew this. That's why she did it on Ryan's phone. But for some reason, she was only given a warning, facing absolutely no consequences for breaking her parole. She faced so little consequences that she would travel to meet with Kim Kardashian to speak with her about prison reform. Gypsy was also supposed to discuss her best friend's case, but spent too much time talking about haters online. When Gypsy would return, some nasty rumors would begin to circulate that Gypsy and her stepmother Christy had been getting into some pretty brutal fights. You see, Gypsy is living with her parents. She can't live with Ken. He has outstanding fines that for some reason he refuses to pay, and this prevents him from allowing Gypsy to live with him. So she's gonna have to live with her parents even after the baby is born. And rumor is that her room is very messy, which has led to arguments between her and her stepmom. But it's not just about the room, it's also about the money. Gypsy has accused Christy of exploitation on numerous occasions, even cutting her off at one point during her prison stay, asking the rest of the family to not allow her contact, even comparing her to Dee Dee on a couple of occasions. This was all revealed by an ex-friend of Gypsy's who also said that the mom, Crystal, was out for purely fame and money. The friend claims that Gypsy has thrown the whole family into chaos with her rash and childlike decisions, and that her internet presence has been problematic in more ways than one. She's also been in some drama with her stepsister Mia. Gypsy will post very explicit messages on social media media describing her and Ken's bedroom exploits. Mia finds this not only gross but also pretty immoral, saying that marriage is more sacred than a piece of paper like her father said, and that Gypsy is committing adultery by not waiting for the divorce to go through. Mia voicing these opinions has led to physical confrontations in the past. The friend would also reveal that Gypsy and her mother were getting into fights over staffing. Gypsy hired a PR team which would cost about 5 figures a month, all of this to maintain and build her image. She also hired a personal manager, and she didn't just hire anybody. She hired her previous defense attorney, who is now collecting a steady monthly income as her manager. I find this pretty scummy, even for a defense lawyer. They really are some of the nicest people and the worst people you'll ever meet, and a lot of the times you can't tell which is which. Gypsy's stepmom is angry because she's spending more than she's making, meaning less profit for stepmama. Gypsy would start posting more and more about her pregnancy at this time, and people were bringing into question if the baby even existed. It was well known that she had faked a pregnancy with Nick, and people thought she could very well be doing it just for the Lifetime show. This would later be disproven by Gypsy. She is actually pregnant, to many people's horror. Gypsy and her stepmom would also get into their worst fight ever, allegedly. Rumors stating that it got physical and the police were called. Personally, I believe that this happened. Gypsy has no qualms against laying hands on an old lady, and from what I can gather of Christy, it seems she wouldn't have a problem throwing down with a pregnant lady. The fight got so bad that Gypsy's father would leave for the night, and the internet speculated that he had moved out of the house, but this was not the case. Gypsy's neighbors have revealed that police are called out to the house often, and that screaming matches are a near weekly occurrence between almost every member of the family. Neighbors noted Gypsy's stepmom as especially loud. As time rolled on, Gypsy would continue to milk her pregnancy for content, throwing a gender reveal party despite everyone already knowing it would be a girl. Gypsy claimed that trolls would ruin her gender reveal party by showing her the gender of her child before she wanted to know. But this was a lie, as Gypsy and Ken both knew the gender. I also want to add that I noticed Ken seems very zoned out. I think a lot of this for him was spiting Ryan, because Ryan had talked so much shit on him on national television. That was when he decided to come out of the woodwork and steal his girl. But I think Ryan will have the last laugh when he isn't the father of this child and gets to ride off into the sunset, while you, Ken, are saddled for life. There are also rumors of her and Ken getting into some fights of their own, substantiated by the texts sent to Ryan by Gypsy. Gypsy has been pretty quiet on social media lately. People think that it's caused some problems with her parole, and is definitely not helping her public image. Recently, she did something to make it even worse. She began to copyright strike channels that were critical of her. Channels like Conspiratea, who were actively exposing all of Gypsy's lies. Most people know that this is considered a massive no-no on YouTube, that you should really only copyright strike someone when they rip your content completely. But it seems that Gypsy is just handing them out to anyone critical of her. I've also heard talk of Gypsy's internet friend, Bree. I guess it's just some chick running around the internet fighting battles for Gypsy, doxing people, harassing people, all that stuff. Rumor has it that Gypsy is very aware and even encourages this kind of behavior from Bree, so that she can still hurt people without having to get her hands dirty, something she has been proven to do in the past. I see this backfiring massively for both of them. Not only is it going to create more enemies for Gypsy, but it's also going to destroy your public reputation, even more so than convincing a mentally disabled man to end your mom for you. In my time researching Gypsy Rose Blanchard, I have found her to be a complete complete and total narcissist, someone who finds it very difficult to empathize with others, or see from a perspective that is not their own. I've noticed that she has no problems ending or ruining lives, all for her own benefit. And I've noticed that she is a master manipulator who has fooled the nation into thinking her mother was even worse than she actually was. Truth be told, I think that she will get a great many seasons from this TV show, because if not sent back to prison, she will continue to burn down everyone around her, all while claiming she is the victim and that others are controlling. The truth is the exact opposite. You're the controlling one, Gypsy. You're the one who has victims. Now that Dee Dee is gone, there's no one left to blame the lies on, except yourself. But we all know that that will never happen. Truth is, I don't even know if you're capable of it, and many of us would assume it to be, amongst the many lies of Gypsy Rose Blanchard.
It's the Crippin' Mac. I'm home. I'm free, kid. On Hood, we got some pieces for everybody. Shout out Andrew. He's my real homeboy. Never commit suicide. Everything's gonna see all right. Andrew, you know that on Hood. Ain't no jalapenos going in nobody's ass on Neighborhood Crip. You hear me?
What do you mean?
Let's keep it 55th Street. There's a man that was in prison, and he owed a debt. They were going to DP Cuz. He didn't want to fight, so they put jalapenos in Cuz' asshole. They put jalapenos in Cuz' ass, and they throw jalapenos in his asshole. On Hustlers.
That sucks.
Just little small little shit called Hustlers, you find me? Shit that comes regular with this gangbanging. A lot of people won't understand that shit, though. So he pretty much got himself in a debt, and he wouldn't fight, man. His whole thing was he had a release date, so he didn't want to fight back. You know, he didn't want to get you the extra time. That's how it go. You don't want to get in no type of problems with the Southsiders, South Essays. Very dangerous. But they were surprised. They thought I was I'm a big guy. They thought I was gonna take him down and put jalapenos in their ass. No! I don't do no Custer shit like that, cuz. I made sure no more jalapenos went in Cuz' asshole while Cuz was living next door to my apartment. Cause it looked bad on me. That's the only fucking reason. Am I right, Lupe? That looked bad on me. On Neighborhood Crip, that looked bad on me on Hood.
So there's a lot of politics that happen in jail like that.
On Hood it is. On Hood, it's a lot of politics like that, cuz on Hood.
That's a lot of hotness for the asshole, bro.
Yeah.
Do you think that the correctional system works to help people turn their life around? No.
Hey, you my nigga, 5'5", nigga, I'm Sight G, nigga.
Right.
I ain't just ain't no nigga you talking to, my nigga. I'm a factor, my nigga.
That's right.
In the hood, my nigga.
That's right.
When I see you on YouTube, my nigga, I holler, I follow you, my nigga. You on some real shit, my nigga. Great Street, my nigga, and I follow you, my nigga, and you good, my nigga. My boy from Showline, cuz. Oakwood. And you good to come to the hood, my nigga. Like I said, nigga, I'm Sight G, my nigga, big Sight G. Don't forget my name, cuz. Great Street. Don't forget Sight G, my nigga. When you come through, watch my nigga, big Sight G, my nigga. Check in, my nigga, you good, my nigga. Real niggas do real shit, my nigga.
Real niggas
Great
do real
Street, my
things.
nigga. On everything, my nigga love you, C-Mac, my nigga. Great Street, now I don't need no piece or none of that, bro. Good looking out, man, yeah. I'm just a real one, I don't need no piece, I'm hungry, I'm good.
All right, Stu wants pizza. Pizza. Anybody pizza? Take a box, take a whole box. You want to buy some pizza? Yeah. What about these homeless fucks over here? Are they hungry? We're out here taking care of the people. We love the people. People love pizza.
Pizza.
They love food, and nobody's better than nobody. We're gonna help the people through the struggle, because everything's gonna see all right. On Hood.
Thank you, Crip. Thank you, Crip Mac.
HK Destruction, Hoover Killer Destruction. The shit on my 5 head is my favorite. The Hoover Killer.
Do you have any other tattoos?
Yeah. FIP, 50 in peace, 40 in peace, 50 bang, the homeboy rest in peace, Tiny Sea Dog, the homeboy rest in peace, Hardhead Foe rest in peace. That's the Hoovers, they got 5 bullet holes going through the shit. That's a big cast, 51st, 52nd Street Killer, that's they streets. So LA, it's a money sign, that's the Scrappy Doo dog. The Scrappy Doo will fight anybody, he had heart and I have heart. So I like Scrappy Doo. I'll fuck your wife, Custer. I'ma keep it 55th Street. And then that's the Brims. The Bloods, the Brims, they got their whole shit blown out, they tires just blew out, it's whacked out on my hand.
A lot of fans first saw that and they thought that it was like because there's so many cars in LA that you didn't want to ride a bike because it was too dangerous to ride the bikes in the street and shit.
Oh yeah, no, that's gang shit, it's hood shit. I'm a motherfucking gangbanger on hood.
This is your boy Snoop. Last week on Channel 5 News, Andrew and the homies went to Phoenix to cover a homecoming event for the QAnon shaman, that crazy-ass white boy who ran up in the Capitol. Then, a war broke out in the Middle East between Palestine and Israel. Andrew wanted to cover both perspectives, so he went to some events to get the scoop.
See, I used to get punched in the face, but now I do the punching. My family heated, cause most of them died in the ovens. Hamas is not the wave, you know what I'm saying?
Understandably, Andrew needed a break from politics, so he decided to go back to the RV to kick it. But right as Andrew sat down, he got a call from his old school homeboy, Crip Mac, who he could have sworn was still in prison.
Andrew, it's Crip Mac. Everything right now in the turf seem like it's real hot. Just meet me down on Skid Row. We'll take care of business down there. On hood.
For those unfamiliar, Crip Mac is a member of the 55th Street Neighborhood Crips, an African-American street gang based in LA. Andrew first interviewed him 2 years ago in the 55th Street Alley, a treacherous thoroughfare running parallel to Western Avenue in South Central LA. The Crips typically use the alley to initiate new members. However, when Andrew was there, the only other Crip besides Crip Mac was his best friend, Lupe.
Lupe, bring that big fucking thing of water out the fucking back of that car.
Andrew and Crip Mac had a spectacular afternoon. First, he taught Andrew some new lingo.
Who's Custer?
A Custer is a buster with a C on the motherfucking crib.
Then, he disclosed his plans to start a program for troubled teens.
Some big booty, beautiful bitches, they can run the program. Give back five to community as I fight successful.
The next day, they went to a Slipknot concert.
What do you like about Slipknot?
Pure aggression, just violent.
And fed the homeless down on Skid Row.
Hey, sir, never commit suicide. Everything gonna see all right. Would you like a slice of pizza? Oh, that's not rocket science.
However, just a few weeks later, Crip Mac was arrested for possessing a firearm on probation and sentenced to 27 months in prison. But last May, he was released.
C-Mac's about to come home, bro. We waiting for him. The return of the Mac. Return of the Mac, bro. I'm gonna burn this shirt so he won't go back in there no more. Time served, bro.
He was excited to see Lupe, but even more excited to see his mother, Mama Bear.
I didn't even notice you look so young.
My name is Crystal, but I go by Mama Bear because C-Mac named me that when he was about 3 years old. So I am Mama Bear to C-Mac, Crip Mac from 55th Street. Crip! My son is the best Crip walker. I love it. He makes me smile. He makes me happy. I'm proud of him.
Can you describe the day that you got out?
Yeah, on hood, I got out, was on the van, and Lupe, Lil Crip Mac, and his wife Quana came, Mama Bear came. It was everybody there.
How did it feel to see everybody waiting for you?
It was great. It was great. Then once I got home, King Five Fingers was already at the studio waiting. Crip Mac featuring Crip Dog on hood. Bust on the snoovers. Fuck her wife in her ass.
Yeah, so the Crip Mac video was like our most popular video of all time.
Hell yeah, it was, huh?
People saw you like on 55th Street. They saw you at the Slipknot concert.
Yeah.
And they saw you on Skid Row.
Oh, yeah.
But a lot of people, I think, are kind of wondering, you know, the full Crip Mac story. Like, where did life begin for you?
Oh, yeah, we gotta make it a history.
Yeah.
Where I'm originally from California, though, but further down.
Where at?
Closer to Pomona, Ontario, California, by Pomona.
What's Crip Mac's real name?
Trevor.
What's one thing people might not know about Crip Mac?
Piano. Crip Mac was trained in piano when he was younger. Yeah, classically trained, but I don't know if he can really play up to his potential because he doesn't practice.
Oh, that's not how you play the piano.
So what was your first childhood memory?
Oh, shit, I don't know. Like, what do you mean by first child memory?
Like, what's the first thing you can remember from life?
Having a jumper at my C-Day party. That was something big.
So what was your son like when he was super young?
Oh, so rambunctious and hyper and just, I don't know where he gets it from. You know, I've always been that way. I mean, I ride a Harley for Christ's sakes.
pretty much growing up, I was just, I wasn't paying attention in school. I was always getting into some type of shit. I thought I was like one of those WWF wrestlers. I'd be wanting to hurt people, hit people with shit.
Yeah, he said he was going to be a big, bad wrestler when he got older, and he was going to be, someone important, and he was so frustrated, dealing with the mental illness that he was, bestowed. It was called oppositional defiance. So everyone get their dictionaries out. He does everything the opposite of what he's told to do. Go to the right, Trevor, he'll go to the left.
Good afternoon, boys and girls. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's out.
What age did that wrestler personality start off?
About 6.
You have a favorite wrestler?
Yeah, the Samoan, The Rock. I like the Kane and the Undertaker also. They're brothers of destruction.
Did you have any favorite wrestling moves that you would test out on other kids back in?
I tried to Stone Cold Stunner a few motherfuckers. You got me in some shit.
Teachers were calling and saying that he was doing just the opposite of what they were asking.
And the schools was just like, well, shit, he's not learning anything. Eventually, it's just like a big booty sit you fucking on. She gets tired of you. Eventually, you're not doing what she tells you. She's gonna put you out. The school put me out.
They couldn't handle him. And he was put on so many medications to help him focus, but he would always go to that place.
They gave Mama Bear an option. Either, gonna send him to like juvenile hall facility, or we send him to boot camp. Send me and put me in boot camp some years.
Organized chaos ensues.
Up, down, up, down.
Follow a military model. How old were you whenever you got sent to camp?
Camp, I was I was 8 years old.
8 years old?
Yeah.
Damn, so you were in like 3rd grade.
Yeah, about third grade, yeah, because 4th and 5th grade, I was still in there. I did burpees, I did push-ups, I did jumping jacks.
He had to be taken out of regular school in order to function properly.
And so you figured that sending him to military school would be the best decision?
Yeah, I did. It was just too difficult for me. I don't want to say that I gave up, but I'm like, God, help me, because I was really scared that I was losing him. I felt powerless, I felt hopeless, I felt like I was failing this child because I was raising him by myself.
What's your relationship like with your biological father?
Cut left when I was 2.
Well, he left when Trevor was 2 years old, and inadvertently he told me that his brother said that if he stayed with Trevor and myself, that he would be poor, and he wanted to be a cop and provide for a family, and his confidence just went down. He listened to his brother and he walked away. He decided he just didn't want to be a part.
But his family just owns them, because you got to realize with how a Samoan family is, Samoans are leaving taking care of the kids just like Mexicans do. Mexicans have 20 kids living in one apartment. I know you've seen it.
Your dad was Samoan?
Yeah, he's Samoan, yeah. My pop's mama is from Samoa on neighborhood Crip.
Have you tried to reach out to him or anything?
No, I ain't never tried to reach out to him, really, though.
How come?
When I was 17, we had a couple beers. We did have a couple beers, a couple drinks and beers and shit. Yeah, he had the worstest shit to say about my mom, so I just stopped talking with him. Yeah.
I just hope that and pray that they have the relationship that they deserve eventually. And I know it's coming. It all does.
What's your malfunction?
Drugs, sir.
Did you just say, drugs, sir? You were defiant with the police, weren't you?
I stayed in military school up to 14, which is a teenager. Then my mama met a man in Texas named Mr. Gary. So we moved to Texas at 14. We got on an airplane, went out there. I stayed out there 2 years.
Mr. Gary, we all know about Mr. Gary. Mr. Gary was a cop in Houston, Texas. So he had that tough cop persona. And yeah, I knew. He had long eyelashes. Yeah, I knew. I should have known.
One thing I wanted to learn more about is like your relationship with Mr. Gary.
Oh, Kel, I don't have a relationship with Mr. Gary no more. That was Mother's boyfriend, and he was a great man. He helped us a lot with the rent, the bills, and he took me for the library, school, and everything. He was a great man. But when you're a man and you getting fucked in the ass by another man, you're a custer.
Wait, what do you mean?
Shit, well, pretty much. He told Mama Bear he was gonna put some gas in his truck. He had a big white truck, and he was going home. He went home early, but he went home early. When Mama Bear got there, she walked in, and Mr. Gary was getting fucked in his ass. Getting fucked in the ass by a big white man that looked like Brock Lesnar. You can interview Mama Bear. She'll let you know. It was traumatizing for her. Fuck you, Mr. Gary.
This
so,
you be
can you
easy
describe
what?
exactly what you saw?
You were so terrible. I saw him bent over and being pleasured by another man. Oh, wait, hey, hold on. And I was walking out the door. I turned around and walked out. He just kind of like, hey, wait, you know. I'm like, I feel like I was in a movie. And then I told C-Mac, I said, we gotta leave, we gotta get out of here. And C-Mac says, well, you know, this, and you want me to go to Job Corps too, I'm out of here.
So he decided to go to LA by himself?
By himself. He was, 16 years old. And he went out to LA and stayed with his aunt.
My auntie stayed on 45th and Western, that's the 40s. So my cousins, everybody's around right there.
So, you know, he only had like a small amount of family out there that he could cling on to, and they were all doing gang stuff. So he emulated what he saw.
This is my life crippin' in the inside. The Custer niggas just talk, my history's really sly. I live a life for earning stripes on my name. I'm crazy mad ass Crip Mac, C-Mac ain't never gonna change. Stay the same program. I got a whole new life on the inside. 55th Street, really gang bang.
You don't have to be a rocket scientist. The absent father was replaced by the gang. 55th Street Alley, Baby Snaps Alley, you know? So that's that.
Yeah, so when did the gangbanging shit start?
15, 16.
What first appealed to you about it?
Oh, shit, cuz. Shit, just, I got a cousin named Husky Knuckles from 6-0, cuz I live in Vegas. I got some cousins that's Compton Crips also. So it just, all my older cousins is Crips. Compton Crips, Gardena Crips, Inglewood Crips, they Crips. Long Beach Crips, all Crips, neighborhood Crips, they Crips, all my cousins Crips. They all older than me. So yeah, I looked up for them, and my cousins, they Crips. So I just knew that, cuz if I went there, I'm gonna see a Crip.
Same with me, when I seen my big homies with cars and the fancy life, the women, all the stuff, it looked good. That's what they wanted to look like. It wanted to look appealing, so you can try it and be a victim. I got shot in the head, all type of shots. I've been shot to where I supposed to have been dead. This from 06, and I'm feeling it today. It's cold right now, I'm tingling, my whole body tingling. You know what I'm saying? So that shit's still gonna be a part of me.
Was there a part of you that was like, man, fuck, if I start doing this shit, I might die or go to prison for a long time?
I used to think like that, cuz, but now it's like, cuz, look, it's just about fighting and staying alert. And if a motherfucker come at you, cuz, get cracking on, cuz. Fuck it. You can't fear your life and fear prison. On neighborhood crib, you can't. You gotta fight, Where I'm from, you're a Custer if you don't fight back. It don't say if you win or lose, you're a Custer if you don't fight back. Heard I got his hood whacked, gotta knock him out, he ain't like that. On hood, that's Baby Stretch lyrics, that's cut lyrics.
Yeah, do you remember your first fade?
I was in the Dorset Village fighting a nigga from 6-0. I'm straight, cuz, on hood. Cuz hood, bro,
Shake hands, homie.
Is it hood or not hood?
At what point did the viral fame start for you?
Pretty much like I said, took a picture with a couple homeboys, and then they noticed that tattoo was real. So once they realized it was real, they screenshotted the whole shit. Once it got screenshotted, it got 1 million views. LA Street Gang posted, people were talking about like, that can't see real, that ain't a real tattoo. So then I went on my phone and I talked about the shit. Hoover Killer Destruction, the 5-5 neighborhood crip on hood. I said, motherfucker say 5-5 crip, 5-5 crip. I'm never gonna have a good job. I'm never gonna mount by shit. I'm not gonna have shit in life. I said, I'm gonna tell you like this. The tattoo, it ain't never going off. Never coming off. I'm gonna go to the county jail. I'm gonna fight like I always do. I'm gonna keep it 55th Street. I go to prison, they're gonna have to burn it off. It ain't never coming off. It's Hoover Killer Destruction. It's Crip Mac from 5-5 Crip. I said it just like that, and ever since then, been in and out of jail, cuz, just keeping the Crippin' solid.
I wish I could just kiss it away. I know it sounds weird, and C-Mac's probably like, Mom, what the hell are you saying? No, but I just, I wish I can kiss the hurt, whatever it is that caused him to do that.
I saw in an interview that he got that tattoo on his forehead pretty shortly after one of his close friends was killed.
Yes. Yeah, he was really hurt by the fact that the Hoovers took the life of somebody that he really cared about. It was like a brother to him.
On hood, it was June 29th. 2018. Right up the street there, I was at the Wine Guard. Yeah, I just got out of prison, and I got the call, cuz I was hurt. Cuz, on hood, cuz got smoked, cuz got chipped. We gonna keep it respectful. He got chipped by the, on hood, the Hoovers. We gonna say their name. If cuz was still around on Neighborhood Crip, I'm 30 now, cuz would have been about, on Neighborhood Crip, 1990, cuz would have been about 33 years old, going on 33 years old on hood. Yeah, Tiny Hardhead from 40s. Him and Lady Ducky, they're my best friends on hood.
How soon after the murder did you get the tattoo?
Shit, we put it about a few weeks later.
And again, there's that PTSD. Now you're losing another member of your family. You know, how much can you take from a man before they become hollow?
Grief counseling possibly could have taken the place of the tattoo.
That's exactly would have, yeah.
Do you ever worry about his like safety?
Of course, he worries about mine. Exactly, and we agreed. We looked eye to eye and said, what you do is very dangerous. He says, Mom, what you do is very dangerous. I said, absolutely. I ride a Harley every day. It's very dangerous. I love my son so much, you know. We have this thing where I want, after I pass, for him to find me when he passes so we can spend another lifetime together, because I love him so much that this is not enough time for me with him. I said, but you're gonna find me. I said, just promise me you're gonna find me if anything ever happens, and I'll do the same for you. We're not gonna be sad because, you know, we're gonna find each other.
So how did your life change after going viral?
Well, going viral, it made a lot of people watch me. The attention was on me. I'm like, all right, kid, I see that now. Everything I do, the world's gonna watch. But it changed. I'm gonna tell you how going viral really changed, though, cuz. You already know. What do you think changed about it from anybody else that works a normal job? Come on, you know.
I mean, the main thing is, for one, you don't have to work a shitty job. But I mean, two, a lot of people want to be around you.
Yeah, I only keep my close homeboys like Baby Stretch, Blue Devil. It's the Blue Devil. Blue Devil. Like I said, I only keep a few people around me now, because you don't fuck with everybody like that. Some people, they just get mad about your fame sometimes.
How come, you think?
I don't know, because they're poor. A lot of people are poor. When you have money and you're making money, you just around motherfuckers just poor all day. They don't like that shit, because they're miserable.
You also kind of become a target too, right?
Yeah, hell yeah, nickel a target on hood, but you gotta look at it like this, cuff. It's Mickey and Tricky, on hood. Things will get rough in life. You gotta remember, at the end of the day, everything ain't gonna see all right. Shit will definitely get better. It just will, especially if you got some good homeboys, in my King Five Fingers voice, in your corner, some good homeboys and some good love fathers. On hood, things will make sense. You know, the goal is to stay out of jail, though, cuz. So that means you gotta stay ficus. Stay ficus. It's just about staying humble. That's why I feed the homeless and help different people on hood, like on Skid Row. I'm getting ready to go down there, cuz, sometime around Father's Day and buy some gumbo and give them gumbo, cuz. Them homeless men gonna see happy as a motherfucker. That gumbo's gonna taste better than the crack they smoke downtown. Would you rather a bologna sandwich and water or some fucking gumbo? Some gumbo. Come on now. Gumbo. All right, come on. Here we go. Come on. Now, this is the Gumbo Man. This is a great man right here.
Doing a thing, happy Father's Day. It's all love, man. You know, Mama's World Famous Gumbo. Instagram is Mama's World Famous Gumbo. I'm just out the mud grinding. I'll be on Manchester and Western in front of the Rouse parking lot, cooking for the people.
Ooh, that tastes good.
What makes a good father? Is somebody that's there by their kids, they love their kids, because we all know sometimes with your CM, your wife, you guys might go through a breakup. She might fuck somebody else, marry somebody else, but guess what? Don't lose hope. Crip Mac and the guys got gumbo. Shout out Baby Snaps and all the other fathers in jail.
What could they have did so bad that they deserve to be in jail for 15 years and not see the sky, the moon, and the sun of their kids, so they can't see the sunshine or eat this good food?
Gumbo is a great meal that will keep your mind going. We got some Gumbo 5, everybody. We'll ask a few people a few questions. How you doing, sir?
I'm a woman.
You said what?
I'm a woman.
You said you're a woman?
Yes, transgender.
Oh, all right, cuz. 5 each his own, hood. Wish you the best. What's going on with you, big homie?
What's up, Crip, man? How you doing?
How you doing? Where you from?
I'm actually from New York originally.
New York? What's your plans to see successful out here?
Well, I mean, I'm at the VA right now. I'm living at the VA. Well, the Veterans Administration.
Oh, he's a veteran?
Yeah.
Okay. What war did you fight?
I was in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Iraq and Pakistan?
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, excuse me. Yeah, well, I know, I gangbang. I know how war experience is. How was the actual military war? It was bad, huh?
What you think happens in war? I mean, people get hurt. I mean, I guess anybody would be traumatized. Anybody would be.
All right, man, enjoy this gumbo, and remember, Crip Mac said everything's gonna see all right.
It's really good to meet you, Crip Mac.
I know you already, man. How you doing?
What's going on, man? Long time no see. I know. I knew you as a little kid, man.
Yeah, I was small. I was a teenager. How you doing?
I'm good.
You doing all right?
How'd you first meet C-Mac?
On the streets. He was here. You know, he was a kid growing up on the streets. I'm absolutely proud of him to see that he could make it out of here. He's such a great role model to so many other people that in any environment that you're in, and if gangbanging is what you know, You know, that's what you're gonna promote.
I'm everyday banging, blue rag hanging, and jail ain't shit, just another vacation.
There are negative sides to banging, and there are positive sides to gangbanging. This is a positive side to gangbanging. You know?
Glad you're doing well.
Yes.
I'm glad everything's going well. What are your plans?
Hopefully we'll get some people off the streets.
Wow. How you doing, big man? What's the craziest thing you ever done in your life?
Keep it 100.
Jump from the Vanguard.
You jumped from the wine guard? In real life or pretend life? No, you didn't.
Did you break something?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah. I wasn't kidding. I tried to, 2 times. One time I tried to take a whole bunch of pills, second time I was in the roof of the Vanguard. My name is Mohammad Reza Kadivan. I'm Persian. I came here when I was 15 years old. Unfortunately, I got into big trafficking. Slowly but surely, I lost everything.
That's just my own
I lost my car,
Don't worry about
business, car,
Do you have any children?
Yeah, I had one.
What's their name?
S-A-L-L-Y, Sally.
When's the last time you talked to her?
20 years ago.
Never commit suicide. Gumbo is great. Go ahead and enjoy that gumbo. Things will get rough. You could go down and possibly just have your last dollar in your pocket. You know what I'm saying? You meet some good people, they'll look out for you. It's been times where Lupe, I say, hey, Lupe, I just need a few dollars. She drives Lyft or Uber. She's like, all right, bro, let me drive. I'll send it. She drives and she'll send that shit the next day.
Like, even now, he calls me every day, bro. We just work as a team. You know what I'm saying? Because he got to make his money. That's my boy. I don't give a fuck. You see, he's my real friend. All that internet shit, we don't give a fuck. If he's having a bad day, he's going to let me know what's going on. If he's having a good day, whatever he got going on in there, he's going to let me know.
Motherfucker like myself, I keep my real homeboys from the turf close with me. See what I'm saying? I just don't change up.
Loyalty's a strange thing whenever, shit goes south.
You got to say people that'll stay around, though. You got to keep your circle small and realize the people that really fuck with you, the people that don't fuck with you. Got to realize that also. Now I realize it a lot more.
Unbeknownst to C-Mac DeLoach, I'd coordinated with Lupe beforehand to arrange a surprise party full of everybody who held him down when he was locked up.
Bro, I called everybody we fuck with. Yeah. Twice, sometimes 3 times. He knows everybody that helped him out while he was in prison.
Got it back. Yes.
Look at the cake.
Oh, shit. Look at that cake.
Watch his dick grow. About to come, I spread his asshole. Trap me circling out one deep though. His whole big like a window. He was stretching dick.
Look at the picture on that motherfucker. Blue Devil. Blue Devil. Blue Devil. Get Blue Devil. Crip in the blue shirt. Get Blue Devil. I gotta have my loc, huh? Little HK Destruction, big HK Destruction. I'll get right down this hood. I want you to see this. Home from prison. Oh, goddamn. Neighborhood hood did it. Oh, it's a real nifty party. There's no party Crips here. Every Crip that's here really gangbangs. They really play ball. Every last fucking Crip here.
What's a party Crip?
Party Crip's just a Crip that comes around the party but don't want to put in no work. A nobody that bangs the hood. Ain't no nobodies over here.
I did not invite any party Crips.
Yes, hey! Andrew did not invite any party Crip.
That's a mistake I've made too many times.
Hey, I ain't never tried a White Claw. Fuck you, party Crips.
Neighborhood, bro. C-Mac told me, you already know what time it is. We're about to turn up the street.
Shout out to Channel 5, my guy Andrew, knowing about Chinese gangs and Asian gangs and all that.
And now, a message to the kids.
Kids, you can do a lot of great things out there. Gangbanging is your choice. I'm not a hypocrite to tell you kids don't do it, because I do it. But I'm gonna say every kid deserves a chance in life. Don't just get out there and think, hey, you want to gangbang, because it's dangerous. You can get killed. You can get life in prison. You could get put in a wheelchair. You could lose your mind. You could go mentally crazy in your head. Shit, they might even put you in a mental hospital the rest of your life. So kids, what I'm saying is try to play a different type of ball. Why don't you do some sports? some basketball, some football, some baseball, or even do boxing. You see the celebrity boxing.